All attributes martial arts. Arc 2, University, Part 2 of 3. Why is that? Wang Teng asked speechlessly. Because your teacher has been on an invincible path since the beginning of my career, Tantai Zan said calmly, glancing at him sideways. The path to invincibility. Wang Teng almost choked on his own saliva. Goodness, is my cheap teacher just bragging? What, you don't believe me? Tantai Zan asked. How could that be? Teacher, you are exceptionally talented and have extraordinary abilities. You are clearly a person of unparalleled talent, Wang Teng said with a dry laugh. Tantai Zan quite enjoyed Wang Teng's flattery and gladly accepted it before saying, I know you don't believe me. But I still have to tell you that I have never been defeated since I became a martial artist. I am not only invincible among those of the same level, but I can even kill enemies of higher levels. With your strength, you should be able to do it too. There are countless geniuses in this world, and many people can do it, but I have never heard of anyone who can kill enemies of higher levels at every stage. Wang Teng's expression gradually turned serious. At first, he thought Tantai Zan was just bragging, but gradually he realized that Tantai Zan's tone was too calm. She seemed to be stating a fact rather than forcing you to believe something. This mindset proves that she wasn't just talking nonsense, but truly achieved invincibility among those of the same level, and even defeated enemies of higher levels. No wonder even a strong person like Xiao Nanfeng was no match for her. How to become invincible? Tantai Zan asked herself and answered, first of all, one must unite one's essence, energy, and spirit to forge an invincible aura. With this invincible momentum, you will be able to overcome all obstacles, defeat countless geniuses of the time, become a true invincible one, and quickly advance to the ranks of the strong. Wang Teng was immediately filled with respect. The image of this cheap teacher in his mind grew more and more lofty. Well, my foolish disciple, how about trying out my invincible path? Tantai Zan asked with a smile, feeling a little smug when she saw his expression. Alright, I'll also walk this invincible path. Wang Teng nodded. Very good, I have high hopes for you. Tantai Zan nodded in satisfaction, secretly relieved. Talking nonsense with a straight face is truly a skill. Just then, the doorbell rang. The food should have arrived. Go open the door. Alright, thinking that the spiritual food had arrived, Wang Teng ran to open the door excitedly. The same fat man I'd seen before was still standing outside the door. Wang Teng had already learned from Tantai Zan that the fat man was a master chef, and a kind and amiable smile immediately appeared on his face. Hello, are you here to deliver lunch to my teacher? Yes. The fat man outside the door was slightly taken aback. Then I'll take it, thank you so much. Your spiritual food is delicious, Wang Teng praised. Oh, thank you. Wait, the principal is your teacher? The fat man realized what was happening, his face full of shock, and asked suspiciously. Is there a problem? Wang Teng asked. No, I didn't expect you to be the principal's apprentice. You're really young and promising, the fat man remarked. You flatter me, you flatter me. You are a master chef, sir, and you are truly remarkable. The two immediately began to flatter each other, praising each other as equals and finding each other to be equally matched, creating a harmonious atmosphere. It wasn't until the door closed that the fat man realized why he had been arguing with a complete stranger for so long. What mischief are you up to now? Seeing Wang Teng chatting with the fat man at the door for a long time, Tantai Zan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Oh, no, I just want to get on his good side so I can get better food in the future, Wang Teng said. TCH, as long as you're strong enough, what good things can't you eat? Tantai Zan said disdainfully. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. Wang Teng chuckled, not minding at all. He rubbed his hands together, opened the food box, and placed the dishes on the table one by one. A rich aroma immediately wafted out. This time, Tantai Zan had food prepared for 2 people, enough for them to eat their fill. Tasty. A dozen minutes later, Wang Teng slumped onto the sofa and let out a satisfied burp. You're hopeless. Tantai Zan rolled her eyes and kicked him. After you finish eating, get back to your own place. Don't run around for the next few days. Take good care of your injury and wait for class. Alright, get out of here right away. Wang Teng stood up. By the way, the benefits we got from the Crimson Tiger Legion. You didn't need the corpses of the high-level dark creatures, so we gave them to the Black Sparrow Legion for research. As for the raw stone ore, you couldn't handle it either. I can exchange it for other benefits. What do you want? Tantai Zan asked. Wang Teng hadn't thought about these things, they were all taken from the Red Tiger Army by Tantai Zan and had little to do with him. However, since Tantai Zan brought up the benefits, Wang Teng remembered something. My family is planning to enter the pharmaceutical and weapons industries, and we need to get a license, Wang Teng said with a smile. I don't think it's anything serious. I'll just go and say hello when the time comes, Tantai Zan said. Wang Teng quickly expressed his gratitude. It was a small matter for Tantai Zan, but it was not easy for them. After saying goodbye to Tantai Zan, Wang Teng went straight back to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, a dark figure swooped down from the ceiling. Oh my god! He quickly reached out and caught it. It was the little crow. This little thing had already learned to fly. No, it should be said that it had only learned half of it. That said, the little crow suffered quite a bit during this trip to another world, especially during the later prison break. It was almost entirely confined in the backpack, nearly developing claustrophobia, if such a condition existed in the bird world. Wang Teng put the little crow on the ground, fed it some starbeast meat, and then let it wobble and flap its wings, bumping around the room. He went into the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and silently took stock of what he had gained from this trip to another world. The biggest gain this time was undoubtedly the improvement in my level of understanding. Now his fire, metal, and earth elemental forces have all been upgraded to the 4-star warrior level, and in terms of overall strength, he is not much weaker than the 5-star warrior level. In addition, both the Dark Force and the Wind Force have been upgraded to the 3-star warrior level, and they have been upgraded 2 levels at once, from 1 star to 3 stars. It should be noted that these two forces are relatively rare and upgrading them is not easy. Being able to upgrade 2 levels at once is considered good luck. In addition, Wang Teng also acquired 3 combat skills: Wind Concealment, Berserk, and Bewitching Mind. Wind Concealment is a stealth combat skill, Berserk is an amplification combat skill, and Bewitching Mind is a support combat skill. Each has its own advantages and characteristics, and they are all rare combat skills. Others would not have any way to obtain even one, but Wang Teng obtained 3 at once. All I can say is that the system is awesome, voice cracks. At the same time, his mental attributes also improved significantly, approaching half of the spirit realm, making his mental power many times stronger. Otherwise, he might not have been able to kill that high-level dark creature before. The above are all gains in terms of personal strength. In addition, there are the rewards given by the dwarves and their friendship. Overall, the gains this time are truly considerable. Wang Teng spent the rest of the time in a very relaxed manner, mainly focusing on recovering from his injuries, and occasionally going to the training building to collect attributes. Although it was a holiday, some students did not go back home and continued to study hard at school. What is the most despairing thing in the world? That is, when you think people more talented than you are just having fun, you suddenly realize they are actually working harder than you. Wang Teng, who was strolling around the gravity chamber, spotted a familiar face. Bai Li. Brother Teng. Bai Li Qingfeng heard the voice, turned around and saw Wang Teng. He was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, how did you become like this? Oh, I got this by accident during a mission. Wang Teng looked down at the bandages on his body, but didn't go into details, just mentioning it casually. Actually, his injuries have almost healed. The school's special ointment works very well, and the wounds have already scabbed over. After another round of use, he should be fully recovered. After all, it was just an external injury, not a serious one. Even if seriously injured, they can recover quickly with the help of some high-grade elixirs. This is why alchemy surpasses modern medicine. In conventional medicine, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone or tendon, requiring a long period of healing. But with an alchemist, swallowing a single elixir guarantees you'll be full of energy again in 3 to 5 days. Moreover, some force injuries can only be treated with elixirs, which modern medicine is helpless against. However, human wisdom should never be underestimated. Modern medicine, combined with rune technology and alchemy, is developing rapidly. Perhaps soon we will see the groundbreaking high-end medical equipment seen in science fiction movies, and advanced medicine will naturally shine with its unique brilliance. The outside world is indeed full of dangers. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Qingfeng's gaze narrowed slightly, and his muscles tensed up. Having spent so much time together, Wang Teng had gotten to know Bai Li quite well. Seeing him like this, he immediately knew what Bai Li was thinking, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. But then I thought, being cautious is not a bad thing. The outside world is indeed very dangerous. Look, I almost didn't make it back this time. So being a cautious hero is also a good choice. Speaking of which, Brother Tang, you're already able to carry out missions. I'm really envious, Bai Li Qingfeng said. You should be advancing to the martial artist level soon, and you'll be able to go on missions soon too, Wang Tang said. Almost there, Bai Li Qingfeng nodded. Keep it up. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I won't disturb your cultivation any longer, Wang Tang said. Good. Ellipsis. Besides wandering around the training building collecting attributes, Wang Tang also occasionally walks his dog. He walks his little crow on the playground. A bandaged oddball strolled around the playground with a chubby crow, creating a rather unusual sight. The last day of the holiday. When Wang Tang woke up in the morning, he found that the scabs on his wounds had fallen off, and he could finally stop wearing bandages. I'm going home so my parents won't worry. Wang Tang ate breakfast and then left the school. Outside the school gate, a black sedan was parked on the side of the road. When Wang Tang came out, a man who had been staring at the school gate next to the car suddenly lit up and walked over. Are you Wang Tang? Seeing a stranger walk towards him and call out his name, Wang Tang was somewhat surprised and frowned, asking, Who are you? What do you want with me? It's my patriarch who's looking for you. By the way, my patriarch's surname is Yao, said the man in the black suit. His surname is Yao. Wang Tang raised an eyebrow. I'm sure you've already figured it out. Please come with me. The man was somewhat smug, thinking that Wang Tang had been intimidated. After all, given their family's status as patriarch, summoning a low-level martial artist who was still a student was practically giving them too much face. However, get out, Wang Tang said coldly. This so-called head of the Yao family is probably Yao Jun's father. Given his grudge against Yao Jun, no matter what his purpose is, Wang Tang doesn't want to pay attention to him or have any interaction with him. The man's expression froze instantly, and he said incredulously, Do you know what you're saying? I told you to get lost, can't you understand human language? Wang Tang said expressionlessly. Do you even know who my family head is? Before the man could finish speaking, Wang Tang walked around him and headed away. Stop right there. Enraged, the man clawed at Wang Tang's shoulder with his right hand. Bang! But the next moment, the man felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, a sharp pain in his face, and then he was sent flying to the side. How can he be so strong? The man crashed heavily to the ground, and before he could even process the thought, he passed out. A middle-aged man in the black sedan was finally alerted and got out of the car. Seeing the man who had fainted on the ground and Wang Tang standing to the side, he frowned, slowly walked over, and said, Young man, being too aggressive is not a good thing. What is your relationship with Yao Jun? Wang Tang didn't answer him at all, but asked instead. A flash of anger crossed the middle-aged man's face, but he forced it down and said, I am Yao Jun's father, Yao Guancheng. Yao Jun is much more aggressive than I am, which is definitely not a good thing. We should go back and give him a good talking to, Wang Tang said. Yao Guancheng was so angry that he wanted to slap Wang Tang to death, but he couldn't. He took a deep breath and said, I won't argue with you. I came here today to reconcile with you. Reconciliation? Wang Tang sneered as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Your son wanted to kill me, and you want me to reconcile with you? There is no grudge in this world that cannot be forgiven. If there is, it must be because the stakes are not high enough, Yao Guancheng said. Hey, Wang Tang chuckled sarcastically. He had to admit he was disgusted by Yao Guancheng's attitude. Tell me, what do you want in return for reconciliation? As long as the conditions aren't unreasonable, I can agree to anything you ask for, Yao Guancheng said confidently. I'm sorry, I have no interest in reconciling with someone who wants to kill me, Wang Tang said coldly. Without giving Yao Guancheng a chance to reply, she walked past him and continued forward. Do you know what the consequences will be if you reject my kindness? Yao Guancheng shouted from behind him, his face grim. Wang Tang stopped in his tracks. Yao Guancheng thought he was scared, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Are you threatening me? Wang Tang smiled inexplicably. Before you touch me, you'd better think carefully about whether your Yao family can bear the consequences. Yao Guancheng stared at Wang Tang's departing figure, his face grim, his heart filled with doubt and unease. Could this kid have some background that I don't know about? On the way back, Wang Tang was still thinking about the Yao family. Yao Guancheng definitely didn't genuinely want to reconcile with him. The contemptuous attitude Yao Guancheng subtly revealed showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. He probably encountered something that forced him to choose reconciliation. However, one thing is certain, Yao Guancheng did not know that Tantai Zan was his teacher, otherwise he would not have dared to utter any threatening words even if he had 100 times more courage. Clearly, the Red Tiger Legion completely suppressed news of that day, and outsiders had no idea what happened. Xiao Nanfeng, as the leader of an army, had lost face so badly. It was not something to be proud of, so how could he let outsiders know? Therefore, Yao Guancheng's pressure likely comes from within the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. So as long as I agree to a settlement, the martial arts school won't be able to cause him any trouble. This Yao Guancheng really has a good plan. A cold smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. But why didn't the Red Tiger Legion cause trouble for Yao Jun? He was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, Yao Jun was the culprit behind this series of events, and the Red Tiger Legion should not have let him off the hook. However, he couldn't understand the thoughts of these people in power. Perhaps they didn't even remember Yao Jun anymore. After all, to someone like Xiao Nanfeng, Yao Jun was like an ant on the ground. How could a giant care about such an insignificant ant? Wang Teng shook his head and let the matter go. Not long after, he took a taxi back to the deer park. "Mom, I'm home," Wang Teng called out as soon as he entered the door. "My son is back." Li Shumei's eyes lit up as she walked out of the living room. "Yeah, I just finished my mission, so I came back to see you guys first, and then I have to go back to school," Wang Teng said. "Perfect timing. I'll get you something nice for lunch, then you can go back to school tonight," Li Shumei said happily as she pulled Wang Teng into the house. "Oh, my dad's home too," Wang Teng said in surprise when he saw Wang Shengguo in the living room. "Shouldn't Wang Shengguo be at the company at this time?" "You're back." Wang Shengguo nodded to him. "Dad, you didn't go to the company today?" Wang Teng asked. "Don't even mention it. Dudu's relatives don't dare to cause trouble at Luyuan, but they block your dad's company every day, which annoys him so much that he has to stay home to avoid them," Li Shumei said. "They actually dared to cause trouble at our company?" Wang Teng frowned. "Dad, what exactly happened? Where did they get the nerve?" It's no secret that Wang Teng became a martial artist. Many people know about it. Dudu's relatives must know he's a martial artist, yet they still dare to cause trouble. Do they have some kind of backing? "They found a 2-star warrior from somewhere," Wang Shengguo said helplessly. "A 2-star combatant, I'll go and meet him," Wang Teng said. "Forget it, let's lay low for a while. I don't believe that a 2-star warrior can be summoned at will. They must have paid some price. They can't afford to hire him for a long time," Wang Shengguo said, somewhat worried that Wang Teng was no match for him. "Yes, let's not confront him head-on. You're still young, and you'll definitely be stronger than that 2-star warrior in the future," Li Shumei quickly comforted Wang Teng, afraid he would be discouraged. The elderly couple had no idea how powerful Wang Teng had become. They were worrying unnecessarily. "Dad, Mom, I'm already a 4-star warrior level martial artist," Wang Teng said, both amused and exasperated. "What?" The two of them widened their eyes, wondering if they had misheard. "I said, I'm already a 4-star warrior level martial artist," Wang Teng repeated helplessly. "A 4-star combatant?" Wang Shengguo was still somewhat incredulous, asking suspiciously, "Son, are you kidding me?" "Yes, but don't try to make your mother happy," Li Shumei said. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy for a live test and show you," Wang Teng said. "No need for that, we trust you." Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei exchanged a glance and said with emotion, "We just feel it's a bit too unreal. You've only been a martial artist for a short time, how come you're already a 4-star warrior? I've heard that it's very difficult for martial artists to advance." "Hee, your son is a genius, isn't he?" Wang Teng laughed. Wang Shengguo laughed loudly. "Excellent. My son has the makings of a warrior. Look how happy you are. A general? That's something you can achieve easily. I think you've gotten carried away." Li Shumei was actually quite happy too, but she still nudged Wang Shengguo and said, All right, I know, I'm just happy," Wang Shengguo said. "Mom and Dad, where's Dodo? I can't find her." Wang Teng looked around and asked in confusion. "I asked Sister Chen to take her to play in the neighborhood," Li Shumei said. Wang Teng nodded and then said to Wang Shengguo, "Dad, let's go to the company now and resolve this matter." "Okay, let's go now." Wang Shengguo excitedly put on his clothes and went out with Wang Teng. The two drove directly to the company. Mr. Wang. Young Master Wang. Chen Ergo from the company's security department was standing guard at the gate with his men when he saw the two of them, and his eyes lit up immediately. Hey, it's Chen Ergo. Wang Teng actually had some impression of Chen Ergo, mainly because his name was pretty cool. Young Master Wang, you actually still remember me. Chen Ergo was flattered. Ergo, are those people still around? Wang Shengguo asked. They're here. They're just blocking the lobby playing cards. They're not doing anything else, but they just won't leave, Chen Ergo said helplessly. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng. He knew that Wang Teng was a martial artist. A few days ago, President Wang was forced to hide at home by those people and hadn't come to the company. But today he suddenly came over, which must be because young Master Wang had returned. I wonder if young Master Wang can handle that martial artist? Chen Ergo muttered to himself. Take me there to have a look, Wang Teng said. Okay, young Master Wang, this way please. Chen Ergo led the way. They walked over to a group of people who were having a great time in the lobby, and the other group had obviously noticed Wang Teng and his companions as well. Oh, Mr. Wang, I heard you were away on a business trip and just got back today? One of the men, a man in his 30s with a stern face, stood up and said to Wang Shengguo with a smile. Before Wang Shengguo could say anything, Wang Teng stopped him and said to the man, "This is a private company. Please leave. Who are you? Do you have any right to speak here?" The mean-spirited man said, frowning. "He is my son, Wang Teng." Wang Shengguo said. "You are Wang Teng." The sarcastic man was startled and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Behind him, another burly man slowly stood up. "I heard you're a 1-star warrior. It's rare to have such strength at such a young age. However, you're no match for me. I'm taking care of this matter. Your Wang family should obediently hand over the person and not make me take action. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of fighting between martial artists," the burly man said calmly. Boom! Without saying a word, Wang Teng's aura as a 4-star warrior directly overwhelmed the opponent. The burly man, pale-faced, stumbled back several steps, knocking over all the chairs behind him, but he seemed oblivious, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. "You're not a 1-star soldier level." This 2-star warrior was no longer as confident and arrogant as before. At this moment, he was extremely horrified and completely dumbfounded. The mean-spirited man and the other relatives of Dodo were just ordinary people who couldn't withstand Wang Teng's aura at all. In their eyes, Wang Teng seemed to have transformed into a terrifying beast, staring at them menacingly, as if he wanted to devour them. The group of people were so frightened that they turned pale and collapsed to the ground under the pressure of Wang Teng's aura. They stared at him blankly, completely speechless. "A mere 2-star combat soldier, who gave you the courage to come here and cause trouble?" Wang Teng looked at the other party and said calmly. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an even stronger aura suddenly erupted and crashed down from above the head of the 2-star warrior. Bang! The other person's expression changed drastically. This time, he was finally unable to withstand Wang Teng's momentum and was directly knocked away. He then crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with terror. Faced with such a vast difference in strength, he couldn't muster any thought of resistance and repeatedly apologized and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. Get out," Wang Teng said coldly. "If I see you again, I'll send you to another world." Go to another world? The 2-star warrior's expression changed drastically. He clearly knew something. Wang Teng's talk of going to another world couldn't be as simple as just sending him on a trip. A sense of fear washed over me. "I'm leaving right now. He scrambled out of the company gate, completely ignoring the sarcastic man and the others. As the mean-spirited man and his companions watched the retreating figure of the 2-star martial artist disappear into the distance, they suddenly felt what despair truly meant. "You want Dudu's family's wealth?" Just then, Wang Teng's calm voice reached their ears, startling them. No, we never thought of that, absolutely never thought of that." The sarcastic man turned around and saw Wang Teng's expression, and shook his head repeatedly in fright. "Since you didn't think about it, what are you doing here, Wang Teng looked at him, his eyes slightly narrowed. The sarcastic man was speechless, unable to think of any good reason, and cold sweat poured down his forehead in his anxiety. At this moment, a middle-aged woman behind him quickly said, "We just want to see Dodo. That poor child, he lost his parents at such a young age. We are worried about him." "Hey," Wang Teng chuckled sarcastically. These people were good at lying through their teeth, but he was too lazy to argue with them. He said, Dodo doesn't want to see you. If you ever dare to appear in front of Dodo or my family again, I'll make sure you have no chance to spend your money. His words, though seemingly casual, sent chills down their spines. They immediately realized that Wang Teng wasn't joking, he really meant it. Compared to their own lives, money was secondary, and the group quickly promised not to ever appear in front of them again. Get out of here, Wang Teng said. The group of people ran out of the company in a very disheveled state, not daring to linger for even a moment, until they had run quite a distance before stopping, panting heavily. Brother, are we really just going to give up like this? The middle-aged woman asked the sarcastic man. Or do you really want to go against him? Even a 2-star warrior is like a mouse seeing a cat in front of him, almost wetting his pants in fear. What right do we have to go against him? The mean man glared. I'm just a little unwilling to accept it, it's so much money, the middle-aged woman said sheepishly. Money, 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 all you ever think about is money, the sarcastic man said irritably. That little brat is lucky, she found a powerful backer and no one will dare touch her now. The middle-aged woman's eyes darted around and she added, do you think the Wang family might also be after this wealth? Come on, he's a martial artist, and a powerful one at least at the 2-star warrior level. He wouldn't care about that little bit of money. I don't think it's possible. The sarcastic man shook his head and said, forget it, I'm not going to think about this anymore. I've decided to take a plane back to my hometown later. If nothing happens, I will never go back to Donghai again. Sigh, count me in. I'm not coming to Donghai again. Big cities like this are full of hidden talents and dangerous people. It's really not something people like us can handle, the middle-aged woman said, somewhat disheartened. The others were completely subservient to these two and had no say whatsoever. Once they made the decision, they immediately headed to the airport, booked the earliest available tickets, and returned to their hometown without looking back. Wang Teng ignored them. They were just ordinary people who couldn't cause any trouble, and it wouldn't cost them their lives over this. With no one causing trouble, the company finally returned to normal, and there was no more panic. In fact, because Wang Teng had just shown off his skills, the employees of those companies were in high spirits and were constantly talking about it in private. After all, their company's young master was a powerful martial artist, which not only made them feel proud, but also gave them more confidence in the company's future development. When Wang Shengguo and Wang Teng returned home, Li Shumei was cooking, and Dodo was already back and watching cartoons in the living room. Brother, you're back. When she saw Wang Teng, her eyes lit up, and she ran over excitedly, opening her arms for a hug. It's a pity he's so small. It would be so nice if he were a beautiful girl who asked for a hug. The thought popped into Wang Teng's mind, and he quickly shook his head and picked up the pretty girl in front of him. On the other side, Wang Shengguo excitedly told Li Shumei what had just happened, his tone filled with excitement and pride. Didn't you see? Our son was so impressive. He didn't even lift a finger. He just released his aura, and that 2-star martial artist was so scared he ran away without uttering a single harsh word. Wang Shengguo said with great joy. Last time you were arrested, I saw our son fight back. Those people were so scared they didn't dare to breathe. Martial artists are indeed very powerful, Li Shumei said with admiration. Regardless of that, our son is a martial artist, and so strong at that. The Wang family will only get better and better in the future, Wang Shengguo said with anticipation. By the way, Dad, the license has been obtained. You can start setting up the company now, Wang Teng said as he walked over. It's down. Wang Shengguo's eyes lit up, but he was also very surprised. How could it be so fast? Those are not ordinary licenses, they are licenses related to important strategic resources such as weapons and elixirs. He had long heard that even some very strong martial artists might not be able to get approved for the application. Even if the application is approved, there are a lot of procedures involved, such as qualification assessment and financial estimation, which are very troublesome and could easily take 6 months to a year. For some people, it's just a matter of a word, Wang Teng said with a mysterious smile. Wang Shengguo's heart skipped a beat. It seems Wang Teng has an extraordinary background. He became increasingly excited because the deeper Wang Teng's background was, the greater the benefits would be for the Wang family. However, upon further reflection, he suddenly felt that he could understand Wang Teng less and less. The current Wang Teng is not only powerful, but also possesses a profound background unknown to him, surpassing the accumulation of the Wang family over many years. Such achievements are truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, he did not ask any further questions. Wang Shengguo had mixed feelings and then chatted with Wang Teng for a while about setting up a new company. Not long after, Li Shumei finished cooking and invited everyone to sit down at the table. The lunch was very plentiful and the whole family enjoyed it very much. In the afternoon, Wang Teng said goodbye to his family and left home, but instead of returning to school immediately, he contacted Lin Chuan. For some time after the start of the semester, he and Lin Chuan had not seen each other, and he didn't know how she was doing in her new environment. After getting through on the phone and learning that she was at home, Wang Teng drove to her house. When Wang Teng arrived at Lin Chuan's house, Lin's mother was as hospitable as ever, offering him fruit and snacks, seemingly very happy to see him. Wang Teng, it's been a while since you've come. How's university life going? Lin's mother asked. It's fine, Auntie, Wang Teng said with a smile as he ate the fruit that Lin's mother handed him. That's good, that's good. Alright, you young people chat, I won't disturb you any longer. Lin's mother winked at Lin Chuan and went to the front of the shop with a smile. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes helplessly and said to Wang Teng, what kind of drug did you give my mom? She's so sympathetic to you. You don't understand, this is my personal charm, Wang Teng laughed. Showing off, Lin Chuan said helplessly. This guy has an incredibly thick skin. Come on, let's go upstairs and sit for a while. My sister hasn't seen you in a long time and keeps talking about you. You're really something, you can handle everyone, big and small, Lin Chuan teased. Is Chu Sha feeling any better lately? Wang Teng asked. It's still the same as always, Lin Chuan sighed. The two arrived at Lin Chusha's room. The windows in the room were open, and sunlight streamed in, dispelling the slight chill from the room. Lin Chusha was leaning on the windowsill, resting her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the sparrows on the street outside. It was unclear what she was looking at so intently. Chu Sha, look who's here. Lin Chu Han called out to her. Sister. Lin Chusha turned around and saw Wang Teng next to Lin Chuan. She exclaimed in surprise, brother-in-law. Lin Chuan slapped her forehead. Well, this brat is beyond redemption. Wang Teng burst into laughter when he saw her like this. During this time, a lot of attribute bubbles had accumulated in Lin Chusha's room. Wang Teng greeted her while secretly picking them up. Poison Force *10. Demon Lotus Poison Body *6. Poison Force *10. Gunfighting Technique *3. A total of 56 points of Poison Force and 45 points of Demon Lotus Poison Body attribute were obtained. Poison Force, 35 500ths, 2 stars. Demon Lotus Poison Body, 261 thousandths. This time, the Poison-type Primal Force directly jumped to 2 stars, but there is still a long way to go before it can reach the complete Demon Lotus Poison Body. This special physique is indeed not so easy to obtain. In addition, Wang Teng also gained 18 points in gunfighting attribute. It's obvious that this little girl must be secretly practicing gunfighting by herself all the time. However, Lin Chusha's talent seems to be quite strong. She was able to practice quite well by herself without going astray. This is something that most people cannot do. Brother-in-law, when will you take me out to play again? Lin Chusha asked. Next time, I'll definitely take you out next time I have time, Wang Teng said with a smile. Ah, next time again. Lin Chusha was a little disappointed. I'll definitely take you out next time, I promise, Wang Teng said, pointing 2 fingers at her forehead. Ouch, don't poke my forehead. Lin Chusha shook her head, then nodded and said, okay, but you can't lie to me. I'm a dog if I lie, Wang Teng laughed. Yes, it's a puppy. *. Wang Teng stayed at Lin Chuan's house for more than 2 hours. Around 4 p.m., Lin Chuan and Wang Teng prepared to go back to school. I'll take you, Wang Teng said. Lin Chuan tucked her hair back, nodded, and did not refuse. After saying goodbye to Lin's mother and Lin Chusha, the two arrived at the intersection, got into the car, and drove towards the university town. Donghai University Town. A sports car drove into Tunghai University and slowly stopped in front of the freshman dormitory building, attracting the attention of many students. A sports car. Who's that? I've never seen this license plate number before. It must belong to one of those rich kids from our school. The students around couldn't help but start talking, and suddenly someone exclaimed. Oh my god, look! It's Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan? Which Lin Chuan? Who else could it be? There's only one Lin Chuan in our school. *. Lin Chuan got out of the car and found that many eyes were looking at her and focusing on her. She felt a little helpless. But isn't this exactly the result she wanted? Looks like you're quite popular at Donghai University. Wang Teng parked the car, got out, and said with a smile. Of course, someone as outstanding as me will always be the center of attention wherever I go, Lin Chuan said, tossing her head. You're being arrogant, Wang Teng teased. Lin Chuan suddenly realized that she seemed to have been influenced by Wang Teng and was speaking a little incoherently. She coughed and said, wait here for a moment. I'll put my luggage back in the dormitory and then come down to treat you to a meal. Okay, go ahead. Wang Teng nodded. Lin Chuan carried her suitcase up to the dormitory building, leaving Wang Teng to wait there. The students who witnessed this scene were in an uproar. Holy crap, who is this guy? Lin Chuan got out of his car and was so friendly to him. Oh no, my ice queen has been melted. Is my love story, which hasn't even begun, really going to end like this? Did you hear that? My heart feels like it's breaking. Ellipsis ellipsis. Many people are speculating about Wang Teng's identity. Lin Chuan gained immense popularity from the very beginning of the semester thanks to her outstanding looks, temperament, and excellent academic performance. Many male students regard her as the new goddess of Donghai University, on par with the existing goddesses. A month into the semester, quite a few self-proclaimed outstanding boys have confessed their feelings to Lin Chuan. But Lin Chuan has not given any of them a kind look and has coldly rejected them all. As a result, Lin Chuan's popularity continued to rise. But now, Lin Chuan is coming to school in a boy's car, and her attitude towards him is quite intriguing, as if she already has someone she likes. Male students at Donghai University say they absolutely cannot accept this. A dozen minutes later, Lin Chuan came down from the dormitory building. She was accompanied by two other girls, and the three of them were chatting and laughing, appearing to be quite close. If you don't come down, these boys around here are going to tear me apart, Wang Teng laughed. Are you still afraid of them? Lin Chuan smiled slightly and asked in return. I'm not afraid. In my opinion, few of the martial arts students in your school are my match, but that doesn't mean I want to be treated like an animal and watched around. Wang Teng said casually. Before Lin Chuan could speak, a girl next to her who looked ordinary suddenly said, Chuan, your friend's tone is really arrogant. Ignore him, he's always been outspoken, Lin Chuan said. But he doesn't mean any harm, so don't take it to heart. If she weren't your friend, I would definitely have a serious talk with her, said the ordinary-looking girl. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng simply smiled and didn't say anything more. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen you speak up for a guy like this. Aren't you going to introduce him? The ordinary-looking girl said again. The other girl who came with Lin Chuan was cute and pretty, with a bob haircut and a slightly chubby face. Her looks were only slightly less than Lin Chuan's, but the two had completely different temperaments and were two different types of beauties. At this moment, she chimed in, that's right, that's right. Such a handsome young man, please introduce him to us. Hey, Tian Xiaoxiao, do you have to be so shameless? The ordinary-looking girl suddenly shouted helplessly. What does it matter? He's so handsome, I can forgive anything he says, Tian said with a smile. The girl, who looked ordinary, immediately put her hand to her forehead, looking completely defeated. Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Chuan shook her head helplessly and said, let me introduce you. This is my high school deskmate, Wang Teng. He is currently studying at the Yellow Sea Naval Academy and is also a martial arts student. Wow, my high school deskmate. Tian Xiaoxiao exclaimed immediately, as if she had discovered something incredible, and then said enviously. Why didn't I have such a handsome guy as my deskmate in high school? You're such a fangirl. The girl, who looked ordinary, was full of disdain and disgust, but when she looked at Wang Teng, she was somewhat surprised. You're actually a student at the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. No wonder you're so arrogant. But we martial arts students from Donghai University aren't pushovers either. Yes, the martial arts students from Donghai are also very impressive. Wang Teng didn't argue with her and nodded. HMPH. The ordinary-looking girl snorted softly. These two are my roommates. Her name is Xu Wantong, and the girl next to her who is infatuated with a boy is Tian Xiaoxiao, Lin Chuan said. I'm not a fangirl. Tian Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. If you're not a fangirl, who is? You can't walk past any handsome guy. Xu Wantong retorted without any politeness. No way, I don't treat other guys like that, Tian Xiaoxiao retorted. Hee, that's because they're not handsome enough, Xu Wantong said, glancing at her sideways. Seeing the two bickering again, Lin Chuan shook her head helplessly and said, "They're always like this, you'll get used to it." "It's nothing, it's quite lively like this." Wang Teng chuckled. However, Lin Chuan's two roommates are actually not difficult to get along with. It can be seen that although they both have some minor flaws, they are not serious. "It's so lively, it's noisy every day," Lin Chuan said, but then she seemed to think of something and couldn't help but laugh. Chuan, you have to be the judge. Shu Wantong is bullying me." Tian Xiaoxiao ran over and grabbed Lin Chuan's arm, shaking it vigorously. All right, do you still want to eat?" Lin Chuan said. "Eat." Tian Xiaoxiao and Shu Wantong immediately stopped arguing and said in unison. "It's rare for you to treat us, how can we miss it?" Shu Wantong muttered. "Then let's go quickly," Lin Chuan said. Lin Chuan walked out of the school first, and Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao quickly followed. The boys around them watched as Wang Teng left with 3 girls, and another wave of desperate wails followed. There aren't many girls in the martial arts academy to begin with, and beauties like Lin Chuan and Tian Xiaoxiao are extremely rare. Even the boys in their own school don't get this kind of treatment. And yet, a guy who came out of nowhere managed to take them both away at the same time. Is this even fair? This world is too cruel. Lin Chuan and her friends didn't go to any fancy restaurants, but instead chose a restaurant outside the school with a nice atmosphere and reasonable prices. After ordering, the group chatted while waiting. The group mainly chatted about the recent situation at school. Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao were quite curious about Huang Haijun Academy, so they asked questions here and there, and the conversation never stopped. Wang Teng would occasionally steer the conversation toward Lin Chuan, subtly probing her until he managed to extract information about some of her experiences at school. "Your college life seems even more fulfilling than mine," Wang Teng remarked, glancing at Lin Chuan. "What, judging from your words, your university life is quite eventful, isn't it?" Lin Chuan narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. "Haha, you're definitely overthinking it," Wang Teng chuckled dryly. Lin Chuan stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly said, "Take me to your school sometime?" "Huh?" Wang Teng was immediately startled, thinking narcissistically, "I'm a popular figure at school, and I'm quite popular with girls. What if Lin Chuan sees this and gets jealous? Is it not allowed?" Lin Chuan asked. "No, it's just that outsiders need to apply to enter our school," Wang Teng said. "Then you should go and apply," Lin Chuan said. Wang Teng seemed to have made a major decision, and nodded, saying, "All right, let me know in advance when you're coming, and I'll apply." Lin Chuan finally showed a satisfied expression. After dinner, Wang Teng escorted Lin Chuan back to her dormitory. "It's getting late, I should go back to school," Wang Teng said to Lin Chuan as he opened the car door. Lin Chuan nodded gently and said, "Thank you for coming with me today." "Don't thank me." Wang Teng waved his hand. "I'm leaving." He then got into the car and sped away. "Don't say thank you to me." "Wow, Wang Teng is so handsome," Tian Xiaoxiao exclaimed, cupping her hands to her heart. "Come on, you lovesick fool." Lin Chuan couldn't help but tap her on the head. Seriously, it ruined the atmosphere. The 3 of them entered the dormitory, but their voices could be faintly heard. Chu Han, do you like Wang Teng?" How is that possible?" "I'll contact him tonight. We just added each other on WeChat." Wang Teng returned to school after 8 o'clock. He also drove his car to the school. After all, in a big city like Donghai, it's really inconvenient to go out without a car. The school has a dedicated parking lot for students and teachers. In this respect, it must be said that students majoring in martial arts and liberal arts are different. The school does not allow liberal arts students to drive to school and implements a fully enclosed teaching system, but there is no such rule for martial arts students. It's not about giving special treatment, it's just that the status of martial arts students is destined to be different, and we can't follow the rules rigidly in everything. The martial arts students at the school all have to go on missions, many of which are near the East China Sea, but these are remote areas and few drivers are willing to go there. No amount of money can change that. After all, in the martial arts era, many animals and plants mutated under the nourishment of the force, posing a certain degree of danger. If you don't have a car, just finding a ride to those places can take up most of the day if you're unlucky, which is a complete waste of time. Therefore, a car is very necessary. The school is aware of this, so it does not prohibit it. Many students in the military academy own their own cars. Of course, they don't lack the money to buy a car. Some people even own several cars and drive them in rotation, since the damage rate is quite high when they're out and about, and one of them will be scrapped from time to time. Wang Tang heard all of this from the senior students in the martial arts club. He was thinking that he should buy a few more as backup, preferably some that were more durable. With the students returning, the school suddenly became much more lively, and many buildings lit up, unlike the deserted atmosphere of the previous days. The next day, school proceeded as usual. Wang Tang discovered that after a holiday, many freshmen had become martial artists. That's right, they are martial artists. Perhaps because they had just broken through, those students did not yet know how to control the force, which was faintly escaping from their bodies. With Wang Tang's abilities, it would be easy for him to notice. It's not surprising, really. Anyone who can get into the Yellow Sea Naval Academy must be quite talented. Moreover, many of them are advanced martial arts apprentices or above, only a step away from becoming martial artists. Once they enter the school, accumulate enough credits to buy resources for cultivation, and they will soon advance to the level of martial artists. Upon entering university, not only Wang Tang made progress, but everyone was also working hard to climb the ladder. Especially with the emergence of an anomaly like Wang Tang in this year's class. Many students who consider themselves the pride of heaven are holding their breath and are all secretly chasing after Wang Tang as their goal. Hu Pinliang and his roommates also successfully advanced to martial artists, not one of them was left behind. Bailey Qingfeng was among them. It seems that what he said a couple of days ago, that he was just a little short, really was just a little short. I wonder if he was spurred on by Wang Tang, or if he was already preparing to advance to the martial artist level. However, some students have not yet been promoted. Everyone's qualifications and abilities are different, so it is impossible for them all to be promoted at the same time. Before class, the students gathered together and discussed excitedly, their faces beaming with smiles. Some were happy, some were excited, and some were even a little cocky. Wang Tang, I have advanced to the martial artist level. Once I have mastered the force combat techniques, we can have a match. A boy walked straight up to Wang Tang and said with a smile. The surroundings fell silent instantly, and the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Holy crap, Chen Yang actually challenged Wang Tang? He's too much. I don't even know what to say. Who gave him the courage? We can't say that. We've all mythologized Wang Tang. He might not be that strong. We're all geniuses from different places and high schools. No one is weaker than anyone else. What Wang Tang can do, we might be able to do as well. Then why don't you go? Let me pause for a moment, Chen Yang will go first. Ellipsis. The students immediately started discussing it, with many finding it unbelievable and thinking that Chen Yang had probably gotten too arrogant. But nobody wants things to get out of hand. Since the start of the semester, Wang Tang has achieved remarkable results, becoming the so-called rookie king. Many people sincerely think he is amazing, but it is impossible for everyone to be convinced. Who isn't a genius? Doesn't Chen Yang know the difference in ability? No, he knows. But he still wanted to try. As a martial artist, if he didn't even have the courage to take on a challenge, then there was no point in practicing martial arts. Seeing more is meaningless. Only by actually fighting will he be satisfied. Wang Tang was chatting with Hu Pinliang and a few others when he heard the voice. He looked up and stared in surprise at the handsome young man in front of him. You want to challenge me? Yes, but not now, it will be a month from now, Chen Yang said. Your courage is commendable, but you can never be my match, not now, and not ever, Wang Tang said, shaking his head. He wasn't being disparaging, he was simply stating a fact. His gaze has always been fixed ahead, and freshmen like Chen Yang have been left far behind. Even if he turns around, he might not be able to see it. That's the difference. Chen Yang didn't understand this point and, as if he had been humiliated, looked somewhat embarrassed. HMPH, we'll only know who wins and who loses after the fight. If you insist on competing, I can give you a chance, but I hope you won't regret it, Wang Tang said. Wang Tang, you're too arrogant. Chen Yang felt like he was about to explode. Listen to what they're saying. What does it mean to give you a chance? What does it mean to hope you won't regret it? Every word he said was infuriating. It was blatant disrespect. I'm not being arrogant, I'm just stating a fact, Wang Tang said. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. See you in the ring in a month. Chen Yang said, then turned and left. Wang Tang shook his head. Chen Yang had no idea how much difference there was between their strengths. He was a 4-star warrior and could kill 5-star warriors, while Chen Yang had only just advanced to 1 star. Given Wang Tang's rapid advancement, his strength will be immense in a month. Chen Yang, at best, will only reach 2 stars. How can he possibly fight him? Despite Wang Teng's earnest and heartfelt persuasion, the other party simply wouldn't listen and even thought Wang Teng was insulting him. People just can't listen to good advice, Wang Teng sighed inwardly. Brother Teng, are you really going to fight him? Hu Pinliang asked, leaning closer. Lu Shu and the other two also looked at him, feeling somewhat curious. Whether they were foolish or courageous, they all admired Chen Yang for being the first person to challenge Wang Teng. At least he did what they dared not do. Yeah, since he wants to fight, let's have a match. It won't waste much time anyway, Wang Teng said calmly. Then, you'd better go easy on me, we're all classmates. Hu Pinliang hesitated for a moment before saying. Wang Teng was speechless. Am I the kind of person who doesn't know what's important? We don't know if you understand the seriousness of things, but your peculiar habit of praising others' talents is now known to almost the entire school, Song Shuhong said leisurely. Quote ellipsis quote. Damn, is this some kind of sabotage? The news that Chen Yang was going to challenge Wang Teng spread among the students of Class 1 of the war class, and soon many of the freshmen knew about it. This has nothing to do with Chen Yang, it's mainly because Wang Teng's reputation is indeed very high right now. Defeating several senior students ranked in the top 100 of the school in a row is a feat that not everyone can achieve. He is now not only famous but also highly respected, and many people are proud of this. Because of Wang Teng's presence, the upperclassmen looked at this year's freshmen with more respect, at least they didn't treat them like complete newbies as they used to. To put it bluntly, if Wang Teng were to stand up and raise his voice now, at least a third of the freshmen would come out to support him. As for this challenge, many people think Chen Yang has no chance and are just watching it as a spectacle, or perhaps using him as a stepping stone. If you're so capable, you go first, we'll cheer you on from behind. That's roughly what I was thinking. In fact, freshmen don't have a very intuitive understanding of the top 100 students in the school. Of course, it's also because Wang Teng defeated several students in the top 100, which lowered the psychological expectations of many freshmen for the top 100. They just thought Wang Teng was very capable. But Wang Teng is just a newcomer. If he can do it, why can't we? The saying, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, perfectly describes this mentality. However, when this news reached the ears of some sophomores and juniors, many shook their heads and laughed. To defeat the top 100 students in the school, one must possess at least the combat power of a 3-star warrior. Unless Chen Yang can advance to the 2-star warrior level within a month and learn a powerful force combat technique to reach the 3-star warrior level or above, he will be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, this is just child's play. During their leisure time, many students discussed this matter, but most of them were talking about Wang Teng. Have you heard? A freshman wants to challenge Wang Teng. A freshman? Who's that? So confident? I don't know, whoever he is, he's just a freshman. Wang Teng is probably going to give someone another chance to shine. After all, even the juniors and seniors can't escape it. Ellipsis. As Chen Yang walked around the school, he would often hear such discussions in the cafeteria, and then he would find himself completely relegated to the background. Damn, what a backdrop. His face turned green with anger. He thought this was a great opportunity to become famous, but things turned out to be quite unexpected. Nobody paid any attention to him. Everyone was talking about how Wang Teng would torment him a month later. Just you wait, I, Chen Yang, got in here with the raw strength of a limitless martial apprentice. With the support of my family and the school, I refuse to believe I can't catch up with that Wang Teng guy in a month. Chen Yang clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and thought angrily. Originally intending to go out and have some fun, Chen Yang turned around and headed towards the training building. Cultivate, train like crazy. The hype didn't last long. Everyone was busy with classes and studying, so who was thinking about it every day? In particular, those who haven't yet advanced to martial arts are all putting in their best effort to catch up as soon as possible, lest they fall too far behind. The newcomers who were promoted to martial artists did not relax at all. With Wang Teng as their role model, they naturally had to catch up and narrow the gap. Ellipsis. Time passed, and Wang Teng spent his days in class collecting attributes, and after class, he collected attributes again. Of course, after his comprehension and talent improved, his cultivation speed was also fast. After collecting all the attributes, he used his spare time to cultivate combat skills, and his various combat skills steadily improved. My campus life was very fulfilling. It was Wednesday, and during a theory class, Wang Teng picked up the attributes and slipped away. Wang Teng had already mastered the purely theoretical stuff by simply picking up attributes, far surpassing the other students in progress, and it wasn't difficult for him. He has gone further and further down the path of academic excellence. Then he went to Danding Academy to audit classes. He was quite interested in alchemy, runes, and forging. It's always good to have more skills. So whenever I have the chance, I try to audit classes. Because he visited so many times, teachers from all subjects got to know Wang Teng and paid him a lot of attention. They didn't want Wang Teng, a student with such outstanding martial arts talent, to go astray. However, they discovered that Wang Teng's talent in all subjects was also quite good. Therefore, I paid even more attention. Over time, even students in their own major couldn't stand it anymore, and many people complained. Hey, we're your little ones. Wang Teng is someone else's son, can we please not give him so much love? Sha Zhushou, the instructor from Danding Academy, stood on the podium and said, "You have been learning about identifying spiritual herbs for some time now. In this lesson, we will have a test. Class monitor, please come up and distribute the test papers." My advisor is so mean, giving me a crash course like this. You haven't studied at all, how are you going to pass the exam? That's right, Instructor Shaw is too cunning, he didn't even give us advance notice. The students below immediately screamed in terror. The class monitor of Class 1, Danding, stood up miserably, walked to the podium, took the test papers and distributed them to everyone. He thought being a class monitor would be a good thing, but it turned out to be not. The teacher asked the class monitor to do everything, and he was simply treated like a laborer. The most important thing in identifying spiritual herbs is to have a solid foundation. You spend 10 years practicing and only 1 hour refining pills. Do you expect me to give you time to review when you're refining pills? Sha Zhushou said. Teacher, you said it took 10 years of hard work. How long have we been studying? There are so many known medicinal herbs, and the book is as thick as a dictionary. How can we possibly memorize them all? The students complained. That's why you need to work hard, students, Sha Zhushou said encouragingly, then added, don't worry. Today's test is just a small quiz to see how well you've grasped the material so I can provide more targeted guidance later. The class monitor distributed the test papers to everyone, and Wang Teng was the last to receive one. He had one paper left. It was obvious that the mentor had prepared a special document for Wang Teng. He felt a little helpless, wondering why this guy was always around. It's one thing to have strong martial arts talent, but to also have extremely high talent in herbal medicine is simply unfair. I wonder how many points you can get. He slammed the test paper on Wang Teng's desk in an annoyed manner, then turned around and went back to his seat. Wang Teng shook his head and looked down at the exam paper. The exam has begun. Despite their complaints, the students had no choice but to obediently complete the exam. For a moment, the only sound in the classroom was the rustling of writing. This test isn't too difficult. Wang Teng glanced at the questions on the test and began to write furiously. In less than half an hour, the entire test paper was completed, and the student handed in the paper and prepared to leave. It seems there are no attributes to collect today. Wang Teng, you're done. Sha Zhushou was somewhat surprised, looking at the paper filled with answers. He hadn't expected that he had actually finished, but then frowned and said, aren't you going to check it again? No, this test paper isn't difficult at all, Wang Teng said calmly. Not difficult at all? Sha Zhushou couldn't help but glance at him. He personally created this test paper, and some of the questions are quite difficult. It's practically impossible for a complete beginner to answer them all. The last two questions were especially difficult, doubling the difficulty level. Students who didn't have a deep understanding of herbs would be lucky to get 1 or 2 right, but Wang Teng said they weren't difficult at all. Please sit down for a while, I'll take a look at your test paper. Seeing Wang Teng's arrogant tone, Sha Zhushou, out of curiosity, lowered his head and began grading the papers on the spot. Wang Teng had no choice but to return to his seat. The other students in the class were also very surprised to see this. Wang Teng finished it so quickly? Could this guy have just written down any answer randomly? Many people couldn't help but speed up, and after another half hour, someone finally handed in their paper. It was the class monitor of Danding Class 1. Wang Teng looked up. What was his name again? Like what? Wang Teng only occasionally audited classes, and the other students in the class always called him class monitor, so he didn't even remember their names. Sha Zhushou had already finished correcting Wang Teng's paper and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That kid Wang Teng really gave him quite a surprise. Seeing the class monitor Shang Cheng come up to hand in his paper, he couldn't help but turn it upside down. He figured he shouldn't show them the score, lest it be discouraging. After Shang Cheng handed in his paper, Sha Zhushou immediately began grading it. More students handed in their papers later. There weren't many questions, and everyone finished their papers before the end of get out of class, with plenty of time to spare. You all read for a while, I'll grade the papers, Sha Zhushou said. 20 minutes passed, and there was still a while before get out of class ended. After Sha Zhu finished correcting the last paper, she stood up, glanced at the whole class, and sighed inwardly. Compared to Wang Teng's test paper, the scores of the others were simply appalling. Looks like we're going to have to pull something big. You students didn't do very well on the test. Go back and copy the textbook on identifying medicinal herbs 10 times. I want to see it in a month, he said casually. Ah, the students couldn't help but shout. 10 times. No, teacher, people will die. Teacher, what were our scores? Why are you punishing us like this? Yeah, at least let us know how we died. Since you all say so, class monitor, why don't you come up and hand out the papers, and read out the scores to the students? Sha Zhushou said. Shang Cheng once again took on the arduous task of manual labor. He picked up a stack of papers from the podium, only to find a separate paper next to it. Teacher, this test paper? He couldn't help but ask. You don't need to worry about this one, just distribute the rest, Sha Zhushou said. Shang Cheng was full of suspicion, but he didn't say anything more and went down to distribute the exam papers. Looking down, he discovered that the first exam paper was actually his own. Upon seeing the score, his expression changed slightly. A perfect score on a test, and I only got 72 points? He wanted to ask his advisor if he had made a mistake, but he clearly didn't have the courage. The possibility of his advisor making a mistake was extremely small, so he decided not to humiliate himself. It's a little embarrassing to read your own score aloud. Shang Cheng, 72 points. Remembering his teacher's words, he still read them aloud. The class monitor only got 72 points? How could the score be so low? I didn't think this test was difficult at all. That's right, I thought even if I didn't get a high score, I could at least get a 70 or 80. Did the class monitor have an off day? The other students in the class couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, feeling it was unbelievable. Those questions looked quite easy, but they didn't expect to get such a low score. Unfortunately, they were clearly overthinking it. Cao Xin, 63 points. Yu Ming, 36 points. Rao Bang, 56 points. Ellipsis. The scores reported next were all below 70, and the majority of people even failed. Ah, I failed. I only got 36 points. I can't live anymore, Yu Ming yelled, his face turning bright red, and he slammed his head on the table. 36 points. That's way too low. The lowest score in history. I failed too, I only got 56 points. Rao Bang sighed, feeling like he had fallen into a low point in his life. These people were all top geniuses in high school, who would have thought that they would fail their first test in college. The students wailed incessantly, as if they had suffered a tremendous blow. The highest score was 75 points, and a quiet girl named Zhuo Chotong scored 3 points higher than Shang Cheng. When they heard her score, everyone was very surprised. They never expected that Zhuo Chotong, who usually kept a low profile, would get the highest score. Wang Teng glanced at the girl. She was quiet and gentle, the kind of girl whose beauty grew on you. She seemed a little shy in front of others and didn't dare to look them in the eye. You really can't judge a book by its cover, Wang Teng thought to himself. After seeing your scores, you don't feel like I wronged you, do you? Sha Zhushou said. The students felt somewhat ashamed. When you get back, you not only need to copy the book, but also correct the test paper. I will explain it again in the next class, Sha Zhushou added. That's all for now, get out of class dismissed. At this moment, Shang Cheng hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher, are you missing someone? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Did you miss one? Oh right, I don't think Wang Teng's name was called just now. Didn't he take the exam too? Yeah, I didn't hear Wang Teng's score. Sha Zhushou was also taken aback for a moment, then gave Shang Cheng a meaningful look and said, There was indeed a missing copy, but I deliberately didn't show it to you. Are you sure you want to know? Shang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Teacher, just say it. We've already done so badly on the test, so let the blow be even more devastating. Everyone was smart enough to pick up on the clues from the mentor's words. It seems I underestimated you guys. You're quite resilient. Sha Zusho nodded with a smile and said directly without any further words, Wang Teng, 100 points. PFF'd. Everyone felt as if they had been shot in the chest, their eyes widening as they stared blankly at Sha Zusho. Don't look at me, the score is correct. This is Wang Teng's score. Now you know why I didn't read his score to you. Sha Zusho was a little speechless. He had just praised them for their strong resilience, but in the blink of an eye, he was proven wrong. They all looked like they had lost their souls. Shang Cheng turned to look at Wang Teng, his eyes filled with shock. Seeing that Wang Teng still had a calm expression, as if getting 100 points was no big deal, Shang Cheng felt ashamed and embarrassed. Wang Teng is amazing. Zuo Chotong looked at Wang Teng, her pretty face full of admiration. Wang Teng's answer was perfect. I will use it as an example to explain to you in the next class. Sha Zusho paused for a moment, then said, Wang Teng, do you have any good learning experiences to share with everyone? I don't have much experience, but I think Instructor Sha's method is great. Just copy the book. If 10 times isn't enough, copy it 100 times. Diligence makes people excellent. Classmates, work hard. I believe in you, Wang Teng said, making things up. PFF'd. 100 times. The students felt as if they had been shot in the chest again. That's too ruthless. That's insane. These are not words a human being should say. Wang Teng, you are a devil. Sha Zusho ultimately didn't make the students of Danding Class 1 copy the book 100 times. After all, considering that the book was as thick as a dictionary, copying it 100 times would be rather inhumane. The students of Class 1 of Danding finally breathed a sigh of relief, but their eyes were filled with resentment towards Wang Teng. Even Zuo Chotong, who had previously admired Wang Teng, couldn't help but feel a bit resentful at this moment. Oh my god, 100 times is terrifying. Wang Teng's heart must be black if you cut it open. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Wang Teng gave them a "I'm doing this for your own good" look and leisurely left the classroom. Wang Teng. Just as I stepped out of the classroom, I heard Shang Cheng's voice behind me. What does Shang Cheng want with Wang Teng? The students, who were also planning to leave, stopped in their tracks. Is there something you need? Wang Teng asked. Our class only did poorly this time because we didn't study well. We won't lose to you next time, Shang Cheng said. Wang Teng looked around and asked everyone, do you all think so too? That's right, we just didn't study well. We definitely won't do so badly next time. This was originally their specialty, and Wang Teng was an outsider. No matter what, they couldn't afford to lose face in front of an outsider. Many people echoed this sentiment, saying that regardless of whether they could pass the test or not, they couldn't afford to be weak in terms of momentum. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel. After collecting attributes for so long, his ability to identify spiritual herbs had reached the proficiency level. Elixir identification, 351,000th proficient. In the alchemy world, there's an unwritten hierarchy for identifying medicinal herbs, ranging from beginner to advanced. Beginner, proficient, expert, master, grandmaster. The proficiency level is equivalent to that of a school instructor. In other words, his ability to identify medicinal herbs has reached the standard of a school tutor. He looked at everyone and laughed. It seems you still don't understand the difference between you and me. You are still striving for a perfect score, while the reason I only got a perfect score is because the test only has a perfect score. After saying that, Wang Teng turned and left without caring about the feelings of the others. Once he was far away, the students of Class 1 of Danding finally realized what was happening and instantly exploded on the spot. Too arrogant, too arrogant. But it seems that's exactly what he said. Don't forget, he only spent half an hour finishing this test. Damn it, they're boosting the enemy's morale while diminishing our own. So what if it's only half an hour? Maybe these are questions he's familiar with. That's right, that's right. We must do better than him next time. I don't believe he can get 100 every time. Ellipsis ellipsis. Shang Cheng's expression was rather unpleasant. He regarded Wang Teng as his opponent, but it seemed that Wang Teng did not take him seriously at all. What a frustrating feeling this was. Wang Teng ignored these comments. To him, progress was a constant process, and he believed that the gap between them was already so large, and would only widen in the future. So please don't compare yourself to him, or you'll only feel more hopeless. I'm doing all this for your own good, why don't you understand? Wang Teng sighed inwardly, a look of fatherly sorrow on his face. The next day, Thursday, there was a rune class. As soon as the instructor, Chen Yisheng, entered the classroom, he placed a stack of test papers on the desk and said with a smile, "Students, let's have a short quiz today." Then came a wail. One world, one cry of despair. Wang Teng noticed that the teachers seemed to like to do surprise attacks, catching you completely off guard, and wondered if it was some kind of perverse pleasure. The exam for rune specialists, aside from some theoretical content, mainly tests rune drawing skills. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. This exam was completely meaningless to him. He might as well just collect attributes. But since we're here, let's do it. Oink oink. Half an hour later, the exam is over. Time to hand in the papers. The students in the rune class looked up, stunned. Instructor Chen Yisheng knew that Wang Teng had a good grasp of basic runes, but he didn't expect him to finish the test so quickly. He glanced at Wang Teng with surprise, then immediately began grading the papers. A few minutes later, the test paper was finished. Chen Yisheng was amazed. The test paper was perfect. Even the basic runes that were difficult were drawn perfectly. It felt exactly the same as the standard version, as if it were made from the same mold. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, he'd seen plenty of students who could do that. Copying is not difficult. The difficulty lies in possessing one's own spirituality. The runes drawn by Wang Teng already possess their own spirituality, which is extremely rare. Talismanology is not a rigid discipline. Its basic structure is not difficult, but its difficulty lies in its ever-changing nature. A person with talent but lacking spirituality may become a rune master, but they will never go very far. Their future is limited. People with spirituality are different. Their future is immeasurable. There aren't many people like that. As for spirituality, it's a bit mysterious. The runes drawn all look the same, so how can you tell whether they have spirituality or not? In fact, for a rune master of this caliber, it's obvious at a glance. Just like calligraphy, when copying the same characters, some people are very rigid, while others can write with spirit. Calligraphers who have been immersed in it for many years can see the difference between them. After grading the papers, Chen Yisheng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Wang Teng, seemingly lost in thought. In the afternoon, forging class. The instructor of the forging class was an incredibly burly man, at least 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as his thighs. When Wang Teng first met this mentor, he immediately thought of Lu Zisheng. Both were muscular men and their bulging muscles looked terrifying. Those fitness instructors from my past life would be utterly ashamed if they saw them dressed like this. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder, are all blacksmiths like this? If they all become like this in the future, he'll be crying his eyes out in the toilet. Fortunately, he relies entirely on acquired attributes, and so far he hasn't developed explosive muscles. The instructor for the forging class was named Shang Ba. Yes, that's right, such a rugged and domineering name. However, all the students felt that he had chosen the wrong name. Students, we're having a test today. See the metal on your forging tables? Your task is to complete the tempering and forging before the end of get out of class, and I will grade you based on your completion, Shang Ba said. His voice was not domineering at all. On the contrary, it sounded like a humanities tutor. Just by listening to his voice, you would never guess that he was a muscular man over 2 meters tall. They didn't even test the theory, they went straight to forging. Wang Teng looked at the metal on the forging table, somewhat surprised. This is a relatively common type of black iron sand. As the exam began, Wang Teng recalled the information about black sand iron and opened the forging furnace next to him. When the temperature reaches a certain point, a gentle force is used to send the black iron sand into it. That's about it. A dozen minutes later, Wang Teng precisely aimed at the right moment and took the black iron sand out of the forging furnace. The hammer was swung up and the clanging sound of hammering rang out. Meanwhile, the other students had also begun their own forging, and the entire forging room was filled with the noise of metal clanging. The sound of Wang Teng's hammering blended into the cacophony of other sounds, making it impossible to discern anything clearly. But Shang Ba raised an eyebrow. That sound. His ears twitched and he immediately found the source. Don't assume that just because people in the forging workshop are exposed to noise every day, their hearing is worse than that of ordinary people. As martial artists, they naturally have ways to protect their hearing. Even for blacksmiths, hearing is important because they need to listen to the sound of metal. Skilled blacksmiths can determine the amount and location of impurities within metal by sound alone, thus refining the most perfect material. Shang Ba's gaze instantly locked onto Wang Teng, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was him. He didn't approach, he just observed from the podium. The more I looked at it, the more alarmed I became. What exquisite forging skills. Is Wang Teng the inheritor of some forging family? But wait, I heard he's just the son of an ordinary merchant family in Donghai, with no special background. Could he have figured it out on his own? If so, Wang Teng's talent is quite extraordinary. Various thoughts flashed through Shang Ba's mind before he turned his gaze to the other students. He couldn't just ignore the other students for the sake of Wang Teng. Among the other students in the forging class, there are quite a few promising talents. Ding ding ding. Clang, clang, clang. This was Wang Teng's first time forging. At first, he didn't go very fast, mainly just getting used to it. Later, he gradually increased his speed, swinging the iron hammer incessantly, leaving only after images, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. The students around him couldn't help but look over at Wang Teng. The sound frequency was so fast and so prominent that it was impossible for anyone to miss it. When the students saw what was happening to Wang Teng, they were all stunned. Is this hand speed because you've been single for too long? Everyone gaped, some speechless, each harboring their own grievances. Shang Ba opened his mouth, suddenly feeling a little envious. He only had that kind of hand speed when he was young. It's so good to be young. An hour and a half later, Wang Teng finished forging the iron completely. Looking at the shiny black sand iron in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction. He didn't say anything, he just raised his hand. Shang Ba had already seen him stop forging, and walked over when he saw him raise his hand. Ignoring the temperature, I picked it up and took a look. The look of surprise in his eyes deepened. This is 100-fold forging. Shang Ba doubted whether he had seen it wrong, so he immediately flipped it over and looked at it twice more, making sure he didn't miss any corner. They even used their primal force to penetrate the metal, finally confirming that it was indeed 100 refined black sand iron. The so-called 100 times forging refers to forging the raw material hundreds of times. The more times it is forged, the fewer impurities will be inside the metal. Above the 100 times forging, there are 1,000 times forging, 10,000 times forging, 100,000 times forging, and even 1,000,000 times forging. Some blacksmiths are willing to spend years or even decades to forge a single weapon. Where do you think their time goes? Of course, to complete such a high level of forging, the materials must be of good quality. Otherwise, even 1,000 forgings might be enough to ruin it, let alone 10,000. Too much of a good thing is bad. Correspondingly, only those with the finest materials will be forged by blacksmiths who are willing to spend a great deal of precious time on forging. Black sand iron is just the most common metal material. Reaching 100 forgings is already the limit. Even if the forger's skills are not good and the force is not well controlled, resulting in excessive pressure, it will become a useless piece of scrap iron after being hammered less than 100 times. Very good. This piece of black sand iron is extremely well made, and its tempering degree has reached 97%. It is already a rare piece of refined iron. Shang Ba praised without reservation, his eyes full of admiration as he looked at Wang Teng. This is an excellent prospective blacksmith. Even with the same 100 forgings, the degree of tempering can vary, depending entirely on the blacksmith's skill. In the forging industry, no one has ever achieved 100% tempering. That is an ideal value, almost impossible to reach. Even with the most ordinary materials, it would be impossible for a master blacksmith to achieve the same result. Therefore, in Shang Ba's view, Wang Teng's achievement of 97% was already the highest possible score and the most outstanding possible score. Everyone else was engrossed in forging and didn't hear Shang Ba's words, otherwise they really wouldn't have been able to concentrate on forging at this point. Your forging skills are quite good. Have you ever had a master? Shang Ba asked, voicing his doubts. No, I learned it in your class, Professor, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. He mastered this level of knowledge in such a short time based solely on what he learned in my class. Although he was somewhat prepared, Shang Ba was still shocked to hear Wang Teng admit it himself. Alright, nothing else, you can go home now. Shang Ba waved his hand and added, by the way, I'll leave this piece of 100 refined black sand iron with me for now. And I'll return it to you next class. Okay. Wang Teng didn't know what Shang Ba wanted to do with the black sand iron, but he knew that Shang Ba wouldn't covet a mere piece of 100 refined black sand iron. After Wang Teng left, Shang Ba announced the end of the get out of class 10 minutes before it was time to leave. He then checked the students' results one by one. Two of them had reached the 100th level of refinement, but their refinement level was far inferior to Wang Teng's, one at 67% and the other at 83%. 67% is quite good for a beginner. As for the other 83%, it is a student from a forging family. He already has a good foundation, so reaching this level can be considered excellent. Shang Ba announced the results, gave a final pep talk, and then announced that he was being dismissed. Wait, mentor, what is Wang Teng's tempering level? The student from the forging family asked, standing up. Shang Ba really couldn't bear to discourage the child, but seeing his determined eyes, he sighed and said, 100 refinements, 97%. The students in the class were all shocked. It has actually reached 97% of the tempering level. How can it be so high? It would take at least a master-level blacksmith to reach this level. So such geniuses really do exist in this world, the student from the forging family said bitterly. He's an exception. There aren't many geniuses like him in the world. There's no need to compare yourself to him. You're already very good, Shang Ba comforted him. It would have been better not to offer comfort. The attempt to do so only made the student feel worse. There's no comparison at all, it's so discouraging. In an instant, the student's face turned ashen, and an aura of dejection permeated his entire being. Here we go again, Shang Ba sighed inwardly. This student was excellent in every way, but every time he was hit hard, he would turn into this zombie-like state, which was really both funny and sad. He coughed and said, Ahem, Yang Gong, I suddenly feel that if you work a little harder, you may catch up with Wang Teng soon. Really, mentor? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. I knew it, I won't lose to anyone. Teacher Shang, I'm going back to train hard now. Goodbye, goodbye, phew tilde, Shang Ba let out a long breath. These past few days, all the academies have been holding exams, including the War Academy and the Command Academy. The Command Academy tests theory, sand table simulations, and battlefield command, which Wang Teng has little interest in. He picked up the attributes, but he won't go to the exams. In the War Academy, which is a specialized department, there are also exams for theoretical courses, but the main focus is on practical combat. Friday afternoon. The practical course instructor, Deng Bai, led everyone towards the training building. As he walked, he said, Today is the practical assessment. We'll take it together with the other classes later. The War Academy has the most students, with more than one class. On the way, Wang Teng's War Class 1 encountered several other classes. The instructors greeted each other and then gathered together at the training building. They actually took the exam with the other classes. If I don't do well on the test, wouldn't I be embarrassed? You must do well on the test later, you can't lose to the other classes. Ellipsis ellipsis. Not only class 1 of the war zone, but the other classes were also whispering among themselves, none of them wanting to lose to the other classes. When they arrived at the training building, they found that Dean Tong Hu of the War Academy, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, was already waiting for them. Is the dean personally presiding over this assessment? It's so serious and formal, I'm getting a little nervous, the crowd whispered. Let's go, to the 5th floor, Tong Hu said directly. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised, because the 5th floor is not usually open to the public, yet this assessment was being held on the 5th floor. When he reached the 5th floor, a look of doubt crossed his eyes. The scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. The first thing you see is a corridor, and on both sides of the corridor are rooms that look exactly the same size. The door was tightly closed and the partition was very small, indicating that the space inside must be quite limited. This is the virtual combat room, Tong Hu said, leaving everyone stunned. Virtual combat lab. Could it be like the virtual devices in movies? Impossible. Has our technology reached this level? I've never heard of such a thing. If even virtual devices have appeared, then can't we also create virtual games? The crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves. This news was quite explosive for everyone, and many people were very curious about it, staring at each room as if they wanted to see right through them. You guessed right, this is the kind of virtual device you're thinking of. It's still considered a strategic resource, so it's not open to the public yet, Tong Hu said. It's actually true. Wang Teng's eyes also showed surprise, and he couldn't help but frown. Just how far has technology progressed? It seems that there are still many things that ordinary people cannot access. Don't tell anyone about this for now, or you'll be severely punished. Only a few top universities in the country have this kind of equipment, so you should be grateful. But when the time is right, the country will roll it out on a small scale, and that time shouldn't be too far off, Tong Hu added. So strict. Everyone felt a chill, but at the same time, they were even more eager to try. Alright, enough chit-chat. Go into a room yourselves. Choose the difficulty and the scene yourself. The computer will give you a comprehensive score based on your performance, Tong Hu said. There are also challenges and scenarios. Wow, this looks like it could be really fun. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and couldn't wait to choose a room to enter. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to have long forgotten that this was an assessment, treating it more like a game. Hey, these little guys seem pretty happy right now. Hopefully they won't cry when they come out. Tong Hu couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, then turned to the instructors and said, let's go to the control room and see how they're doing. The control room that Tong Hu mentioned was at the end of the corridor. It was a very large room with screens on the walls displaying images of deserts, grasslands, and even oceans. The students had already entered the virtual environment and begun their assessment. After Wang Teng entered the room, he found that the space inside was indeed very limited, with only a huge, silver-white gaming pod-like machine inside. Please enter your identity information, put on the sensor helmet, and enter the virtual cabin, a prompt came from inside the machine. With a look of surprise in his eyes, Wang Teng entered his student ID number, put on the helmet that was placed to the side, and stepped into the so-called virtual pod. All personnel in position. Wang Teng, welcome to the Shenlong Type 08 virtual capsule. Door closed. Connecting to the neural network, collecting body data. Collection complete. Enter the virtual world. Wang Teng's vision went black, as if the whole world was spinning, and the scene in front of him changed instantly. The surroundings had completely transformed into a void, with enormous stars orbiting around it, and in the distance, an inverted Milky Way hung, just like the real universe. Wang Teng was speechless. This shock made him realize the power of technology. He looked down and found himself floating there. He touched his body and face, and it felt incredibly real, even his expression was indistinguishable from reality. It looks exactly like the real thing. Has technology not declined, but rather made groundbreaking progress? Hello Wang Teng, welcome to the virtual world. Please select a virtual scene. A mechanical voice rang out. Why does this feel like AI? Wang Teng was once again extremely surprised. As the sound faded, scenes appeared before him, flashing by like a fleeting glimpse. Choose a grassland scene. Wang Teng randomly selected one. Grassland scene confirmed. Please select difficulty level. There are 5 levels of difficulty: beginner, intermediate, advanced, nightmare, and even hell. Hell level. This is 1 level more difficult than the 9 palaces challenge I tried last time. I wonder how difficult it will be. Should I give it a try? It's just a virtual battle anyway. Wang Teng immediately made a decision. Choose hell difficulty. Hell difficulty confirmed. Please get ready. Enter. The scene shifted again, and Wang Teng found himself standing on a vast grassland. And the grass here is as tall as a person. Is this a grassland? Wang Teng cursed. Even on Earth, which had been affected by the Force, grass wouldn't grow this tall. Or is this the starting difficulty setting for a hellish game? But it's really too realistic. Everything is exactly the same as reality. If you didn't know, who would have thought that this is a virtual scene? Wang Teng exclaimed with admiration, but isn't this technology a bit too advanced? Can Earth really develop something like this now? It's not that I look down on our own people on Earth, but the technology is really out of touch with reality, it's far from it. In his opinion, even if Earth advanced another 100 years, it might not be able to do it. Forget it, I can't figure it out anyway. By the way, there's no instructions on how to play this thing. Wang Teng looked at the empty grassland, shook his head, and randomly chose a direction to walk in, but his vigilance still rose. In any case, this is a real-world assessment, not a leisurely trip. Did someone choose the hell difficulty level? In the control room, staff members were reporting to Tong Hu and the various mentors. Hell level. The mentors were taken aback. Oh, who is it? Tong Hu asked, puzzled. He ordered, turn the live stream to the big screen. Yes. The staff displayed a live stream on the large screen in the center. It's actually this kid, Tong Hu laughed. It's Wang Teng. He's so confident that he actually chose the hell difficulty level. Even the top students on our school's ranking list wouldn't dare choose this hellish difficulty level. Hey, geniuses, isn't that normal? The top few have all chosen hell level before, but they just didn't dare to choose it again after experiencing it. When the mentors saw that it was Wang Teng, they were somewhat taken aback, but they all agreed that Wang Teng would be severely beaten, and they were immediately gloating. Ellipsis ellipsis. On the other side, Wang Tang walked on the grassland. Just then, he heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes beside him. The sound grew louder and louder. It felt as if something was constantly approaching. Spiritual vision. Wang Tang didn't forget that this was a hellish difficulty level, so he didn't dare to be careless and subconsciously used his spirit vision. But then he realized that this was a virtual world, and it was said that it could completely simulate body data. Who knew if these talents and skills could also be acquired? Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Magic. With a sigh, Wang Tang looked in the direction from which the sound came, and a burst of primal force light came into view. This level is at most a 2-star level. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, holding in his hand the basic weapon matched by the virtual space, a 1-star level battle sword. Whoosh! The next moment, a dark figure suddenly leapt out of the bushes and pounced on Wang Tang. What a huge rabbit! The white rabbit is white and white, with 2 ears standing up straight. Unfortunately, it's not cute at all. The exposed front teeth looked exactly like a pair of sharp steel spikes. If you get bitten, your body will definitely be pierced through. A glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. Without using his sword, he threw a punch with his left hand. Bang! Before the white rabbit could even scream, its head exploded and it flew backward. Graduate, an appetizer. Wang Tang shook his head, ignoring the rabbit, and continued walking forward. Ellipsis. Inside the control room, Tong Hu's eyes flashed with a sharp light when he saw this scene. Wang Tang took down a 2-star level star beast with a single punch. It seems like his strength has improved again, said the instructor of War Class 2. Wang Tang is incredibly talented, exclaimed the instructor of Class 3. Several mentors cast envious glances at Deng Bai, the mentor of Class 1. Having such a student in one's lifetime is something to be proud of. Ellipsis. Time passed slowly, and Wang Tang dealt with several 2-star level star beasts and one 3-star star beast, but he did not feel any difficulty. The hell level rating seems a bit overrated. He entered this grassland scene around noon, and now the sun has set and it is getting dark. Half a day has passed, Wang Tang muttered to himself. He didn't know that only half an hour had actually passed in the outside world. By this time, many students had already logged out of the virtual reality pods and were shouting and yelling as they left the room. Holy crap, this is so real. Damn, I could even feel the pain. My head was blown off in the end, it hurt so much, and it still hurts now. The feeling of death is terrifying. It was the first time I experienced the fear of being controlled by death. By the way, what difficulty did you choose? I chose the advanced difficulty, and I ran into a wind-type star beast. Although it was only a 1-star level beast, it was very troublesome, and I couldn't beat it at all. You actually chose the high difficulty level? I didn't even dare to choose it, so I only chose the medium difficulty level. Since the students couldn't see their instructors, they stood in the corridor and started discussing among themselves. The atmosphere was very lively. This virtual combat was just like a game. Although you could die and feel pain, it was really a lot of fun. Wang Tang also noticed this in the virtual environment. Even the pain sensation is synchronized, it's incredible. He had just been accidentally grazed by an attack from a star beast, and felt a slight pain, which surprised him greatly. It's evening and I'm starting to feel hungry. Is this really all there is to hell difficulty? Do I just have to keep killing until the assessment is over? Wang Tang muttered to himself, looking around at the pitch black and utter silence, completely clueless and with no idea how to proceed. That's not right. It's too quiet, eerily quiet. Wang Tang was startled and stopped in his tracks. He activated his spiritual vision and scanned his surroundings. Hiss! Wang Tang couldn't help but gasp. What came into view was patches of primal force light, almost completely covering the surroundings. He didn't know when he had been surrounded. Suddenly, countless red dots lit up in the grass, so numerous that they made the hairs on the back of one's head stand on end and the scalp tingle. Hell difficulty level activated. Holy crap! Wang Tang couldn't help but swear, if you're not going to come, then don't come. But if you do come, why make such a big fuss? Are you trying to kill me? He gripped his sword tightly, his inner energy surging and his fighting spirit bursting forth. Bring it on. Wang Tang decided to strike first, and without waiting for the opponent to attack, he rushed towards the nearest red dot of light. Pisha! A sword strikes flesh. Angry, shrill cries suddenly erupted from all around, and then one red dot after another pounced on him. These are giant red-eyed rats. They are very agile, with sharp claws and teeth, and tails like short whips, all of which are capable of attacking and are difficult to defend against. The main problem is that there are so many of them. This is almost a life or death situation. So this is what true hellish difficulty looks like. Inside the control room, Tong Hu laughed and asked, "How long do you think he can hold out?" 3 minutes is plenty of time. I think it will take about 2 minutes. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, let alone so many. 5 minutes, said Deng Bai, the instructor of Class 1. Teacher Deng, are you so confident? Of course I have confidence in my students. Before Deng Bai could finish speaking, another mentor suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Look! Everyone immediately looked at the screen where Wang Teng was, and then their eyes widened. On the screen, Wang Teng seemed to transform into a killing machine, weaving through the swarm of rats. Each strike took the life of a giant rat. He was as fast as lightning, each move deadly, swift, accurate, and ruthless. His attack methods were utterly unpretentious, simple to the extreme. This fighting style, it seems familiar, Tong Hu muttered, stroking his chin in surprise. Time is passing. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. The time had long exceeded the predictions of the mentors, and at this point they all stopped talking and stared intently at the screen. I remember now, isn't this fighting style the principles? Tong Hu was immediately startled, his eyes widening. Ouch! 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 Wang Teng exited the virtual scene, his brows furrowed, and he subconsciously cried out. That hurts so much. Anyone would be unable to remain calm if they were eaten alive by a group of giant rats. Hell level difficulty, terrifying indeed. I wonder how many points I got. It took Wang Teng a while for the pain to gradually subside before he looked at the machine screen. 93 points. Not bad, not too low. Wang Teng stood up, got out of the virtual reality pod, opened the door, and walked out. Ellipsis ellipsis. Inside the control room, Deng Bai and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Even Tong Hu looked shocked and found it hard to believe. It held out for a full 2 hours. Such a terrifying rat swarm, how did it last so long? This kid is really surprising, Tong Hu shook his head, muttering to himself. Let's go, everyone. If we don't get out soon, the students will cause an uproar. He stood up and walked outside. In the corridor, students gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting excitedly. Hu Pinliang and the others surrounded Wang Teng, asking curiously, Brother Teng, what difficulty level did you choose? Could it be nightmare level? Song Shuhong asked. I just chose hell difficulty. Wang Teng was a little speechless. It seemed like everyone else was hesitant to even choose nightmare difficulty, so was he the only one who chose hell difficulty? Isn't that a bit too reckless? You actually chose hell difficulty. Upon hearing this, the group stared in disbelief, looking at Wang Teng as if they had seen some strange creature. I knew it, Baili Qingfeng said. Although he's a bit of a simpleton, his courage is commendable, said Lu Shu. Stop making fun of me, you have no idea how miserable my death was, Wang Teng said miserably. So, how did you die? The group asked curiously. Surrounded by a swarm of rats and then devoured alive by countless giant rats. Wang Teng described that kind of death in detail. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Hu Pinliang and the others all cast sympathetic glances at Wang Teng, who was experiencing death for the first time and died so tragically. This is the true fear of being dominated by death, isn't it? Compared to Wang Teng, they are nothing but a small fry. At this moment, Tong Hu and several mentors came out, and the students gradually quieted down. How are you all feeling, everyone? Tong Hu asked with a smile. That was so exciting. That's awesome. This is so much fun. Dean, can we play a few more times? Someone asked a question that caused several black lines to appear on Tong Hu's forehead. Do you guys really think this is a game? Alright, shut your mouths. Look at your test scores, and you still have the nerve to play around, Tong Hu said irritably. The students immediately shut their mouths in embarrassment. They knew they didn't perform well in the virtual scenario, especially since many of them were facing star beasts for the first time. The actual combat was simply appalling. Some people were so frightened that they ran away before they even fought, only to be chased down and mercilessly killed by the star beasts. Such a record would definitely make people laugh their heads off. I just checked, and among you, a total of 36 people chose the advanced difficulty. Only 7 chose the nightmare difficulty, and only 1 chose the hell difficulty, Tong Hu said slowly. What? Someone actually chose hell difficulty? The crowd gasped in surprise. They found even the advanced and nightmare difficulties terrifying, so how terrifying would the hell difficulty be? I can't even imagine it. Wang Teng is the one who chose the hell difficulty level, Tong Hu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Teng, marveling at his words while also finding it perfectly reasonable. Many people secretly thought to themselves, just as I expected. Chen Yang, who had previously wanted to challenge Wang Teng, stood in the crowd with a somewhat gloomy expression. Why did Wang Teng always manage to outdo him? He chose nightmare difficulty, while Wang Teng deliberately chose a level higher. Teacher, how many points did Wang Teng get on the test? He couldn't help but ask. Hearing Chen Yang's question, everyone became curious. Many people even took a chance, thinking that even if he chose the hell difficulty level, his score probably wouldn't be very high, maybe 60 or 70 points. Or, failed? Wang Teng glanced at Chen Yang and shook his head inwardly. This guy really is everywhere, quite annoying. He could easily see through Chen Yang's intentions. However, he didn't think that with his performance, he would get a low score on the exam, and Chen Yang's plan would definitely fail. 93 points. Tong Hu said. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Chen Yang was stunned. The others were speechless. Strike. This is simply a case of dimensional reduction attack. How did Wang Teng manage to get such a high score on a test with such difficulty? Dean, what about us? How did we do on the exam? Someone asked. You guys, Tong Hu shook his head, don't even think about getting 90 points, and there aren't many above 80 either. Most of you are below 80, and many of you are failing. I won't name names, your tutors will explain it to you in class later. After saying that, he left directly. After Tong Hu left, the instructor led the students down to the 5th floor and announced the dismissal. On the way back, everyone was still talking about it. Wang Teng and Hu Pinliang parted ways and went directly to Tantai Zan's residence. Why are you here so early today? Tantai Zan asked, puzzled. During this period, Tantai Zan was teaching Wang Teng at the school, usually after 8 p.m. Because of the time allotted, Wang Teng needed to challenge the top 100. He has now reached the 48th position and remains undefeated. Of course, since returning to school after the holidays, he has changed his approach. Instead of large-scale challenges, he now engages in private duels with his partner, mainly for friendly sparring. As a result, their cooperation with Zhuge Shaoliang had to be temporarily suspended. In fact, they didn't dare to go too far, otherwise they would attract the school's attention and end up with nothing, which would be a real pity. After discussing it, the two decided to quietly reap the rewards once they reached the top 3. As soon as Wang Teng entered Tantai Zan's home, he asked, Teacher, do you know about the virtual combat pod at our school? Oh, you already knew that? Tantai Zan said in surprise. We just used the virtual combat cabin for assessment today, Wang Teng said. How was it? What difficulty level did you choose? Nightmare? Tantai Zan asked. Hell level, Wang Teng said dejectedly. Why did even Tantai Zan think that nightmare level should be chosen? Ha ha ha, judging from your appearance, you must have died a terrible death. Tantai Zan laughed gleefully. Is it so funny to see your apprentice get humiliated? Wang Teng said speechlessly. Your expression was hilarious. You're pretty bold, choosing the hellish difficulty level on your first try. Tantai Zan said, then asked, what score did you get? 93 points. That's not bad. It seems the recent special training wasn't in vain. Tantai Zan was slightly surprised. Teacher, can we use that virtual reality pod normally? Wang Teng asked shamelessly. I knew you wouldn't come here unless you needed something. Tantai Zan glanced at him sideways and said, of course you can use it. Only the top 10 students in the school are qualified to use it. There's such a saying? Wang Teng said in surprise. Otherwise, why do you think they're all scrambling to climb up? This ranking isn't just empty fame, there are corresponding benefits too, Tantai Zan said. Wang Teng nodded knowingly. Don't even think about asking me to pull strings. But with your strength, making it into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. If you want to use the virtual pod, you'd better get into the top 10 as soon as possible. Tantai Zan paused for a moment, then added, I'm about to head to another world. I've stayed on Earth for too long this time, and there are still many things I need to take care of there. You're leaving? Wang Teng was startled. Tantai Zan looked at him and smiled. What, you can't bear to part with me? Reluctant to part with him? That's not true. I'm a disciple without feelings, Wang Teng said. Thump! Tantai Zan gave him a flick on the forehead, rolled her eyes at him, and said, speak like a human being. Oh, Wang Teng scratched his head and immediately became obedient. I've said it before, everyone has their own path. I won't interfere too much with yours. How far you end up is entirely up to you. Tantai Zan stood up, her back to him, and said, I hope you can stay true to yourself and not disappoint me. Yes. Wang Teng rarely saw her so serious, so he nodded honestly. But if anyone bullies the weak, just say my name and I'll smash their head in, Tantai Zan said domineeringly. Wang Teng felt a little touched. Although he had only been a disciple for a short time, and although the initial probing made him somewhat unhappy, Tantai Zan had indeed been diligently teaching him. Although this was Tantai Zan's first time taking on a disciple, her teaching methods might have been a bit rough, and she often ended up beating him until he was covered in bruises. But that was probably a deep love from a teacher. Yes, that makes sense. Then think back to how Tantai Zan personally led him to the Red Tiger Legion to seek justice, where he faced an entire army alone, showing no respect even to the Red Tiger Legion's commander. And started fighting without hesitation. Which teacher would do this for their students? Alright, that's enough. We martial artists aspire to live in this world, and separations and partings are commonplace. Under the cover of night, Tantai Zan stood with her hands behind her back, her words exuding an indescribable air of nonchalance. You should go back now, I should go too. Take care. Wang Teng stood up, gave Tantai Zan a deep look and left her residence. Behind him, the lights went out, and a streak of light shot into the sky, transforming into a rainbow and disappearing into the distance. Ellipsis ellipsis. Wang Teng felt a little melancholy, realizing he couldn't be as carefree as Tantai Zan. I think I still owe her a formal apprenticeship banquet, he thought to himself. Because I've been busy cultivating, I haven't had a chance to collect the spirit chef attribute, but I remembered it now. Before I see Tantai Zan again, I must upgrade my cooking skills. I am Wang Teng, and I keep my word. It's the weekend, 8 a.m. The professors and even the deans of the 5 colleges gathered in a meeting room in the administration building. The test results from all the colleges should be out by now, right? How did you do? Peng Yuanshan asked, looking around. The deans of the 5 colleges all spoke up. Compared to previous years, this year's students are quite good. Yes, it's much better than the first test in previous years. There are many promising talents among them. With proper training, they will surely become the backbone of the nation and be able to stand on their own in the future. Ellipsis ellipsis. At this point, the words spoken by the deans were completely different from what the mentors had said to the students. If the students heard that the deans held them in such high regard, they would probably shed tears of emotion. As expected, what the tutor said about you being the worst class of students I've ever taught was all a lie. I really believed your lies. However, there is something quite interesting, Situ Jun, the dean of the Rune Academy, suddenly said with a smile. What a coincidence, I also have an interesting story to tell, said Oh Chongsong, the dean of the Forging Academy, with a smile. Oh? Situ Jun couldn't help but look at Oh Chongsong with surprise. Dean Kui Heng of Dan Ding Academy raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The dean of the War Academy, Tong Hu, and the dean of the Command Academy, Su Jing, were completely bewildered, looking at them as if they were speaking in riddles. Hey you guys, just say what you have to say. Is it fun to beat around the bush? Tong Hu, being an impatient person, urged. That wild tiger. Situ Jun and Oh Chongsong exchanged a glance. Oh Chongsong gestured for him to speak first, so Situ Jun didn't stand on ceremony and said, it's also related to the War Academy. For some reason, Tong Hu suddenly had a bad feeling. You should all be familiar with Wang Teng from the War Academy, right? Situ Jun said, glancing at everyone's expressions. Tong Hu and Su Jing nodded, their eyes filled with curiosity, while Oh Chongsong and Kui Heng seemed very surprised. What kind of trouble has that kid gotten into this time? Tong Hu asked, frowning. No, but do you remember at the beginning of the semester he wanted to choose all 5 major colleges, but we stopped him? Now it seems we misjudged him, Situ Jun said. I misjudged. Tong Hu and Su Jing were puzzled. What had Wang Teng done to make Situ Jun say such a thing? It seems that Dean Situ has the same idea as us, Oh Chongsong and Kui Heng said, exchanging a glance. Could it be? Now it was Situ Jun's turn to be surprised. Good, come and see Wang Teng's test results this time. The two took out Wang Teng's test paper, while Oh Chongsong took out a dark piece of metal, which was the piece of black sand iron that had been forged hundreds of times. Situ Jun also took out the exam paper and let everyone pass it around to look at it. A few minutes later, everyone had seen Wang Teng's exam results, and the entire conference room fell silent. Such talent, they simply couldn't imagine what it would ultimately mean. Because such a genius has never appeared before. Even if some geniuses can study multiple subjects, they can only study one at most. They simply don't have the energy for more. Tap tap tap. Just then, a sound was heard. Peng Yuanshan tapped the table with his fingers. He rubbed his temples with his other hand, seemingly suffering from a headache. Tell me your thoughts, Peng Yuanshan said. I think Wang Teng's talent shouldn't be wasted like this. Situ Jun, still looking surprised, pondered for a moment before speaking first. That's right, if we sit idly by, it will not only be a loss for him, but also a loss for Wang Hai, Chongsong echoed. Such talent would be a complete waste if it weren't properly nurtured, Kui Heng remarked. Fart! Tong Hu was furious. He glared at the other deans of the academies, his bald head shining brightly, like an angry bald tiger. The deans were immediately somewhat embarrassed. They harbored some selfish motives and were inevitably a little guilty when Tong Hu glared at them. Tong Hu, sit down. Fortunately, Peng Yuanshan spoke up. No, General Hospital, these guys just want to lure Wang Teng over. You should know better than me how talented Wang Teng is in martial arts. This is no joke, Tong Hu said urgently. I know, please sit down first, Peng Yuanshan reassured him. Tong Hu had no choice but to sit down, but he still snorted angrily at Situ Jun and the others to vent his displeasure. We at the General Hospital do have some selfish motives, but it's also because we really value talent. It would be such a waste to let a genius like Wang Teng go to waste, Situ Jun said. Yes, Wang Teng's talent is far beyond your imagination. He only audited the classes and may not have even spent much time learning, yet he has reached this level. If he had spent more time and energy on it, his achievements would have been immeasurable, Kui Heng said. Chongsong made a startling statement. Within 10 years, he will definitely reach the Grandmaster level, and may even become a Grandmaster of Alchemy, Talisman, and Weapon Crafting. 3 Grandmasters? You dare to dream of that? Tong Hu scoffed, clearly thinking that Chongsong was just bragging to increase his own leverage. Do you think someone as clever as me, Tong Hu, wouldn't be able to see it? Situ Jun and Kui Heng also felt it was somewhat unreliable, but they certainly wouldn't come out to undermine it at this point. Although, aren't you going a bit too far with what you're saying? Peng Yuanshan said, looking at him. However, not at all. If you, General Hospital, are willing to entrust Wang Teng to our training, I guarantee that within 10 years you will be a Grandmaster of Alchemy, Talismans and Weapons, Chongsong said with a smile. So, you really are planning this? Don't listen to him at the main hospital, he's just bragging, Tong Hu shouted. Am I bragging? Do you dare to make a bet with me, Tong Hu? Before Chongsong could finish speaking, Tong Hu sneered, I'm not betting with you. Only a fool would bet with you. Ha ha ha. Su Jing, who was standing by and had nothing to do with it, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although, you still think you can fool Tong Hu? He's very shrewd. Situ Jun and Kui Heng shook their heads and chuckled. Alright, Peng Yuanshan smiled and waved his hand, saying, stop arguing, all of you. Let's maintain the status quo for now. You can observe from the shadows and offer some assistance if necessary. Right now, focus on martial arts cultivation. Chongsong and the other two looked somewhat regretful. They opened their mouths but ultimately said nothing. What they were thinking, however, remains unknown. Tong Hu breathed a sigh of relief and gave the 3 of them a smug look. How many people haven't advanced to the martial artist level yet? Peng Yuanshan asked. 8 people from the War Academy. 6 people from the Command Academy. 5 students from the Rune Academy. 5 students from Dan Ding Academy. 2 students from the Forging Academy. Several deans then began to report on the situation. Peng Yuanshan nodded and said, class instructors should follow up more closely to ensure that every student becomes a martial artist as soon as possible. Next, we can organize students to go out on missions. You can't raise fierce beasts in a greenhouse. Yes, that's all for today, meeting adjourned. After the headmaster left, the deans each convened a small meeting with the faculty members of their respective colleges. As if by prior arrangement, the deans quietly instructed the class tutors to pay more attention to Wang Teng and try their best to answer any questions he might have about his studies. At the War Academy, Tong Hu said to several instructors, make sure to keep a close eye on Wang Teng and don't let him take advantage of any loopholes. He was so afraid that Wang Teng would be snatched away by other colleges. The mentors, however, wholeheartedly agreed and nodded in agreement. Command Academy. Su Jing was a little annoyed and asked the tutor next to him, Wang Teng didn't come to our Command Academy to audit the classes? Yes, he's here, said one of the instructors at the Command Academy. Then why didn't he come to take the exam at our Command Academy? Su Jing asked, frowning. He came, saw the exam, and left. I didn't think much of it at the time, since he's not a student in our college. The instructor was also at a loss for words. Who knew Wang Teng would cause such a commotion in another college? Well, nobody expected that kid to have such talent. Su Jing shook his head helplessly and said, but you should keep a close eye on him from now on. Maybe his command skills are just as good as the others. No way, several instructors said hesitantly. That's hard to say. Before this, have you ever heard of anyone who possesses talents in martial arts, alchemy, talismans, and weapon crafting at the same time? Su Jing asked. The mentors were speechless. Thinking about it carefully, given Wang Teng's performance, it might actually be possible. Wang Teng was unaware that he had been listed as a professor by the 5 deans and all the first-year professors in the school. At that moment, he quietly slipped into the school cafeteria kitchen. It's almost lunchtime, and the kitchen is bustling with activity. Pots and pans flew everywhere, and the sounds of chopping vegetables, stir-frying vegetables, and mincing meat filled the air. Each chef wielded a spatula like a swordsman with a battle sword. Their cooking techniques were simply too skillful. The dishes tumbled and rolled in the flames, as if special effects had been added, making it incredibly cool and awesome. However, all of these chefs were extremely fat, and none of them weighed less than 200 pounds. The school cafeteria kitchen was a world of fat people. Is this the price to become a spirit chef? Wang Teng shivered violently. That's terrifying. Wang Teng's face was full of struggle as he looked at the spirit chefs. They seemed like small hills, and with every movement, their fat jiggled rhythmically. That agility, so disproportionate to his physique, reminded Wang Teng of a certain fat guy from the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, and he felt a deep sense of nostalgia for him. The kitchen floor was covered with numerous attribute bubbles. Meanwhile, as those fat men displayed their culinary skills, attribute bubbles fell from their bodies. Pick it up? Or not pick it up? Wang Teng gritted his teeth and picked it up. Open black lens bracket spirit chef *3 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spirit chef *2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 5 spirit chefs close black lens bracket. *. With immense determination, Wang Teng used his mental power to draw all the attribute bubbles from afar over, and then pick them all up. It has to be said that picking up attributes is a kind of fun. A kind of joy that others cannot experience. Even though Wang Teng was still very conflicted just now, once he started picking, he couldn't stop. Chef, 25/500ths proficient. In a short time, Wang Teng's culinary skills progressed from beginner to proficient. Numerous culinary skills suddenly appeared in his mind, and images flashed through his mind, gradually transforming his initial unfamiliarity into proficiency. Wang Teng is finally no longer just a mediocre chef who can only cook instant noodles and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Master Du is heading into the kitchen. He's about to make his move again. Just then, a fat man suddenly shouted. It's just that his accent is a bit peculiar. Let's go take a look. The others were probably already used to it, and the several chefs who had finished their tasks immediately gathered in one direction. Those chefs who hadn't finished their work and couldn't leave immediately were filled with regret. Master Du? Someone who can be called a master must be a master chef, right? Wang Teng's heart stirred slightly. Avoiding everyone's gaze, he slipped from one corner to another and quietly followed. This is a private kitchen, and there's a fat man there. Yes, he's also a fat man, but Wang Teng recognizes him. He's the one who delivered meals to Tantai Zan before. He was preparing tools and ingredients in his private kitchen, and it looked like he was about to start cooking. A group of fat men were crowded at the kitchen doorway, one on top of the other, staring wide-eyed into the kitchen. The scene was quite something. The Master Du didn't chase them away, letting them watch from outside. Clearly, this isn't the first or second time this has happened. After recognizing Master Du as an acquaintance, Wang Teng no longer bothered to hide. He walked directly behind the group of fat men, unsure of who was who, and casually patted one of them on the shoulder, asking in a low voice, "Hey buddy, do you know what Master Du is up to today?" The fat man turned around and saw a thin man standing behind him. His eyes widened immediately. Who the hell are you? Don't you know this is the kitchen? Judging by your age, you must be a student. Cooking is none of your business. Get out of here. Wong Tang's facial muscles twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that randomly picking a fat guy would lead to this guy with such a unique accent. Is it fate? No, this must be a tragic fate. I'm a friend of Master Du, and I've come to see him, Wong Tang said, his eyes darting around. Master Du's friend? Don't even think about lying to me. I'll ask him in District 9 later, the fat man said. Don't worry, Master Du has started cooking. Aren't you going to watch? Wong Tang quickly changed the subject. Talking to the fat man with the accent was too tiring. Right, you almost led us astray. The fat man slapped his forehead and quickly turned to look into the kitchen. Quote ellipsis quote, is it my fault? Wong Tang shook his head and didn't ask him any more questions. He patiently waited for Master Du to finish cooking the dishes and then he would naturally find out. Is this for making barbecue? Wong Tang's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Master Du's actions. Having just acquired the Spirit Chef attribute, he was no longer a clueless newbie and could naturally glean some insights from Master Du's actions. It must be said that, compared to ordinary spirit chefs, master-level spirit chefs have unique skills in both knife work and cooking techniques, making them more sophisticated and meticulous. At the same time, larger attribute bubbles kept falling from his body. Open black lens bracket Spirit Chef 15 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Spirit Chef 18 close black lens bracket. Ellipsis. Wong Tang's culinary skills continued to improve and his understanding of culinary arts deepened. The attributes of a spirit chef include many things, such as knife skills, side dishes, ingredients, control of heat, and even the combination of spiritual herbs that are different from those of ordinary chefs, as well as the use of primal force. It is obviously not easy to become a spirit chef. After Master Du finished making the barbecue, Wong Tang gained 62 points of the Spirit Chef attribute. Seeing that he had no intention of making any more dishes, Wong Tang simply left. I also picked up the attribute bubbles that the Spirit Chefs had just dropped outside, gaining another 58 points of Spirit Chef attribute. Chef, 145 500ths proficient. Master Du, someone is looking for. The fat man was about to tattle when he turned around and Wong Tang was nowhere to be seen. Ellipsis. Over the next few days, Wong Tang would sneak into the cafeteria kitchen during mealtimes to collect Spirit Chef attribute bubbles. Huge progress. Chef, 5 2000ths, Master Chef. Who would have thought that in just a few days, Wong Tang would go from a kitchen novice to a Master Chef? He also secretly learned a lot of master-level recipes. Now that he's well versed in cooking, he's not intimidated at all. Next time he sees Tantai Zan, let's see if she still dares to underestimate his culinary skills. At this moment, Wong Tang and Hu Pinliang walked into the classroom. Their class had a practical class in the afternoon. Wong Tang hadn't been to class for many days. He spent his days either hanging out with other colleges or picking up attributes in the training building. If they don't show up soon, the mentors will start to panic. Hu Pinliang and others told him that their mentors even thought he had defected to another college. Upon seeing Wong Tang, someone called out, Chen Yang, a month has long passed. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge Wong Tang? Chen Yang's face turned green again. A month ago, he thought that after advancing to the martial artist level, with the resources of the school and his family, he could quickly advance to the 2-star warrior level. And then master a force combat technique. He was completely confident that he could defeat Wong Tang. But a month has passed and he is still at the 1-star warrior level. His force combat skills are only at the beginner level, not even reaching the minor mastery level, let alone the major mastery level. With this level of skill, how can he compare to Wong Tang? Is he just asking for trouble? So he felt fortunate that he hadn't seen Wong Tang these past few days, thinking he had escaped a disaster and that people would probably forget about it after a while. Wong Tang just happened to arrive today. And I don't know which bastard was so eager to stir things up, but as soon as Wong Tang arrived, he brought this up directly. This is awkward. He felt a little guilty and was caught in a dilemma. He stiffly turned his head and met Wong Tang's gaze. Chen Yang, when are we going to the martial arts arena? I'm all ready. Wong Tang grinned at him. Cough cough. Chen Yang coughed dryly, his mind racing. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He immediately pretended to be a little weak and said with a smile, I originally wanted to challenge Wong Tang. but I've had some problems with my cultivation recently and suffered some internal injuries. Wang Teng definitely doesn't like to take advantage of others, so it's better to wait until I recover before we spar. Actually, I don't mind, Wang Teng said casually. MMP, Chen Yang's lips twitched involuntarily, and he said awkwardly, Wang Teng really loves to joke. Ha ha ha, of course I. Wang Teng suddenly burst into laughter, then paused deliberately before looking at him meaningfully and saying, I was just kidding. Heh, heh heh, Chen Yang chuckled dryly, his tense heart finally relaxing. The classmates collectively looked down on Chen Yang when they saw this. Chen Yang was incredibly embarrassed, but luckily the school bell rang at that moment. The practical training instructor walked into the classroom as the bell rang, looked around, saw Wang Teng, paused for a moment, and then said, Come with me to the playground. I have something to announce today. Some of the students were puzzled, but as they followed their instructor to the playground, they found that the other classes were also there. And the deans of the 5 academies were standing in front of them. On the playground, all the first-year students arrived. Tong Hu stepped forward and slowly said, I've gathered you all here today to announce something. It has been more than 2 months since the start of the semester. Some students have already advanced to become martial artists, while others have been a little later. However, just last week, the last student also successfully advanced to become a martial artist. Therefore, it's time to move on to the next phase of combat training. Martial artists, especially those from our military academy, prioritize real combat experience. You don't understand actual combat, but you have a lot of origin force. You're just a weakling who can't even stand up. Any martial artist with a lower level than you can kill you. You're no different from a piece of trash. Since you have chosen the path of martial arts, I think you certainly don't want to become that kind of martial artist. Next, the school will organize you to go out and do missions. However, missions are dangerous, and casualties are quite normal. Almost every mission results in death. Tong Hu glanced at everyone, and seeing that no one spoke, nodded in satisfaction and continued. Many people may have heard that some martial artists take the civilian route and therefore do not need to participate in actual combat. But we are different. Once you enter Wanghai, even if you want to take the civilian route in the future, you will still have to undergo actual combat training. Our school does not train non-combat martial artists who have no combat power. Therefore, regardless of which college it is, everyone must carry out the mission. However, the school is for training martial artists, not for sending you to your deaths. You are all very talented people, and the death of any one of you would be a loss. During the mission, each class will form its own groups, and each group will be led by a mentor. If an emergency occurs, the mentor will step in. Of course, if you all pin your hopes on your mentor, the chances of death will increase significantly. After all, there will be countless unexpected situations during the mission. Mentors are also human and can make mistakes. Moreover, during the mission, mentors will only hide in the shadows and be a certain distance away from you. They may not be able to arrive in time to save you. You need to keep these things in mind, so that when someone dies, you don't come crying and complaining that the school didn't protect you well. At this point, he looked around again and saw that everyone's expressions changed slightly and gradually became serious, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Also, let me remind you that such opportunities are rare. After the novice period, you will have to carry out tasks on your own. So, seize the opportunity to improve yourselves. Alright, enough chit-chat. Class teachers, please divide your students into groups and agree on task assignments. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged bewildered glances and began whispering amongst themselves. They had only recently been promoted to martial artists, yet they were already being sent out on missions. Everyone knows how dangerous the mission is, people can really die. The dean isn't exaggerating. Moreover, now that they have been promoted to martial artists, they will definitely be facing martial artist level missions, which will be very different from the actual combat they experienced in the previous martial apprentice stage. At this moment, many people felt uneasy. However, some people were eager to try, and seemed quite excited, as if they didn't take the danger to heart. The deans gave a few words of advice to their respective colleges. Their presence was merely to show that they valued the matter, and they left after speaking. Quiet. As soon as the dean left, the mentors walked up to their respective classes and gave them a reprimand. The students immediately stopped talking. Students of War Class 1, come here. Lu Feng, the instructor of Wang Teng's class, didn't waste any words and called the students of War Class 1 over to start dividing them into groups. Wang Teng, Yuan Jing, Hao Zhengye, Hu Pinliang, Lin Shui, Xie Tong. The war class 1 consisted of 32 people, who were divided into 4 groups, forming 4 teams. Damn, why are most of the girls in my group, and they've all only recently advanced to martial arts level? It's no wonder they're strong. Wang Teng saw the problem at a glance, looking miserable. Mentor, I seriously suspect you're making things difficult for me, fat tiger. However, he only thought these words to himself and never actually said them aloud. This is for the sake of fairness and to balance strength. Those who are capable should do more. Wang Teng, please take care of your classmate. Lu Feng saw Wang Teng's expression and immediately knew what he was thinking, so he said with a smile. Wang Teng felt helpless. His mentor had already gone this far, so it wouldn't be good to refuse. Besides, we're all classmates. If he says something too harsh, it could hurt someone's self-esteem, which is not what he wants to see. Fine. Wang Teng shook his head. Anyway, with his strength, even if these classmates were very weak, he could handle it. It would just be a little troublesome. Such things are inevitable in a group. Let's just treat it as an experience. A king-level player carrying a bronze player, Brother Teng. Hu Pinliang leaned over and teased in a low voice. Get lost, I'm annoyed. Wang Teng rolled his eyes in annoyance. Lu Feng at least offered one explanation to Wang Teng, but he completely ignored the complaints from the other students. After dividing the group, he continued, everyone, go back and prepare today. Weapons, combat uniforms, pills and healing medicines are all essential items, so bring them with you. If you don't have any, use your credits to exchange for them at the logistics department. It's a matter of your lives, so don't be stingy with your credits. You'll earn them back once you complete the task. Oh, by the way, for those who really can't afford to buy them, you can choose to rent weapons and combat uniforms, but if they are damaged, you will have to pay for them at the original price. Some students who didn't have many credits were initially happy to hear that the service was available for rent, but their mood soured when they learned that they would have to pay for the damages. However, this is one way for them to go. In addition, you can choose a captain within the team and then discuss what kind of task to choose. When it's your first time doing a task, try not to choose one that is too difficult. Take it step by step and choose a more difficult one when you have more experience. This way, the safety factor will be higher. Lu Feng paused for a moment, then continued. There's one more thing, which the dean didn't mention earlier. This time, the school has organized you to go out on a mission for a month. After a month, the team that earns the most credits will receive an extra reward, which could be credits or something else. It's a kind of incentive mechanism. The students' eyes lit up immediately when they heard about the reward. Putting aside other rewards, the credits alone are already quite good. This is the most direct reward. After everyone advances to the martial artist level, resources are consumed very quickly, and the credits you usually have are simply not enough. The best way to improve quickly is undoubtedly to work hard to earn credits. Just moments ago, they felt the mission was dangerous and were reluctant to go through with it, but now many of them looked determined and decided to give it their all. That's all for today. Go back and prepare yourselves. We'll meet at the playground tomorrow and then set off. After saying this, Lu Feng dismissed everyone. The other classes were similar. After forming teams, the instructors explained the situation, and then everyone dispersed. Students left the playground in 2s and 3s, forming temporary teams to discuss how to choose tasks, how to match team members, and so on. They also agreed on a time to go to the logistics building to exchange items and learn about various tasks. Logistics building. The logistics building was particularly lively today, especially the exchange area and the mission collection area, which were crowded with people. What day is it today? There are so many people. Many senior students came to the logistics building and were surprised. Judging by the timing, it should be around the time when the school organizes freshmen to go out on missions, which is a regular activity of our school. Oh, so that's what happened. Now that I think about it, I really miss those days. Hey, back then there was a pretty girl in our class who didn't take her first mission seriously and ended up getting killed by a 2-star combat soldier level murderer. What a pity, so many of us wanted to pursue her back then. On his first mission, he was arrogant and chose a difficult one, so it's normal that he died. The senior students watched the freshmen enthusiastically discussing the mission, some sighing, some shaking their heads. As if they could already foresee the expressions on the freshmen's faces when they returned after completing the mission. Ellipsis. Wang Teng's team consisted of 4 girls and 4 boys, which was quite balanced, but their strength was not very good. Several of them had only recently been promoted to martial artists and were still very inexperienced in using the force. Naturally, Wang Teng became the team leader. At this moment, Wang Teng led them to the mission distribution point, where the group gathered around a machine. Wang Teng had received the task before, so he was quite familiar with it. He took out his student card and swiped it. Beep, student card. Then, while flipping through the task list, he explained it to the group. As you can see, missions are generally divided into military missions, police missions, city defense missions, otherworldly missions, and school missions. Depending on the organization that issues them. There's actually a mission from another world. The group exclaimed in surprise. What, you want to take on otherworldly missions? Wang Teng asked with a smile. I've heard that the scenery in another world is very beautiful. I really want to go and see it, said Yuan Jing, a girl in the group, with longing. Once you've been there, you'll find it's nothing special, Wang Teng said. From what you're saying, Captain, you've been to another world? Yuan Jing asked curiously. The other teammates couldn't help but look at Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded and said, you guys shouldn't think too highly of the other world. Once you've done your missions there, you probably won't want to go back. I heard it's dangerous over there. The people from other worlds aren't actually that friendly. They're a bit hostile towards us, said another boy named Li Wendong. Oh, it seems you know a bit about this, Wang Teng said in surprise. My dad went there and told me about it when he got back, Li Wendong said with a smile. Is this what the other world is like? Yuan Jing and the others felt that their preconceived image of the otherworld had been overturned, but they were not stupid. Hearing Wang Teng and Li Wendong say this, they obviously couldn't be lying to them, and they couldn't help but think about it. Alright, let's not discuss that today. If you see any tasks you'd like to claim, you can let me know. Wang Teng brought the conversation back on track and continued scrolling through the task list on the screen. Of these missions, the otherworld missions and the military missions should be the most difficult, followed by the police station missions and the city guard missions. The school missions are relatively the easiest. If you're not confident, you can choose the school missions first, Wang Teng said with a yawn, looking bored. When doing tasks with these newbies, you can't push them too hard. It's better for them to do the tasks themselves, as they'll earn more credits that way. However, he also knew that this was the school's arrangement. Sometimes he could do things according to his own ideas, such as skipping classes to attend classes in other colleges, but he couldn't do things alone in group activities like this. After looking at it for a long time, the group was still undecided. Captain, you have experience, why don't you make the selection? Said Hao Zhengxing, a boy in the team. I'll make the choice? Wang Teng glanced at everyone and saw that they seemed to trust him quite a bit. He suddenly felt that the responsibility of being the team leader was a bit heavy. Captain, you choose. You're so strong, you can definitely lead us to victory against the other teams, Yuan Jing said. You guys are putting a lot of pressure on me. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly, but did not refuse. Since you let me choose, then I will choose. His gaze swept across the faces of the group, and recently a slight smile appeared on his face. So what if I'm wearing bronze gear? Who's afraid of who? I'll actually bring it out and show you. Wang Teng became serious, skipping the school missions and opening the police station and city guard mission windows to check them one by one. Suddenly, he paused slightly, his gaze landing on a police station assignment. Mission description. More than a month ago, several foreign martial artists infiltrated the East China Sea to assassinate the chairman of the Longhai Group. After being defeated, they went into hiding in the East China Sea and have not yet been apprehended. Requirements. It is recommended to claim this in a team, requiring at least 1 2-star soldier and 3 1-star soldiers, skilled in reconnaissance and tracking. Reward. 200 credits. Wang Teng remembered that when he came to receive the mission last time, he saw the mission to protect the daughter of the chairman of Longhai Group. He did not expect that this mission would be a follow-up mission to that mission. Skilled in reconnaissance and tracking, that's interesting. Wang Teng stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, what do you guys think of this mission? The group of people stared at the task before them, speechless. This task is really difficult. Captain, isn't this mission too difficult? Li Wendong asked somewhat awkwardly. Scared? Wang Teng laughed. That's true. They are martial artists from overseas, and they even assassinated the chairman of the Longhai Group. They are not like ordinary bandits, Li Wendong admitted. If you trust me, then let's choose this mission. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can at least ensure your safety. As for the 200 credits, how many you get in the end depends on your performance, Wang Teng said bluntly. Hearing his words, the others still had some doubts, but their hearts swayed towards Wang Teng. The more difficult the task, the faster we grow. We were lucky to be grouped with Wang Teng, which allowed us to directly tackle high-difficulty tasks. We can't give up this advantage easily, so let's give it our all. To everyone's surprise, it was Yuan Jing, who seemed rather shy, who uttered those words. The boys were somewhat surprised and ashamed, but they gritted their teeth and said, "Since Yuan Jing has said so, we can't back down. Let's choose this one." The remaining 3 girls hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not raise any further questions. Very good, decisive enough, Wang Teng praised. This can be considered a test he gave to the group. If they choose to refuse, he will then proceed with the task in a gradual manner, putting in only a little effort. If they're willing to believe him, why doesn't he play along and have some fun with them? Wang Teng then accepted the mission in team mode and led everyone to the exchange area on the 2nd floor. You may not have many credits, so you can pool your resources and buy pills and healing medicine together. As for weapons and combat uniforms, I don't think it's necessary to rent them, it's not cost-effective. I have enough credits, so you can use them first and return them to me after you complete the mission. Wang Teng wasn't a pushover, he just didn't want to spend too much time on these trivial matters. His teammates were like knives about to be drawn. Only by sharpening them could he achieve twice the result with half the effort. The group was overjoyed and didn't stand on ceremony. They figured they could just return the credits to Wang Teng later. So they started choosing weapons and combat uniforms. Ellipsis. The next day, very early in the morning, the students, fully armed with backpacks and weapons, gathered on the playground. The mentors were already waiting, with cars parked around them. These vehicles were provided by the school for their use on missions. Wang Teng led his team to the playground. Their arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. Holy crap, this outfit is so flashy. Wang Teng and his companions were all wearing extremely eye-catching hooded black trench coats with flame-like crimson cloud patterns at the hem, making them exceptionally flamboyant. The mentors' lips twitched and they looked at them with exasperation. Wang Teng didn't care about the stares, but Yuan Jing and the others were extremely embarrassed and wished they could disappear into the ground. Each class had 3 or 4 instructors. After the students arrived, each instructor led a group away, got on a bus and drove off. Groups of students left the school, and the cars drove off to various parts of the East China Sea. On the bus, Lu Feng's lips twitched as he looked at Wang Teng and the others' attire, feeling a headache coming on. Why are you all dressed like this? He was the mentor leading Wang Teng's team. Compared to other mentors, Lu Feng is stronger, reaching the peak of the 5-star warrior level, which shows that the school attaches great importance to Wang Teng. Of course, I wonder what their expressions would be if they knew that Wang Teng's strength was actually not much different from Lu Feng's. Yuan Jing and the others exchanged helpless glances, glancing at Wang Teng out of the corner of their eyes. Seeing that he was resting with his eyes closed and didn't seem to intend to explain anything, they could only say, the captain said that wearing the same clothes would help increase team cohesion. Also, if we are on a mission at night, the black clothes are more concealed and less likely to be noticed. Then you didn't need to choose clothes with red cloud patterns. They're so eye-catching, where's the concealment? Lu Feng said helplessly. Yuan Jing and the others were speechless. Hearing this, Wang Teng felt somewhat embarrassed. Heaven knows why he had a sudden urge to choose this black robe with red cloud patterns. He regretted it afterwards. But as a newly appointed captain, one must be a man of one's word. Once a promise is made, it cannot be taken back. Even if it's a pile of shit, he has to grit his teeth and make his teammates eat it. I am the best captain of China. I am the best captain of China. Ahem. Seeing that Yuan Jing and the others couldn't answer, Wang Teng coughed lightly and explained with a serious expression. Because that was the only style available at the time. Then immediately changed the subject. Mentor, let's discuss the mission. Lu Feng glanced at Wang Teng suspiciously. Considering the genius student's past glorious deeds, well, his numerous misdeeds, he felt that this reason was not very credible. However, we still have to give face to the genius student, especially since he is now a captain and needs to maintain authority within the team, so we won't embarrass him. So he seized the opportunity and asked, what tasks did you choose? Yuan Jing and the others briefly described the mission, and Lu Feng immediately frowned. Nonsense. This rebuke was mainly directed at Wang Teng. It's obvious that Wang Teng was behind the selection of this task. Do you know how dangerous this mission is? You've only just been promoted to 1-star warrior level. Even if you've gone through this month of missions, you might not be able to handle it. You're trying to run before you can walk. Isn't that just courting death? Wang Teng, they chose you as their captain. Is this how you take responsibility for them? Lu Feng reprimanded them sternly, and finally said to Hao Zhengye, who was driving, turn around and go back to choose again right now. No, Hao Zhengye, you can continue driving. Wang Teng quickly stopped him, saying, Professor, it's not too late to listen to my thoughts before you reject them. Hao Zhengye looked at Lu Feng, caught in a dilemma. Alright, then tell me your reasons. If you can't convince me, you have to go back and choose again. The missions are to train your combat skills, not to send you to your deaths, Lu Feng said. According to the mission description, the strongest of the extraterrestrial martial artists who infiltrated the East China Sea to assassinate the chairman of the Longhai group are only 2-star warriors. They are only skilled in assassination techniques. If it comes to a face-to-face confrontation, they may not be that strong. With my strength, killing a 2-star warrior is not a difficult task. I can take care of the other teammates. Wang Teng said. You said they are skilled in assassination techniques, so you might be able to handle them. But what about the others? They lack experience in facing martial artists, while the other side consists of experienced assassination-type martial artists. The difference is huge. You can take care of 1 or 2, but how can you possibly take care of all 7? Lu Feng shook his head and said, I never do anything I'm not sure I can do, Wang Teng said calmly. You. Lu Feng glared at Wang Teng angrily, seeing his stubbornness. No, I won't agree. Mentor, you came along only to prevent any unforeseen circumstances and protect the students, but you cannot interfere with their choices. Wang Teng shook his head dismissively. However, Lu Feng was ultimately doing this for their own good, so his tone softened, and he said, how about this, you ask them if they want to go back and choose a different mission. If more than half of them don't want to do this mission, I'll turn back immediately. Lu Feng turned to Yuan Jing and the others helplessly. What do you say? Mentor, the fact that we're all here means we've thought it through, Yuan Jing said. Lu Feng gave her a deep look. This girl usually didn't have a strong presence in the class, but he didn't expect her to make such a decision. He then looked at the other people. Hao Zhengye and the others nodded in agreement. No one chose to reselect. You see, this is their own choice. If they didn't agree, I wouldn't have chosen this mission, Wang Teng said. Sigh. Lu Feng sighed. He had seen too much death, but what could he do when the students wouldn't listen to reason? Fine, do as you please. I just hope you won't regret it. Don't worry, no one in my team will die, Wang Teng said, as if making an admission. Besides, don't forget, they are martial artists. Lu Feng gave him a deep look but said nothing more. Ellipsis. Longhai Group is located in Zaicheng district of Donghai, so this case was taken over by the Zaicheng district police station. More than half an hour later, Wang Teng and his group arrived at the Zaicheng district police station. The West District Police Station is a mixed-use building with a low floor and simple blue and white brick walls. Looking at the place in front of him, Wang Teng felt a strange sense of nostalgia, recalling that he had come to the West District Police Station when he committed his first murder. At that time, he was still a martial arts apprentice. He encountered 5 bandits and, in a life-or-death crisis, he didn't know his own strength and the scene was very bloody. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He's not the rookie he used to be anymore. Yuan Jing and the others got out of the car with Wang Teng, took out their martial arts certificates to register at the gate, and asked them to announce their arrival. Lu Feng remained in the car. Now that the mission had begun, he wouldn't interfere. Whether it was interpersonal relationships or practical combat, everything was up to the students themselves. A few minutes later, a police officer came running out. Are you the Yellow Sea Naval Academy students who took on the mission from Longhai Group? Yes, we accepted the mission and came to see if you have any clues, Wang Teng, as the team leader, nodded. Okay, please follow me. The police officer led them inside to an office where many officers were busy at work. He called out to a corner, Captain, the martial arts instructors from Huang Haijun have arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone paused and looked at Wang Teng and his group. They are students from the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. I heard they are all martial artists. Our captain is only a high-level martial arts apprentice. He truly deserves to be a student from a prestigious university. Yeah. Ellipsis. A murmur of discussion immediately arose in the office, and the police officers looked at Wang Teng and his group with a hint of envy in their eyes. Martial artists are rare in the world of ordinary people, and any martial artist represents a certain privilege. Therefore, countless people are desperate to become martial artists. At this moment, a figure stood up from the corner and looked at Wang Teng and the others. Suddenly, I was slightly taken aback. It's you. Yang Zhenchao looked at Wang Teng with surprise in his eyes, as if he didn't recognize him at first. Captain Yang, it's been a long time. Wang Teng said with a smile. Good heavens, you've already become a martial artist and even been admitted to the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. Yang Zhenchao was shocked. He walked over and couldn't help but look Wang Teng up and down, as if trying to find something remarkable about him. The other officers in the office were immediately taken aback. Our captain seems to know that young man who's in charge. The captain is so awesome, he actually knows a martial artist from the Yellow Sea Navy. Idiot, didn't you realize? The captain knows him from before. Ellipsis. Alright, get back to work. What are you gossiping about? Yang Zhenchao waved his hand. Captain Yang, we need to understand the case of Longhai Group, the more detailed the better, Wang Teng said directly. Wait a moment, let me check. Yang Zhenchao opened the computer and operated it for a while before saying, the other party is a martial artist from the United States. Currently, we know of 1 2-star warrior level martial artist and 2 1-star warrior level martial artists. We cannot rule out the possibility of other accomplices lurking in the shadows. As Yang Zhenchao introduced the situation, the group gradually learned about the martial artists from the outer realm, including their appearance, physique, weapons, combat skills, and so on. Basically, all the methods they used were meticulously listed by the police department and compiled into a file, making it easy to understand at a glance. There are even videos of their fight, which are internal surveillance videos of the Longhai Group and are kept as evidence at the police station. After watching the video, Yuan Jing exclaimed, these martial artists from other realms are really bold, daring to cause trouble in our China so openly. What's the big deal? As long as they have enough money, there's nothing they won't do, Yang Zhenchao said, shaking his head. What leads do you have about their hiding place? Wang Teng asked. These martial artists from other realms are all elite assassins with strong counter-surveillance skills and can also disguise themselves. We used a full network of surveillance and mobilized the entire East China Sea's monitoring system to screen them one by one, and finally identified 3 of the most likely locations. Take a look. Yang Zhenchao pulled up the surveillance footage and pointed it out to Wang Teng and the others. These people, in terms of physique and other characteristics, are very similar to those 3 martial artists from the outer realm. It must be said that modern surveillance systems are very powerful, especially in big cities, covering almost every corner, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to escape surveillance screening when committing crimes. However, those martial artists from the outer realms were clearly not ordinary people. Are there any items they left behind? Wang Teng asked. Have. Yang Zhenchao nodded. Although he didn't know what Wang Teng was up to, he had always cooperated well in the case. He immediately called over a policewoman. Xiao Lu, go and get those items left behind by the martial artists from the outer realm. The policewoman called Xiao Lu was pretty and stood out like a delicate flower among a sea of green among the police station's bunch of bastards. However, her face was expressionless, like an ice flower. Are all pretty girls these days this kind of ascetic type? Wang Teng couldn't help but think. Xiao Lu glanced at Wang Teng, then turned to retrieve the items. Why is she looking at me like that? Her eyes are weird, Wang Teng said speechlessly. Haha, you're so handsome, and a martial artist too, which girl wouldn't take a second look? Yang Zhenchao joked. How about it? Xiao Lu is the most beautiful girl in our West District Police Station, how about considering her? He was making his plans perfectly clear. Wang Teng is such a young man, yet he is already a martial artist and a student at the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. He is sure to have a bright future. If Xiao Lu really gets together with Wang Teng, wouldn't that be equivalent to bringing Wang Teng over to their side? Their West District Police Station would naturally benefit a lot in the future. However, before Wang Teng could speak, several girls couldn't help but chime in. That's going too far. Wang Teng is such a high-quality resource, and the girls in Wanghai haven't even made a move yet. Why should you guys get to take advantage of him? Several girls instantly turned into protective little hens, saying one after another, Captain Yang, you don't need to worry about our captain's marriage. He's very popular at school and many girls are pursuing him. That's right, that's right. They are all martial artists, and some of them are just as good looking as your subordinate from earlier. If they find out you're trying to steal food from the tiger's mouth, they'll definitely come and tear this office down one of these days. Ellipsis. Yang Zhenchao was immediately embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Wang Teng sighed with emotion. Indeed, someone as outstanding as himself was like a gem in the sand, attracting attention wherever he went, making it impossible to remain low-key even if he wanted to. And how come so many girls at school like him? Why didn't he know? Wang Teng really wanted to ask Yuan Jing and the others, especially who the girl they mentioned whose looks were no less than the policewoman from earlier was. Several? I'm getting a little excited just thinking about it. Ahem, calm down, calm down. Sha Lu returned and noticed the strange atmosphere, especially the wary and hostile looks the girls were giving her, which puzzled her. Why did these girls treat her like an enemy the moment she turned around? What exactly happened? Take a look. These rune bullets are what they left behind after using them, and this broken sword was also one of their weapons, but it was broken and they abandoned it halfway through, Yang Zhenchao said. Wang Teng nodded, secretly activating his spiritual vision to scan the items. Some of the force still remained on it. In fact, everyone's force is different. When force enters the body, it will leave behind the cultivator's aura. These scents are the most obvious traces. Wang Teng's spiritual vision talent reveals the difference. It's ready. Wang Teng nodded after just one glance. Is that all? Yang Zhenchao asked doubtfully. It's no wonder he did that. Wang Teng only glanced at it and didn't even pick it up. What could he possibly discover? Yes, I have my own methods. Wang Teng didn't say more. Just making things mysterious. Sha Lu muttered. Wang Teng pretended not to hear and said, Captain Yang, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. I'll send 2 people to assist you. It'll make things easier, Yang Zhenchao said, calling out, Xiao Lu, Xiao Yang. Captain, let me go with Sha Lu. A tall male police officer stood up. Hu Bing. Yang Zhenchao looked at the male police officer who had stood up and hesitated. Captain, I've been following up on this case the whole time. No one knows it better than me, Hu Bing said. Yang Zhenchao didn't hesitate any longer and nodded, saying, all right, then you and Xiao Lu can go together. He then gave Hu Bing and Sha Lu a few more instructions. Before leaving, Yang Zhenchao said to Wang Teng and the others, when carrying out missions, do not involve ordinary people. It is best not to fight in public places to avoid causing adverse effects and disrupting the existing stable order. Otherwise, you will also bear legal responsibility. You should already know this, I'm just reminding you again. Wang Teng and others learned about these common sense facts at school. Although society is now in an era of martial arts, it is still mostly composed of ordinary people, and the world of martial artists is still separated from the world of ordinary people. Otherwise, given the martial artists' formidable strength, if incidents were to occur frequently, it could easily cause social panic. Ellipsis. After leaving the police station, Wang Teng and the others got into the car and drove towards the first place where traces of the American martial artists were found. Hu Bing and Sha Lu followed behind them in a bright, ordinary sedan. Martial artists really have a special status, even the captain has to treat them with utmost respect. Hu Bing, driving, glanced at Sha Lu out of the corner of his eye and said to himself. However, I heard that this is their first time taking on a mission, so they might lack experience. There have been quite a few missions that failed in the past. These bald eagle warriors are not easy to deal with. We've been searching for so long without success, and they're so strong that even the school warriors who protected the chairman of Longhai Group couldn't handle them. I heard they even suffered some casualties. I wonder if these Wanghai students can manage? Sha Lu completely ignored him, her eyes fixed on Wang Teng and the other's car in front of her, not blinking. A hint of annoyance flashed in Hu Bing's eyes. Ellipsis. In the car, Wang Teng said, you all heard what Captain Yang said just now. There are 3 places in total. We will check them one by one. Captain, those American martial artists are so cunning, they must be hiding very well. Even if we know which area they are hiding in, we can't possibly search every building and every household, can we? Li Wendong said. Don't worry, I have a plan. All you need to do is get ready for any battle that may break out at any time, Wang Teng said. The group was immediately surprised, wondering what Wang Teng's plan was. Even Lu Feng, who was sitting to the side with his eyes closed, glanced at Wang Teng in surprise. Ellipsis. While Wang Tang's team was on the move, other teams were also carrying out their missions in full swing. Whether it was for academic credits or to prove themselves, everyone was putting in their best effort and eager to make a big splash. Time passed slowly. 2 days passed quickly, and some teams had already completed some simple tasks and earned credits. The mentors are all in contact with each other and know each other's situation. At this moment, Wang Tang and the others were having dinner. Looking at Wang Tang's calm expression, Lu Feng was puzzled and couldn't help but say, so far, 6 teams have successfully completed the mission and earned credits. Among them, the team led by Chen Yang from our class earned the most credits, a total of 30 credits. Although it's not much compared to the 200 credits for your mission, they at least gained something, while you're just wasting your time here. Aren't you really going to consider giving up on this mission? Over the past 2 days, Wang Tang and his group had ruled out 2 locations but had not found the hiding place of those martial artists from the outer realm. At this point, Hao Zhengxing and the others were already somewhat anxious. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, they couldn't help but look at Wang Tang. Team leader. What's the rush? There's still this 3rd place we haven't searched yet. If we can't find it here either, it just means the clues provided by the police station are wrong, Wang Tang said. Police officers Hu Bing and Sha Lu were with them at this time. Sha Lu frowned and said, maybe you missed something. I see you guys just wandering around aimlessly all day, not really looking. No wonder you can't find it, Hu Bing said disdainfully. How I do things is none of your business, Wang Tang said, looking up at Hu Bing. You did a bad job, and you won't even let people talk about it? Hu Bing felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Wang Tang's gaze, but remembering that Sha Lu was right next to him, he glared back defiantly. Sha Lu stepped between the two and said, this is a mission, not a game for your amusement. Please be serious. Nonsense. Wang Tang shook his head speechlessly. Lu Feng watched from the sidelines without saying a word. He was somewhat puzzled by Wang Tang's confidence, but he also wanted to give Wang Tang a blow. Even geniuses need to experience setbacks to truly grow. Sha Lu and Hu Bing didn't say anything more, waiting to see how Wang Tang would handle the situation after tonight. As night fell, Wang Tang suddenly heard the distinctive roar of sports cars in the distance, and there were more than 1 or 2 of them. As a local from Donghai and a second-generation rich kid, I'm not unfamiliar with this place. Not far from here, there are few cars at night, so it has become a playground for young people who have nothing better to do and whose families are relatively wealthy. Entertainment activity, racing. In his past life, he was one of them. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Tang's mind, and he turned to Sha Lu and said, check if the daughter of the chairman of Longhai Group often comes here to race cars. Hey, what kind of tone is that? We're not your subordinates, Hu Bing immediately retorted indignantly. Investigate now. Wang Tang glanced at him expressionlessly and coldly shouted at Sha Lu. Sha Lu also realized something and, disregarding Wang Tang's tone, immediately called the police station. In less than 3 minutes, they replied. She nodded solemnly and said, that's right, I come often, and I'll be here today too. Everyone, it's time to stretch our muscles. Wang Tang stood up and smiled at Hao Zhengxing and the others. Everyone was shocked. After waiting for so long, are we finally going to make a move? As the moment approached, while I felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, I was also quite nervous. They actually found them? Lu Feng looked at Wang Tang in surprise. But it's only a possibility, they might not actually show up. No, they're already here, Wang Tang said. How did you know? Everyone looked at Wang Tang suspiciously. Wang Tang didn't answer, but said, let's go. There are fewer people on that highway at night, which is a good place to apprehend martial artists from other realms. Ellipsis. This is an abandoned warehouse. Around midnight, hundreds of people gathered outside the warehouse. The lights were bright, the music was deafening, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively, with all sorts of howls and screams piercing the night sky. Sports cars were parked outside the warehouse, and glamorous women dressed only in shorts and tank tops weaved through the crowd. They wore earrings and had their hair dyed in various colors. They looked like a group of delinquent men and women, howling and shouting. On the roof of a warehouse, several dark figures, clad in black robes and carrying weapons, stood or sat, almost invisible to the average person in the darkness. They gazed at the revelry below and exclaimed, "This life is truly insane." They're just bored and have nothing better to do, someone said, shaking their head. Moonlight fell on several dark figures, revealing their faces. It was Wang Teng and his group. Wang Teng carried the hidden weapon box on his back to Yuan Jing and the others, his expression somewhat awkward. After all, he had been in the same situation before. The daughter of the chairman of Longhai Group actually likes racing. Doesn't she know that's dangerous? Hao Zhengxing said. The more someone is like her, the more she likes to break the rules and seek thrills, Li Wendong said. It's hard to understand. Yuan Jing and the other girls shook their heads. Thinking that he had experienced this kind of life in his previous life, Wang Teng felt somewhat ashamed. Looking at those delinquents now, with their cool and aloof demeanor, I always feel a strong sense of adolescent chunibyo, middle school syndrome. Out of sight, out of mind, he simply closed his eyes and switched his perspective to the sky. A crow flew through the night, its scarlet eyes fixed on several rapidly moving figures below. This crow is Wang Teng's spirit pet. During this period, Wang Teng spared no expense in feeding the star beast's flesh and blood, carefully nurturing it and causing it to grow extremely fast. Now, not only can Xiaobai fly, but its strength has also reached the 1-star level. The past 2 days, Wang Teng seemed to be wandering around aimlessly, but in reality, he was checking things out by switching perspectives with Xiaobai. Just now, he finally found a few martial artists from the outer realm. And coincidentally, they did indeed intend to make a move against the daughter of the chairman of Longhai Group tonight. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, otherwise the task would have been much more difficult. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Tonight, Wang Teng and the others will be that cute and charming little yellow bird. Boom boom boom. Wang Teng opened his eyes and heard a loud roar in his ears. The race was about to begin. From a distance, a hot woman walked to the front of the starting line, removed the ominous sign, and threw it high into the air. The atmosphere at the scene reached a climax. Screams erupted one after another. The sports car roared past, like several black lines passing by the woman, and the strong wind lifted her miniskirt. Hao Zhengxing and the other boys had never seen anything like this before, and their eyes widened in disbelief. However, the blinding light made everything look like a mosaic, and you couldn't see anything. Huh, Wang Teng couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Just as the sports cars started up, several attribute bubbles fell from the cars. From a great distance, Wang Teng used his mental power to pull it over. Pick it up. Driving skills *10. Driving skills *8. Driving skills *15. Ellipsis. I got a skill for free. Wang Teng smiled and looked at the attribute panel. Driving skills, 178 500ths, master. Is that directly equivalent to being an expert? He was slightly surprised, then realized, that's right, I'm an experienced driver after all. This wasn't the time to think about such things. He switched back to the crow's perspective, determined the locations of several outer realm martial artists, and said to Yuan Jing and the others. Let's go, let's intercept them halfway up the mountain. After saying that, he lightly leapt into the darkness and sped away into the distance. Yuan Jing, Hao Zhengxing, and the others quickly followed. Their mentor, Lu Feng, was hanging closely behind them from a short distance away. To be honest, he was quite worried about this mission. 3 figures dressed in black were hiding by the roadside, their eyes fixed on the dark bend ahead. Tonight is our last chance. If we fail, the 3 of us may not be able to leave China. Even if we manage to escape back, we will all be dead if the mission fails. A tall, blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman stood in front of 2 other men and spoke softly. Clear. The other 2 men looked grave, clearly aware of the seriousness of the consequences, and nodded in agreement. There are 3 cars in total. Kill everyone except Longhai's daughter, the blonde woman, Hill said coldly. I will personally capture Long Yao. Unbeknownst to the 3, in the woods behind them, perched on the top of a large tree, a jet-black raven was preening its feathers, its eerie red eyes watching them intently. A roar suddenly broke out on the quiet highway. From far to near, they're here. The blonde woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Not long after, a light appeared at the bend, and the screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground could be heard. A Porsche was the first to rush over. The other 2 sports cars followed almost closely behind. An Audi and a Ferrari, both top-of-the-line sports cars, with their streamlined bodies and mesmerizing engine roars, all testify to their exorbitant prices. What a pity. Let's do it. A cold shout suddenly rang out. 3 figures darted out almost simultaneously, with the 2 foreign male martial artists rushing towards the Porsche in the lead and the Audi at the rear. A burst of force light erupted, and the powerful attack slammed directly into the two sports cars. Boom! Under this attack, the two expensive sports cars were as fragile as paper, instantly shattering into pieces, and the enormous impact sent them flying off the road. The car flipped over. The guardrail was smashed, and the two sports cars, along with their owners, fell down and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the blonde woman leapt high into the air, her body enveloped in force light, and crashed onto the roof of the red Ferrari. The Ferrari sports car seemed to be under immense pressure. The roof collapsed and the body suddenly sank downwards. All four tires burst. Sparks flew as the wheel hub rubbed against the ground, and the car was about to veer off the road. There were two people in the car. A young man was driving, and his expression changed drastically when he was suddenly attacked. However, he reacted quickly, immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, and took a series of actions. However, the young woman in the passenger seat was not so calm. She screamed in fright, and the high-decibel voice made the young man next to her extremely uncomfortable. Just as the red Ferrari was about to follow in the footsteps of the two cars in front, the blonde woman on the roof jumped down and swept her leg across the car. The red Ferrari swerved to the side and crashed into the woods on the other side. Having suffered such severe damage, the sports car was already totaled. It came to a stop after encountering an obstacle, with plumes of black smoke billowing from its body. The blonde woman and two other foreign male martial artists walked toward the sports car. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the car door on the side closest to the woods was kicked open and flew far away, from which a dark figure darted out. Without the slightest hesitation, the young man carried the young woman and fled into the woods. Trying to run, the blonde woman sneered, stomping her foot on the ground, sending dirt flying, and she transformed into a blur as she rushed towards them. She moved so fast that she caught up with the two people in front of her in just a few breaths, and the sword in her hand flashed with light as she slashed at the young man. Run! The young man's expression changed slightly, and with a shout, he threw the woman off his back. He himself turned to face the sharp blade. A flash of cold light. A dagger blocked the opponent's sword. 2-star combat soldier level. The blonde woman narrowed her eyes slightly and said to her two companions who came up behind her, "Leave this person to me. Barnard, Majeri, you two capture Long Yao and retreat immediately. I'll be there soon." The two foreign male martial artists didn't say much, just responded and chased after Long Yao. The young man tried to stop her, but the blonde woman entangled him. "I am your opponent?" The young man was anxious, but he also knew that he would not be able to escape unless he dealt with the blonde woman in front of him. He immediately made up his mind, took the initiative, and rushed towards the blonde woman with a fierce attack, wanting to finish the battle quickly. The blonde woman shared the same thought. Long Yao had more than one martial artist by her side. Others would arrive soon after hearing the news. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. In close combat, the two attacked with lightning speed. Their force clashed, creating a continuous roar. The violent impact caused massive damage, destroying a large area of the surrounding trees and bushes. On the other side, the two foreign martial artists quickly caught up with Long Yao. Although she also practices martial arts and possesses the strength of a high-level martial arts apprentice, she is spoiled and pampered, so there is no way she could outrun two martial artists. "Miss Long, please come with us." Barnard and Majeri blocked Long Yao from the front and back, approaching her step by step. "Don't come any closer. Who sent you? How much did they pay you?" "I'll pay double," Long Yao shouted, her voice trembling with fear. "Just surrender obediently, or you'll suffer." The two remained unmoved and said coldly, "There's nothing in this world that money can't solve. Is it not enough? If not, I'll give you 3 times, 4 times. Just name your price. As long as you let me go, everything is negotiable," Long Yao said urgently as the two men drew closer. She claimed that she had the power of money and could do anything. The two foreign martial artists suddenly became a little breathless. 3 times, 4 times. So much money was enough for them to live a carefree life. But they weren't stupid. Some money you might have the life to take but not the life to spend. Stop wasting time talking to her, take her down immediately and get out of here. The two pounced on Long Yao almost simultaneously. If it weren't for the goal of capturing her alive, they wouldn't have needed to be so cautious. However, at such close range, they were confident they could capture Long Yao alive. Faced with this situation, Miss Long Yao didn't think about running away. Instead, she squatted down and kept screaming. However, after screaming for a while, she found that nothing seemed to have happened, and at the same time, she heard the sounds of fighting. She slowly raised her head and saw a strange young man dressed in a black robe with a peculiar wooden box on his back looking at her with a mocking expression. Behind him, several figures dressed in the same black robes were fighting the two foreign warriors. The 6 or 7 people were locked in a fierce battle with the two foreign warriors. What's going on? What happened? Who am I? Where am I? Long Yao was still a little stunned when she suddenly heard the young man in front of her tease her. It's a shame you don't sing high notes with that voice. Go to hell. Long Yao was extremely embarrassed and angry. Now that the crisis had passed, she resumed her spoiled young lady demeanor, stood up, and asked, "Who are you?" A Naval Academy student from Wanghai, tasked by the police to apprehend 3 martial artists from outside the region. Shall we search them? The young man asked. Aliso. Long Yao was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to react before she burst out, Aliso my foot. However, when she heard that Wang Teng was a student at the Yellow Navy Military Academy and that he had been tasked with capturing these 3 martial artists from outside the region, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. We're finally saved. She certainly knew Huang Haijun, and the students who came from there were undoubtedly very strong. Capturing these 3 martial artists shouldn't be a problem. Long Yao turned her gaze to the battle not far ahead, then looked at Wang Teng beside her who seemed completely unaffected, and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to help them?" "If they need my help with everything, they'll be useless," Wang Teng said. "You don't look that old, but you talk like an old man," Long Yao said, rolling her eyes. Wang Teng glared at her speechlessly. "Who's the old man? Can't you speak properly?" "Oh right, there's a student from Donghai University up ahead. He's also on a mission to protect me. He's fighting one of the foreign martial artists. The opponent is very strong. Go help him quickly," Long Yao suddenly remembered and hurriedly said. "I'm not going," Wang Teng said. At this moment, Yuan Jing and her group were fighting. Although they outnumbered each other, the 2 foreign martial artists were extremely experienced in combat and were able to hold their own against the odds. "How could you be like this?" Long Yao stomped her feet in anger. "Don't worry, he won't die." Wang Teng glanced over there and said calmly. Through the little crow's perspective, he could tell that the battle over there was not over yet, and that the young man could hold on for a little longer. "Hao Zhengxing, did you not eat enough for dinner? You're an Earth-type martial artist, you could kill him with your primal force. Can't you use a little more force? Li Wendong, you're so fragile, don't rush in recklessly. Use your speed advantage to cover for your teammates, okay? Yuan Jing, save your big move and give that bearded guy a good whack. The rest of you shouldn't just stand around either. With so many people, if each of you comes over, it'll be enough to give him a hard time." Ellipsis. Wang Teng looked at the battle raging on the other side and shouted in annoyance. Upon hearing his instructions, Hao Zhengxing, Yuan Jing, and the others readily followed them. The situation suddenly reversed. "This guy," Long Yao exclaimed in surprise, realizing that ever since Wang Teng spoke, the 2 foreign martial artists had gradually fallen into a disadvantageous position. Boom! At this moment, Hao Zhengxing seized an opening in his opponent's defenses and sent a foreign martial artist flying with a single blow. Seeing this, the others immediately separated 2 or 3 people to beat the fallen man to a pulp. The foreign martial artist only had time to scream before he was killed on the spot. The remaining foreign warrior, seeing his companion killed, was also enraged and began to fight with a style of exchanging blows, forcing Hao Zhengxing and the others to retreat continuously. "There are 7 of you, what are you afraid of? So what if he gets injured? Martial artists aren't afraid of getting injured. 1 spirit pill will fix it. Don't be a coward, just go for it." Wang Teng spoke again, sounding somewhat exasperated. A group of novices are most afraid of panicking and losing their composure. If you panic, the enemy will seize the opportunity to defeat you one by one. Fortunately, Wang Teng was there, and everyone remained relatively calm. Upon hearing his words, they immediately realized what was happening. The boys gritted their teeth and intensified their attack, pressing back and delivering a heavy blow that forced their opponents to take a step back. This step is the distance between heaven and hell. Seeing this, the others' fear of the foreign martial artist lessened considerably. He was just a flesh and blood man after all. Wang Teng was right. With so many of them, how could they possibly be no match for him? With their morale soaring and victory seemingly assured, the foreign warriors, seeing no way out, tried to turn and flee. Unfortunately, Hao Zhengxing and his men were no pushovers either. They didn't give him a chance, surrounding him and killing him with swords and knives. This can be considered their first battle, facing real martial artists, and martial artists with rich combat experience at that. Even if the process was not so smooth, the result was good nonetheless. Suddenly, I felt much more confident. They were a little out of breath, having used up a lot of their energy, but they didn't feel too uncomfortable looking at the corpses of the two foreign warriors on the ground. Those who practice martial arts have seen this kind of scene many times, so they don't react too much. Even Long Yao only frowned. Let's go. There's still one 2-star warrior ahead. Let's finish this quickly and go home to sleep. Wang Tang yawned and called to the others to walk forward. Long Yao was speechless at his lazy demeanor. When Wang Tang and his group arrived, the young martial artist who was responsible for protecting Long Yao was being cleaved in two by the blonde woman's sword, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching the knife wound on his chest, coughing up blood. Fortunately, he was wearing combat gear, so the blow only seriously injured him but did not kill him. It seems I'm a little late, sorry, Wang Tang said quickly. Shameless. Long Yao looked at him. He showed no remorse whatsoever. This guy was utterly shameless. Upon seeing the unharmed Long Yao and the suddenly appearing Wang Tang and others, the blonde woman immediately knew what had happened. Barnard and his companion must have failed and been killed, and the situation was very bad for her. Fuck, she couldn't help but swear. Speak English? I can speak it too. Wang Tang finally understood why he needed to learn English and immediately replied, fuck you. PFF'd. Long Yao, Hao Zhengxing, and the others burst out laughing. The blonde woman's face looked as ugly as if she had eaten shit, and she stared at Wang Tang with a cold gaze. In your Chinese terms, you're pretty cheeky. Hey, you're pretty good at Chinese, huh, foreign lady. Wang Tang raised an eyebrow and said, now I'll give you two choices, a one-on-one fight or a group brawl. You choose. Are you stupid? There are more of us, of course we'll gang up on him. Long Yao looked at Wang Tang with an expression that said, are you out of your mind? And said urgently. You don't understand. We should act like gentlemen in front of international friends, Wang Tang said, waving his hand. You're quite good. I'd like to challenge you to a duel, the blonde woman said, her eyes flashing. Okay. Wang Tang nodded and waved his hand, go. Hao Zhengxing and the others rushed forward. What the fuck? The blonde woman was completely dumbfounded, even wondering if she hadn't mastered Chinese properly and was misunderstanding something. But she quickly realized she'd been tricked and angrily retorted, you said it was a one-on-one fight. That's right, a group of us can take on you one by one, Wang Tang said. PFF'd, you shameless. The blonde woman's chest heaved with anger, her chest aching from rage. The Chinese language is profound and extensive. Study it carefully and read it carefully, Wang Tang said. Long Yao's expression was strange. She suddenly felt sorry for the blonde woman. It must be very painful to encounter such an opponent. However, looking at the blonde woman's large breasts and then at her own little pigeon, Long Yao decided to just explode with anger. The blonde woman was so angry that her chest ached, and she vented all her anger on Hao Zhengxing and the others, only to find that although there were many of them, they did not seem to be very strong. Even their actual combat skills are somewhat immature. Looking at the other person's slightly youthful face, the blonde woman seemed to understand something. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she targeted one of them, slashing down with her battle blade and unleashing her full power as a 2-star warrior. Having adapted to teamwork in previous battles, the group quickly moved to defend their comrade from the powerful attack. Boom! The three of them tried to defend themselves, but were directly knocked back by the blonde woman's sword. They staggered back several steps, their faces turning pale. Very strong. The blonde woman was far stronger than them. The three men, including Li Wendong, looked horrified as they stared at the blonde woman who was attacking again, and they couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Drink. Just then, seeing his classmate in danger, Hao Zhengxing swung a stick down on the blonde woman's head. Get out of my way. The blonde woman's expression remained unchanged. As if she had eyes in the back of her head, she swept her leg across, sending Hao Zhengxing flying several meters away, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Hey, your classmate can't hold on. Long Yao's expression changed. She didn't expect that the 7 Naval Academy students from Wanghai would be no match for one of them. She quickly said to Wang Tang, why don't you hurry up and make a move? If you're the only one left, you definitely won't be able to beat her either. You'll see, Wang Tang said. The Donghai University student responsible for protecting Long Yao had just used healing medicine, but his face was still pale. He staggered over to Wang Teng and Long Yao and said anxiously to Wang Teng, "You must be freshmen from the Yellow Navy Academy. The opponent is a 2-star warrior. You can't beat her. Take Miss Long away quickly." "Ah, you guys are just freshmen?" Long Yao's expression finally changed completely after hearing what the other party said. She thought Wang Teng was confident, but it turned out to be a group of rookies. "No wonder you had a hard time dealing with those 2 foreign male warriors. It wasn't that they were too strong, but that you were too weak. You tricked me. Hurry up and get out of here, or it will be too late." At this moment, Miss Long turned pale again and urged Wang Teng to leave quickly. Wang Teng stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at her, and said calmly, "If you're afraid, you can leave first." "Are you stupid? Why stay if you can't beat them?" Long Yao said anxiously. "Do you want me to abandon my companions?" Wang Teng asked. Then we can go find someone to help us," Long Yao said, sounding a little guilty, and offered a flimsy excuse. "Alright, if you want to leave, then go ahead." Wang Teng waved his hand, no longer looking at her, his eyes constantly focused on the battle in the arena. Asking Hao Zhengxing and the others to deal with a 2-star warrior is too much to ask of them. They simply have no chance. Perhaps they'll have a better chance later when they've gained more experience, but for now. "Then I'm not going to worry about you anymore." Long Yao turned to the young man from Donghai University and said, "Let's hurry up and go back to get reinforcements." The young man glanced at Wang Teng and saw that he remained calm throughout, seemingly unconcerned about the situation. Could he possibly handle that blonde woman? The young man had this thought in his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. If he was just a freshman, it would be almost impossible for him to deal with a 2-star warrior. "You should take your classmates and leave quickly. It's not worth losing your life because of acting rashly," he finally reminded her, then left without lingering, quickly departing with Long Yao and disappearing into the night. From the shadows, Lu Feng watched the battle between the group and the blonde woman from afar, and couldn't help but frown. What is this kid up to? If he doesn't make a move soon, Hao Zhengxing and the others will be in danger. Especially seeing Hao Zhengxing and the others being constantly pushed back by the blonde woman and already suffering some injuries. They were even more worried for them and were ready to strike at any moment. That's about it. Just then, Wang Teng finally made his move. After watching for so long, he had figured out the limits of Hao Zhengxing, Yuan Jing, and the others, which would help him better control future missions. At this moment, the blonde woman, having repelled Hao Zhengxing and the others, flashed in front of Yuan Jing, a sinister smile on her lips, and slashed at Yuan Jing's neck with her knife. For a woman to be so ruthless, it was clear she was vicious. Yuan Jing's face was deathly pale, and despair was evident in her eyes. "Oh no!" Hao Zhengxing and the others exclaimed in alarm. "Roll!" Boom! A furious shout was followed by the explosive sound of primal force, which rang in Yuan Jing's ears. At the same time, it shocked the blonde woman so much that her expression changed drastically. She quickly withdrew her sword, trying to block the sudden attack, but a terrifying force erupted, instantly sending her flying. PFF'd. The blonde woman crashed violently into a large tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned ashen. She was horrified and stared at Wang Teng with a look of terror on her face. This shameless young man who hasn't made a move yet is actually this strong. She couldn't even withstand a single blow. A wave of despair washed over her. Wang Teng's gaze fell on the blonde woman beside him, where several attribute bubbles fell from her body and floated there. "Pick it up." He didn't look at it closely, but kept it for now. Then he turned to Yuan Jing and the others. "Are you alright?" "Oh, I was so scared." Yuan Jing patted her little pigeon, tears welling up in her eyes. "Captain, why did you only act now? If you had waited any longer, I would have been going to meet Buddha." The remaining 3 women rushed over to comfort her. "Haha, relax with me here, everything will be fine. You have to trust your captain," Wang Teng said with a dry laugh. Hao Zhengxing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling exhausted and covered in wounds, wincing in pain. "Captain, what about Miss Long?" Hao Zhengxing suddenly asked. "You guys seem to be no match for this blonde wavy-haired guy, so you ran away in fear." Wang Teng said. "The crowd. That's outrageous. We came to rescue her, and she just abandoned us and ran away." "Yeah, who is he? If I had known, I should have just let her be arrested. Let her suffer first, then it wouldn't be too late to rescue her." The group was indignant and angrily denounced Long Yao's ungrateful behavior. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from the woods and Miss Long Yao returned. Before I even got close, I tripped over something and fell face first into the mud. Oh, Miss Long, you're back again? Did you have a change of heart? You don't need to go to such lengths to greet me, do you? Wang Teng chuckled as he looked at Long Yao at his feet. Paw, paw, Long Yao raised her head, her face covered in dirt, and spat out a few weeds. She shouted angrily, get lost. Who bowed to you? As if remembering something, he suddenly looked terrified. Behind us, someone is chasing us. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. I don't know if he's dead or not. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as Long Yao finished speaking, a series of light footsteps echoed in the woods. A burly foreign man with brown hair emerged from the darkness and appeared before Wang Teng and the others, carrying the young man whom Long Yao called Hian. Bang! Hian's fate was unknown. He was casually tossed aside on the ground by the burly foreign man. He glanced at Wang Teng and the others, then fixed his gaze on the blonde woman, and said calmly, Hill, you have failed. That kid has some skills. The blonde woman's expression changed, and she spat out another mouthful of blood as she spoke with difficulty. Don't make excuses for your incompetence, the brown-haired burly man said disdainfully. Their gazes shifted to Wang Teng and the others. When Long Yao was caught in his gaze, she was like a mouse seeing a cat, and she quickly hid behind Wang Teng. Hao Zhengxing and the others also felt their scalps tingle and goosebumps rise all over their bodies. This is murderous intent. In the shadows, Lu Feng's expression changed slightly, clearly having discerned something. To be able to unleash such a level of killing intent, how many people must this brown-haired strong man have killed? You all step aside, Wang Teng said with a smile to Hao Zhengxing and the others. Captain, this person is not simple. If I'm not mistaken, this should be killing intent, Li Wendong said with a solemn expression. Yes, I know, Wang Teng nodded. Captain, if we can't win, let's just run away. It's not shameful, Hao Zhengxing yelled. Quote. Wang Teng was speechless. Get lost. You don't know me as the captain very well. Fine, I'll show you today. Hao Zhengxing and his group had already hidden far away and were whispering among themselves. It feels like the captain is showing off. It seems so. Can you win by showing off? Why don't we run away? Long Yao said anxiously, urging the group to run away again. Go ahead and run, we're not ungrateful people anyway. Hao Zhengxing and the others collectively looked down on her. Long Yao felt a little embarrassed. Since she was alone this time, she didn't dare to wander off. She said awkwardly, well, never mind, I'll stay with you guys. The brown-haired burly man didn't waste any words. Like a beast eyeing its prey, a ferocious look suddenly appeared on his face. Boom! He unleashed his power, his figure vanished from the spot, and reappeared above Wang Teng's head the next moment. His weapon was a huge battle sword with a long hilt, which he gripped with both hands and slashed down fiercely at Wang Teng's head. Clang! A sword popped out from the weapon box on Wang Teng's back, and he instantly grabbed it and parried upwards. The two soldiers clashed, producing a metallic tremor. Boom! Then came a burst of force, and the terrifying force knocked down the surrounding trees, forcing Hao Zhengxing and the others to retreat. 3-star combat soldier level. Wang Teng recognized the burly man's strength, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The brown-haired burly man's heart tightened. When he met Wang Teng's eyes, he immediately felt an even more intense killing intent rushing towards him. How is this possible? He lost his composure, his face changed drastically, and he shouted incredulously. Compared to this murderous aura, the murderous aura he released was like a kindergarten child showing off his ferocity in front of an adult, cute and fierce. You're not good enough. Wang Teng's lips moved slightly, uttering these words silently. At the same time, the crimson light of the longsword in his hand shone brightly, causing tears to well up in the eyes of the brown-haired strongman. Damn it! The brown-haired burly man was filled with the fear of death. His eyes widened and he retreated rapidly. Too late. Wang Teng swung his sword, and the crimson sword light, carrying raging flames, engulfed the brown-haired strong man. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. A moment later, the shockwave subsided, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the brown-haired strongman lay in the deep pit in the center. The pit was surrounded by scorch marks, and there were even flames still burning. The same was true of the brown-haired strongman's body. He had a sword wound in his chest that had taken his life. On the other side, the blonde woman stared at Wang Teng in utter terror, as if she were looking at a monster. This kid has gotten stronger again. In the shadows, Lu Feng was shocked and shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder Wang Teng was so confident. With his strength, whether he was there or not, there probably wouldn't be any major problems. Wang Teng slowly inserted his battlesword into the weapon storage box. He saw several attribute bubbles floating on the brown-haired strong man's body, and his mental power spread out to quietly pick them up. Then he turned to look at Hao Zhengxing and the others, only to find them staring at him in disbelief. Snap out of it, Wang Teng called out. Let's take these guys' corpses, and that blonde guy with the big wavy hair, and go back for a late-night snack. Oh, Hao Zhengxing and the others responded in unison. Lu Feng was speechless when he heard this. This guy was still thinking about eating late-night snacks. Wang Teng then notified Sha Lu and the others, asking them to have the police station send people over to clean up the mess. Those who gathered for racing at night have been dispersed and brought under control, minimizing the impact. Sha Lu and Hu Bing arrived at the scene and were speechless for a long time upon seeing the signs of destruction around them. Hu Bing's face turned pale. Thinking of all the times he had bullied Wang Teng, he couldn't help but swallow, feeling a dryness in his throat. Sha Lu couldn't help but think of Wang Teng's plain face, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Ellipsis. After handing over his mission at the Zaicheng District Police Station and receiving 200 credits, Yang Zhenchao saw Wang Teng and the others out. Brother Wang, thank you so much this time. You truly deserve to be called the elite of the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. The person we couldn't catch despite our great efforts, you managed to do in just 3 days, Yang Zhenchao exclaimed in amazement. Captain Yang, you're too kind. There might be opportunities to cooperate in the future. We'll be going now. My teammates are quite tired and need to go back and rest, Wang Teng said. Okay, take care. Yang Zhenchao waved to them. After leaving the police station, Wang Teng and his group were hungry after a busy night. They returned to the university town and ordered a table of barbecue at a roadside stall, along with a bottle of draft beer for each of them, including the girls. Barbecue and draft beer are a perfect match. Before the barbecue even arrived, the group took a swig and gulped it down. Awesome, Hao Zhengxing shouted. What are you yelling about? Wang Teng kicked him. Hao Zhengxing didn't mind and chuckled. Soon the barbecue arrived, and Wang Teng casually picked up a skewer of lamb and started eating. Then he asked, how was the mission tonight? It's difficult, extremely difficult, and very dangerous, Hao Zhengxing said while eating barbecue. Yes, there were several times when I felt like I was going to die, Yuan Jing said. It's good that you realize that. I was worried that you'd get arrogant after killing 2 martial artists, Wang Teng said. Come on, we have that much self-awareness. Without your guidance, we definitely wouldn't have been able to kill those 2 martial artists, Hao Zhengxing said, shaking his head. Yes, these are martial artists who have experienced life or death battles. If we were to encounter them alone, we would probably be killed in one move, Li Wendong remarked. While eating barbecue, the group shared their experiences and insights from the mission. Having their first life or death battle with a martial artist was bound to be very rewarding. Hao Zhengxing and his companions had a lot to say and couldn't hold back. Through this exchange, they not only relieved their stress but also deepened their understanding, which benefited everyone. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and returned to school. They were all slightly injured, so they went back to rest and agreed to set off again a day later to carry out their mission. Wang Teng returned to his dormitory alone. A little crow landed in the night sky, and Wang Teng stretched out his arm to let it land on it. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time." Gaw! The little crow cawed once, as if in response. "Here, this is for you." Wang Teng took out a large piece of star beast flesh from his spatial ring and tossed it to the little crow. The little crow flapped its wings and flew into the air, snatched the star beast's flesh and blood, and went to find a place to eat. Wang Teng took a shower, dried his hair, returned to his room, and pulled up the attribute panel. Earth Elemental Force *25. Water-based Force *20. Gold-type Force *42. Assassination Techniques *8. Earth Elemental Force *70. Assassination Techniques *5. Huh! Wang Teng exclaimed softly as he looked at the increased attributes. It seems like something strange has gotten mixed in. Assassination Techniques. A total of 13 points in Assassination Skills. Assassination Skills, 13 100ths Beginner. He couldn't help but close his eyes to experience it, and sure enough, a memory appeared in a corner of his mind, which was about this assassination technique. The so-called assassination techniques encompass a wide range of methods, including various deadly assassination techniques and even some bizarre methods of poisoning. A well-trained assassin can kill his target silently. This is the ultimate assassination technique. Of course, the assassination techniques that Wang Teng acquired were only relatively basic. To reach the highest level, he would have to rely on spending real money to improve his skills. As long as you have enough attributes, you can be as strong as you want. Why do I always seem to acquire these strange skills? Wang Teng stroked his chin, feeling a mix of smug satisfaction and inexplicable sadness. I want to be a good person, but this damn system won't allow it. A day later, Wang Teng's team regrouped and went to the logistics building to select a mission. It's worth mentioning that because a 3-star warrior appeared in the previous mission, the police station, after verifying the information, added 100 credits to Wang Teng's team. In other words, they received a total of 300 credits as a reward this time. At this time, Wang Teng was still in charge of accepting the mission. He did not refuse. Time was limited. They had already spent 4 days to complete one mission. Although this mission might be equivalent to 4 or 5 missions for others, Wang Teng never compared his team with other teams. If you're going to do something, you have to do it to the limit, so you must seize the time and complete as many tasks as possible. If it weren't for the fact that it was Hao Zhengxing and the others' first mission, he wouldn't have even considered letting them rest for a day. They were only slightly injured, so what was the point of resting? Keep working hard was the right thing to do. This one will do. Wang Teng immediately selected a police station mission and formed a team to accept it. Hao Zhengxing, Yuan Jing, and the others glanced at the mission details and immediately felt dejected. Mission description: assist the police station in capturing and killing Lei Wei, a 2-star wind-type warrior. Lei Wei was a former police officer who stole from the station. After being discovered, he killed his colleagues and fled. He is skilled in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat and is extremely powerful. Conditions: a team of at least 5 top-tier 1-star warriors and 1 2-star warrior, or 2 2-star warriors. Award: 400 credits. This mission is even more difficult than the previous one, which almost killed them. And now they're back. Several people were inwardly groaning. Alright, stop acting like you're going to die. The more difficult the task, the faster you'll improve, Wang Teng said without any pressure. Captain, it's easy for you to say that when you're not in my shoes, Hao Zhengxing said with a bitter face. My back is fine. Wang Teng nodded. Quote. The crowd. The mission was issued by the police station in the South District. Wang Teng and his team went to the South District police station to hand over the mission to the police officers there. The person in charge of receiving them was a middle-aged man in uniform, who was the chief of the South District police station. Gentlemen, Lei Wei stole a wind-type cultivation technique that our police station accidentally seized during a mission. He happens to possess wind-type talent, but he hasn't had enough funds to buy the technique, so he took the risk of stealing it. Unfortunately, he was discovered by one of our police station's staff members, and unexpectedly, Lei Wei disregarded camaraderie and killed him, Chief Shin said. It was all for stealing cultivation techniques? Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Aren't there many ways to obtain cultivation techniques now? As far as I know, ordinary people can easily sign contracts with some families or merchant alliances. If they could, who would willingly hand over their future to someone else? Director Shin said meaningfully. Once a contract is signed, it won't be so easy to regain one's freedom. Lei Wei won't be content to be subservient to anyone. He's been looking for a better way. If he doesn't get caught, he'll have succeeded. Wang Teng nodded in understanding. He could only say that Lei Wei was unlucky. He had stolen from his own comrades, and given Lei Hui's vigilance and cunning, he could have easily gotten away with it. He could have easily made up some excuse, like an old man on the street seeing his extraordinary physique and giving him a cultivation manual. Without any evidence, no one could have done anything to him. It was a pity that someone caught him in the act. Alright, let's get back to the main point. We've been trying to capture him for half a year, but he's very familiar with our methods and has always managed to evade our searches in advance, escaping to other provinces. However, recently, for some reason, he returned to Donghai and was spotted by an eyewitness who secretly reported him to the police. Which is how we learned his location. Director Shin said with a wry smile, that bastard Lei Wei is currently hiding in an urban village. According to data obtained from police stations in other provinces, Lei Wei has reached the 2-star warrior level in the past 6 months, which is quite rapid. In addition, he is a mutated wind-type martial artist, making him even more difficult to deal with. He looked at Wang Teng and the others with some suspicion. Through the mission system, he already knew that Wang Teng and the others were just freshmen. The mission had listed all the requirements. Could these freshmen meet the conditions? Director Shin, rest assured, since we've accepted this mission, we're naturally confident. We wouldn't risk our lives like this. Wang Teng saw what he was thinking and said, besides, the fact that the mission system has approved our acceptance of the mission means we have the capability. Director Shin nodded and said nothing more. He had said everything he needed to say. They had accepted the mission and they would naturally be responsible for the consequences. Urban villages. Wang Teng and his group came directly here after leaving the South District Police Station. It was only a little past 9 o'clock and most people had already gone to work. In a big city like Donghai, the rent for some apartments is very high, and many office workers cannot afford it, so they can only choose places like urban villages. The environment isn't great, but it's cheap. Life is not easy, and not everyone is as happy as people like Wang Teng. They lived frugally, cutting back on all kinds of expenses, and the money they saved in a year might not even be enough for Wang Teng and others to have a meal on the second floor of the cafeteria. Reality is just that cruel. There are many small shops in the urban villages, with 1 or 2 elderly men and women sitting in the shops, and not a single person comes in to buy anything for half a day. The surrounding houses are relatively low, and there are electrical wires hanging outside everywhere, as well as clotheslines with various clothes hanging out to dry. Wang Teng and his group stood on the roof of a building, looking at the shorter buildings in front of them. Mentor Lu Feng also came, but did not show up. When carrying out missions, he always stays hidden in the shadows and will not take action unless something happens to the students. This is it, Yuan Jing said, looking at the specific address provided by the police station. The building where Lei Wei lived was located on the edge, very dilapidated, and not many people lived there. Shall we start now? Hao Zhengxing asked. Okay, there's not much people around right now, so taking action directly won't attract too much attention. Send one person up to knock on the door, and the rest of you lie in ambush nearby. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings to prevent ordinary people from getting close. Wang Teng nodded and said. What reason do you need to give for knocking on the door? Li Wendong couldn't help but ask. Will the community provide assistance? Wang Teng asked irritably. The crowd. After Wang Teng made the arrangements, the group wasted no more time and immediately got to work. But another problem stumped them. Who will knock on the door? The group looked at each other, unable to make a decision for the moment. Clearly, the person who went to knock on the door was taking a certain risk. Let's play rock paper scissors, Wang Teng interjected. Everyone glanced at Wang Teng. Although they were speechless, they still faithfully adopted his suggestion, since there was no other good way. So the college students started playing a childish game of rock paper scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Hao Zhengxing took a deep breath, revealing a pained expression. He had lost. This time, they really started to act. Li Wendong, Yuan Jing, and others lay in ambush around the house, while Hao Zhengxing strode to the door. Knock knock knock. Open the door, the community is here to offer warmth. Quote. Wang Teng couldn't help but cover his face. What a silly roe dear. Bang. The next moment, the door was kicked open, and a figure suddenly darted out, a cold light flashing as he stabbed towards Hao Zhengxing outside the door. Oh my god, Captain, you tricked me. Hao Zhengxing was dumbfounded and let out a pig-like scream. Fortunately, his muscles were already tense when he knocked on the door, and he was ready to run away. Inside the house was a real 2-star warrior, no match for him. At that moment, he saw a figure rush out of the room, and without thinking, he threw himself to the side. However, the opponent was extremely fast, and with a flash of cold light, stabbed towards Hao Zhengxing's back. However, something strange happened. His attack seemed to hit an invisible object and did not harm Hao Zhengxing. You little brat. Wang Teng sat on the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the battle below, and curled his lip. A surge of spiritual energy was emanating from his hands. The figure had no idea what was going on and immediately his expression changed. Yuan Jing, Li Wendong, and the others beside him finally reacted and attacked him one after another. And everyone finally realized that this person was none other than Lei Wei, who was wanted by the authorities. Lei Hui's attack failed, so he didn't linger. He dodged the crowd's attacks and rushed towards the alley outside. Oh no, don't let him get away. Hao Zhengxing got up from the ground and shouted loudly. He thought he had dodged the attack, completely unaware that he had just narrowly escaped death. Seeing the figure about to run away, he immediately gave chase. Be careful. Li Wendong and the others couldn't help but warn, and quickly gave chase. Wang Teng stood up, lightly touched the rooftop with his toes, and leapt forward, following closely behind the crowd. Hao Zhengxing chased after him and slammed his stick down on Lei Wei. Lei Wei paused and dodged to the side, where the other students who had been lying in ambush surrounded him, trapping him in the middle. Lei Wei, surrender now, you have nowhere to escape. Hao Zhengxing shouted. A few newbies think they can catch me, Lei Wei said disdainfully. With his experienced eye, he could tell at a glance that Hao Zhengxing and his group had little practical experience and were still very green. His gaze swept around discreetly. He had already thoroughly explored the area and was now calculating the best escape route. Although the young men opposite him didn't look strong, he had no intention of getting entangled with them. The fact that someone had come to his door meant that the police already knew he was hiding there. If he didn't run away sooner, was he going to wait for more people to come and arrest him? Stop wasting time talking to him, just do it, Li Wendong shouted, as if he had seen through Lei Hui's plan. None of them were stupid. They launched an attack together, slashing at Lei Wei with various weapons. It seems we won't be able to escape without killing one or two people. A fierce glint flashed in Lei Hui's eyes. In the past 6 months, he went from being a police officer to a fugitive. He experienced many things and developed a fierce aura, becoming a true outlaw. The blade in his hand glowed with a blue light, deflecting Hao Zhengxing's long staff and instantly turning to slash at Li Wendong's neck. Li Wendong raised his knife to block, narrowly escaping, but was sent flying by a tremendous force. A 2-star soldier against a 1-star soldier is at a disadvantage in terms of strength, and he definitely has no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Lei Wei wanted to press his advantage and take Li Wendong's life, but the others had already arrived, so Lei Wei had to turn back to stop them. He swept his sword across, forcing the group back. Then, he aimed at Yuan Jing, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and leapt high into the air, slashing at Yuan Jing with his sword. But while he was in mid-air, he suddenly paused. That strange power again? Lei Wei exclaimed in horror. Yuan Jing was no ordinary person who was able to get into Wanghai. She immediately seized the opportunity, unleashed her primal force, and thrust her sword towards Lei Hui's heart. Lei Wei unleashed his full power, forcefully shifting a short distance to the side. Pisha! Yuan Jing's sword pierced his chest but failed to penetrate his heart. It was dodged. Lei Wei is a ruthless man. No, he's a werewolf. He grinned maliciously, his hand covered in primal force as he grabbed Yuan Jing's sword, and spat a mouthful of blood onto Yuan Jing's face. Yuan Jing's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively abandoned her sword and retreated rapidly. The encirclement immediately broke through, and Lei Wei swung a blade of light backward, bursting through the gap and fleeing into the distance. However, after running a few steps, he suddenly tripped and fell face down on the ground. Pisha! The sword, still stuck in his mouth, pierced his chest completely and emerged from his back. Hao Zhengxing and the others were completely dumbfounded. How come it looks so fat? They all thought Lei Wei was going to get away, but he inexplicably pounced on them. That's right, it was completely inexplicable. They had no idea what had happened when Lei Wei collapsed. At this moment, Wang Teng lightly leapt and landed in front of everyone, and they suddenly realized what was happening. Captain, did you do it just now? Hao Zhengxing asked in shock. Otherwise, do you really think he deserves to be beaten? Wang Teng glanced at him and said irritably. Everyone was shocked. Just how strong is Wang Teng? They defeated Lei Wei, a 2-star warrior, so easily. Moreover, they had no idea how Wang Teng had done it, which was rather alarming. Thank you for saving me, Yuan Jing said softly as she walked over. Wang Teng knew what she meant, and without denying it, he nodded and said, in a life-or-death battle, you must be decisive. If your weapon falls into the enemy's hands, you should discard it without hesitation. Also, you should keep some reserves so that you can fight or retreat at any time. I understand. Yuan Jing humbly accepted the lesson, still feeling somewhat shaken. This experience would serve as a lesson she would remember for a long time. Captain, you tricked me. Hao Zhengxing shouted resentfully at Wang Teng. What are you saying? I don't know anything about it, it's none of my business. Wang Teng immediately shook his head. PFF'd. Everyone burst out laughing. Hao Zhengxing, you're the one who's stupid, so don't blame the captain, Li Wendong laughed. Get out, who's stupid? Hao Zhengxing roared. Having completed their mission, the group relaxed and, having gotten to know each other better recently, began joking and teasing each other. Suddenly, a girl named Huang Ping in the group exclaimed, "He's not dead." Wang Teng also noticed the subtle movement coming from Lei Hui's corpse, almost instantly, and frowned as he looked over. Hearing Huang Ping's shout, the others all turned to look at Lei Wei. "He's not dead yet?" Yuan Jing exclaimed in surprise, looking at Lei Hui's body twitching slightly. "Whether he's dead or not, he doesn't seem like much of a threat anymore. Let's go up and stab him, and see it through to the end," Hao Zhengxing said nonchalantly. And then he was about to go up and finish off the enemy. "Don't move," Wang Teng shouted. Hao Zhengxing subconsciously stopped and turned to look at Wang Teng. "What's wrong, Captain?" "Look," Yuan Jing exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly. Lei Hui's body suddenly began to tremble violently, as if he had epilepsy. His whole body arched, and it felt as if something was writhing inside his muscles. His body began to swell. Clang! The sword stuck in his chest was squeezed out by his muscles and fell to the ground. Wisps of black smoke rose from the wound, then healed rapidly, and Lei Wei let out a low, beast-like roar. "This is?" Wang Teng's gaze sharpened slightly. He sensed a familiar presence. The dark force. How could dark primal force appear on Earth? Wang Teng stared intently at the changes in Lei Hui's body, his mind filled with doubt. Lei Hui's body gradually became more muscular, and thick black hair even sprouted from his skin. "You all retreat to a safe distance," Wang Teng said. Captain, Hao Zhengxing and the others were unaware of what was about to happen, but the changes in Lei Wei made them feel a strange chill, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped them. They wanted to leave immediately, but they couldn't bear to leave Wang Teng behind. "Let's go," Wang Teng said without room for argument. He was the only one who had ever witnessed the difficult and bizarre birth of the dark race. If he wasn't careful, Hao Zhengxing and his rookie students could very well be killed. Seeing that Hao Zhengxing and the others were still in place, Wang Teng had no choice but to explain. "This thing doesn't pose any threat to me, but it's very dangerous to you. And if it gets away, there will be a lot of trouble. You don't know the secrets behind it yet. Now just listen to what I say and do it. Then be careful." Hearing him say that, Hao Zhengxing and the others knew they couldn't help, and with bitter feelings, they retreated to a distance. Hee hee. Heavy breathing came from above. Lei Wei slowly straightened up. He was estimated to be over 2 meters tall, with a bulky and muscular build, and covered in black hair. He looked up and his entire face had changed. "Wow, he really is a werewolf," Hao Zhengxing exclaimed when he saw him from a distance. At this moment, Lei Hui's appearance was no longer human. A large amount of black hair grew on his face, and his mouth revealed ferocious fangs. He was neither human nor wolf, and his pupils had become beast-like eyes, glowing with a scarlet and fierce light. "Another dark species?" Wang Teng examined it. "Roar!" Lei Wei roared, yelling at Wang Teng, "You forced me to complete the transformation ahead of schedule, you deserve to die." "He still retains his rationality?" Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Ha ha. Lei Wei laughed in fury when he saw that Lei Wei was ignoring him. His laughter was somewhat neurotic. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." "No, it seems he's still affected. He's become somewhat violent and a bit mentally unstable," Wang Teng murmured. Quote. Lei Hui's wolf-like face twitched unconsciously a few times, as if he had reached the extreme of rage. "You bastard, do you really want to kill me right now?" Wang Teng asked. Quote. After you become like this, will you want to eat people? Wang Teng asked again when he didn't answer. Quote. Or would you like to drink human blood or something? Quote. Hao Zhengxing and the others were dumbfounded. Instead of quickly dealing with this monster, you're asking strange questions. Are you conducting a survey? The group exchanged glances, all impressed by Wang Teng's thought process. Wang Teng seemed intrigued and had many questions. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he continued to ask. "Oh, by the way, what exactly was your mindset when you wanted to become this ugly and unsightly?" Quote. Are you a psychopath? Quote. With each question Wang Teng asked, Lei Hui's anger escalated until he finally exploded. He didn't even know why he listened to Wang Teng ask so many questions. Enough. Lei Wei roared and instantly transformed into a black shadow, disappearing from the spot and swooping down from above Wang Teng's head. Pshaw. The next moment, a sword pierced his heart. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. How familiar this scene is. Lei Hui's eyes widened. He hadn't even seen when Wang Teng made his move before a sword struck his chest. Why? His mind was filled with doubt. Why was he transformed into a dark being, becoming so powerful and terrifying, yet still pierced through the chest by a sword? What's wrong with this world? Lei Wei said he couldn't understand it and was confused in midair. Because you're too weak. Seeing that Lei Wei looked like he had died with his eyes wide open, Wang Teng took pity on him and told him the answer. Wait a minute, why aren't you dead yet? He then asked in surprise. Go to hell. Lei Wei clearly didn't intend to answer. He roared, his body sank down, and his hands, which transformed into claws, reached for Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng threw a punch to meet Lei Hui's sharp claws. Bang! The immense force sent it flying. Lei Wei felt as if his claws had struck an incredibly hard piece of metal, unable to break through Wang Teng's defenses at all. Terrified, he did a somersault in the air, bracing his feet against the wall beside him, and fled into the distance. The reason he hasn't been caught all this time is because he runs away whenever he gets the chance, like a cowardly mouse that only knows how to hide in a dark, stinking ditch. Lei Wei, transformed into a werewolf, was extremely fast, walking on all fours as if on flat ground. But this time he encountered Wang Teng. Swift step. Wang Teng's speed increased dramatically in an instant, and he rushed towards Lei Wei. Grass. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, Lei Wei turned around and his expression changed instantly. Wind elemental force instantly enveloped his claws, forming claw blades that he swung out at Wang Teng from afar. Pishaw. Wind blades rub against the air. Wang Teng dodged the wind blade attack with a slight movement. Lei Wei kept swinging his swords and unleashing wind blades, trying to slow down Wang Teng. However, although Wang Teng was dodging, his speed did not slow down at all. In fact, it increased. The distance between the two gradually shortened. Don't bother struggling, you can't escape, Wang Teng said calmly. Lei Wei remained silent, but as Wang Teng approached, he suddenly turned around and spat out a bluish-black ball of light. The two were already very close, and Wang Teng was surprised that Lei Wei would spew an attack from his mouth, which startled him. Lei Wei grinned maliciously. Boom! The dark blue orb moved with lightning speed, striking Wang Teng directly before exploding and engulfing him in dark blue light. Anyone hit by this strike will surely die. Lei Wei was somewhat smug. This was his last trump card, reserved for crucial moments, precisely to achieve a surprise victory like this. However, when the light faded, he was astonished to find that Wang Teng was not injured at all. A layer of earth-yellow primal force protected Wang Teng's entire body. This is a defensive combat technique, Lei Wei exclaimed in disbelief. How so? Lei Wei was almost driven to despair. Why are all his attacks being countered? Where did this freak come from? Wang Teng was unharmed and, taking advantage of Lei Hui's momentary daze, charged forward. Just as Lei Wei was about to dodge, Wang Teng rushed past him. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and his vision blurred. Hey, whose is that hairy body? It's so ugly. The thought popped into Lei Hui's mind, and then he lost consciousness and fell into darkness. Now, he has completely returned to the embrace of darkness. The enormous body crashed to the ground. Wang Teng stepped forward and, after confirming that the creature was completely dead, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally killed it. This guy really knows how to run. After Lei Wei died, several attribute bubbles floated up. Pick it up. Wind Force *36. Intermediate Wind Type Talents *5. Open Black Lens Bracket Dark Wind Bullet *1 Close Black Lens Bracket. Dark Force *8. Ellipsis. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback. Lei Wei actually dropped a lot of good stuff. The wind and dark forces go without saying. Both are currently at the 3-star soldier level, and there's still a distance to go before they break through. Then there's the intermediate wind type talent. Wang Teng already possessed intermediate level wind elemental talent. Adding 5 points to his intermediate level wind elemental talent, although it didn't bring about a qualitative change, made him more sensitive to the wind elemental primal force in the world. Intermediate wind talent, 11/500ths. Finally, the special combat technique, Dark Wind Bullet. This combat technique is the last move Lei Wei used earlier. It can be spat out from his mouth, catching people off guard and making it very effective. Nice one. Wang Teng stroked his chin, a cunning smile gradually spreading across his face. At this moment, Hao Zhengxing and the others gathered around, looking at Lei Hui's corpse on the ground with a mixture of curiosity and fear. This dog is so uniquely shaped. What kind of determination did Lei Wei have to allow himself to become such a monster? They couldn't understand it. What exactly is this thing? Hao Zhengxing couldn't help but ask. Yuan Jing and the others also looked at Wang Teng, hoping to get some answers from him. Dark race, Wang Teng explained. Since they've already met, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Besides, they'll find out eventually anyway, so it doesn't matter whether they find out sooner or later. If you encounter them alone, run if you can. A head-on confrontation will most likely result in your death, Wang Teng said. The group nodded quickly. They had just witnessed it. Even piercing the heart didn't kill it, only the head. Clearly, this creature was difficult to kill. They don't have Wang Teng's abilities, so they definitely can't do it as easily as he does. But it's strange. I've encountered another kind of dark species before, and it would kill you if you pierced the heart. Is this werewolf dark species different? Wang Teng frowned. Could it be that there's something wrong with his heart? Yuan Jing said. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. He took out his phone and notified the Nancheng District Police Station to come and take the body away. Police officers were already on standby nearby and rushed over immediately upon receiving the notification. Director Shin arrived at the scene in person and was shocked to see Lei Hui's body, Dark Bell. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. Some high-ranking officials were probably aware of the existence of the dark race. What exactly happened? Director Shin asked. As you can see, Lei Wei has transformed himself into a dark species, Wang Teng said. That bastard, how could he be so heartless and insane? Doesn't he know what this means? Director Shin said angrily. Director Shin, this mission is way too difficult. Shouldn't we increase the reward credits? Wang Teng said. Yes, I will increase the reward accordingly when I get back. Director Shin nodded with pleasure and said with a smile, you are all very promising young people. To be able to kill a dark species at such a young age, you will definitely have a bright future. Hao Zhengxing and the others had strange expressions. They realized that Wang Teng's eye for choosing tasks was unparalleled. Unexpected events always occurred and the rewards had to be increased. They didn't know whether to say it was good or bad. If an ordinary student were in this situation, let alone completing the task, their life would be in danger. By the way, Lei Wei is a bit strange. I pierced his heart just now but didn't kill him. Does Director Shin know why? Wang Teng asked. Is that so? Chief Shin was surprised and pondered. Our police station has no authority to handle the corpse of this dark one. It will definitely be handed over to the military. I will inform them of this situation, and I will notify you when the autopsy results are available. Alright, then that will be troublesome. Wang Teng said. In addition, I have a feeling that Lei Hui's return to the East China Sea is for some purpose. And how he obtained the method to transform the dark seed is also worth investigating. Director Shin should also mention this to the military. Yes, don't worry. We are more cautious about the dark race than anyone else, Director Shin said. After handing over the task to Director Shin, Wang Teng and the others returned to the school. During the battle with Lei Wei, Wang Teng did not intervene unless there was a fatal danger, even when Hao Zhengxing and others were injured. In battle, injuries are inevitable. Wang Teng can guarantee their survival, but he won't protect them like a nanny. So after completing the mission, they had to return to school to recover from their injuries. Director Shin responded quickly, and another 200 credits were sent over that afternoon. Wang Teng didn't hesitate, as 200 credits was already quite a lot. He also provided an answer to Lei Hui's heart problem. Lei Hui's heart is only slightly different in position from that of a normal person. It is shifted to the right slightly. It is not because he gained any special abilities after becoming a dark being. Hearing this, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. If even a pierced heart couldn't kill someone, then the dark race was truly defying the heavens. Since the injuries were all minor, Wang Teng's team quickly returned to their mission. Time flies and more than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. It must be said that the students who can get into Wanghai Naval Academy are relatively outstanding. Hao Zhengxing and the others have grown rapidly. From being novices at the beginning, they can now complete some challenging one-star soldier level missions on their own. Their mindset also underwent a significant transformation, becoming calmer and more decisive, gradually transforming them into true martial artists. That day, Wang Teng and the others returned to school to rest and recuperate when they suddenly heard some bad news. A squad has run into trouble. The incident occurred in a team from War Class 2. 2 students died and 4 others were seriously injured. The result was rather disastrous. The mentors had said long ago that doing missions could result in injuries and even death. The students all know about it, but to be honest, since they haven't actually seen it, some people still don't take it seriously. So after experiencing the previous few easy missions, the squad of War 2 got overconfident and chose a more difficult 2-star soldier level mission. As a result of some mistakes, such tragic consequences occurred. Don't think that you have a mentor to protect you. Mentors are not omnipotent. They told you from the beginning that if you expect someone to protect you, the mortality rate will only be higher. Mindset is very important. Everything depends on yourself. However, the students were still quite surprised that their mentor failed to save the person this time. Several teams had previously encountered danger but were rescued in time by their mentors. Perhaps it can only be said that they were unlucky. In short, they were all students from prestigious universities with the best years of their lives and bright futures, yet they died like this. What a pity. What a tragedy. What a lament. Everyone in the logistics building was talking about this. Some teams were preparing to choose high-difficulty missions, but upon hearing that someone had died, they immediately decided to play it safe a little longer. Li Wendong returned with some information, his mood somewhat somber. He said, the 2 students who died in the next class were a boy and a girl. We had all met before and were fairly familiar with each other. I never expected them to be gone like this. Do you know the cause of death? Wang Teng asked. It seems they were supposed to be hunting 2 star beasts, but intelligence indicated there was only one. In fact, there were 2, and they were ambushed by the other star beast hiding in the shadows, Li Wendong said. Star beasts. Some star beasts are even more difficult to deal with than human martial artists, and they are quite intelligent and cunning. Those people are really bold to choose such a mission after only half a month, Hao Zhengxing said. However, this also illustrates one thing. The intelligence on the mission may not be accurate, and unexpected situations may arise, Yuan Jing analyzed. Who says otherwise? Both of our previous missions encountered unexpected situations. If it weren't for our captain, we would have become the objects of our classmates' silence long ago, Hao Zhengxing said with lingering fear. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's be more careful when choosing missions from now on, so we don't fall into the same trap as them, Li Wendong said. 2 days later. Inside a mountain on the edge of the East China Sea, Hao Zhengxing broke the spine of a wolf-like star beast with a single blow, ending its life amidst its mournful howl. Star beasts are really hard to deal with. The men were panting heavily, covered in wounds, with blood flowing from several places, causing them to grimace in pain. Her gaze fell on Wang Teng, tinged with resentment. Upon hearing that someone at the school had died in the jaws of a star beast, Wang Teng led them to accept a mission issued by the City Guard Bureau to hunt down a star beast of level 1. Damn, is this some kind of rip-off? Although they knew Wang Teng meant well, this was still too ruthless. He acted so suddenly, without giving them any time to react. Wang Teng ignored them and picked up 2 attribute bubbles dropped by the star beast in front of him. Wood type force *20. Blank attribute *14. Ellipsis. As the wood-type force merged into the primal core, Wang Teng suddenly shuddered. Wood-type 4-star combat unit, done. Wood element, 12 2/1000, 4 stars. Wang Teng grinned and said to Hao Zhengxing and the others, let's go. Hurry back and treat your injuries, or you'll all bleed out. Hao Zhengxing and the others looked down and saw a pool of blood on the ground. They immediately felt dizzy and cried out, "Ah! I'm going to die. Quick, go back." Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly. Ellipsis. After Wang Teng and the others left, Lu Feng revealed himself, frowning as he muttered to himself, recently, more and more star beasts have been appearing in various parts of Earth. And even the traces of the dark species are appearing more and more frequently. All sorts of demons and monsters are constantly making their little moves. It's truly a turbulent time. Another week passed, and Wang Teng's team completed 3 more missions, all of which were quite difficult and had a high completion rate. Moreover, these missions were mainly carried out by Hao Zhengxing and his 7 teammates, with Wang Teng only providing support and not participating much, which surprised Lu Feng. At first, he didn't think much of Hao Zhengxing and the others. The rest of their team were the weakest in the class, and they were placed in Wang Teng's team purely to balance the strength. Despite Wang Tengchang's strength, the mentors didn't think he could lead the team well. They were lucky if their accumulated credits were only in the middle range among all the freshman teams. Unfortunately, the mentors were all wrong. Wang Teng single-handedly carried this bronze rookie team to victory. Lu Feng now even feels that Wang Teng's team is strong enough to rank in the top 3, of course, excluding Wang Teng. If Wang Teng is included, then it must be number 1 without a doubt. Ellipsis. Nighttime, in a deep alley, a figure flees swiftly ahead, pursued by 3 people. Don't run, someone shouted. The result was that the more they shouted, the faster the figure in front ran. But just as the figure passed a fork in the road, a dark shadow suddenly flashed out from the alley next to it. Bang! With a muffled thud, the fleeing figure was caught off guard and knocked to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Hey, you think you can run away? Several people surrounded them, their faces revealed in the moonlight. It was Hao Zhengxing and his group. Speaking of which, the captain's method is really effective. We managed to outwit a peak 1-star warrior like that? Hao Zhengxing said incredulously. In a dark alley, several figures surrounded a person who had fainted, commenting on him, whispering, and occasionally letting out chuckles. The scene was extremely eerie. To the uninitiated, they would think a bunch of perverts were plotting something disgusting. You guys have gone too far. Wang Teng looked at the group speechlessly. It was just a small scheme, why the big reaction? Get out of the way, let me do something. He waved the group away, then pulled out a brick and swung it wildly at the unconscious man on the ground. Hao Zhengxing and the others' faces twitched as they watched. That's too ruthless. The group exchanged glances, all seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. Is the team captain psychologically disturbed? A moment later, Wang Teng raised his head, his expression one of utter satisfaction, his mood exceptionally pleasant. A total of 8 points of spirit attribute were gained. Hao Zhengxing and the others immediately looked straight ahead, as if they hadn't seen anything. I hate this kind of scum the most. Wang Teng muttered to himself, as if explaining something. However, Hao Zhengxing and the others clearly did not believe it, thinking to themselves, it's as if you wouldn't be allowed to stand out if you weren't a scoundrel. That's it, the last mission, we'll settle the accounts tomorrow. Wang Teng said. Hee, I wonder where we'll rank this time. Hao Zhengxing said excitedly. Our team has accumulated a pretty high number of credits, right? The sound faded into the distance, and Lu Feng emerged from the darkness, his lips twitching. You guys have a lot of credits, don't you think? The next day, on the playground, all the freshmen gathered once again, their voices rising and falling in discussion. Everyone has changed a lot. Having gone through real combat missions, everyone has inevitably taken a few lives. Their demeanor has changed quite a bit. They are no longer as naive as they were at the beginning and have become more composed. Of course, some people got arrogant. You guys don't know, our team did a mission to surround and kill a 2-star warrior. Wow, it was incredibly dangerous. Luckily, our captain turned the tide in the end, trading injury for injury, and finally killed that thug, a student said excitedly. You actually dared to accept a mission to kill a 2-star warrior level enemy. We've only ever accepted missions targeting peak 1-star warrior level enemies. Someone exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing. Chen Yang waved his hand, appearing very humble, but the wildly upturned corners of his mouth betrayed his smugness. Captain, don't be modest. Our team was able to get such a high number of credits this time entirely thanks to you. The student who had spoken earlier continued to praise Chen Yang. Keep it low-key. Chen Yang shook his head repeatedly with a smile. Hey, Wang Teng and the others are here. Suddenly, someone called out. In Wang Teng's team, the others are the weakest. I wonder how many credits they accumulated this time. Probably not many, the others are just a burden. It's already a miracle that they all came back alive. A murmur of discussion immediately arose. Chen Yang smirked and said to Wang Teng, who had approached, Wang Teng, let's have a competition to see whose team has more credits. The loser. No comparison. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. Quote. Chen Yang, MMP, can't you let me finish what I have to say? Did your team just sit around for a month, knowing your grades are too low, so you don't even dare to compete? Chen Yang mocked. Hao Zhengxing and his group immediately glared at each other angrily. Does this guy think he's something special? He just pops up here making sarcastic remarks out of nowhere. More or less, it's pretty fun just being a bystander, Wang Teng said lazily, completely unconcerned. Chen Yang choked on his breath. Why does this guy always do things differently? Is it fun to be so unconventional? Chen Yang, you challenged our captain before, but you didn't even dare to fight back. How dare you show your face and try to get attention now? Li Wendong said. I had some problems with my cultivation, it's not that I'm really afraid to fight. Otherwise, Wang Teng, how about we find some time to have a match? Chen Yang's expression stiffened, and he chuckled. Wang Teng glanced at him and suddenly laughed. Okay. Chen Yang's gaze sharpened. When will it be? Don't tell me it'll be another month, Wang Teng said. Ha ha ha. A month might not be enough, it might take a year, Hao Zhengxing laughed loudly. Chen Yang immediately felt embarrassed and glared coldly at Hao Zhengxing, saying, then tomorrow will do. Tomorrow is a good day to rest. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. Seeing this, Chen Yang said nothing more, snorted coldly, and turned to walk away with his teammates. Brother Teng, is this guy challenging you again? Hu Pinliang walked over and asked. Hee, yes, it seems the problems I encountered during my last cultivation session have been resolved, Wang Teng said with a smile. Who would believe such nonsense? Chen Yang probably thinks his strength has increased dramatically and is a bit too confident, Hu Pinliang said. I don't think he's stupid. He can hunt 2-star beasts, so he might have already advanced to the 2-star warrior level. Lu Shu, who was in the same team as Hu Pinliang, shook his head and said after hearing Hu Pinglang's words. Even a 2-star warrior level soldier is still far from enough, Bai Li Qingfeng said, glancing at Wang Teng. The dean and the others are here. Song Shuhong suddenly said. The deans arrived together and had everyone line up in rows. Tong Hu stepped forward and said, this practical mission has now come to an end. Unfortunately, 2 students have left us forever. At this point, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became somewhat somber. However, this is something I warned you about long ago. To become a martial artist, you must be prepared to die. I won't repeat myself. You've all had a good feel for it over the past month. From now on, you'll be taking on missions on your own, which will be even more dangerous. I hope you'll all take good care of yourselves. Next, I will announce the total scores. Tong Hu glanced at the long list in his hand, coughed lightly, and said, there's a lot here. I'll post it later and you can look at it yourselves. I'll just announce the top 3 teams. Everyone burst into laughter. Dean Tong Hu is indeed a man of true character. The 3rd place goes to Chen Yang's team from Class 1 of the War class with 1220 credits. What, our team is only 3rd place? Chen Yang's expression changed slightly, somewhat unable to accept this fact. Tong Hu glanced at him, said nothing more, and continued, the 2nd place is Hu Pinglang's team from War Class 1 with 1360 credits. A whole 140 extra credits. Chen Yang was speechless. Why are they all from War Class 1? The students from the other classes looked at each other in bewilderment. 1st place, Wang Teng's team from War Class 1. Tong Hu paused for a moment, then said, 2,300 credits. It's War Class 1 again. Wow, 2,300 credits. What missions did Wang Teng's team do to earn so many credits? The crowd was incredulous and all looked toward Wang Teng's team. How is this possible? Chen Yang's face turned pale. Wang Teng's team had a full 1080 points more than them. This gap was unbelievable. He had even wanted to compete with them before. When Wang Teng's team's credits were announced, everyone was shocked, especially since their credits exceeded the 2nd place teams by nearly 1,000 credits, a huge gap. At first, everyone thought that with those weakest teammates dragging them down, Wang Teng definitely couldn't carry the team, and even if their team didn't finish last, their score wouldn't be very high. In team tasks, one person's strength does not mean the entire team is strong. However, it is clear that Wang Teng's strength has exceeded their expectations. He can turn even the weakest teams into champion teams. Another thing that everyone finds hard to accept is that the top 3 are all from War Class 1. When Dean Tong Hu announced the 3rd and 2nd place winners, they were wondering if they could get 1st place. Now that the 1st place winner has been announced, and it is also from War Class 1, not only the students, but also the instructors of other classes feel that they have lost face. The instructors glanced at their students with dangerous glints in their eyes, thinking that the training wasn't enough. The instructors of War Class 1 were all smiles. Before the instructors of the other classes could say anything, they chuckled and cupped their hands, saying, "You flatter us." The other teachers' expressions turned even worse. Apart from Class 1 of the war zone, students in other classes almost simultaneously felt a strange chill. Is winter coming? Is the temperature dropping? After announcing the results, the deans left immediately, and the mentors gave a few instructions and then left as well. The following weekend will give students 2 days to rest and recharge before starting their next course. On the playground, the students chatted about the mission and dispersed in twos and threes. Chen Yang mingled among them, wanting to leave quietly. Chen Yang, remember tomorrow's challenge. Wang Teng called out to his retreating figure. Chen Yang staggered, turned his head awkwardly, and said sheepishly, Wang Teng, I feel like my injury from last time hasn't fully healed yet, and I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable again. How about we fight again next time? You look radiant, you don't seem to have any problems, Wang Teng said casually. Ouch, my chest hurts. Chen Yang suddenly clutched his chest, his face pale, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Quote, Wang Teng. Everyone around was stunned. Is this even possible? Wang Teng, look, my injury has flared up again. Let's fight again next time, Chen Yang said miserably. Wang Teng's expression was strange, and he felt a bit amused and exasperated. He waved his hand and said, let's go, let's go. Think it over before you challenge me again next time. Chen Yang fled in panic, feeling incredibly embarrassed and his face burning with shame. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, he just didn't want to be tortured. When he heard about the credits Wang Teng's team had earned, he instantly sobered up, and his inflated ego was punctured. Wang Teng likes to make people stand out, but he's not that stupid. He'll fight even if he knows he can't win. As for face and such, if one is granted outstanding talent and ability, then the loss of face is even greater. As soon as Chen Yang left, everyone burst into laughter. Some people who didn't know the reason burst into laughter after inquiring about it. Chen Yang is hilarious. He challenged the opponent twice and avoided the fight both times. He's completely contradicting himself. Some students who were originally eager to challenge Wang Teng immediately gave up their ideas after seeing Chen Yang get the short end of the stick. The gap is still so big. Ellipsis. After discussion, the team decided that Wang Teng would receive 30% of the credits earned from this mission, while the remaining 70% would be divided equally among the others. They didn't feel that Wang Teng had earned too much. On the contrary, they felt he had earned too little. Wang Teng played a crucial role in the mission. Without him, they might not have even earned 300 credits, let alone made such great progress in practical combat, which is something that credits cannot measure. However, Wang Teng didn't ask for much. This way of splitting the profits was quite good. Hao Zhengxing and the others did most of the tasks afterward. He was only responsible for collecting attributes. Hao Zhengxing and the others had no idea that they were actually his free labor. Everyone got something out of it. It was a win-win situation. After receiving the credits, Hao Zhengxing and the others returned the credits they had previously borrowed to Wang Teng. The team mission has come to a perfect end, and their temporary team has been disbanded. Ellipsis. In the days that followed, the school resumed normal classes, but everyone soon discovered that the number of theoretical courses had decreased, leaving students with more free time to arrange their own spiritual practice. Wang Teng was busy collecting attributes, while still following Tantai Zan's instructions to challenge the top 100 senior students every day. However, the higher the rank of the senior students, the less likely they were to be on campus. Especially the top 10 students, none of them were on campus, so Wang Teng had to stop the challenge. That day, Wang Teng was collecting attributes in the training building when suddenly his water-based primal force naturally reached the 4-star warrior level. Water-type force, 3/2000, 4 stars. It's done. All 5 elemental forces have reached the 4-star warrior level. Wang Teng smiled, but then frowned. However, picking up attributes at school now makes the improvement speed a bit slow. Wang Teng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Many of the stronger students in the school are out on missions or cultivating on their own, and are rarely seen in public. This results in the students commonly seen in the school not being very strong, and the attributes they drop are naturally not much. For Wang Teng at the moment, it's just a drop in the ocean. I'm not much worse than the top 10 students now. I can't waste my time in school. It's time to step out of this ivory tower, Wang Teng thought to himself. Wang Teng found his mentor and told him about his plans. You're taking a long leave? Lu Feng looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Yes, Wang Teng said decisively, having already thought it through. Why? Lu Feng asked. My strength. Wang Teng didn't finish his sentence. Lu Feng understood immediately. Indeed, Wang Teng's strength was no longer on the same starting line as the other first-year students. Forcing them together would be detrimental to Wang Teng's cultivation. But what about your theoretical knowledge? Lu Feng asked hesitantly. I can take the exam at the end of the semester and give you a satisfactory answer sheet, Wang Teng assured him. Lu Feng still hesitated and said with a wry smile, I can't make a decision on this matter. Why don't you come with me to the dean's office and see what he has to say? Wang Teng and Lu Feng arrived at Tong Hu's office, and then the three of them stared at each other blankly. Tong Hu then led Wang Teng to Peng Yuanshan's office at the main hospital. Alright, I understand. Wang Teng, stay. Dean Tong and Instructor Lu, you can go about your business. Peng Yuanshan said calmly. Yes. After the two left, Peng Yuanshan looked at Wang Teng and smiled. I knew you would make this request one day. It seems that all outstanding students like to be unconventional, and you are no exception. Headquarters, this isn't a matter of being unconventional or not, it's just that things have come to this point, and we have no choice but to make this decision, Wang Teng said helplessly. You're right, Peng Yuanshan nodded. With your abilities, it wouldn't be fair to you to be grouped with other freshmen. There's no such thing as fairness or unfairness. Everyone's path is different, and this is my choice, Wang Teng said. I grant your request, Peng Yuanshan said without saying anything more. Thank you so much for making this possible, General Hospital. Wang Teng said gratefully. Schools have their own rules, especially the Yellow Sea Naval Academy, where the rules are even stricter. First-year students are not allowed to leave the school at will, but Peng Yuanshan made an exception for him. Don't thank me yet. I'll grant you a long leave, but we must agree on 3 rules, Peng Yuanshan said. Please speak. I don't care how you study, by the end of the semester you must achieve excellent grades in all subjects, and your strength must reach the 5-star combat soldier level, Peng Yuanshan said. No problem, Wang Teng agreed without hesitation. Peng Yuanshan probably doesn't know that these things are not difficult for him at all. As for his grades in all subjects, he only needs to spend some time improving his attributes, and it will be difficult for him to fail. As for the 5-star warrior level, he is only 1 level away from achieving it, and there is still a long time before the end of the semester, so there is no way he won't reach it. You answered so readily, it seems you're very confident. Did I set my expectations too low? Peng Yuanshan said with a smile. I think this is fine. We should also leave some room for other students to catch up. If I perform too well, they will feel inferior, Wang Teng said shamelessly. You little rascal. Peng Yuanshan pointed at him with his index finger, shook his head and chuckled. What are your plans next? Let's go to another world, Wang Teng said. I guessed so. Peng Yuanshan pondered for a moment and gave his advice. When you go to the other world, don't just think about hunting star beasts and doing missions. There are many things you can learn there. As far as I know, there are quite a few people who pretend to be natives of the other world, integrate into their society, travel around, and learn their knowledge. You will gain a lot. Is this even possible? Wang Teng's eyes widened. How do you think we initially contacted them? Peng Yuanshan said meaningfully. I see. Wang Teng stroked his chin, as if he had figured something out. We integrate into their society, learn their knowledge, narrow the gap, and by the time they realize it, we will be able to have an equal dialogue with them. We have our advantages and they have their strengths. We share common interests and goals on some issues, which is why we are able to maintain the so-called peace, Peng Yuanshan said. Is it because of the dark race? Wang Teng asked, a thought flashing through his mind. Yes and no, Peng Yuanshan said, pausing his sentence. You're keeping us in suspense again. Wang Teng was speechless. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, he changed the subject and asked, can't the powerful beings from other worlds see through our disguises? Unless you're an exceptionally strong person with extraordinary mental power, you generally won't notice anything unusual, Peng Yuanshan said. Of course, if you have a way to hide your soul imprint, that's a different story. Soul imprint? Wang Teng was astonished when he first heard this term. Do you know why people from other worlds can't pass through spatial rifts? Peng Yuanshan asked. Could it be because of this soul imprint? Wang Teng asked. Yes, according to our research, each world has its own unique mark, and the original inhabitants of each world carry this mark, which resides in their souls, Peng Yuanshan explained. Therefore, people with strong mental power will notice the differences in soul imprints, Wang Teng continued. Not bad. Peng Yuanshan nodded. Then why were we able to pass through the spatial rift? Wang Teng asked, voicing his biggest question. This didn't make sense. This is the problem of rejection from the world, Peng Yuanshan said. You mean, our world is rejecting them, while their world doesn't reject us? Wang Teng was shocked. They've even brought up the will of the world. Could this be any more outrageous? You could say that. Peng Yuanshan seemed to think he had said too much, and waved for Wang Teng to leave. Alright, you will know what you need to know in the future. Asking so many questions now is useless. Get lost and don't bother me anymore. No, I felt so uncomfortable when you left things unsaid. Wang Teng was extremely frustrated, but in the end, he was still kicked out of the office by Peng Yuanshan. ellipsis. A day later, Wang Teng made all the necessary preparations, informed his family not to worry, and also called Lin Chuan to tell her his itinerary so she wouldn't be anxious if she couldn't find him. Then he left Earth through a spatial rift. Yangcheng. Wang Teng bought several sets of human clothing from another world. The clothing here was somewhat retro. The humans were very similar to those on Earth, with both white and yellow races. There were also differences in their clothing, just like the differences between the East and West on Earth. Wang Teng is of the yellow race, and when he puts on clothing similar to that of ancient Eastern Earth, his entire demeanor changes drastically. Dressed in a smart outfit and carrying a weapon case on his back, he resembled a dashing young man wandering the martial world, handsome and elegant with outstanding temperament. She's so good looking, she looks good in anything. Wang Teng looked in the mirror and shook his head in distress. Sigh, I wonder how many naive young girls and young women she'll charm this time. After getting ready, Wang Teng arrived at the transfer station in Yangcheng where the force airships were parked, preparing to head to the city where the alien human race was gathered. The transit station was bustling with people of all races, many carrying luggage and hurrying to board the airships, their shouts echoing throughout. Wang Teng checked the ticket office and found that the nearest city was Yangcheng, so he decided to make it his first stop. Could I please have a ticket to Yangcheng? Wang Teng said to the pretty young lady selling tickets in front of him. The ticket seller looked at Wang Teng's face and her eyes lit up slightly. Okay, just a moment. Wang Teng paid the money, and she quickly handed him a ticket through the window. ellipsis. The airship bound for Yangcheng is about to take off. The airship bound for Yangcheng is about to take off. Passengers who have not yet boarded, please hurry. A sound came from the radio. Wang Teng quickened his pace and finally caught up with the airship that was about to take off. Hurry up and go in, or you'll have to wait 3 hours, the ticket inspector said with a smile. Thank you, Wang Teng said, stepping into the airship. Wait a minute. Just then, a voice came from behind. Wang Teng turned around and saw 2 girls who looked about 17 or 18 years old running towards him in a hurry. Looks like I'm not the only lucky one. Wang Teng smiled, paid no more attention, went inside the airship, found a corner to sit down and close his eyes to rest. Not long after, the airship shuddered slightly and rose into the sky. Wang Teng looked out the window and saw the buildings and people below gradually shrink until they were just black dots. Qingxin, there's a seat here. A voice suddenly came from over. Wang Teng turned his head and saw the 2 girls who had just boarded the boat behind him walking towards him. Hello, we're out of seats, may I sit here? The 2 girls were about his age and had outstanding looks, especially the girl who was asking the question, who was wearing a long black dress and had an elegant and refined demeanor. Whatever, Wang Teng nodded. Thank you. Fei Qingxin nodded in thanks. No need to be polite, this seat was never occupied, Wang Teng said. You rascal, your eyes are always wandering, staring at our Qingxin. Another girl next to Wang Teng suddenly rolled her eyes at him. Wang Teng. When you see a beautiful woman, isn't it normal to take a look? Does that count as being dishonest? Chow. Fei Qingxin called out reproachfully, then turned to Wang Teng and said, don't listen to her nonsense. My name is Fei Qingxin, this is Meng Chao, and what's yours? You 2 are not only beautiful, but your names are also lovely. Wang Teng smiled and said, my name is Wang Teng. Your name doesn't sound like that of a good person, Meng Chao said, the girls seemingly disliking Wang Teng. Wang Teng. My best friend is just so sharp-tongued, don't mind her, Fei Qingxin said with an awkward laugh. Are you from another city? Are you also here to see this otherworldly city? An otherworldly city, Wang Teng muttered to himself. He had always referred to the Star Martial continent as another world, and this was the first time he had heard Earth called another world. He felt a little strange, but on the surface he nodded and said, yes, I came here out of curiosity. Are you a local from Yangcheng? Yes, we ran away from home. Fei Qingxin playfully stuck out her tongue and asked, and you? Where are you from? I'm from another continent and I'm currently traveling around. I'm planning to visit Yangcheng. Wang Teng had prepared his persona in advance. The Star Martial continent has 5 continents, each with a vast area, and he claims to come from a distant place, so no one can find out anything about him. You're so young and you've already traveled the continent, you must be very strong. Fei Qingxin said admiringly. TCH, Qingxin, don't be fooled by him. This guy is clean and tidy, without a trace of having been through the rough and tumble. He doesn't look like someone who travels around. I think he's the kind of con man who just scams girls. Meng Chao once again exposed him, speaking bluntly. You won't even let me take a shower? Wang Teng said speechlessly. HMPH, who knows if you're telling the truth or not? You don't look like a good person at all. You look like a pretty boy, but you're probably not that strong, Meng Chao snorted. Chow Chow, you've gone too far. Fei Qingxin smiled apologetically at Wang Teng and quickly pulled Meng Chao away. What's wrong with you today? Why are you always targeting him? I'm not targeting him, it's just that this guy is very suspicious. Qingxin, I promised your brother I would take good care of you, and I can't let you be easily fooled by some stinky man outside, Meng Chao said. Pa. What do you mean I was tricked by a stinky man? Do you think I'm that stupid? Fei Qingxin said angrily. That's hard to say. Look at his eyes, they practically scream, so handsome, on his face, Meng Chao said disdainfully. No way. Fei Qingxin blushed deeply. The distance between Yangcheng and Yangcheng is not short, and using the force airship can save a lot of time. Fearing that Meng Chao might cause more trouble, Fei Qingxin stopped chatting with Wang Teng, sat down, gave him an apologetic smile, and closed her eyes to rest. Meng Chao glared at Wang Teng, a hint of smugness on her face, as if persuading Fei Qingxin to stay away from Wang Teng was something to be proud of. Wang Teng shook his head and chuckled, not taking it to heart. They're just strangers I met along the way. The journey is boring, so if we can chat for a bit, if not, we can rest. It's no big deal. It was already past 2 p.m. when Wang Teng boarded the airship. Time passed, and it was now evening. There were still 2 hours to go before reaching Yangcheng, which was dinner time. Many people headed towards the restaurant on the airship. Wang Teng was also hungry, so he got up and headed to the restaurant. Fei Qingxin and Meng Chao stood up almost at the same time. When they saw that Wang Teng was also preparing to go to the restaurant, Meng Chao pouted unhappily. Is it really such a coincidence? She looked at Wang Teng's back suspiciously and said, could it be that he overheard our conversation and knew we were going to the restaurant? So he went ahead of us and came back later to strike up a conversation, so I wouldn't accuse him of following us? Chow Chow, stop looking at people with prejudice. Fei Qingxin said somewhat unhappily, feeling that Meng Chao was being unreasonable. Alright, I won't say anything more, Meng Chao said helplessly, shaking her head. In her heart, she sighed, realizing that her best friend was still a bit stubborn. Wang Teng had already entered the restaurant and was unaware of what Meng Chao was saying behind him. Otherwise, he would have chuckled, thinking how dramatic this girl was. The restaurant on the airship was quite luxurious, with the entire area divided into 2 parts, a regular food area and a spiritual food area. Wang Teng went straight into the spiritual food area. It's worth mentioning that in this other world, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins are the 3 types of currency in circulation, and they can be exchanged at a certain ratio. Besides that, there are raw stones. Raw stones are always a valuable commodity, no matter where you go. Of course, it mainly circulated among martial artists. Wang Teng had exchanged some gold coins on him, and he also had quite a few raw stones he had saved up. The spirit food zone only accepts raw stones, since spirit food is generally provided for martial artists, and the currency used among martial artists should be the standard. Wang Teng ordered a few dishes and sat down to enjoy them alone. Once you get used to spiritual food, regular food becomes somewhat tasteless. It's truly difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Wang Teng shook his head, feeling grateful that he wasn't poor. When Fei Qingxin and Meng Chao arrived at the restaurant, they saw Wang Teng ordering several kinds of spiritual food by himself, which was extremely extravagant. And he was eating with great relish. This pretty boy is quite rich. We wouldn't dare eat like this. Could he be some rich kid who ran away from home? If so, you need to be even more careful. This kind of guy is good at deceiving girls, Meng Chao said. Fei Qingxin was somewhat surprised. After hearing Meng Chao's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wondered what had gotten into her best friend today. She just couldn't stand Wang Teng, and everything he did was wrong. She didn't say anything, there was no need to cause trouble with her best friend over someone she had just met. The two then ordered a few inexpensive spiritual foods, found a seat, and ate while chatting and laughing. Suddenly, the airship shook violently. What happened? The people in the restaurant were quite surprised and all stood up. Airships are known for their excellent stability, so why would they shake for no reason? Normally, you might not encounter such an accident even once every year or two. Look, there are so many birds outside. Someone exclaimed. What, isn't this flight path regularly cleared by martial artists? How come there are avian star beasts here? The crowd was in an uproar, their emotions filled with fear. Being attacked by flying star beasts was no small matter, it could very well result in the destruction of the ship and the loss of life. Falling from such a height would surely kill even some low-level martial artists, let alone most of them who were ordinary people. Moreover, below was a primeval jungle, and even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would still become dinner for the star beasts. Gentlemen, a swarm of flying star beasts is attacking our airship relentlessly. The airship's defensive rune array can only hold for a few more minutes. The situation is critical. We hope that all the warriors on the airship can lend a hand. After this is over, we will definitely reward you accordingly. An urgent voice came from the radio. The martial artists inside the restaurant exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, and then they all ran outside. Now everyone is on the airship. If the airship is destroyed, they will not be spared either. Now it's not a matter of reward or not, but that everyone must protect themselves. How could this happen? Meng Chao's face was a little pale, and she held Fei Qingxin's hand tightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Don't worry, there are so many martial artists on the airship, everything will be fine. Fei Qingxin forced herself to calm down, patted the back of her hand, and comforted her. Yes, with so many martial artists like us, we'll definitely be fine. Meng Chao nodded repeatedly, as if encouraging herself. The two observed the situation outside through the restaurant window. Meng Chao suddenly noticed a figure leisurely eating in the restaurant. She frowned and said angrily, "Hey, why aren't you helping? The situation is so critical, and you still have the mind to eat here. They are more than capable of handling this, so my going out would be superfluous." Wang Teng had just used his spiritual vision to assess the situation. Judging from the amount and intensity of the primal force light, the human warriors held an overwhelming advantage. The flying star beasts clearly couldn't cause any trouble and would only be slaughtered. While he eats here, he uses his mental power to collect the attribute bubbles dropped by the slain flying star beasts. How delightful. Furthermore, several other martial artists did not make a move after him, which clearly reflects this assessment. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, the martial artists looked at him in surprise. This young man is quite strong. Meng Chao didn't know any of this. Hearing Wang Teng say this, she thought he was just making excuses and was simply too cowardly to go out. You coward, you don't dare to go out and kill star beasts, and you make up so many excuses. It's really despicable. Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. No matter who it was, being bullied like this time and time again would make them feel bad. Before he could say anything, he heard Meng Chao turn to Fei Qingxin and say, "Qingxin, you see? This guy is all show and no substance. All that traveling is just a lie to fool girls. You'd better not get too close to him." Fei Qingxin frowned slightly at this moment, but didn't say anything. She just pulled Meng Chao aside and whispered, "Never mind, they have their own plans. We can't force them to do anything." There was a noticeable increase in distance in his tone. What's going on here? Wang Teng looked annoyed and didn't want to argue with the two girls, so he got up and left the restaurant. They're just putting on airs. They're too ashamed to stay after we say a few words to them, Meng Chao said disdainfully. Wang Teng arrived at the deck outside the airship and saw that the entire surface of the airship was enveloped in a yellow halo, like a giant bubble. The battle between the warriors and the flying star beasts is coming to an end. Those were red firebirds, their bodies wreathed in flames, constantly spitting fireballs to attack the airship and the warriors on it. However, most of them were 1-star level, with only a few being 2-star, posing no threat to the martial artists present. Firefly carcasses fell from the sky, some landing on the planks, others plunging directly into the primeval jungle below. The airship flies along its predetermined route and cannot stop specifically to retrieve the corpses of these firebird star beasts. Moreover, what lies below is the primitive interior, which is extremely dangerous. Perhaps by the time they get down there, the corpses of those firebird star beasts will have already been devoured by various star beasts. Fortunately, quite a few firebird corpses fell onto the deck, allowing the martial artists to make a small profit. As for how to distribute them, that was their own business and had nothing to do with Wang Teng. He has gotten what he wanted. Fire Force *90. Blank attribute *200. These firebirds were undoubtedly fire-type star beasts, granting him a total of 90 points of fire-type primal force. Fire Force, 715 2/1000, 4 stars. Looking at the increase in fire elemental power on the attribute panel, Wang Teng smiled. This was a good omen. In addition, there are 200 blank attribute points. Combined with what he had saved before, he now has accumulated 750 blank attribute points for future use. With the battle over, everyone inside the airship breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing unexpected happened during the rest of the journey. More than 2 hours later, the airship slowly landed in a bustling and huge city. Wang Teng stepped off the airship. Several airships were parked in the square in front of him, and lights were falling from the night sky. Airships landed on the square from all directions as they approached from afar. The square was packed with people and extremely noisy. Yangcheng is a large city with a thriving business. Every day, countless people come and go from here by airship. Fei Qingxin and Meng Chao stepped off the airship. As they passed Wang Teng, Fei Qingxin politely said goodbye. Wang Teng, we're leaving now. See you again someday. Meng Chao didn't even glance at him, and quickly pulled Fei Qingxin away as if avoiding a plague. Judging from their expressions, saying they'd meet again someday was just polite talk. They probably wished they'd never see each other again. Wang Teng shook his head. Encountering a woman like Meng Chao was already bad enough. It was best not to see her again, otherwise he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist hitting a woman next time. He then followed the flow of people out of the square, asked for directions, and headed into the city. Even at night, Yangcheng remains bustling and vibrant. The streets and buildings are brightly lit, the entire city is ablaze with lights, and various vendors can be seen everywhere, their shouts and calls echoing throughout the city. The city's architecture is magnificent and grand, and the shops on both sides of the street sell all kinds of high-end goods. They are exquisite and luxurious, dazzling the eyes and making people linger. However, Wang Teng came from Earth and had seen all sorts of things, so he wasn't surprised. However, the city street scenes of this other world did give him a unique feeling. Peng Yuanshan is right. When you travel, you might actually see things that you don't usually see. Jellyfish Restaurant. Wang Teng stopped in front of a building. Let's go with this place. The reviews I've heard along the way are all pretty good. He went inside, and someone immediately came forward, bowing and saying, "Young master, are you here for a stay or a meal?" "Give me a superior room," Wang Teng said. "Okay, please follow me." The waiter led Wang Teng to the lobby, booked a room, and handed him the key. "This is your room, it's on the 3rd floor, the 5th room on the left." "Would you like me to take you up?" the waiter said. "No need, I can go up myself." Wang Teng refused him and went to the 3rd floor by himself. He opened the room, which was very well equipped and exquisite. It was like a 5-star presidential suite in another world. Indeed, as long as the money is right, there's nothing that can't be done. He opened the window, and soon after, a black dot fell from the sky and landed on the windowsill. It was the netherworld raven. The little crow is a good helper, but it also needs to improve its own strength. Wang Teng naturally keeps it by his side at all times so that they can grow together. "Are you full?" Wang Teng asked with a smile. When they encountered the firebirds on the airship, he ordered the little crow to secretly hunt down the firebirds that had been killed, which is why he asked this question now. "Caw caw." The little crow cawed twice, sounding to be in a good mood. It suddenly lowered its head, spat out a rough, red, spherical object from its mouth, and looked up at Wang Teng. "Star core," Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. "Without a doubt, this is a 1-star nucleus. The little crow actually obtained a star core?" Wang Teng was somewhat taken aback, then, as if realizing something, asked, "Is this the firebird's star core?" Through the spirit pet contract, the person and the pet can understand each other's meaning, and the little crow nodded. "That's true," Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim. "You little thing, you're quite lucky." He heard on the airship that no one else had obtained the most valuable items like star cores and star bones, since Firebird's aptitude and grade weren't high. But unexpectedly, the little crow found a star core. "Could it be that you've shared in my good fortune as your master?" Wang Teng stroked his chin and muttered to himself narcissistically. "Caw caw, you said you wanted to eat this?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. Through the spirit pet contract, Wang Teng sensed the little crow's desire and immediately said, eat up anyway, you're the one who found it." Although it hurt a little, he wouldn't be stingy since it would benefit the little crow. What's a little money? At worst, we can just wait until the little crow becomes stronger and then get our money back from it with interest. With Wang Teng's permission, the little crow picked up the fire-type star core and swallowed it whole, completely unaware of what its unscrupulous master was plotting. After swallowing the fire-type star core, its body glowed red, and wisps of flame spewed out from the little crow's mouth. Wang Teng suddenly remembered that besides the spirit vision talent, the little crow also had a talent called Netherflame, but it had not yet been awakened. Judging from the name, it's obvious that it's a fire-based attack talent. Could it be that this fire-type star core can not only enhance the little crow's strength, but also unlock its other talent, Netherflame? Wang Teng looked at the attribute panel, but unfortunately it showed that it was still not awakened. But he felt he had found a way. He could find more fire-type star cores to feed the little crow, and maybe one day it would awaken. The little crow is currently just a support character, but once it awakens its Netherflame talent, it will be able to participate in battles. Just imagining that scene is pretty exciting. Grow up quickly. Your master is so awesome, you can't fall behind. Wang Teng shamelessly expressed his expectations. Yangcheng, Heiwi Restaurant. The next morning, Wang Teng got up early to prepare to go out and ask the waiter at the restaurant for directions to the Rune Guild. Walking on the streets in the early morning, Wang Teng recalled the intriguing reaction of the waiter when he inquired about the Rune Guild. The waiter first showed surprise and then became increasingly respectful. That kind of respect is different from the respect a waiter shows to a customer. It comes from a difference in status. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that rune masters held a high status on the Star Martial continent. No wonder major universities on Earth had set up a separate college to teach this knowledge. I wonder what the status of blacksmiths and alchemists is. As a large city, Yangcheng was bustling with activity even in the early morning. Moreover, Wang Teng encountered a guard of soldiers wearing armor walking by. They were imposing and their armor clanged together with a rhythmic sound, causing the crowd to make way for them. Wang Teng stood by the roadside watching them walk away, then continued following the route indicated by the waiter, turning through several streets, and finally arrived at the Rune Guild. Before me stood a magnificent palace-style building, with 4 ancient characters on a pale gold plaque, radiating a soft glow. The plaza in front of the Rune Guild was bustling with people, including dwarves, orcs, and humans. Many of them wore standard robes with a very conspicuous rune mark on the chest. Wang Teng guessed that these people were probably insiders of the Rune Guild. He then stepped through the gates of the Rune Guild and was greeted by a large hall. It was rather empty, with few people inside. The staff members were all quietly going about their business, while those who entered the hall did not linger and disappeared at the end of the corridor. The pillars and walls of the hall are carved with various runes and patterns, which look quite strange. Wang Teng only glanced at these things briefly. At this moment, his gaze was completely drawn to the large number of bubbles floating on the ground. We really made the right choice coming to the Rune Guild. Just as he had guessed, there were plenty of attribute bubbles to collect. Spirit 10. Rune Knowledge *8. Rune Knowledge *6. Spiritual Realm Spirit *4. Spirit 12. Rune Knowledge *10. Pick it up. One by one, attribute bubbles were drawn over by Wang Teng, flowing into his body like fish swimming in the sea. It actually possesses the spiritual attributes of the spirit realm. Wang Teng was quite surprised. This was the first time he had ever encountered a spiritual attribute from the spirit realm. It seemed that the Rune Guild was truly full of hidden talents. He calculated that he had gained a total of 18 points of spiritual attribute and 46 points of ordinary spiritual attribute. Wang Teng's mental attributes surged instantly, with a large amount of mental attributes flooding into his head, forming a storm that swirled like a bottomless vortex before gradually calming down after a while. Spirit Realm, 71.7, 100. With his mental strength surging, Wang Teng's mental power also continued to rise, and its power must have become even greater. In addition, there are 156 points of rune knowledge. This rune knowledge is not the basic rune knowledge he learned in school, but a much more advanced rune knowledge. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel, expecting an additional item to appear in the knowledge section, but it didn't. The attribute panel has changed. A new skill bar has been added, secondary profession. There are currently 3 professions in the secondary professions section: Rune Master, Blacksmith, and Spirit Chef. Blacksmith, 125 1,000ths, Advanced. Chef, 5 2000ths, Master Chef. Rune Master, 83 500ths, Intermediate. At the same time, some information popped into Wang Teng's mind. These secondary professions were divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, followed by master, grandmaster, and so on. Could it be based on the secondary profession levels in another world? I wonder if it's the same on Earth? Wang Teng pondered to himself. He also discovered that the profession of alchemist had not yet appeared, but was still at the knowledge stage, clearly. Simply knowing how to identify spiritual herbs did not qualify one as an alchemist. Wang Teng understood instantly. My rune master level has reached intermediate. I just acquired 156 points of rune knowledge, directly advancing from beginner to intermediate. Adding that to my previous basic rune knowledge, I now have 83 points at the intermediate level. Wang Teng smiled slightly. Now his plans were worry-free. He came here to pass the Rune Guild's assessment and obtain the Rune Master Qualification Certificate, using this as a starting point to integrate into the Star Martial continent. Standing in the hall, carrying a hidden weapon box on his back, the young Wang Teng was quite eye-catching. At this moment, a young woman dressed in the standard long dress of the Rune Guild emerged from behind a counter, approached Wang Teng with a smile, and asked, "Sir, it seems this is your first time visiting our Rune Guild. Is there anything I can do to help you?" "This is indeed my first time here. I want to take the Rune Master exam to obtain a qualification certificate. I wonder what your process is like." Wang Teng nodded. "Are you a Rune Master?" The woman was slightly taken aback when she looked at Wang Teng's young face. "Okay," Wang Teng nodded. "Please follow me." The woman was startled but became even more respectful. She gestured for Wang Teng to come to the counter, where she retrieved a form and a pen and handed them to him. "Please fill out this form, and we will arrange for you to participate in the assessment shortly thereafter." Wang Teng casually filled out the form, and the woman took it and glanced at it. She was surprised to see that the age column was filled in as 18 years old, and exclaimed, "It's really rare to see someone as young as you taking the Rune Master exam." Then, holding the registration form, he led Wang Teng along the corridor inside the hall, and soon stopped in front of a large door. 2 martial artists stood guard outside the gate. Wang Teng's gaze swept over the 2 men, and he realized that they were at least 2-star warrior level, yet they were guarding the gate. "I've brought people here to participate in the assessment. Please let us through," the woman said to the 2 martial artists. "The first round of assessments today won't start for another half hour. Once you're inside, don't wander around. Just wait in your assigned spot." One of the martial artists glanced at Wang Teng, secretly surprised. This young man looked quite young, yet he couldn't see through him at all. So he spoke quite politely. Seeing that Wang Teng nodded to indicate that he understood, he opened the door and let him through. The woman was surprised by the 2 martial artists' attitude, but she didn't say anything. She handed the stamped form to Wang Teng and said, "You can give the form to the examiner during the assessment." "Thank you." Wang Teng nodded and entered the doorway. The room was brightly lit, illuminating the entire space. There were quite a few people in the room at this time, with low voices of discussion and laughter rising from time to time. Most of them were young people in their 20s, but Wang Teng also saw 2 people who were about the same age as him, and they were accompanied by their elders. Upon seeing someone enter the room, everyone couldn't help but look towards Wang Teng. "Another one has arrived, and she's so young. They're comparable to those young men and women from aristocratic families. Hey, we don't even know if he can pass the test yet. It's too early to compare him to me." Ellipsis. Discussions about Wang Teng immediately arose. Wang Teng's age was obviously surprising, but many people were skeptical. Many of the young examinees were just going through the motions, and very few people could actually pass the test. Those who can pass the Rune Master exam at this age are all exceptionally talented geniuses, and they also need a lot of resources to nurture them and the careful guidance of Rune Masters. Ordinary people obviously do not have these conditions. Wang Teng ignored the crowd's comments and went to a corner to wait. After that, everyone stopped paying attention to Wang Teng and the topic of discussion returned to those scions of prominent families. From their discussion, Wang Teng also learned that the young people who were about his age and accompanied by their elders came from several rune families in Yangcheng. The boy accompanied by an old man is Lu Xingwei from the Lu family of Yangcheng, while the girl accompanied by a middle-aged man is Su Lingyun, the genius girl from the Su family of Yangcheng. I relied on the system, but if these 2 can really pass the test, besides their family background, their own talent must also be quite strong. Wang Teng looked at the two young men and women and thought to himself. Time flies, the assessment is about to begin, and the examiners from the Rune Guild are arriving one after another. There were 3 people in total, 2 humans and 1 short, somewhat pointed-mouthed, wrinkled goblin. These 3 advanced rune masters are actually serving as examiners this time. Everyone was immediately surprised. The 3 examiners went directly to their seats and sat down, but did not announce the start of the assessment. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something, which puzzled everyone. A few minutes later, the door to the room opened again, and an elderly man with silver hair walked in. Although he was old, one could still vaguely see that he had been handsome in his youth, and a pair of slightly long, pointed ears were visible in his silver hair. Elf race. The old man was actually an elf. Just as Wang Teng was showing a look of surprise, he suddenly heard a gasp from the crowd. President. President? Wang Teng was taken aback. The person who was addressed as president by everyone present was obviously the president of the Yangcheng Rune Guild. Why is the president here? Look behind the president, isn't that Su Lingxuan, who was taken as a disciple by the president? Does the president intend for Su Lingxuan to participate in the assessment today as well? No way, Su Lingxuan is only 16. Being accepted as a disciple by the president shows that Su Lingxuan's talent is much better than Su Lingyun's. If it were her, it might not be impossible. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Wang Teng's expression turned strange. This was quite a shocking topic. His gaze involuntarily swept over the 2 girls. Su Lingxuan, Su Lingyun, could they both be from the Su family? Wang Teng asked with some suspicion. Their names were very similar, and they even looked somewhat alike. This is going to be fun. One was talented and was taken in as a personal disciple by the guild leader of the Rune Guild. The other, although talented, was clearly not noticed. They share the same background, yet have different fates. Fate is such a mess. At that moment, Wang Teng saw a hint of jealousy on Su Lingyun's face. After the leader of the Rune Guild arrived, he nodded to the 3 examiners, who then announced the start of the examination. A human examiner stood up and said, "The test is very simple. We have selected 10 1-star rune arrays. You need to inscribe at least 3 rune arrays to pass the test. The more rune arrays you draw, the higher your score will be." After the rune master profession appeared, Wang Teng learned that rune arrays were divided into 1 to 9 stars. And those who could draw at least 3 1-star rune arrays were considered beginner rune masters. Standing at their respective assessment positions, the group saw the names of 10 1-star rune arrays displayed on the screen on the wall. Some frowned, while others showed delight. Then, they all picked up the rune pens on the table and began to inscribe the rune arrays. Wang Teng glanced at it, his expression unchanged, and immediately began to inscribe it. He was already an intermediate rune master, so a 1-star rune array was no challenge for him. In less than half an hour, 10 1-star rune arrays appeared on the metal plate of the assessment platform in one go. Then he raised his hand. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. "Have you finished engraving?" the 3 examiners asked, frowning. "It's done," Wang Teng said calmly. Even the guild leader of the Rune Guild glanced at Wang Teng at this moment. "So fast? Is this guy here to cause trouble?" the crowd asked in disbelief. Lu Xingwei, Su Lingyun, and Su Lingxuan, 3 genius teenagers, all looked at Wang Teng, who was the same age as them, and had actually completed the inscription. The 3 examiners' expressions darkened slightly, but they didn't say much. They exchanged glances, walked to Wang Teng's position, and 10 perfect rune arrays came into view. The 3 of them were immediately taken aback and almost simultaneously rushed to the assessment platform in front of Wang Teng to carefully examine the runes and magic arrays on it. The goblin examiner, in particular, was so short that he had to climb onto the platform using both his hands and feet, and then lie on top of it with a magnifying glass to examine the object. The sight was rather comical. Perfect. Flawless. The 3 examiners were astonished. They looked up at Wang Teng, their expressions of deep shock unable to dissipate. "No way." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. At that moment, the guild leader of the Rune Guild walked over. "Guild master, come and take a look. The 10 1-star rune arrays that this little guy has inscribed are simply perfect." The 3 examiners exclaimed. Receiving such high praise from the 3 examiners only fueled President Golin's curiosity. He strode forward, looked at Wang Teng for a long time, his face filled with amazement, and then suddenly smiled and said, "Young man, how about becoming my disciple?" Everyone burst into laughter. President, you're not playing by the rules. Su Lingxuan stared in astonishment at her teacher and Wang Teng. Was she about to have another senior brother? Lu Xingwei and Su Lingyun looked rather unwell. Everyone else was filled with envy and jealousy. That was the disciple of the Rune Guild's guild leader. Over the years, countless people had tried to become his disciples without success, and the guild leader had only accepted Su Lingxuan as his disciple. Yet today, he was showing such favor to a young man he had just met, and even wanted him to become his disciple. Wang Teng was also slightly taken aback, feeling both amused and exasperated. I was rash. Don't be so quick to refuse. Let's talk after the assessment, Goring said, then turned to the 3 examiners and said, you can evaluate the results. The 3 examiners nodded, and without further discussion, immediately gave Wang Teng a perfect score on his form. Half an hour after Wang Teng finished his assessment, Su Lingxuan completed the inscription of 10 one-star rune arrays. However, the level of completion is obviously not as high as Wang Teng's, and there are some flaws. But to be honest, it is already amazing that a 16-year-old girl can do this. President Goring expressed his satisfaction with his apprentice's performance. The 3 examiners ultimately gave her a score of 83. It should have been a happy occasion, but Su Lingxuan couldn't feel happy at all. She went to Golan's side and asked, Teacher, what score did he get? Goring knew, of course, who his apprentice was referring to, and he had already noticed her disappointment. He smiled and said, Silly child, there are always some people in this world whose talents cannot be fathomed by common sense. You can compare yourself to them, but you must keep a calm and balanced mindset. Take those who are more outstanding as your role models, and your achievements in the future will certainly not be low. Su Lingxuan paused for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded solemnly and said, This disciple has learned a lot. All right, why are you being so serious? Goring chuckled. Hee, it's just that you were being so serious, so of course I had to be serious too. Su Lingxuan reverted to her usual mischievous self and laughed, by the way. You still haven't told me how many points he got. The 3 examiners gave her a perfect score. Seeing that she had recovered from her disappointment, Golan told her about Wang Teng's assessment results. Perfect score. Although Su Lingxuan was somewhat prepared, she was still shocked by the score. A perfect score is not unheard of, but very few people can achieve it. To inscribe a magic array flawlessly is extremely difficult. This requires not only hard work but also exceptional talent, which explains why the teacher always told me to keep a calm mindset. Comparing yourself to him would probably make you incredibly depressed. Su Lingxuan shook her head, then suddenly remembered something and asked, Teacher, are you really going to take him as your disciple? Would that make me a senior sister? Having such a powerful junior brother must feel amazing. You should be his junior sister, he's older than you. Golan shook his head with a chuckle and said, I would like to take him on as a disciple. This kid has great talent, it would be a shame to miss out. But it seems he has some concerns, so I plan to have a good talk with him after the assessment. Haha, even you have times when you can't handle things, teacher? Su Lingxuan laughed gleefully. You silly girl, Goring laughed at himself. Go for it, teacher, you can do it. Su Lingxuan playfully waved her fist to encourage him. Goring couldn't help but roll his eyes. As time passed, the 2-hour assessment came to a complete end. Some people sighed deeply, some frowned, and some breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 examiners stepped down from their positions to score the candidates. For advanced rune masters, evaluating a 1-star rune array is not difficult. They can almost spot all the flaws and errors with just a glance and arrive at the final result. Soon, the scores were released. Out of the 20-odd people present, only 6 passed the test. Those who couldn't even inscribe 3 1-star rune arrays naturally failed the test, while some people, even though they inscribed all 10 1-star rune arrays, made fatal mistakes and were also deemed unqualified. Lu Xingwei and Su Lingyun were also among the 6 people who passed the assessment, and their scores were not low, one with 45 points and the other with 50 points. This score is not based on a passing grade of 60. There are a total of 10 1-star rune arrays. Correctly inscribing a 1-star rune array is worth 10 points, for a total of 100 points. So actually, you only need 30 points to pass the assessment. Judging from the scores Lu Xingwei and Su Lingyun received, it means they completed at least 4 to 5 1-star rune arrays, which is already considered excellent among the many examinees. Considering their age, compared to Su Lingxuan, she paled in comparison, let alone Wang Teng. Su Lingxuan scored 83 points, and that guy who came from who knows where even got a perfect score. Upon hearing Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan's scores, Lu Xingwei and Su Lingyun were shocked. And their faces turned somewhat grim. If it weren't for Su Lingxuan and Wang Teng, the two of them might have been more satisfied with their grades, but now, looking at these scores, there's simply no comparison. They were all famous geniuses in Yangcheng, but now they are completely outshone by them. What face do they have left to call themselves geniuses? The other examiners were also whispering among themselves, utterly shocked. That boy actually got a perfect score? I'm really curious to see just how advanced the rune array he inscribed is. The three examiners and the guild leader all said that his rune array was perfect, and they gave it such a high score, so it really is perfect. Su Lingxuan's score is also very high. She's only 16 years old, which is quite remarkable. Compared to those two, Lu Xingwei and Su Lingyun are like heaven and earth. Upon hearing these comments, Lu Xingwei and Su Lingyun's expressions darkened further, and a hint of jealousy flashed in their eyes. As the assessment concluded, several Rune Guild staff members entered carrying trays, each containing a black robe. One of the examiners stood up and said with a smile, "Everyone, first of all, congratulations on becoming junior rune masters. From now on, you are part of the guild and can enjoy the unique benefits of the guild. The guild has a dedicated task platform and trading platform where you can accept tasks, exchange materials you need, and so on. Next, I will distribute the guild's standard robes to you. These robes are engraved with runes by our guild's senior rune masters and have various functions such as defense, dust protection, moisture protection, and even poison protection. The cost of making them alone is over 1,000 primal stones. They are not only a symbol of status but also a symbol of honor. I hope you will cherish them." Upon hearing this, everyone looked eagerly at the robes being held by the staff. Those who failed the test all showed expressions of envy. The staff then stepped forward and handed the robe to each of the novice rune masters who had passed the test. The group was captivated by the robe, with some even taking off their coats and donning the exquisite black robe of a rune master. Before becoming rune masters, some of them may have lived in poverty, but now, wearing this robe, they looked completely transformed, exuding the nobility of a rune master. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. At this moment, President Goring walked over with Su Lingxuan and said with a smile, "Young man, shall we find a place to talk?" Wait a minute, I'd also like to take the intermediate rune master exam," Wang Teng said. Goring was stunned and the others were equally astonished. "I still need to take the intermediate rune master exam?" President Goring and the three examiners stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. Su Lingxuan, standing behind Goring, stared wide-eyed and slightly opened her mouth, thinking she had misheard. Inside the room, all eyes were on Wang Teng. Passing the beginner rune master assessment with a perfect score had already surprised everyone, who marveled at his amazing talent. Now, he wanted to participate in the intermediate rune master assessment. How could anyone describe his talent? For a moment, everyone was speechless. That guy, Lu Xingwei, looked at Wang Teng, who had become the sole focus of attention in the arena, his eyes burning with a raging fire, the flames of jealousy. Such treatment used to belong to him, but now it has all been taken away by the other party. Su Lingyun wasn't particularly jealous of Wang Teng, her main conflict lay with Su Lingxuan. But as she looked at Wang Teng's angular face, a glint flashed in her eyes. If he really does pass the intermediate runemaster exam, then where did this guy come from? If he passes the intermediate rune master exam, he'll be a monster. Everyone came to their senses and looked at Wang Teng as if he were a monster, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Don't underestimate the intermediate rune master assessment. To pass it, you not only need to inscribe a 2-star rune array, but you also need to possess 2-star origin force and a mid-level mortal realm mental strength, Su Lingxuan reminded her. 2-star origin force, mid-level mortal realm mental power. Wang Teng glanced at the little girl. 2-star force is a term used in the Star Martial continent, representing the strength of a 2-star warrior. Mortal realm spiritual power is the previous realm of spiritual realm. Ordinary people's spiritual power is generally at the mortal realm, while Wang Teng is now at the spiritual realm and has already reached a high level. If Su Lingxuan knew Wang Teng's true strength, I wonder what she would think. If possible, I'd still like to give it a try, Wang Teng said. Goring composed himself, looked at Wang Teng meaningfully, and said, "Are you sure you want to participate in the intermediate runemaster assessment?" Wang Teng nodded. 3 examiners approached, and their expressions turned serious when they heard Wang Tang persist. "Little one, this is no joke," said the goblin examiner. If Wang Tang passed the intermediate runemaster assessment at such a young age, then his talent can only be described as monstrous. Looking at the entire rune world of the empire, such a brilliant talent has not appeared for hundreds of years. Don't be so serious. It's just an assessment. Doesn't the Rune Guild hold intermediate runemaster assessments every day? There should be quite a few participants. One more or one less won't make a difference. If it really doesn't work out, then forget it. Wang Tang said speechlessly. Yes, of course we can. We'll prepare your assessment right now, Golan said immediately. If they let Wang Tang go, and later discovered that he was indeed a mid-level rune master, it would be a huge loss for their Yangcheng Rune Guild. Throughout the empire, every city has a rune guild. They all belong to the same family, yet they compete with each other. If a monstrous genius appears in a local rune guild, it can only be beneficial to them. The 3 examiners reacted instantly. Besides, as Wang Tang said, it's just an assessment. So many people take the assessment every day, what difference does one more Wang Tang make? Everything will become clear once the assessment results are released. The 3 examiners and President Golan personally led Wang Tang to another room, the door of which was marked Intermediate Rune Master Examination Room. The Intermediate Rune Master Examination Room was even smaller, with only a handful of people. When the intermediate runemaster examiner saw Golan and the others bring Wang Tang in, he was immediately surprised and stood up, saying, "Guild Master, what brings you here?" "I brought someone with me to participate in the intermediate runemaster assessment," Goran said. "Oh, who is it? Why did you have to bring them here personally?" The intermediate rune master assessment also had 3 examiners, who were somewhat surprised upon hearing this. They knew that Golan's disciple, Su Lingxuan, was at most a beginner rune master, and they all knew her. However, they did not see her at this moment. Instead, they saw Wang Tang behind Golan, and their faces showed a look of doubt. "It's him." Goring stepped aside, revealing Wang Tang behind him. He looked around and said, "You haven't taken your assessments yet, have you? So young to be taking the intermediate runemaster exam?" The 3 looked at each other with deep surprise, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. "It hasn't even started yet." "Then let's add him too," Goring said directly without explaining Wang Tang's identity. "All right." Upon seeing this, the 3 of them stopped asking questions and instructed the staff to prepare another testing platform. "The intermediate runemaster assessment will begin soon. I hope you won't disappoint me." Goran looked at Wang Tang as he walked onto the assessment platform, his eyes flickering, and murmured to himself. Ellipsis ellipsis. Outside the intermediate runemaster examination room, Lu Xingwei, Su Lingyun, and the others did not leave, but gathered in the corridor to wait for Wang Tang's assessment results. Su Lingxuan was also among them, staring longingly at the closed door of the examination room, muttering to herself, "The teacher is really something, not even taking me along." Lu Xingwei's eyes lit up when he saw Su Lingxuan standing alone to the side. He couldn't help but lean closer and asked in a faintly intimate tone, "Lingxuan, do you think that guy can pass the test?" Su Lingxuan frowned imperceptibly, took a small step back, and said, "I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I think it's probably hopeless. That guy is probably just trying to attract the president's attention by doing this because he saw the president was there," Lu Xingwei said to himself. Completely oblivious to Su Lingxuan's little tricks. "If even the teachers can't be sure, then I certainly can't see anything about it," Su Lingxuan chuckled. Lu Xingwei's expression froze instantly. "Hey, how does it feel to offer a warm face to a cold backside?" Su Lingyun sneered. "HMPH. Lu Xingwei's face instantly turned bright red. He snorted coldly and said no more. Su Lingxuan frowned. Su Lingyun's words were too harsh. However, she was truly helpless with this cousin. Ever since she became Golan's apprentice, Su Lingyun had been unable to stand her. As time passed, at a certain moment, the door to the examination room slowly opened, and Goring and 3 examiners walked out first. "Teacher, what was the result?" Su Lingxuan rushed up and grabbed Golan's arm to ask. Goring sighed. "Didn't it pass?" Su Lingxuan's mind conjured up Wang Tang's face, and she felt a pang of regret. Lu Xingwei breathed a sigh of relief, but Su Lingyun's face showed disappointment, and her eyes became indifferent again. "No, he passed. I'm just amazed by how incredible his talent is," Goring remarked. Su Lingxuan was stunned for a moment, then rolled her eyes at him. Lu Xingwei looked completely stunned. Su Lingyun suddenly raised her head, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Upon learning from Golan that Wang Teng had passed the intermediate runemaster assessment, everyone's expressions varied, but the shock in their hearts was the same. Wang Teng lagged behind Golan by one step, picking up the attribute bubbles dropped by several intermediate rune masters in the assessment room before stepping out. Rune Master, 106 500ths intermediate. He noticed the expressions on everyone's faces but didn't seem to care much. He had seen this expression too many times and was already used to it, so he remained calm at this moment. But his demeanor was particularly remarkable in Goring's eyes. At such a young age, with such amazing talent, how many young people could remain calm in the face of both honor and disgrace? Some of the novice rune masters who hadn't left yet nodded to Wang Teng in a friendly manner, came up to say hello, and wanted to leave an impression. After all, such a prodigy might become a master in the future, so it wouldn't hurt to get to know him. Su Lingyun stepped forward and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Lingyun, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Yangcheng." As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, so Wang Teng nodded and said, "Wang Teng. You're probably not from around here. I'll show you around sometime," Su Lingyun said. Lu Xingwei looked at Wang Teng, who was being fawned over, snorted coldly, and turned to leave with his men. "The assessment is over. If you have nothing else to do, you may leave." Goring waved to the people in the corridor, then turned to Wang Teng and smiled. "Now, can we have a proper chat? Why is the chairman so fixated on an unknown nobody like me?" Wang Teng said with a wry smile. "You must be so smug. Countless people want to be invited by the teacher," Su Lingxuan said irritably. Goring seemed to sense Wang Teng's concerns, and waved his hand dismissively, saying with a smile, "Don't worry, I really just want to talk to you, I won't force you anything." "All right then." Since the matter had been brought up, Wang Teng couldn't refuse any longer and nodded. As everyone watched Wang Teng leave with Goring, a look of envy appeared on their faces. Then, they gradually dispersed, discussing what they had witnessed that day with great interest. They seemed to feel honored to have witnessed the beginning of a legend. Wang Teng followed Guild Master Golan through the Rune Guild. There were long corridors everywhere, winding and turning, and they didn't know where they were. Finally, they walked out of a door. Before them lay a fragrant little garden, where various strange creatures appeared and disappeared among the flowers. They showed no fear upon seeing Golan and Su Lingxuan arrive, but instead stared wide-eyed at the stranger Wang Teng. Wang Teng saw a group of translucent, jelly-like strange creatures hopping and jumping in the grass and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "These are slimes?" "Slime? What's that?" Su Lingxuan looked at Wang Teng with a puzzled expression and said, "They're called baby slimes." Soft mud monster baby. Wang Teng's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but repeat the name, feeling that it was quite apartment. "Isn't the name nice?" Su Lingxuan said with a smile. "My teacher has been studying these little guys recently, so he caught a bunch of them and is raising them." "It's pretty good." Wang Teng's expression was strange, then he said half-jokingly, "Isn't Master Goring a rune master? Why is he studying slimes now? Is he trying to become a biologist?" "Haha, Wang Teng, is it alright if I call you that?" Master Goring laughed heartily. After getting Wang Teng's consent, he continued, "In the beginning, many of our runes were developed from star beasts. Life is the most magical existence in the world. Every life form contains a huge treasure. Don't underestimate the slime babies just because they are the lowest level of creatures. They have many forms and can be compatible with any type of force, almost like humans. They are truly magical creatures. However, I've recently been studying their shape-shifting abilities. I'm curious to know what kind of life patterns allow them to change shape at will. Perhaps we can develop a new kind of rune. Transform." Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he instantly made a lot of connections. When he looked at those slimes. No, when he looked at those soft mud monster babies, his eyes became somewhat dangerous. "Teacher, you're just bored. So many predecessors on the mainland couldn't figure out these things, so they've already been declared impossible. Why are you still nitpicking?" Su Lingxuan rolled her eyes. "Haha, after all, it's something I dreamed of when I was a kid. Now that I'm old, it'll be too late if I don't study it now," Goring laughed nonchalantly. There was a small wooden cabin in the garden. Goring led Wang Teng to a quiet study inside the cabin. After Su Lingxuan poured Wang Teng a bright green drink, Golan smiled and said, "This is a fruit wine unique to our elven race. Try it." Wang Teng picked up the wooden cup and smelled it. A unique fragrance wafted into his nose, which smelled extremely pleasant. He couldn't help but take a small sip. Delicious. You're not from the Star Martial continent, are you? Golan suddenly said. PFF'd. Caught off guard, Wang Tang suddenly spat out the fruit wine he had just drunk, spraying it all over Goring's face. Su Lingxuan was stunned, both because of what Golan had said and because Wang Tang had actually sprayed the fruit wine onto Golan's face. At this moment, all three of them froze, falling into an eerie silence, and the scene became quite awkward. Cough cough. Goring was the first to recover, coughed lightly, and calmly wiped his face with a handkerchief. Su Lingxuan suppressed a laugh and gave Wang Tang a reproachful glare. Wang Tang pretended nothing had happened, pretended not to have seen anything, and said calmly, "What did you say, Chairman Goring? I didn't understand. Didn't your elders tell you that a soul imprint cannot be hidden in front of someone with strong mental power? Don't worry, since I've told you, it means I won't do anything to you. Otherwise, do you think I would tell you so much with my strength?" Gorin said. Wang Tang sighed inwardly and asked, "How did you figure it out, President?" Even someone with extremely strong mental power would need to display their mental power to detect differences in soul imprints, and I haven't displayed my mental power in front of you. When you first entered the Rune Guild, you scanned the hall with your mental power. I noticed you then, but I didn't pay much attention at first. After all, many people from your world come to our side now, and there are trades between us. It's not strange for someone from another world to appear in the Rune Guild. It was only later, when I happened to see you participating in the assessment, that I realized what you were up to, Gorin said slowly. Psychic power. Su Lingxuan turned to look at Wang Tang after hearing their conversation. This guy actually possessed psychic power. It was at that time. Wang Tang was secretly shocked. He had observed that there was no one with strong mental power present at the time, which was why he dared to use his mental power to pick up the attribute bubbles. He was sure that President Goring was not there at the time, but the other party still managed to sense it. How terrifying was his mental power. The next moment, he couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself, realizing that he had been careless. "Why is the chairman telling me all this?" he asked. "Of course, it's to persuade you to become my disciple," Goring laughed, a laugh like that of a cunning old fox. Quote. Wang Tang looked at him with a blank expression. Su Lingxuan was also extremely surprised, but considering her teacher's usual behavior, it wasn't surprising. Don't be fooled by his dignified, kind, and amiable appearance in front of outsiders. He's actually a black-hearted man. After all, he's an old monster who's lived for hundreds of years. How about it, young man? If you become my disciple, I'll keep your secret, and I can even teach you how to hide your soul imprint, Gorin said with a smile. Why? Wang Tang asked with a serious expression. Goring seemed to know what he was asking, and suddenly his smile vanished. He looked at him with a deep gaze and said, "The world is different now." "Could you explain more clearly?" Wang Tang said. "Then you'll have to find out for yourself." Goring's air of superiority lasted only 3 seconds before he immediately put on that smiling face again. Wang Tang was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. Why did everyone like to speak in riddles, only saying half of what they meant? It was so frustrating. "But I already have a teacher," he said. "Also a rune master?" Gorin asked. "No, he taught me martial arts," Wang Tang said. "Then there's no problem. There's no conflict. Even if your martial arts teacher finds out, he won't care," Goring said. "Okay, teacher." Wang Tang immediately abandoned his integrity and shouted. "Very good." Gorin stroked his white beard, nodded in satisfaction, and pointed to Su Lingxuan beside him, saying, "From now on, she will be your junior sister. Remember to take good care of her." "Less than, greater than," Su Lingxuan exclaimed anxiously. "Why? I'm clearly the senior sister." "Because you're young, and your strength isn't as high as his," Goring said with a smile. "Shouldn't seniority be based on the order in which they joined the family?" Su Lingxuan protested. "Oh, I see. Then if you can get Wang Tang to call you senior sister, then you're the senior sister." Golan directly shifted the blame to Wang Tang. "Junior sister, hello, please take care of me in the future." Wang Tang chuckled inwardly. He would never even dream of calling a girl younger than him senior sister. "Call me senior sister." Su Lingxuan snapped angrily. "Junior sister. Call me senior sister. Junior sister. Ellipsis. All right, you two can argue about seniority later. Let's get down to business." Golan quickly stopped the two of them and said to Wang Tang, "Next, let's talk about your psychic powers." How much do you really know about them? Wang Teng's spirits lifted, his expression turned serious, and he shook his head, saying, I know almost nothing about it. Goring choked for a moment, then took a breath and said, what a waste. Luckily you met me. Simply put, mental power is a manifestation of mental power. Very few people can generate mental power. It requires strong talent and a certain amount of luck. You are undoubtedly very lucky. And mental power involves an extremely mysterious and ancient profession, the mentalist. A mind controller. Wang Teng felt like he'd struck gold and quickly asked, what is a mind controller? As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Golan's body, and the fire elemental force in the world rushed in, condensing into a huge fire python in front of him, which lowered its head and stared at Wang Teng. This is what a divine sense master is. Holy crap. These two words lingered in Wang Teng's mouth for a moment before finally slipping out. The enormous fire python was incredibly lifelike, with every scale perfectly realistic. Its massive body coiled around Goran, protecting him within. The python's head rose into the air, looking down at Wang Teng and flicking its tongue. Upon first seeing such a scene, one cannot help but feel somewhat shocked. Even Su Lingxuan was seeing Golan display such strength for the first time, and she couldn't help but open her mouth wide in astonishment. What kind of grass is mist grass? Goran asked, frowning in confusion. Ahem. Wang Teng coughed dryly and chuckled awkwardly. Teacher, is this the method of a divine sense master? Goring didn't dwell on it and nodded, saying, that's right. A divine sense master uses their own mental power as their hands to drive the primal forces of heaven and earth for their own use. They can also wield various weapons to launch powerful attacks. As he spoke, he reached out and a heavy book floated down from the bookshelf behind him and landed in his hand. I know about controlling weapons, that's what I've always done. But as for manipulating the primal force of heaven and earth, I've done some experiments but I've failed every time. In the end, I can only use the primal force I already have, Wang Teng said. If everyone knew how to manipulate the primal forces of heaven and earth, the divine sense masters wouldn't be so mysterious. Goran smiled and didn't keep them in suspense, saying directly, to manipulate the primal forces of heaven and earth, one must go through a certain medium, and this medium is where the divine sense master's lineage is passed down. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of excitement. Golan was undoubtedly a divine sense master. If he could obtain the divine sense master's inheritance from him, he would have really hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha, do you really want to learn? Seeing his expression, Goring couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course. Wang Teng nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, since you've become my disciple, I will naturally teach you this inheritance, Goran said. Wang Teng took a deep breath and said, thank you. He could imagine how rare and precious this divine sense master's inheritance was, yet Goring passed it on to him, a disciple who had just entered the sect, without hesitation. Moreover, Goring was from another world. As the saying goes, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Goring's ability to ignore this obstacle shows his magnanimity. Teacher, what about me? What about me? Su Lingxuan didn't think so much. Having witnessed the wonders of the divine sense master, how could she contain her excitement? She grabbed Golan's arm and shook it incessantly. Stop shaking me, stop shaking me. If you keep shaking me, you'll shake my old bones to pieces. Goran said helplessly. It's not that I don't want to teach you, it's just that you haven't awakened your mental power. Even if I teach you, you won't be able to learn it. Ah, how could a genius like me not be able to learn it? Su Lingxuan looked disappointed, but then, as if remembering something, hope appeared in her eyes. Then, teacher, do you have any good way to awaken my mental power? Don't get any funny ideas, girl. If mental power were so easy to awaken, mental masters wouldn't be so rare, Goran said, shaking his head. Su Lingxuan's pretty face was once again filled with disappointment, which gave Zhe Lin a headache. He quickly gave Wang Teng a wink, hoping he could comfort her. However, Wang Teng had only met Su Lingxuan for the first time and knew nothing about her. He couldn't find any words to comfort her and could only look at her with a blank expression, indicating that he was helpless. Golan had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, and said softly, Lingxuan, this is probably Wang Teng's first time in Yangcheng, and he's not familiar with the area yet. Why don't you show him around? Also, I heard that a new pastry shop has opened on Anshan Street. Their pastries have unique designs and taste excellent. Don't you want to try them? Upon hearing this, Su Lingxuan's eyes lit up, but she looked rather reluctant. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly said, since the teacher has spoken, then I'll take junior brother Wang Teng around. There's really no other way, what can I do? I'm the senior sister. Wang Teng clearly saw the girl's throat move involuntarily, as if she swallowed. This is such a little foodie. I wanted to correct her way of addressing me, but seeing that she had just suffered a setback, I decided not to dwell on the issue of seniority for the time being. Goring stood in the garden watching the two leave, shook his head with a smile, and then lay down on a rocking chair. He gently rocked back and forth while reading a book. Sunlight fell on his gray beard, strange creatures scurried about in the grass, making rustling sounds, and some unknown flower fairies hovered above the flowers, occasionally landing on Goring's head. The scene is quiet and peaceful. Ellipsis. Su Lingxuan strolled around the streets with Wang Teng. Although the girl kept her eyes glued to the various snacks on the roadside, she was quite responsible, explaining the landmarks to Wang Teng whenever they encountered them. For a reward, of course. Senior brother, I'm hungry. Can you buy me that fried pastry? Su Lingxuan rubbed her stomach, looking like she was saying, I'm so hungry because I took you shopping. How can you live with yourself if you don't buy me food? Whether that's actually what she meant or not is not important. What's important is that Su Lingxuan's mouth is about to water. Hurry up and wipe your drool, aren't you ashamed? Wang Teng rolled his eyes and went upstairs to buy 2 fried pastries. To be honest, it looks pretty delicious. Su Lingxuan blushed, slurped her saliva back quickly, and did so with practiced ease. After buying the fried pastries, Wang Teng handed one to Su Lingxuan and teased, What, are you admitting I'm your senior brother now? Did I say that? You must have misheard me. Su Lingxuan turned her back on me as soon as she got the food, immediately denying it and eating the fried pastry with relish. Her small mouth chewed quickly, and her cheeks puffed out, making her look very appetizing. Hey, this little girl. Wang Teng was speechless. From then on, whenever she encountered something delicious, Su Lingxuan would stop and look at Wang Teng. An hour later, Wang Teng glanced at Su Lingxuan's flat stomach and sighed, she's not very big, but she can eat quite a lot. Su Lingxuan glanced at Wang Teng and chuckled, you're not bad either. Ahem, it's normal for martial artists to eat a lot. Wang Teng coughed lightly and said calmly. Ha, men. Su Lingxuan sneered. Meanwhile, in a restaurant to the left of the two men, by the window, Lu Xingwei was chatting and laughing with several young men, their drinks flowing freely and the atmosphere very lively. Hey, isn't that Su Lingxuan from the Su family? A young man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone immediately turned to look in the direction the speaker was looking. It looks like Su Lingxuan. Who's the person next to her? Su Lingxuan not only comes from a family of rune masters like the Su family, but is also the disciple of the president of the Rune Guild. She has extremely high talent and is a beautiful young woman with both good looks and temperament. She has always been very popular among the young people in Yangcheng. However, she rarely appears alone, and there is no chance to even invite her, let alone anything else. This left the young talents in Yangcheng who harbored feelings for Su Lingxuan feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, there was no news of Su Lingxuan getting close to any man, so no one was in a hurry. Fine wine should be savored slowly, and beautiful women should be pursued gradually to make the experience more interesting. However, at this time, a man of the same age appeared by Su Lingxuan's side, and it seemed that their relationship was somewhat unusual. Who is this person? A handsome 17 or 18-year-old boy asked in a cold voice. Unfortunately, everyone else just looked at each other blankly and shook their heads, not knowing what to do. It's him, Lu Xingwei exclaimed, his eyes flashing. Xingwei, do you know him? The handsome young man asked. Lu Xingwei glanced at the boy opposite him, a thought flashing through his mind. He said, this guy must be from out of town. I ran into him during the beginner rune master assessment today. Su Lingxuan was there too. I didn't expect them to get mixed up together. An outsider dares to try and poach talent from Yangcheng? The handsome young man, Wan Feiyu, frowned and asked, how did he do in his assessment? It's alright, I passed the beginner rune master exam. I heard I did pretty well, Lu Xingwei said. Passing the beginner rune master exam at this age, his talent is not bad. HMPH, but he's just a mere beginner rune master. A hint of disdain flashed in Wan Feiyu's eyes. He suddenly stood up and headed towards the restaurant. Let's go and meet him. The others exchanged glances and quickly followed. After finishing his drink, Lu Xingwei gave a slight wicked smile. Ellipsis. Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan were walking down the street when they suddenly saw a group of richly dressed young men, who looked like they came from noble families, walking towards them aggressively. The surrounding crowd seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and they all scrambled to get away. Why is it them? Let's go, let's go. These people are so boring and annoying. If we get entangled with them, we won't be able to get anything done today. Su Lingxuan frowned and quickly pulled Wang Teng aside, trying to hide in the crowd. They came specifically for us, Wang Teng said, looking at Su Lingxuan speechlessly. Sure enough, Wan Feiyu and the others went straight to Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan, blocking their way. Lingxuan, it's been a long time. You rarely go out, why didn't you come to see me? Uncle Su told us to keep in touch more often, Wan Feiyu said with a smile. Putting everything else aside, his appearance is indeed outstanding, and having been influenced by his family since childhood, he carries the air of a noble young master, which is very attractive to some common girls. However, Su Lingxuan was not interested at all. She glanced at him and said, I'm busy. I came out today to buy things for my teacher. I can't be late, please make way. What do you want to buy? I'll go with you. Our Wan family's business covers the entire Yangcheng. Just tell me what you want to buy, and we'll take care of it quickly, Wan Feiyu said. No need, I can buy it myself, don't bother you, Su Lingxuan said. Wan Feiyu clearly didn't want to let Su Lingxuan leave so easily, and said, there's no trouble at all, it's just a matter of me saying a word. Then, as if she had just noticed Wang Teng, she let out a soft, eh, and said, this person next to you looks unfamiliar. Lingxuan, you shouldn't get too close to strangers. It would be bad if you were deceived. After all, in a big family like ours, many people's things are coveted by others. Some people from unknown backgrounds, who knows what their purpose is? He glanced at Wang Teng again as he spoke. This guy was actually more handsome than him? Pretty boy. Wang Teng chuckled. This guy really didn't take him seriously, saying such things directly to his face. Wang Teng saw through the other party's intentions at a glance, but the methods were rather naive. Wan Feiyu, you've gone too far. This time, Su Lingxuan didn't back down. Her face turned cold as she spoke. Lingxuan, I know you may not understand right now, but I will prove to you that I am doing this for your own good. Wan Feiyu said insincerely, then turned to Wang Teng and sneered. I know you passed the beginner rune master assessment, but in front of the Su family and the Wan family, a beginner rune master is nothing. If you want to deceive Lingxuan, I advise you to get lost and not make me take action. A novice rune master? Wang Teng's expression was strange. He had noticed Lu Xingwei behind the boy in front of him long ago. Now, hearing the other's words, he seemed to understand something. He gave Lu Xingwei a meaningful look, and then asked the boy in front of him with interest, oh, what will happen if you make a move? Don't be stubborn and refuse to listen to reason. A flash of anger appeared in Wan Feiyu's eyes, his face darkened, and he said coldly. You'd better figure things out before you try to act all high and mighty, kid. Wang Teng shook his head. He was being used as a pawn without even realizing it. He was incredibly stupid. Lu Xingwei's expression changed slightly. Wan Feiyu, however, paid no attention to any of this. He was provoked by Wang Teng's gaze. Wan Feiyu, stop being so unreasonable. Su Lingxuan was about to explain, but Wan Feiyu wouldn't listen at all. His anger was burning, and he exploded. You bastard, what kind of look is that? You can figure out what kind of look you're giving me, you idiot. Wang Teng said impatiently, get lost. You're asking for death. Wan Feiyu trembled with rage and couldn't help but take action. He stepped forward and threw a punch at Wang Teng. Watch out. Su Lingxuan's expression changed, and she quickly shouted. She hadn't expected Wan Feiyu to suddenly make a move. At such close range, it would be difficult for Wang Teng to dodge, and his face turned pale. If something happens to Wang Teng, how will he explain it to Goring? Seeing this, Lu Xingwei's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure, and his smile deepened. So what if your rune talent is stronger than mine? You're still at the mercy of others. However, the next moment, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Smack! With a sharp crack, Wan Feiyu's wrist was grabbed by another strong hand. How could this be? Wan Feiyu's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with disbelief. He desperately tried to break free from Wang Teng's grasp, but found that he couldn't move at all. I have a terrible temper. Wang Teng said expressionlessly, looking at Wan Feiyu. Let me go. Wan Feiyu's face was contorted with rage. He clenched his other fist and slammed it toward Wang Tang's temple, while simultaneously kicking Wang Tang's groin hard. He showed no mercy and was determined to take Wang Tang's life. Wang Tang remained expressionless, calmly raising his foot and striking Wan Feiyu's kneecap. Click! A sound of bones breaking rang out. At the same time, he threw a punch, which landed on Wan Feiyu's arm, producing another crisp sound. Wan Feiyu's left arm bent at a 90-degree angle instantly. Ah! A piercing scream finally escaped Wan Feiyu's lips. Those who came with Wan Feiyu all changed color, and Lu Xingwei was even more pale, looking at Wang Tang in disbelief. How dare he? How dare he? Insolence! Let go of Feiyu! Let him go! You villain! How could you be so cruel? Wan Feiyu's companions shouted angrily, but none of them dared to step forward to help. Even Wan Feiyu, who was only a 2-star warrior, couldn't last a single round against Wang Tang and was instantly defeated. Did they want to go up there and get beaten up? Wang Tang gently twisted Wan Feiyu's right hand. Ah! Wan Feiyu let out another miserable scream, his voice shrill and his face contorted in pain. Then Wang Tang turned his head and looked at the shouting group with a puzzled expression, asking, "What are you saying?" Quote. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was intentional. He must have done it on purpose. Quote. Su Lingxuan was speechless. This guy seems to be a bit cunning. She had been a little worried about Wang Tang, but now she realized that her worries were completely unnecessary. Wan Feiyu's kneecap was shattered by Wang Tang's kick, and his free left hand was also broken, leaving him completely unable to move. He gasped in pain, but the pain calmed him down. He realized he had really messed with someone, and said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" "Shouldn't you be asking me what you want to do?" Wang Tang looked at him innocently. "I admit defeat today. If you let me go, I can guarantee that the Wan family will not pursue this matter," Wan Feiyu said, his head lowered and a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. "Ha tilde, you believe that?" Wang Tang looked at him mockingly. "If you kill me, you will never leave Yangcheng." Wan Feiyu's expression changed. The person in front of him was obviously a ruthless person. He had broken one of his arms and one of his legs with a single move. What if he really wanted to kill him? "How about we make a bet? Let's bet on whether I can leave Yangcheng after I kill you." "What do you think about betting 1,000 raw stones?" Wang Tang said, stroking his chin. Quote. Wan Feiyu. "How can I gamble if they kill me?" "A threat. This is a blatant threat. This person is definitely not a good person, otherwise how could they say such heinous things?" Quote. The crowd. Su Lingxuan. "If you don't speak, I'll take that as your agreement," Wang Tang said with a smile. "So, you're betting that I won't be able to leave Yangcheng? Once you've made your choice, I'll send you on your way." He grabbed Wan Feiyu's neck with his other hand, about to exert force. Wait, Wan Feiyu exclaimed in horror. "Do you have anything else to say?" Wang Tang tilted his head and looked at him. Wan Feiyu stammered, his throat bobbing involuntarily, when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. I'll give you 1,000 primal stones and you'll let me go." "What kind of person do you take me for?" Wang Tang's face darkened. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would extort others? You're trying to ruin my reputation. Your intentions are so malicious. I really can't let you live." He suddenly tightened his grip as if he were about to crush Wan Feiyu to death with a single slap. No. Wan Feiyu was terrified. "Not what?" Wang Tang asked. "It's not extortion, it's compensation for you. I realized my mistake in speaking rudely to you earlier, but words can't express my apology. So I'd like to use these 1,000 raw stones to show my sincerity." Wan Feiyu had never realized that he was so eloquent. In his haste, he spoke almost in one breath without taking a breath. "Hey, do you think I care about your 1,000 raw stones?" Wang Tang sneered. 3,000. Wan Feiyu blurted out. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. At this moment, his survival instinct was at its peak. Wang Tang remained unmoved. 5,000. Wang Tang remained expressionless. 6,000. 7,000. 10,000. Wan Feiyu swallowed hard, his eyes bloodshot, and hissed. Wang Tang was under immense psychological pressure. He felt as if he were on the verge of death, and that he might not survive if he wasn't careful. At this moment, Wang Tang's expression suddenly changed, becoming exceptionally kind and friendly. He said with a smile, "Oh dear, you're too kind. But since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly accept it." Wan Feiyu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his back soaked with cold sweat. Su Lingxuan was stunned. This whole operation was simply astounding, and she inexplicably felt a surge of admiration for Wang Teng. He was just too amazing. The young masters from those aristocratic families were as if they had seen a ghost. Wan Feiyu was usually quite arrogant, but now he was so timid in front of Wang Teng. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that he was an imposter. The way they looked at Wang Teng completely changed. This guy was a devil. Come on, show me your sincerity, Wang Teng said softly. Wan Feiyu said somewhat guiltily, I don't have that many raw stones on me right now. What? Wang Teng's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? No, I still have 4,500 raw stones on me. Let me try to gather more. Cold sweat broke out on Wan Feiyu's forehead again. His mind raced, and he hurriedly turned to Lu Xingwei and the others, saying, How many raw stones do you have left? Take them out quickly, take them all out. The group quickly took out their own raw stones, and after a long time, they finally collected 10,000 raw stones. Here you go, this is 11,000 raw stones, and you can have the rest. Can you let me go now? Wan Feiyu said, looking at Wang Teng expectantly. Wang Teng's expression was strange. Was he really that scary? He was so frightened. However, these young masters from wealthy families are really rich. They managed to scrape together more than 10,000 raw stones. Should we take the opportunity to write a few more entries? Don't be so arrogant in the future, it's a waste of money. Wang Teng kindly advised. After saying that, she didn't care about his expression and let go of his hand. Wan Feiyu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then Wang Teng looked at Lu Xingwei, who was cowering in the crowd, with a half-smile, and walked towards him. Lu Xingwei's expression changed, and he said with an awkward smile, Brother Wang, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. I really didn't expect that, Wang Teng said with a slight smile. The two exchanged pleasantries as if they were newly acquainted friends. Just as Lu Xingwei breathed a sigh of relief, Wang Teng suddenly slapped him away. Bang! Lu Xingwei flew 4 or 5 meters away and crashed hard to the ground. His cheeks swelled up, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which included 2 back molars. He stared blankly at Wang Teng, his eyes gradually turning frightened, and his face turned deathly pale. The others were stunned. This guy was truly unpredictable. He was all smiles just a moment ago, and suddenly he started fighting. What puzzled them was, why was he hitting Lu Xingwei? Did they have a grudge against each other? Is it fun to resort to these underhanded tactics behind the scenes? Wang Teng walked up to Lu Xingwei, looked down at him, and asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Lu Xingwei said, his eyes darting around as he feigned innocence. You're quite the actor, Wang Teng chuckled. You might have some misunderstanding about me, Lu Xingwei said, covering his face. Wang Teng turned to Wan Feiyu and said, He probably didn't tell you everything that happened during the assessment, did he? When Wan Feiyu saw Wang Teng looking at him, he subconsciously revealed a fawning smile. However, after hearing Wang Teng's words, he couldn't help but have a thought and said, He only told me that you passed the assessment for a beginner rune master. Wang Teng not only passed the beginner rune master assessment, but also the intermediate rune master assessment. He was highly regarded by my teacher, who wanted to take him as his apprentice. Lu Xingwei was there at the time, so he must know this. Su Lingxuan gave Lu Xingwei a meaningful look and said, He has already passed the intermediate runemaster assessment, and President Goring even wants to take him on as a disciple. Wan Feiyu's expression turned extremely ugly. At Wang Teng's age, becoming a novice rune master is at most a testament to his good talent. However, if he were to become an intermediate rune master, his talent would be remarkable, and he could very well become a master like Gorin in the future. Moreover, if Goring, the guild leader of the Rune Guild, really takes Wang Teng as his apprentice, then Wang Teng's status and position will be different. If Wan Feiyu had known this beforehand, he certainly wouldn't have offended Wang Teng so easily. Oh, by the way, my teacher has already accepted Wang Teng as his apprentice. Su Lingxuan added, as if she knew what he was thinking. Upon hearing this, Wan Feiyu's face turned ashen, and he glared fiercely at Lu Xingwei. Fine, Lu Xingwei, you're really something. Sigh. Lu Xingwei sighed, shook his head, got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and laughed. Although I schemed against you first, you can only blame yourself. You were jealous when you saw Su Lingxuan walking with him, so you wanted to cause trouble for him. You brought all this on yourself. You despicable person. Wan Feiyu cursed through gritted teeth. The others were stunned, looking at Lu Xingwei, who suddenly seemed like a different person. and couldn't help but show disgust in their eyes. How shameless. Wang Tang clapped his hands and laughed. So, you admit you schemed against me? So what if I am? You'll just beat me up, you won't dare kill me. Only a fool like Wan Feiyu would be scared by you, Lu Xingwei said confidently. He looked at Wang Tang and Su Lingxuan with a cold gaze. It was all because of these two that he was in such a sorry state today. He would settle this score sooner or later. You. Wan Feiyu was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. I really don't dare to kill you. Wang Tang nodded. Hey, Lu Xingwei chuckled mockingly. But I can beat you half to death. Wang Tang laughed. You try it, Lu Xingwei said coldly. Your request is really excessive. Wang Tang shook his head. The next moment, he suddenly made his move. As a rune master, Lu Xingwei's martial arts cultivation was not high, so he didn't see clearly at all. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was sent flying again. Bang! He fell hard to the ground again. This time his other cheek swelled up, and 2 teeth mixed with blood were spat out. His entire face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. Seeing this, Wan Feiyu felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Lu Xingwei dared to scheme against him, so he deserved to end up in this predicament. But Wang Tang is really audacious. Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the Wan and Lu families? Having offended 2 families in a row, even if he is Chairman Goring's apprentice, it will probably be difficult to extricate himself from this mess. Wan Feiyu's eyes flickered, although he now knew that the whole thing was instigated and schemed by Lu Xingwei. The fact that Wang Tang had broken his hands and feet and extorted more than 10,000 raw stones from him was undeniable. He could not swallow this insult no matter what. Lu Xingwei slowly raised his head, staring at Wang Tang with resentment. Continue. I like tough guys like you the most. It's more fun to fight with tough people, unlike those cowards who back down as soon as they're hit. They're not fun at all. Wang Tang walked towards him with a smile. Wan Feiyu was frustrated again. Is he the one being called a coward? This is truly an innocent victim of online attacks. A golden brick had appeared in Wang Tang's hand without his knowledge. Lu Xingwei's expression finally changed. Everyone else was completely bewildered. Where did this brick come from? Wang Tang walked up to Lu Xingwei in a few steps. Lu Xingwei tried to dodge, but Wang Tang pressed his head down and then slammed the brick down on him without mercy. Bang bang bang. A dull sound immediately followed. Each sound was the real sound of blows striking flesh. Just hearing it made one feel the pain. Wan Feiyu's face twitched. He was suddenly very glad that he had backed down, otherwise he probably would have been treated so cruelly. Su Lingxuan looked at the brick, her 2 big, dark eyes shining. Wang Tang gradually stopped, letting out a long sigh. I feel much better now. Lu Xingwei swayed unsteadily, his eyes rolled back, and his head was so swollen it was unrecognizable, like a basketball. Perhaps only a martial artist could withstand such a beating. Still not falling? You're pretty tough. Seeing that he kept shaking but wouldn't fall, Wang Tang slammed another brick down on him. Bang! Lu Xingwei's eyes rolled back, and he finally collapsed. Wang Tang glanced around and saw several attribute bubbles lying on the ground, which were dropped by Lu Xingwei. Spirit 8, Spirit 10, Comprehension 12, Spirit 6. Pick it up. This Lu Xingwei is a rune master. He dropped quite a few spirit attributes, Wang Tang muttered to himself. Lu Xingwei lost a total of 36 points of mental attribute, which is much higher than the average person. Spirit Realm, 75.3, 100. In addition, there are 20 points of Comprehension attribute, which is quite a lot. It can be seen that Lu Xingwei is indeed a little genius with high comprehension. Comprehension, Spiritual Realm, 56 100ths. After this period of accumulation, Wang Tang's comprehension attribute has also risen to half of the spirit realm level. His comprehension is getting higher and higher, and his cultivation talent is getting better and better. Wang Tang ignored Lu Xingwei, who lay on the ground like a corpse, and glanced at him. When Wan Feiyu and the others met his gaze, they immediately shrank back like mice before a cat. Get out of here, and don't let me see you again, Wang Tang said. Wan Feiyu didn't dare to say a word and quickly ran away with the help of the others. As for Lu Xingwei, no one cared about him. Let's go back, Wang Tang said to Su Lingxuan. Su Lingxuan nodded and headed towards the Rune Guild with him, saying on the way, you really offended them today, they won't let this go. Tell me about these 2 companies, Wang Tang said. Wan Feiyu's family, the Wan family, is a martial arts family with businesses all over Yangcheng and great power. Wan Feiyu is the third son of the Wan family head. He has an older brother and an older sister. Their talent and strength are much stronger than Wan Feiyu's. The elders of the Wan family may not take action, but you should worry about his two older brothers and sisters. As for the Lu family, Su Lingxuan then explained to Wang Teng in detail. Along the way, Su Lingxuan told Wang Teng about the situation of the Lu family and the Wan family. In short, it's best if you don't go out alone for the next while, she concluded. Wang Teng smiled, not taking it to heart. According to Su Lingxuan, there are several exceptionally talented geniuses in the Lu and Wan families who might stand up for Wan Feiyu and Lu Xingwei. However, Wang Teng was not worried. Su Lingxuan did not know his true strength. In fact, he was not afraid of any martial artist below the 5-star level. Those who reach 6 stars or even higher are already powerful figures, mostly big shots in Yangcheng, and it's impossible for them to easily make a move against them. Even if they really disregard their dignity and bully the weak, don't they still have Goring as their cheap teacher? Not long after, Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan returned to the Rune Guild. "You're back." Goring was still reading a book in his rocking chair when he saw the two of them return and smiled. The two nodded and sat down beside him. "Did you have fun?" Goring asked. "Don't even mention it," Su Lingxuan said, looking annoyed, and immediately recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, Goring laughed heartily. "Young man, you are full of energy." "Teacher, you're just gloating." Su Lingxuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Don't worry, since they know you're my disciple, they naturally won't do anything to you. At most, it'll just be a little squabble between you young people," Golan said to Wang Teng. "If they come looking for trouble again, they'll be the ones who suffer," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. "You're just bragging." Su Lingxuan knew that Wang Teng's martial arts skills were not weak after seeing him make a move. But she did not think that he could compare with the established geniuses of the Wan and Lu families. After all, Wang Teng's talent as a rune master is already outstanding. If his martial arts talent is no less than that of those martial arts geniuses, wouldn't that be leaving no way for others to survive? "Wang Teng, you don't have a place to stay in Yangcheng yet, do you?" Golan changed the subject and asked casually, no longer paying attention to the matter. Wang Teng nodded. "Then you can move in here. I have quite a few empty rooms. I'll have Lingxuan help you prepare one later," Golan said. "Okay, thank you, teacher." Wang Teng nodded in thanks. "Why is it me again?" Su Lingxuan was very unhappy, feeling that ever since Wang Teng came, all the work had fallen on her shoulders. "Haha, who told you to get in first?" Goring teased. "But I didn't see you give me your senior sister's position," Su Lingxuan said irritably. Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Ellipsis. That night, Wang Teng stayed in a small wooden cabin in the garden behind the Rune Guild. Despite her complaints, Su Lingxuan still helped him tidy up the room. The room was spotless, and the bed was covered with a new quilt that smelled of sunshine, which was extremely pleasant. Standing inside the room, Wang Teng recalled Su Lingxuan's pitiful little face and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He then sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate his primal force until midnight, when a voice suddenly came to his ears. "Come to the garden." It was Goring's voice. Wang Teng opened his eyes in surprise, a thought struck him, and he walked out of the room into the garden. Goring stood in front of the cabin without turning around, but knew that Goring had come up behind him. He said, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his body slowly floated up into the air and flew into the night. Upon seeing this, Wang Teng instantly unleashed his mental power, enveloping his body and lifting him into the air, following closely behind Goring. Goring was clearly taking care of Wang Teng and didn't go all out. Otherwise, given his speed, Wang Teng would probably have been eating dust in his wake. "Teacher, where are we going?" Wang Teng caught up and asked, turning his head. "The Evernight Mountains." Goring laughed. "The Eternal Night Mountains." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and a map immediately appeared in his mind. The Yangyi Mountains are located in the northwest of Yangcheng, about 30 kilometers away. At their speed, half an hour would be enough. "What are we going there for?" Wang Teng asked. "The cultivation of a divine sense master involves quite a bit of activity, and you'll also need sparring partners. The Eternal Night Mountains are not lacking in star beasts, which is perfect for your cultivation," Golan explained. Wang Teng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "Next, I'll tell you about the cultivation method of a divine sense master." The source of a divine sense master's power is spiritual energy. We use spiritual energy to mobilize the primal forces of heaven and earth through special methods, transforming them into attacks. We call these special methods techniques. Then Goering explained it to Wang Teng. Wang Teng listened very attentively and felt he had gained a great deal. His comprehension was now extremely high, and he could understand what Goering said as soon as he heard it. Simply put, a mind master uses mental power to perform techniques, and then uses those techniques to control force, which is the primal force. Half an hour later, the two finally arrived at their destination. A massive mountain range, resembling a gigantic centipede, lies crouching in the darkness, its winding ridges spreading outwards like the centipede's many legs. Bathed in the faint moonlight and starlight, it is truly terrifying at first glance. Wang Teng had seen the Eternal Night Mountains on a map, but he had never felt this way before, which surprised him. Let's go. Goering chose an area near the outer edge and led the way, slowly descending. The two walked through the dark forest, but even so, their eyesight allowed them to see everything clearly. Before long, they encountered several wolf-like star beasts that had gone out to hunt for food. Goering floated in midair, concealing his aura, leaving Wang Teng in place and facing the hungry wolves alone. Since it was for the purpose of cultivating as a spiritual master, he naturally could not use his martial arts skills and could only use his spiritual power to fight the enemy. That being said, this was the first time Wang Teng had seriously used his mental power in battle. On the way, Goering had already explained a few simple techniques to Wang Teng. Now, with a thought, he used his mental energy to outline a certain trajectory. Mobilizing the fire elemental force between heaven and earth to quickly condense more than a dozen rockets in front of him. So fast. Goering raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with surprise. This was clearly Wang Teng's first time using this rocket technique, and he succeeded on his first try. Judging from the speed of his execution, it was clear how skilled he was at controlling his mental power. Roar! Several wolf-like star beasts let out low growls, their beastly eyes fixed on the dozen or so rockets in front of them, as if they sensed a great crisis. They crouched low and suddenly pounced on Wang Teng, choosing to strike first. Wang Teng smirked, and with a flick of his hand, more than a dozen rockets shot out rapidly, drawing streaks of fire in the air and engulfing the wolf-like star beasts. These wolf-like star beasts have silvery white fur, but they have a ring of golden fur around their necks and paws, which makes them look somewhat mysterious. They were already two star beasts, quite intelligent. Facing the rapidly approaching flaming arrows, they did not dodge, but instead condensed sharp golden claw blades on their claws and swung them forward. Ding ding ding! The golden claw blade struck the flaming arrow, producing a metallic clang, and was actually blocked. However, 2 or 3 of the dozen or so rockets still hit their target, pinning the three-headed star beast to the ground amidst several screams. The remaining 4 wolf-like star beasts were aroused and leapt in mid-air, instantly closing in on Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. With a wave of his hand, several streams of fire elemental energy quickly condensed into rope-like shapes and wrapped around the 4 wolf-like star beasts. The 4 wolf-like star beasts were in mid-air and had no time to dodge, so they were caught in the crossfire. Wang Teng used his rocket again and easily pinned down the remaining wolf-like star beasts. It's a long story, but in reality, it all happened in a very short moment. Several 2 star beasts were killed on the spot, which shows the power of the divine sense master. Not bad. Goran landed slowly and nodded calmly. However, there are still some shortcomings. When attacking, you can use your mental power to control those dozen or so rockets and change their direction. This way, the first round of attacks can completely kill those star beasts. Wang Teng actually wanted to say that he just wanted to practice a few more techniques to get used to them, but if he said that, his cheap teacher would probably be embarrassed. So he thought better of it and nodded, saying, "Teacher is right. I will definitely pay attention next time." "Okay, let's continue." Goring nodded and walked forward, but he sighed inwardly. Teaching this newly accepted apprentice was not very fulfilling. He hardly needed any special guidance from his teacher, which made him both happy and helpless. Is this the trouble caused by having too outstanding an apprentice? Several star beasts were killed, dropping several attribute bubbles, which Wang Teng picked up when he withdrew his mental energy. Gold type force *50. Blank attribute *64. Goring didn't find anything unusual. In fact, even if he racked his brains, he couldn't have imagined that Wang Teng could pick up attributes. Then Wang Teng waved his hand, putting the corpses of several star beasts into his spatial ring, and quickly followed in Golan's footsteps. As for the existence of the spatial ring, he had no intention of hiding it. During the day earlier, he discovered that not only Golan had a spatial ring, but also Su Lingxuan, Lu Xingwei, and other scions of aristocratic families each had one, indicating that although spatial rings were precious, they were not uncommon in upper-class society. The night passed quickly, and with 2 hours to go before dawn, Wang Teng and his companion returned to Yangcheng. That night, Wang Teng made great progress, mastering several powerful techniques, and truly became a divine sense master. Considering that he used to only control weapons with his mental power to attack, it was extremely crude and consumed a great deal of mental power, making it a losing proposition. However, controlling weapon attacks has its advantages in some aspects, since mental power combined with some sharp weapons can indeed be very powerful. Just like Wang Teng's special weapon, the meteor cone, it is not only sharp but also has some special effects, making it an essential tool for sneak attacks and assassinations. Back in the cabin, Wang Teng went to his room and fell asleep immediately. It was a little after 8 in the morning. Bang bang bang. A loud banging came from outside the door. Who is it? Wang Teng woke up, shielding his eyes from the sunlight streaming in through the window, and called out with a frown. It's me. The sun's already high in the sky, why aren't you up? Su Lingxuan said sweetly from outside the door. Let me sleep a little longer. Wang Teng mumbled, turning over in bed. Get up quickly, I've prepared breakfast. Su Lingxuan said. Grandma, I'm so sleepy. Can I get up and eat later? Wang Teng said helplessly. No, it's breakfast time now. You have to get up and eat. If you don't get up, I'm going to kick the door down. Su Lingxuan said. Damn it, are you a devil? You won't even let me sleep. Wang Teng was furious. He helplessly got out of bed, flung open the door, and glared fiercely at Su Lingxuan. You win. Why are you up so late? What mischief did you get up to last night? Su Lingxuan asked with a sly look and a wicked smile, peeking into the room. Go away, I just arrived in Yangcheng and I don't know anyone here. What bad things could I possibly do? Wang Teng said speechlessly. Oh, so you can't do bad things because you're unfamiliar with the place. So, once you're familiar with it, you can do bad things. Su Lingxuan suddenly realized, looking at him with disdain. Wang Teng suddenly realized that this little girl was actually a bit cunning. Why did he say, also? I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. Wang Teng walked outside without even closing the door, since there wasn't much there anyway, he could look around as he pleased. Su Lingxuan felt bored and closed the door for him before hurriedly following him. Where is breakfast? Wang Teng asked. Oh, actually I didn't make breakfast. Let's go out to eat, Su Lingxuan said with a smile. Wang Teng's eyes widened, and he suddenly turned to look at Su Lingxuan, realizing that he had actually fallen for this little brat's trick. Hee, come on, come on. I know a really good breakfast place nearby, I'll take you there, Su Lingxuan chuckled. You want me to treat you again? Wang Teng sneered. What's the big deal? You just got over 10,000 primal stones yesterday. Having breakfast is nothing to you, Su Lingxuan said. A man shouldn't be so stingy, or he'll never find a girlfriend. Is this a matter of being stingy or not? Besides, who can't find a girlfriend? Can't you speak properly? Wang Teng's eyes twitched, his face darkened, and he said angrily. Alright, how about this? From now on, you treat me to meals, and I'll introduce you to girlfriends. How about that deal? Su Lingxuan winked at Wang Teng, then suddenly lowered her voice and said, Let me tell you, you're absolutely getting a great deal. The girls I introduce you to are all beauties. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would abandon my principles for a beautiful woman? Wang Teng asked calmly, his face expressionless, upright, and sanctimonious. How beautiful. PFF'd. Su Lingxuan almost choked on this unexpected turn of events. When she heard Wang Teng finish speaking, she was quite impressed. She hadn't expected him to be so serious. Could it be that she had misunderstood him? The question had barely been raised when, in the next second, the persona she had just built up in her mind collapsed completely. It's beautiful, very beautiful, I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Su Lingxuan said quickly, her expression strange. Ahem, I suddenly feel that as the senior brother, it's only right that I treat my junior sister to breakfast or something, Wang Teng nodded. Su Lingxuan chuckled inwardly, gaining a new understanding of her senior brother's shamelessness. After having breakfast outside, the two returned to Rune Guild. I also brought one for Goring. Su Lingxuan was truly unreserved when it came to getting Wang Teng to treat her to meals, always serving the best and most expensive dishes. Wang Teng didn't mind, since food didn't really cost much. After breakfast, Gorin began to teach the 2 runes. As the president of the Rune Guild, he was unparalleled in the entire Yang city in terms of his mastery of runes. However, his teaching did not take too long. After teaching for 2 hours, he gave the time back to the 2 of them and let them practice and explore on their own. While Gorin was out on business, Wang Teng sneaked into the Rune Guild to collect rune attributes dropped by the guild's rune masters. Rune Knowledge *2. Rune Knowledge *5. Spirit 6. Rune Knowledge *4. ellipsis. He picked up the attribute bubbles one by one, and Wang Teng's rune knowledge and spirit attributes rapidly increased. In just over an hour, he gained a total of 45 points of rune knowledge and 28 points of spirit. Spirit Realm, 78.1 100. Rune Master, Intermediate, 151 500ths. I might be able to become a high-level rune master in just a few days. I wonder if Teacher Golan would be shocked if he knew, Wang Teng thought to himself with a smile. After collecting a batch, there weren't many attribute bubbles left to collect in the guild, so Wang Teng didn't plan to waste time idly there. He returned to the small garden behind the guild, only to find that Su Lingxuan was not there, and he didn't know where she had gone. Just as I was about to go back inside to catch some sleep, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a group of slimes. Oh no, baby slimes hopping around in the flower bed. His gaze suddenly became unfocused. I looked around. Great, nobody's here. Wang Teng carefully walked forward, reached out and caught a baby slime. They were not fast and even looked a bit clumsy, but with his skills, he could catch them one by one. The slime baby fell into Wang Teng's hands, wriggling and struggling. Its whole body was like a lump of jelly, soft and boneless, changing shape, almost causing it to slip from his hands. It also makes a strange chirping sound, which is rather cute. Wang Teng had only seen descriptions of this creature in various films and novels before, and had never actually encountered it, so he had no idea what its sounds were like. He looked at the strange creature with curiosity. It's amazing how such a creature came to be. But if even another world has appeared, what else is impossible? Wang Teng thought with a slight self-deprecating smile. Then his gaze sharpened, and he scanned his surroundings again, even using his mental power to probe the area, confirming that no one was there. So, the fire elemental force within his body was activated, and a ball of flame rose from Wang Teng's hand. PFF'd. The baby slime didn't even have time to scream before it turned to ashes and disappeared in an instant. What a sin! Wang Teng silently mourned for the baby slime for 3 seconds, then looked at an attribute bubble that had fallen after it died. Water-based force *1. And then, that was it. That's it. It has only a mere 1 point of water-based elemental power and nothing else. What happened to the promised shapeshifting ability? Wang Teng stared speechlessly at the mere 1 point of water-based elemental power. This slime baby truly lived up to its reputation as a useless piece of trash. Unfortunately, even the most useless person can't become the protagonist. Fine, 1 o'clock is fine. Even a mosquito bite is still meat, no matter how small, and we can't waste it. Wang Teng picked it up directly, then stroked his chin, pondering to himself. Talent-type attributes aren't that easy to drop, the probability must be quite low, so. Should I kill a few more and see? But if Professor Goring finds out that I killed his research subject, I wonder if he'll explode. He was hesitant to make a decision, but the thought of the possibility of that talent made Wang Teng steel himself and grab another slime monster baby. Don't blame me, I had no choice. A ball of flame rose, and yet another slime monster baby perished. Earth Elemental Force *1. Quote. Wang Teng. Continue. Wood Type Force *1. Fire Force *1. Gold Type Force *1. Ellipsis. As he watched the slime monster babies die one by one in his hands, each still only having 1 point of force attribute, a layer of fine sweat involuntarily appeared on Wang Teng's forehead. This is too difficult. Could it be that there is no such thing as a shape-shifting talent at all? Wang Teng wondered, or should we just forget about it? He glanced at the few remaining slime babies and felt a little guilty. The last one. After going through so much trouble, Wang Teng was somewhat unwilling to give up. His eyes flickered as he said to himself, as if deceiving himself. Yes, that's right, just the last one. PFF'd. The flames took away another small life. Would type force *1. Wang Teng was a little frustrated. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. How about we do it again? This really is the last one. Wang Teng's gaze was firm, his face showing no fear of death. He caught one and sent it to the western paradise to enjoy bliss. An attribute bubble fell, and before I could pick it up, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Wang Teng, what are you doing? Wang Teng was startled and felt a chill run down his spine. He flicked the ashes away from his hand without making a sound, stood up, and looked at Su Lingxuan, who had suddenly appeared with an innocent expression. Junior sister, when did you get back? Where did you go for fun? Don't try to fool me. Tell me, what were you doing just now? Su Lingxuan glared at her, quickly walking over. Seeing the mess on the ground and the few remaining slime monster babies huddled together pitifully, her pretty face instantly turned fierce. You. I didn't do anything, junior sister, please believe me. Wang Teng quietly took a step to the side and said in a serious tone. Su Lingxuan clearly didn't believe his nonsense. She stared at Wang Teng incredulously and said, "You're absolutely insane. The slime babies are so cute, how could you kill them all?" I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Wang Teng shook his head like a rattledrum. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm going to tell the teacher, Su Lingxuan said. No, junior sister, I admit it, but I'm not killing for the sake of killing, I'm doing research. Wang Teng said quickly, his eyes darting around. Research? What can you research? Su Lingxuan asked suspiciously. I'm researching their shape-shifting abilities. Professor Goring is so persistent, and as his disciple, I must inherit his will, Wang Teng said with a serious expression, making up a story. Really? Su Lingxuan's expression softened considerably, but she still didn't quite believe it. She felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Absolutely true, it couldn't be more true. Wang Teng nodded heavily. So what have you figured out? Su Lingxuan asked. This. Wang Teng was dumbfounded, his gaze darting left and right. Suddenly, he caught sight of the attribute bubble at his feet that he hadn't picked up yet, and his eyes lit up. Transformation *1. Transformation *1. It's here. It really happened. Wang Teng's eyes lit up with surprise. He had given up hope, but after being caught red-handed by Su Lingxuan, he was still able to unleash this talent one last time. God bless us. He immediately gave thanks in his heart to all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, including God, angels, and Zeus. That was so difficult. If they killed so many slime babies and still didn't get this talent, then those slimes would have died a truly unjust death. Pick it up. With a touch of his right foot, he quietly picked up the attribute bubble representing his transformation talent. As this shape-shifting talent merged into his body, Wang Teng immediately understood. This shape-shifting ability, while not allowing him to completely change his body shape like a slime, such as transforming from a sphere into a long stick, which slimes can do, but humans cannot, doesn't enable him to do the same. After all, the body structure of slimes is very different from that of humans. However, after acquiring this talent, Wang Teng can change the shape of his muscles and skin, thus completely transforming his physical appearance. Great! Wang Teng was overjoyed. This talent had indeed not disappointed him. Seeing that Wang Teng hadn't spoken for a while, Su Lingxuan sneered. What, you haven't figured it out? Or are you just lying to me? Wang Teng snapped out of his daze, a smile appearing on his lips, and said, Why would I lie to you? I was just recalling what I had learned. Actually, I've already figured out some of the eyebrows. I'll demonstrate them to you when the teacher comes back. Really? The teacher has been researching for so long and hasn't figured anything out, but you've only been researching for half a day and you've already made progress? Su Lingxuan was shocked. She didn't think Wang Teng could have figured anything out at all. She only asked that question to expose Wang Teng's lie. What good would it do me to lie to you? I'd just get exposed in front of the teacher, Wang Teng said. But that's simply impossible to research. Su Lingxuan always believed that the transformation of slimes was simply due to their body structure, and that there were no life patterns representing any so-called transformation talent. Who says it's impossible? Wang Teng looked at her meaningfully. But Su Lingxuan felt uncomfortable under his gaze and wanted to argue back. No buts, my foolish junior sister, don't judge geniuses by your mediocre talent, Wang Teng said with a pretentious air. Me, mediocre talent? Su Lingxuan seemed to have heard something funny, pointing to her own nose with an incredulous expression. This was the first time she had ever heard someone say that she was mediocre. This guy was really shameless and infuriating. That's right, I'm talking about you. Wang Teng nodded. Then I'll wait and see just how amazing your genius ideas really are. Su Lingxuan laughed in exasperation. Let's wait and see. Ellipsis. Golan didn't return at noon. After lunch, Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan each made their own plans. Wang Teng returned to his room, opened the attribute panel, and planned to study the transformation talent he had just obtained. Deformation, 1/100th. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, only 100 points? It seems the upper limit of this transformation talent isn't very high. Give it a try. As soon as Wang Teng had a thought, the muscles in his palm began to twitch. A moment later, his palm changed completely. Its size, the lines and fingerprints, and the overall shape were all different from the original. It is well known that a person's fingerprint is called a unique password, but the ability to change fingerprints can alter them, which shows how powerful this talent is. This is amazing. Wang Teng looked at his palms over and over, finding it more and more interesting. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but ponder, however, with my current level of talent, it's difficult to change just one hand. I'm afraid it's impossible to change the whole body. His gaze fell on the very bottom of the attribute panel. Blank attribute, 814. After saving this up for so long, it's time to put it to good use. With a thought, the blank attribute immediately decreased by 99 points, and the description after the transformation talent changed to perfect. Transformation, 100/100ths perfect. Wang Teng was experiencing the feeling of having perfected his transformation talent. Then he smiled slightly, and all the muscles in his body began to writhe and change simultaneously. His face, his body, every part of him was changing. In a short moment, he completely transformed into a different person. He had a rough appearance and his figure was somewhat out of shape, no longer resembling the handsome young man he once was. I look so bad that even my own mother probably wouldn't recognize me. Wang Teng muttered to himself, stroking his chin as he looked at himself in the mirror. He got hooked on it, standing in front of the mirror, constantly changing his appearance, finding it very interesting. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his expression turned strange, and gradually a beautiful woman with fair skin appeared in the mirror. Although her appearance has changed to that of a woman, and even her Adam's apple has receded, certain physical characteristics can never be eliminated. Wang Teng looked down, his expression turning very strange. Could this be the legendary cross-dressing master? Cough cough. A moment later, he walked out of the room, and everything had returned to normal. Wang Teng left the Rune Guild, found a secluded spot, changed his appearance, and soon became another boy of similar age. Then he changed into another set of clothes, and instantly became a completely different person. After asking around for directions to the Alchemist Guild and the Blacksmith Guild in Yangcheng, Wang Teng headed towards the Alchemist Guild first. The Alchemist Guild is not far from the Rune Guild, and the Blacksmith Guild is also nearby. The three are distributed in a triangular shape around the area. The Alchemist Guild is a peculiar building shaped like an alchemy cauldron, much more eye-catching than the Rune Guild. As you get closer, you can even smell a faint medicinal fragrance, which is quite pleasant. Wang Teng walked into the Alchemist Guild and glanced around. The scene inside was similar to that of the Rune Guild, quiet and tidy, with staff members carrying out their work in an orderly manner. Similarly, many attribute bubbles floated within the guild. Wang Teng quickly scanned the area with his mental power and collected all the items. Last night, when Goring gave him extra help, he taught him how to conceal his soul imprint, so he no longer needed to worry about being discovered, which saved him a lot of trouble. Alchemy Skill *10. Spirit 8. Alchemy Skill *6. Alchemy Skill *5. Spirit 4. Ellipsis. After some searching, Wang Teng reaped a rich harvest, gaining 188 points of alchemy skill and 32 points of spirit skill. Spirit Realm, 81.3, 100. Alchemist, Intermediate, 88 500ths. The secondary profession section has changed, with the addition of the alchemist profession, and even a leap from junior alchemist to intermediate alchemist. For others, whether alchemists, rune masters, or blacksmiths, laying a foundation requires a lot of time. But for Wang Teng, it's all done in one fell swoop, quickly achieving what others take years or even decades to accomplish. 2 hours later, Wang Teng walked out of the Alchemist Guild and successfully passed the Intermediate Alchemist examination, obtaining the title of Intermediate Alchemist. Beside him, 2 alchemists from the Alchemist Guild were very enthusiastic. Young Master Yao's talent is truly astonishing. Yes, the entire empire hasn't seen such a genius for over 100 years. He's only 18. Our Yangsheng Alchemist Guild has truly struck gold this time. The Imperial Alchemist Conference, held every 3 years, is about to take place. If Brother Medicine King were to represent Yang City at that time, he would surely make a name for himself. But this Medicine King's name is really... The two exchanged a glance, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This name was rather arrogant. However, it is just a name, not a title. Since the name is given by the parents, it is not appropriate to say anything. The surname Yao is indeed rare. I don't recall ever hearing of any alchemist family with the surname Yao. Could it be some unknown, hidden family in the alchemist world? I've heard that outstanding members of those reclusive families go out into the world to hone their skills after reaching adulthood, and then return to their families once they have achieved success in their cultivation. That kind of existence is truly something to aspire to. Ellipsis. Two alchemists from the Alchemist Guild watched the Medicine King leave, their faces filled with sighs, and they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. That Medicine King was actually an alias used by Wang Teng. Wang Teng just completed the Intermediate Alchemist Qualification exam at the Alchemist Guild and passed it successfully, which alarmed a large number of people. An 18-year-old intermediate alchemist. Such talent is truly rare. He is destined for extraordinary achievements. Master, even Grand Master. If a Grand Master were to emerge from their Yangsheng Alchemist Guild, that would be etched into history. Even if you can't reach the Grand Master level, reaching the Master level still has great benefits. Every Master level alchemist represents a voice. If the president of the Alchemist Guild hadn't happened to be away, his qualifications would definitely have caught his attention. The people of the Yangsheng Alchemist Guild were immersed in joy, but they did not know that the Medicine King, on whom they had placed great hopes, had transformed into another person and entered the Blacksmith Guild. The styles of the Blacksmith Guild, Alchemist Guild, and Rune Guild are quite different. The latter two appear very noble and elegant, while the former is bold and unrestrained. Although their status is not low at all, the blacksmiths generally take a rough and rugged approach, and they are all big and burly, forming a stark contrast with the alchemists and rune masters. The three have always disliked each other, and whenever they meet, they always have to compete to see who is better. Wang Teng had transformed into a completely different person. He was tall and muscular, lean and wiry, unlike those intimidating muscle men. His face was also sharp and resolute, as if carved by a knife. In short, he was a handsome man. He walked into the Blacksmith Guild Hall and saw the attribute bubbles all over the floor, a slight smile playing on his lips. Pick it up. Forging skill *8, Spirit 3. Forging skill *6, Spirit 5. Wang Teng immediately gained a large amount of forging and spirit attributes. Blacksmithing skill, 122 points. Spirit skill, 24 points. Spirit realm, 83.7, 100. Blacksmith, advanced, 191 1,000ths. The Blacksmith Guild dropped blacksmithing items with a blacksmithing attribute that exceeded 100, which was beyond Wang Teng's expectations. His blacksmith attribute was upgraded to advanced level during the last Red Leaf Dwarf Tribe event, and even with an additional 122 points, it is still advanced level. More than an hour later, Wang Teng came out of the Blacksmith Guild, accompanied by a burly, unkempt dwarf. President, please stop talking. I really have no intention of becoming an apprentice, Wang Teng said with a wry smile to the incessantly chattering president of the Blacksmith Guild beside him. Do these big shots have to make every genius they encounter a disciple? Wang Teng thought to himself, speechless. The burly dwarf in front of me is the president of the Blacksmiths Guild, and he's also a chatterbox. The speed at which he speaks, and the sheer amount of nonsense he spouts, is enough to drive anyone crazy. However, there is no doubt that he values Wang Teng. He was just forging a weapon with a rare metal when he suddenly heard about Wang Teng. He immediately dropped the half-finished metal and came to see Wang Teng in person. The intermediate blacksmith who reported the matter to him looked at the rare metal that had been discarded to the side and felt a pang of heartache. This rare metal quickly became scrap, and even if some could be recycled, its value was greatly reduced. Hearing Wang Teng's repeated rejections, the president of the Blacksmiths Guild sighed helplessly, his face contorted with resentment. Sigh, Duan, why won't you become my apprentice? I'm a master blacksmith, and I'm only a hair's breadth away from becoming a grandmaster. Do you know how many people want to become my apprentice? I don't even give them a chance. And you actually rejected me. Do you know how much of a loss that decision is for you? He went on and on once he started talking, so Duanda. No, I mean Wang Teng, immediately interrupted him, saying, President, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for his reaction, he transformed into a blur and disappeared at the end of the street. Hey, why did you run away? I haven't finished talking yet. This kid, what great talent. Why won't he become my apprentice? The blacksmith guild master shook his head, muttering to himself, and turned to walk into the guild hall. President. The guild members stopped and bowed to him, showing him great respect. However, upon hearing his nagging, their expressions changed slightly. After bowing, they hurriedly ran away, afraid of being caught and scolded by him. Wang Teng turned a corner and breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that the president of the blacksmiths guild hadn't caught up with him. That's terrifying. He shook his head, still somewhat shaken. He then found a secluded spot, restored his original appearance, changed into an outer robe, and leisurely headed towards the Rune Guild. Ellipsis. During dinner, Su Lingxuan rolled her eyes and complained to Golan, Teacher, my senior brother killed a lot of your slime babies today. Goring looked up at Wang Teng with some surprise. What's going on? He wasn't sorry for the slime monsters. After all, he himself dissected slime monsters in his research. He was just curious why Wang Teng would kill such a nearly powerless creature. I'm a little curious about the shape-shifting talent you mentioned, so I did some research, Wang Teng said casually. Oh, right, my senior brother said he's made some progress in his research. Su Lingxuan winked at Wang Teng and said with a mischievous smile. Clearly, she still didn't believe that Wang Teng had actually made any progress. By saying it in front of Goring, she was just waiting to expose him and make him lose face. Oh, really? Goring didn't seem to think much of it and asked with a smile. Of course, after we finish eating, I'll show you, teacher, Wang Teng said confidently. Now it was Goring's turn to be surprised. Wang Teng didn't seem to be bragging. His confident assertion suggested he might have actually achieved something. Then I'll have to take a good look, Goring said with a smile. TCH, all that pretense. If you actually figured it out, I'd. Su Lingxuan pouted. What are you? Wang Teng teased. Su Lingxuan's eyes widened, and she suddenly noticed a jar of chili peppers on the table. She said, I'll just eat this jar of chili peppers. You said it yourself, and the teacher is my witness. Wang Teng quickly blocked her escape route. Quote. Su Lingxuan was stunned. You guys. Goring laughed heartily. After the meal, the three went to the study. On the table were runes and a talisman pen. Wang Teng picked up the talisman pen and pondered for a moment. Can't draw it anymore, huh? Su Lingxuan teased. Senior brother, if you can't, just admit it. There's no point in being stubborn now. Alright, Lingxuan, let Wang Teng think it over carefully. Don't disturb him. Golan, however, was in no hurry and stood aside calmly, saying this. Wang Teng glanced at Su Lingxuan. It wasn't that he couldn't draw it, he was just thinking about how much to show it so as not to surprise them too much. After all, drawing the complete transformation rune would be quite astonishing. What will happen after the transformation runes appear? He wasn't worried. Shape-shifting talent and shape-shifting runes are two different concepts. No matter how strong the shape-shifting runes are, they can't compare to talent. Wang Teng remained silent, his expression unchanged in the face of Su Lingxuan's teasing. With a stroke of his talisman brush, several runes quickly appeared on the paper. What are you drawing? Su Lingxuan couldn't figure it out and was about to tease him when she suddenly heard Golan's surprised voice beside her. This is. Her expression changed slightly, and when she turned her head and saw Goring's thoughtful look, her heart skipped a beat. No way. Su Lingxuan immediately fell silent and looked at Wang Teng, only to see him reveal a strange smile. A bad premonition welled up in her heart. Su Lingxuan gritted her teeth and glared back defiantly. Regardless of whether we are right or wrong, we cannot show weakness. Goring stared at the runes on the table, becoming increasingly engrossed. He then pushed past Wang Teng and leaned closer to examine them closely, exclaiming, Interesting. I never imagined it could be like this. A moment later, he raised his head, looked at Wang Teng, and couldn't help but show an expression of admiration on his face. I didn't expect you to actually figure it out. Although it's not perfect yet, if you continue your research, you'll definitely be able to complete it, he said. It's all thanks to the teacher's excellent teaching, Wang Teng flattered, chuckling. I've only taught you for one day, what does it have to do with me? This is all your own talent, Goring said, both amused and exasperated. Teacher, are these rune structures helpful to your research? Wang Teng asked. Yes, it's very helpful. I've found some inspiration, but this is your work, and I won't steal it. You should continue your research, it will greatly benefit your studies in runes, Goring said. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. The script shouldn't be like this. He had intended to offer Goring some inspiration, believing that with Goring's expertise, it wouldn't be difficult for him to research the complete transformation runes, thus saving him a lot of trouble. As it turned out, Goring didn't intend to study it. Teacher, do you have to be so upright? Wang Teng was both amused and exasperated. He made up an excuse and said, Teacher, why don't you do the research? My current rune skills are not high enough. If I were to study it in depth, it would take a lot of time, which is not good for me. Goring looked at Wang Teng in surprise, pondered for a while, and said, How about this? I'll do my research, and if you're interested, you can also do your research in your spare time. In the end, we can verify each other's findings and improve this transformation rune. Wang Teng then nodded and said, All right, let's do as you say, teacher. Su Lingxuan, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Wang Teng had actually developed the transformation rune. Although it's only a part of the structure, it's absolutely an incredible discovery. It should be noted that even after so long of research, Goring had not been able to figure it out, while Wang Teng had only known about it for a day and had already achieved results. It's hard to believe. That's not all. Professor Goring also wants to study with Wang Teng and verify each other's findings. This shows that he has already placed Wang Teng on an equal footing. She was so jealous of such treatment that her eyes turned red. Junior sister, what did you just say? Wang Teng looked at Su Lingxuan with a mischievous grin, his cunning voice pulling her back to reality. If I make a breakthrough, you'll eat that jar of chili peppers, right? Ha, ha ha. Su Lingxuan's face stiffened, and she immediately let out a very rhythmic dry laugh, saying awkwardly, I think there might be some misunderstanding here, senior brother. Please listen to me. Before I listen to you, please eat this jar of chili peppers first. Wang Teng pulled out the jar of chili peppers from somewhere, shoved it in front of Su Lingxuan, and said without any mercy. You. Su Lingxuan stared in disbelief. When did you bring this in? I brought it with me when you said you wanted to eat chili peppers, Wang Teng chuckled. Su Lingxuan felt so frustrated she wanted to vomit blood, glaring at Wang Teng with grief and indignation. You scheming man. Quote. Wang Teng. You were the one who said you wanted to eat chili peppers, and now you're calling me a scheming man. You reap what you sow, who else can you blame? Wang Teng sneered. Teacher. Su Lingxuan had no choice but to turn to Golan for help, looking at him pitifully with a sorrowful voice. Ha ha ha, this is between the two of you, don't come looking for me. Goring found it amusing, laughed, and turned to leave. Ah, teacher, don't run away. Help me. Su Lingxuan tried to slip away, but Wang Teng stopped her, trying to cheat? Seeing that Wang Teng was blocking the gate, Su Lingxuan knew she wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't let her through. Her eyes darted around rapidly, and she immediately called out in a soft, sweet voice, Senior brother. Stop. Upon hearing the word, senior brother, Wang Teng felt a chill run down his spine and goosebumps rise all over his body. He quickly shouted to stop and said, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you a choice, either eat this can of chili peppers or wash my smelly socks. You choose one. What, you actually want my smart and adorable junior sister to wash your smelly socks? You're insane. Su Lingxuan stared wide-eyed as if she had heard something unbelievable and questioned him. Dong! Wang Teng slammed the jar of chili peppers onto the table. If you don't want to, that's fine. Come on, finish this jar of chili peppers, and you'll still be my smart and adorable junior sister. Winking face. Su Lingxuan felt like she was facing a devil with horns on its head. She regretted it and regretted why she had done something so reckless. Junior sister, it's just a jar of chili peppers. Eating it won't kill you, Wang Teng comforted her. Instead of offering comfort, Su Lingxuan completely broke down. Her little mouth twitched and tears streamed down her face. Wang Teng's expression at the time was like this. Sigma, degree. Su Lingxuan strongly condemned Wang Teng's inhumane behavior. And I absolutely refuse to eat chili peppers but my smelly socks. I can wash them, they smell so good. Over the next few days, Wang Teng diligently cultivated and practiced his skills. He appeared in the 3 major guilds under the identities of his main body Wang Teng, the pseudonym Medicine King, and Duanda, and was able to collect a considerable amount of the 3 skill attributes and spirit attributes every day. Now, both the Rune Master and the Alchemist have reached the advanced level. Rune Master, Advanced, 16 1/1000ths. Alchemist, Advanced, 22 1/1000ths. Such rapid progress would likely cause other Rune Masters and Alchemists to question their own existence if they knew. That's inhuman. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't intend to reveal it now. It's like that thing, it has to be revealed little by little, and then surprise. That's what makes it interesting. Of course, whether it's a pleasant surprise or a shock depends on what's pulled out. In addition, Wang Teng's mental attributes have also improved rapidly, directly breaking through 90. Spirit Realm, 90.3 100. As his mental attributes increased, he felt the mental power contained in his mind becoming stronger and stronger. If that swirling, deep vortex-like form were to fully erupt, it might even surprise him. In the past few days, he has also accompanied Goring to the Eternal Night Mountains at night to train as a Divine Sense Master. He has become extremely proficient in the attack methods of Divine Sense Masters, and his strength has continued to increase. Furthermore, by hunting various star beasts and obtaining the 5 elements Origin Force attributes, his Origin Force cultivation gradually increased. Wang Teng's talent astonished Goring, who was deeply impressed. Later, he felt more at ease and stopped following him, letting Wang Teng cultivate on his own. That night, somewhere in the Evernight Mountains, Wang Teng floated in midair, and with a wave of his hand, a flaming spear formed from flames shot out instantly. Before him stood a massive Earth-type giant ape star beast, tightly bound by vines and unable to move. It struggled violently, roaring wildly as it faced the flaming spear shooting straight at it, slamming its giant paws against the ground, trying to break free from the vine's grip. One by one, the vines broke off, but new vines quickly grew from the ground, binding them tightly to the ground like chains. Pshaw! The flaming spear arrived in an instant, piercing through the giant ape's heart. The giant ape's struggle stopped abruptly. Its eyes widened, and a large amount of blood gushed from its chest. Its life force rapidly drained away, and it returned to the embrace of death. Earth Elemental Force *56. Blank Attribute *43. Pick it up. As expected of a 4-star beast, it drops so many attributes. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel and muttered to himself. Ever since Goring let him train alone, Wang Teng has completely let loose. 1-star and 2-star star beasts are no longer enough for him. He only wants to kill star beasts of 4 stars or higher, as they drop more attributes. Earth Force, 356 2000ths, 4 stars. Blank Attribute, 1860. Seeing the changes in these 2 attributes, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction, then flashed to the side of the giant ape's corpse. I placed my palm on its body, felt the flow of primal energy, and sensed it. Unfortunately, no star core or starbone appeared. After storing it in his spatial ring, Wang Teng's heart stirred, and he suddenly looked up at the dark night sky. The perspective shifts, looking down from the sky. This is the perspective of the Netherworld Raven. Then, as if he had seen something interesting, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. He soared into the air, his figure disappearing into the darkness, swiftly traversing the shady, dense jungle, disappearing silently towards the place he had just seen, like a ghost in the night. *. In a valley, a group of 7 people were attacking a terrifying giant python. Each of them was extremely powerful, at least at the level of a 4-star warrior. One of them even had wings on his back, and his aura was even more powerful, so he should be a 5-star warrior. The giant python appeared to be a 5-star beast, and even considered extremely powerful among 5-star beasts. Otherwise, with the strength of those 7 people, they wouldn't have been unable to break through it for so long. Not long after, Wang Teng arrived at this place, his figure disappearing into the dark primal force. He activated the wind concealment skill, truly transforming into a phantom of the night, elusive and unpredictable. At this moment, he stood on the trunk of a large tree, looking at the battle not far ahead. Wang Teng's gaze was immediately drawn to the appearance of the giant python. The giant python star beast had a rooster-like comb on its head and its whole body covered in emerald green scales, which was very peculiar. A crested green-scaled python. Wang Teng looked at the giant python from afar with a strange gaze, and learned the name of the python from the shouts of those people. He had no intention of taking action, he was simply there to watch the spectacle and see if there was anything he could gain. Thinking of this, Wang Teng's gaze fell to his left. Several hundred meters away from where he was, another group of people were hiding in the shadows. He saw this interesting situation through the vision of the netherworld crow, which is why he decided to come and fish in troubled waters. Be careful. This coxcomb jade scale python is an extremely rare poisonous star beast. Its attacks are extremely potent and can corrode force defenses. Don't confront it head-on. A young woman's voice suddenly rang out among the group. A poison-type star beast? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. At this moment, the crested green-scaled python roared to the sky, spewing venom from its mouth like a rain of arrows, densely shooting towards the 7 people. The woman's timely warning allowed everyone to dodge before the poisoned arrows arrived. The poisoned arrows landed on the ground and trees, and immediately puffs of bluish-green smoke rose up all around, emitting a foul stench and carrying a deadly poison. Scatter, don't smell it, the young woman's voice rang out again. The group immediately obeyed, and after the smoke dissipated, they formed an encirclement again and launched a fierce attack on the crested green python. The crested green python was outnumbered and outmatched. Under the combined attack of the 7, it was forced to retreat step by step. Its body twisted and writhed, and although its green scales were as hard as iron, they were still shattered by the group's attacks, leaving it a bloody mess. The giant python hissed in pain, its eyes flashing with a madness that was almost human-like. Suddenly, a gash appeared on the crown of its head, spewing out plumes of black smoke that quickly spread outwards. Upon seeing this, the woman who had spoken earlier paled and hurriedly shouted, "Oh no! The intelligence was wrong. Retreat!" Her companions' expressions changed instantly, and almost at the same time she spoke, they turned and fled into the distance. But it was obviously too late. The black smoke spread incredibly fast, almost completely dispersing the moment it entered the air. Those few people only lasted a few seconds in the black smoke before collapsing to the ground. Even the only 5-star warrior level expert among them only resisted for a few more seconds before his wings dissipated and he fell from the sky. While the 7 people who were besieging the giant python were poisoned and their fate was unknown, the poisonous smoke continued to spread outwards, forcing another group of people hiding in the shadows to flee. Wang Teng, however, stood still, seemingly unaffected. Compared to the venomous body of the demonic lotus, this poisonous smoke is truly insignificant. Wang Teng merely released a small amount of poisonous primal energy from his body, and the poisonous smoke scattered like commoners meeting a king. In this way, a complete vacuum zone of toxic smoke was formed around Wang Teng's body. Upon seeing this, Wang Teng's eyes flickered slightly. Although he knew the toxic fumes wouldn't harm him, he never expected it to turn out this way. The poisonous smoke permeated the entire area and lingered for a long time. The giant python lay dormant within it. Wang Teng used his spiritual vision to see that its aura was weak and its life force had dropped to the extreme. The group of people hiding in the shadows were in a panic, probably not expecting the black smoke to linger for so long. "Yu Jingfu, what exactly is going on?" One of the handsome young men asked the person next to him with an unhappy expression. "Young Master Yao, I don't know either. The information only says that the coxcomb jade python will spew poisonous smoke from its crest to protect itself when its life is in danger. But it doesn't say that the poisonous smoke will last for so long." The person being questioned was a thin, middle-aged man who looked frightened and said helplessly, "Useless. You can't even handle a simple task." Yao Yu's expression turned cold as he glared at Yu Jingfu and angrily said, "If this takes too long, Princess Li will definitely be nothing but a corpse." "What the hell would I need a corpse for?" "Young Master Yao, please calm down. That crested green python is at its weakest right now and may not be able to care about anything else. Besides, I think the black smoke isn't too toxic, it seems to be more for confusing people and helping them escape. With the strength of the princess and the others, they should be able to hold out for a while. If we wait patiently, the black smoke will probably dissipate," Yu Jingfu hurriedly explained. Yao Yu's expression softened slightly, and he said, "I'll trust you one more time. If you ruin my plans, you'll be in big trouble." Yu Jingfu's face scrunched up, his heart filled with bitterness, and he could only say, yes, if I have ruined your plans, I will accept the punishment. Ellipsis. Hey, this is quite interesting. Wang Tang sat down on the tree trunk, staring at the black smoke. He estimated that it wouldn't take long for it to dissipate, so he waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, the black smoke gradually dissipated, and Yao Yu and the others cautiously approached the area. At this moment, the crested green-scaled python had disappeared without a trace, but Wang Tang knew that it had hidden at the bottom of that swamp, and its aura was still there. This should be the lair of the coxcomb jade python. It won't leave easily. Yao Yu and the others arrived at the spot where the previous group of people had fallen. These people were not dead yet, but were in a coma. Young Master Yao, you see I was right, weren't I? Yu Jingfu stepped forward, seeking credit and smiling obsequiously. So you're still somewhat useful. Yao Yu nodded and said, take out the antidote and give it to the princess, lest the poisoning become too severe and she can't be saved. Yes, Mr. Yao, you've thought this through very well. Yu Jingfu flattered him. Then he took out a jade bottle, poured out a pill, and was about to feed it to a woman on the ground. Wait, Yao Yu frowned as he looked at Yu Jingfu's rough, wrinkled hands, kicked him away, and said, give me the pills. The princess will be my woman from now on. Don't touch her with your filthy hands. Yu Jingfu stumbled and almost fell. Hearing Yao Yu's words, he was not annoyed. He chuckled and handed the pill to Yao Yu, but then hesitated and said, young Master Yao, this is, after all, a princess. If you do that to her, I'm afraid it won't be right with Prince Yang. What do you know? If I make it a fait accompli, what can the Prince of Yang do to me for the sake of his family's reputation? Yao Yu said with a disdainful look. Young Master Yao's insight is brilliant, Yu Jingfu chuckled, flattering him. Alright, enough nonsense. Considering how much you've helped me this time, you'll naturally get your share of the benefits once it's done. A hint of disdain flashed in Yao Yu's eyes, but that's what he said. He took the pill and was about to feed it to the woman in front of him. However, at that moment, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, a cold glint flashed, and a dagger slid out from her sleeve, which she grasped in her hand and then thrust straight at Yao Yu's chest. Yao Yu was slightly startled, but his reaction was quick. His hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the woman's wrist. He laughed and said, it is said that the princess is a woman who is not inferior to men. After seeing her today, I can see that it is indeed true. You're despicable. Li Rongshui glared with her almond-shaped eyes, her face full of disgust. I, Yao Yu, have acted uprightly and stood straight. How can you say I'm despicable? Yao Yu said with a smile. Shameless. Li Rongshui said coldly. It seems inappropriate for a princess to insult her future husband like this, Yao Yu said with a smile, unmoved. Don't even dream about it. If you dare to touch me, you'll end up with nothing but a corpse, Li Rongshui said coldly, showing no sign of backing down. That's not up to you. Yao Yu maintained his handsome smile, and another pill appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger and sent it down Li Rongshui's throat. What did you feed me? Li Rongshui's expression changed slightly. The bone-softening pill, Yao Yu said. You. Li Rongshui suddenly realized that her whole body was weak and she couldn't muster any strength at all. I'm doing this for your own good. You're in the prime of your life, why seek death? Yao Yu smiled, stood up, and said to a female martial artist behind him, keep an eye on her, don't let her die. Yes, the female martial artist replied. Li Rongshui's face was pale, and a look of despair appeared in her eyes. Young master, what about the others? Another person behind Yao Yu asked. Kill them, Yao Yu said expressionlessly, his tone indifferent, as if he were saying to crush a few ants. Yes, Yao Yu, how dare you? Li Rongshui shouted. Kill them. Yao Yu didn't look at her, but simply repeated calmly to the people behind him. The men responded, stepped forward, and plunged their longswords into the hearts of the unconscious martial artists, mercilessly taking their lives. The bright red blood spurted out and entered Li Rongshui's eyes. Yao Yu, if I don't avenge this, I, Li Rongshui, swear I will not be a human being. Li Rongshui said with eyes wide with rage. Yao Yu smiled, not taking it to heart. Young Master Yao, that crested green python is at its weakest. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to kill it? Yu Jingfu stepped forward and said. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so let's not create unnecessary trouble now, Yao Yu said, shaking his head. Young Master Yao is right. Yu Jingfu's eyes darted around, and he added, I heard that in order to help Prince Yang get rid of gambling, the Prince Yang's mansion has collected a lot of information related to poisons. If there are any poison-related cultivation techniques, I wonder if I could have a look? Hee, I know you're interested in this. If I have it, I'll let you take a look. Although poison-based techniques are rare, they're nothing but useless to ordinary martial artists, Yao Yu said. Forget about it. Even if you do, I won't let you get away with it, Li Rongshui said coldly. Yu Jingfu looked embarrassed and dared not face Li Rongshui's anger. He thought to himself, you two will be family from now on. What kind of behavior is it to take your anger out on an outsider like me? Yao Yu chuckled and patted Yu Jingfu on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm a man, so of course I'm in charge of everything. Yu Jingfu smiled sheepishly and didn't dare to say anything more. Since Yao Yu had given his guarantee, he was sure he would get the benefits. Li Rongshui was so angry that her chest ached. This Yao Yu was truly shameless. He was already calling himself her man. He was simply delusional. Let's go. This place is not suitable for us to stay long. Let's find a better place so that the princess and I can spend the night together. Yao Yu looked at Li Rongshui's beautiful face and figure, and his heart was filled with passion. He waved his hand and said with high spirits, Congratulations, young master, your wish has come true. Yao Yu's attendants congratulated him in unison. Congratulations, young master Yao. Yu Jingfu said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you have all done a great job today, you will be richly rewarded when you get back. Yao Yuji laughed triumphantly. Li Rongshui's face turned ashen. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you. Gah. Yao Yu's laughter was interrupted by this sudden sound. He was startled and even choked, as if someone had grabbed his throat. Who is it? Show yourself. Yao Yu's followers turned around abruptly towards the source of the sound and shouted angrily. Then they saw a boy standing not far away, looking at them with an innocent expression. Who are you? Yao Yu paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with cold light. He had no goodwill towards the boy who had suddenly appeared and startled him, and asked coldly. Who I am is not important. I just want to ask that princess a question, Wang Teng said, pointing at Li Rongshui. You've been eavesdropping on our conversation. Yao Yu's face darkened, and a murderous intent filled his heart. Li Rongshui's eyes flickered. Oh, I didn't hear much, just a tiny bit, Wang Teng said with a chuckle. Yao Yu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but he wasn't stupid. Since Wang Teng dared to come out so blatantly, he must have something to rely on. He was a little unsure and asked, What do you want to ask? Wang Teng smiled slightly, seemingly knowing what Yao Yu was thinking, but didn't care. He asked Li Rongshui, Does your Yanquang mansion have collected any poison-based cultivation techniques? What if I don't? What if I do? Li Rongshui asked, a thought flashing through her mind. If you have one, I will save you. Give me a poison-based cultivation technique. If you don't, I will turn around and leave, Wang Teng said decisively. If I have it, I can give it to you. Why ask her? Yao Yu said, his expression unchanged. Oh, it's nothing. I just don't want to do business with silver thieves. I'm ashamed to be associated with them, Wang Teng said directly. Quote. Yao Yu's face turned pale and then red. Li Rongshui's eyes suddenly lit up, perhaps this was her only chance. But the boy opposite him is young and alone. Can he do it? Insolence. Yao Yu's attendant was furious when he saw Wang Teng insulting him. You want to hit me? Wang Teng narrowed his eyes. Yao Yu raised his hand to stop his subordinate and asked expressionlessly, Do you really want to be my enemy? That's not entirely true. If you don't fight me, I won't bother fighting you either, Wang Teng said honestly. Are you mentally challenged? Yao Yu's lips twitched. He found it really difficult to communicate with this boy. He seemed easy to talk to, but in reality, he was infuriating. I don't make canes, but I sell swords. Do you wield a sword? Do you wield a high-level sword or a low-level sword? Or perhaps you practice the legendary supreme swordsmanship of man and sword becoming one? Wang Teng said cheekily. I don't use a sword, I use a knife, Yao Yu replied instinctively. PFF'd. Li Rongshui's expression was strange, and she couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Wang Teng opposite her, she felt that this guy was really a bit cheeky. What are you laughing at? Yao Yu asked, frowning. Young Master Yao, he might be calling you a slut, Yu Jingfu said, suppressing a laugh. Yao Yu immediately realized what was happening, his face turning icy and dark, and he gritted his teeth, saying, You're asking for death. Hey, you over there, princess, do you even have any poison-based martial arts techniques? Wang Teng ignored Yao Yu and called out to Li Rongshui again. Yao Yu was already furious, and coldly ordered his men, kill him. Hey, don't rush me. She hasn't answered me yet. What's the point of fighting? Wang Teng shouted hurriedly. Li Rongshui was exasperated, feeling that if she didn't answer soon, the other party might really leave. She immediately shouted, of course I do. As long as you save me, I will give you the poison-type cultivation technique. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Wang Teng laughed and immediately faced the several martial artists rushing towards him. He wore a boxing glove on one hand and held a gleaming brick in the other, moving about as if no one was there. First, a brick was smashed on the head of the person who rushed over first. This was the person who had been shouting the loudest earlier. Wang Teng showed no mercy, channeling his primal force into the brick, making it as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and smashed the man into the ground on the spot. The man's lower body was buried in the ground, his bones broken, but his upper body remained on the ground with a large bump on his head. Wang Teng used skillful force to knock him into the ground, but he didn't smash his head. Otherwise, with a weight of 1,000 pounds, even a martial artist would have a hard time escaping death. The others were truly shocked by the sight of their companion's miserable state. This guy is too ruthless. Wang Teng didn't give them time to react, and rushed towards the nearest person again, wanting to do the same thing. The man's expression changed drastically, and he slashed at Wang Teng with his battle sword. The sword light burst forth, fast and ruthless, but unfortunately, it missed Wang Teng completely. Bang! With a loud bang, the man was also smashed into the ground. Just then, a sword light slashed from behind. Wang Teng dodged it, appeared behind the attacker, and sent him to his death. Yao Yu's followers were no match for him. In no time, they were all planted in the ground by Wang Teng, their heads sticking out with big bumps on them, as if they had just grown out of the ground. Wang Teng stopped, dusted himself off, and looked up at Yao Yu, asking, "What do you say now?" "A 4-star combat soldier level. If this is all you have to offer, then you can die." Yao Yu, holding a long sword, slowly walked towards Wang Teng. "Be careful, Yao Yu advanced to 4 stars a year ago. Although his character isn't great, he is indeed a famous genius in Yangcheng," Li Rongshui shouted. "Thank you for the compliment, princess. It seems I'm not so bad in your eyes after all." Yao Yu smiled slightly. "It's a pity you've completely misused your talent, taking the wrong path and ultimately bringing about your own destruction," Li Rongshui said coldly. "Whether it's a crooked path or not, all the great paths lead to the same destination." Yao Yu didn't care. Stubborn to the end, Li Rongshui scoffed. "Alright, stop talking back and forth. You're making me feel like an outsider. Let's finish this quickly so I can go back to sleep," Wang Teng said with a yawn, exasperated. Li Rongshui rolled her eyes and said no more. "Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." Yao Yu shook his head as if regretting it. The next moment, he transformed into a blur and rushed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled slightly and had just taken out his sword from the armory when Yao Yu arrived and slashed down from above his head. He casually blocked it. Clang! A sword and a blade clashed in midair, sparks flying, the collision of primal forces producing a deafening roar, and a fierce gust of wind whipping through their hair. "He's got some skills." Yao Yu's gaze narrowed slightly, and he swept a kick from the left. Wang Teng raised his leg to block it, withdrew his sword, and unleashed a fiery sword light. Pshaw! Yao Yu turned to the side, and the flaming sword light flashed past him, grazing the hem of his fluttering clothes, instantly emitting a burnt smell. The two did not fight seriously in their first encounter, they were merely testing each other. Then the battle broke out completely, and the two sides clashed. In just a few breaths, they exchanged blows several times. Boom! With a loud bang, the two were thrown back, slightly panting. "Who exactly are you?" Yao Yu's expression was much more serious at this moment. He stared at Wang Teng, his mind racing, but he couldn't figure out where Wang Teng had come from. To possess such strength at such a young age is no sign of being an unknown person, indicating that this person must not be from Yangcheng. "My Yao family has considerable influence in Yangcheng. It's not too late for you to back down now," Yao Yu said, his eyes flashing slightly. The Yao family. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be such a coincidence? He said, "I'm sorry, it seems that I'm just naturally incompatible with people surnamed Yao." Yao Yu's face darkened. What kind of reason was this? To put it bluntly, there was no room for negotiation. "Fine, if you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish." He gripped the long sword in his hand, and a sharp sword aura emanated from it. Golden primal force swirled around Yao Yu, transforming into interwoven sword beams. Sword stance. Be careful. Yao Yu has mastered the sword technique. Li Rongshui exclaimed in alarm. Wang Teng's expression remained calm. He slightly turned the blade of his battle sword, and crimson primal force swirled around his body, rising and condensing into countless sword beams. Sword intent. Li Rongshui was astonished. This guy had actually comprehended sword intent as well. Boom! The sword's momentum and the knife's momentum collided with a thunderous roar. The sword's edge and the blade's edge clashed, like metal striking metal, their strength diminishing as one weakened the other, until for a moment they were evenly matched. In the end, neither could prevail over the other, and they vanished almost simultaneously amidst a deafening roar. A dark figure rushed out from the smoke and dust. Your force is almost depleted. A dazzling ice blue light burst forth from Yao Yu's palm. Ice-type force. Yao Yu is a dual-type martial artist. Li Rongshui seemed to have seen something unbelievable, her face turning pale. Was the hope that had just risen about to be shattered? Die! A murderous glint flashed in Yao Yu's eyes as he struck Wang Teng's chest with a palm. A strange smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. A similar icy blue light condensed on his palm, and he punched the opponent's palm. Bang! Yao Yu was sent flying by a punch, feeling an immense force sweep over his entire body. His face was filled with horror. How is this possible? He's actually a dual elemental martial artist, and also an ice elemental one. Li Rongshui stared blankly at the icy blue light bursting from Wang Teng's fist. At the same time, his expression was also somewhat strange. Given this situation, what is the extent of Yao Yu's psychological trauma? She looked at Yao Yu and saw him being sent flying by a punch, looking quite disheveled. She breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a sense of satisfaction rose in her heart. How do you possess such talent? Yao Yu, injured by the punch and with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stared at Wang Teng in shock. Do you think you're the only person in the world with dual elemental talents? Wang Teng said disdainfully. Damn it, a hint of jealousy flashed in Yao Yu's eyes. He naturally knew that he was not the only one in the world with dual talents, but he had been regarded as a genius since childhood and came from a prominent family. He had always had a smooth life. Now, however, he encountered a young man who was several times more outstanding than him, so he naturally felt somewhat unbalanced. However, he wasn't stupid. After their brief exchange, he knew he was no match for Wang Teng, so he stopped trying to fight him head-on and instead charged at Li Rongshui, who was standing to the side. Since Wang Teng wanted to save people, all he needed to do was grab Li Rongshui, and he would be made to submit. Upon seeing this, Li Rongshui's expression changed instantly. If I had done this earlier, I might have been in a little more trouble, but now, it's too late. Wang Teng's calm voice rang out. He shook his head, his figure flashed, and his speed exploded. Yao Yu only felt a blur before his eyes, and Wang Teng was already standing next to Li Rongshui. Your speed? Yao Yu's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He really couldn't understand why Wang Teng was so fast. During the fight, their speeds were clearly similar. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength? The thought of this possibility filled Yao Yu with horror and a hint of despair. But even a cornered beast will fight. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will not give up, so he turned and fled. Do you want this person? Wang Teng asked Li Rongshui, turning his head to her. Li Rongshui was also taken aback by Wang Teng's speed. She only came to her senses after hearing his words and almost blurted out, "Leave him here." Do you want to live or die? Wang Teng had already disappeared from the spot when he said those words. Alive, Li Rongshui said through gritted teeth. Hearing their conversation, Yao Yu was filled with rage. This despicable couple completely disregarded him, treating him like livestock and casually discussing his life and death. Little did they know that the two were using the same tactics against them. At this moment, Yao Yu felt that his dignity had been trampled on. He was very unhappy and angry. But survival is the most important thing. You just wait, I swear I will not rest until I avenge this. Yao Yu shouted back as he fled for his life. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Wang Teng following behind him like a ghost, less than a meter away. What do you mean by swearing not to? Wang Teng asked him with a smile. Yao Yu's scalp tingled, and he was so frightened that his soul and spirit seemed to jump out of his body. Forget about making any more threats, he mustered all his strength and ran like the wind. Her running posture was quite alluring, her shapely buttocks swaying and swinging freely. Bang! Wang Teng kicked it, and Yao Yu immediately fell face first into the mud. Then Wang Teng, holding a brick, stepped forward. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Yao Yu turned over and happened to see the brick. He immediately remembered the fate of his followers, his expression changed drastically, and he kept backing away. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, Wang Teng said softly. I don't believe you. Don't come any closer. Yao Yu used both hands and feet to try to get away from the seemingly harmless but actually ruthless boy in front of him. Sigh, no one seems willing to believe me. Wang Teng sighed helplessly and stopped chasing. He then launched a brick through the air, sending it flying towards Yao Yu. Bang! Ah! Snap! The dull thud of a brick hitting Yao Yu's head, Yao Yu's scream, and the sound of him falling face first to the ground, 3 different sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Why bother? If you hadn't run, I wouldn't have resorted to such ruthless measures. Wang Teng picked up the brick, shook his head, and sighed. Li Rongshui's lips twitched, as if she could see a sharp tail swaying behind the boy in front of her, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Then Wang Teng carried the unconscious Yao Yu to Li Rongshui and threw him on the ground. Here you go. Li Rongshui was a little embarrassed and said, I have no strength at all and can't move. Could you help me find an antidote? Wang Teng nodded, took off Yao Yu's spatial ring, and forcibly broke into it with his mental power. Ah! Yao Yu suddenly screamed, waking up from his coma. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale, and his forehead was covered with large beads of cold sweat. Wang Teng. What did you do? Yao Yu's face was filled with horror, then he saw the spatial ring in Wang Teng's hand. My spatial ring. Give it back to me. Wang Teng ignored him and scanned the space ring with his mental energy. Found it. A moment later, a jade bottle appeared in his hand, from which he poured out a pill and put it directly into Li Rongshui's mouth. Cough cough. Li Rongshui was caught off guard and choked, coughing incessantly and rolling her eyes as she said, Can't you be a little gentler? A mistake. A mistake. Wang Teng said with a dry laugh. You must not have a girlfriend, right? Li Rongshui asked. Nonsense. I, Wang, am handsome and exceptionally talented. Countless girls have pursued me. How could I not have a girlfriend? That's ridiculous. Wang Teng said righteously, his expression unchanged. Hee. Li Rongshui's lips twitched as she glanced at him sideways. By the way, wasn't there another person before? Where did they go? Wang Teng felt embarrassed, looked around, and changed the subject. He saw that the situation was not good, so he ran away long ago, Li Rongshui said. That's a pity, Wang Teng said with some regret. Li Rongshui's gaze was strange. She glanced at the martial artists he had planted in the soil without leaving a trace, wanting to know what exactly was so regrettable about it. What do you plan to do with this guy? Wang Teng asked. I'll make him pay the price. Li Rongshui turned her gaze to Yao Yu, her eyes flashing with cold light. Princess, I was blinded by greed, please forgive me this once. Yao Yu shuddered, his face turned pale, and he immediately begged for mercy. After taking the antidote, Li Rongshui regained her mobility, got up, picked up a long sword, and walked towards Yao Yu. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Yao Yu was terrified and said urgently, as long as you let me go, you can name any condition you want, and my father will definitely meet it. Didn't you want to refine the purple heartbone cleansing pill to expel the poison from the young king? The crest of the rooster-crested jade-scale python is only one of the main ingredients, and my Yao family has one of the other 2 main ingredients that you are looking for. Li Rongshui stopped abruptly, her eyes flashing rapidly. She then exhaled a long breath and asked, which medicine? Purple heart grass. Yao Yu said immediately. Purple heart grass, it's actually purple heart grass. Where did you get it from? Li Rongshui's face lit up with joy. The purple heart grass has a unique growing environment. Li Rongshui sent people to search the entire Eternal Night mountain range but could not find it. Now that she suddenly heard news of it, how could she not be happy? I obtained it by chance from a traveling merchant. You may not know, but ever since your Yangquang mansion released the news of searching for those medicinal herbs, all the major families in Yangcheng have been searching for them. No matter what their motives are, everyone wants to find them first. My Yao family was lucky enough to find the purple heartgrass first, Yao Yu said hurriedly. Since you sought those medicinal herbs to curry favor with my young prince's mansion, why didn't your Yao family hand them over after obtaining the purple heartgrass? Li Rongshui asked. Don't misunderstand, I wanted to give it to you sooner, but my father wanted to find a better time, Yao Yu said, his eyes flashing. Ha, maximizing profits, you've got a good plan. A hint of disgust flashed in Li Rongshui's eyes. Yao Yu was somewhat embarrassed and fell silent. Where did your father put the purple heartgrass? Li Rongshui asked. I don't know, Yao Yu said, his eyes flickering. Li Rongshui suddenly placed her longsword against his neck, cutting a bloody gash, and shouted, Speak. Princess, I know what you're planning. If I tell you, I'm afraid I'll really lose my life. If you want the purple heartgrass, let me go, and I promise to give it to you. Yao Yu smiled, indicating that he wasn't stupid. If you don't talk, I'll kill you right now, Li Rongshui said coldly. You dare not kill me. The poison that King Yang is suffering from must be very deep. I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left. If you kill me, you will definitely not get my purple heartgrass. Where will you find a second one then? Yao Yu said with a smile, confident that he had a way to save his life. Li Rongshui smiled at him, a smile that was extremely charming. Then, with a flick of her longsword, a spurt of blood shot out from his neck. Yao Yu stared wide-eyed, clutching his neck, his face filled with disbelief. Why? He simply couldn't understand it. His mind was blank, and a sense of impending death enveloped him. No. Clearly you don't understand me, Li Rongshui said regretfully. Wang Teng looked at Li Rongshui, his eyes twitching slightly. To be honest, even he was a little surprised. If he were in Li Rongshui's situation, he might not have been able to bring himself to do it. But Li Rongshui actually did it. This woman is no pushover. Yao Yu collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In the prime of his life, with dual talents and a reputation as a genius, he met such an end because of a single wrong decision. What, did I scare you? Li Rongshui turned her head to look at Wang Teng. I'm just a little surprised, Wang Teng said calmly, shaking his head. If I hadn't killed him just now, you would have done it anyway, wouldn't you? Li Rongshui said, looking directly into his eyes with a half-smile. How do you know? Wang Teng asked, his expression unchanged. Just a guess. Li Rongshui blinked and said with a smile. A cunning woman, Wang Teng thought to himself, speechless. Your reaction proves that I guessed correctly, Li Rongshui said with a smile. Why did you kill him? Did you not want that purple heartgrass anymore? Wang Teng asked, turning his head. The purple heartgrass is right here in the Yao residence, there are plenty of ways to get it. Besides, I don't trust Yao Yu's words. Rather than trading with him, I'd rather do it myself, Li Rongshui explained. Wang Teng nodded, said no more, and turned his gaze to Yao Yu's corpse, with several attribute bubbles floating around it. Gold type force *63. Ice type force *50. Spirit 25. Comprehension 32. Intermediate ice talents *10. Open black lens bracket Zheng metal formula *1 close black lens bracket. Wow, so many. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He used his mental power to gather them up instantly. His comprehension and mental attributes improved significantly. Comprehension, Spiritual Realm, 59.2, 100. Spirit Realm, 92.8, 100. At the same time, his metal type and ice type primal forces also increased dramatically. Gold type force, 193 2,000ths, 4 stars. Ice force, 12 1,000ths, 3 stars. As the ice type primal force merged into him, Wang Teng felt a surge of energy. A surge of ice-type primal force rose from the second primal core, entered the third primal core, and swirled within it. Ice-type warriors are extremely rare, and there are no force attributes to pick up. Wang Teng's ability to reach the peak of the 2-star warrior level is entirely due to his own cultivation. At this moment, Wang Teng's ice-type primal force broke through the 2-star limit and reached the 3-star warrior level. A glint of light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and then he looked at the talent section of the attribute panel. The original basic ice talent has been upgraded to intermediate ice talent. Intermediate ice talent, 10/500ths. Wang Teng carefully sensed the surroundings and discovered that he was more sensitive to the ice-type primal force in the world, and his cultivation speed would only be faster in the future. He then looked at the cultivation techniques section. Zhengjin technique, advanced mystic rank, 1/100th, beginner. A high-level Zan rank origin force technique. Wang Teng almost burst out laughing. This technique alone was already of immense value. What are you laughing at? At this moment, Li Rongshui's strange voice came from the side. Ahem, I wasn't laughing, you must have misread it, Wang Teng said, regaining his senses. Li Rongshui ignored him, walked to the corpses of her companions, a trace of sorrow flashing in her eyes, and put the corpses into her spatial ring, preparing to take them back for burial. Wang Teng glanced around and saw many attribute bubbles scattered all around. Although it's a bit underhanded, the person is already dead, so it's a waste not to pick up these attribute bubbles. Pick it up. Fire Force *10. Earth Elemental Force *15. Spirit 6. Water-based Force *22. Comprehension 8. *. One attribute bubble after another flowed into Wang Teng's body, and his 5 elemental force attributes were all enhanced, as were his spirit and comprehension. Huh? Suddenly his eyes lit up. Intermediate Fire Talents *15. It's actually an intermediate level fire type talent. It must have been dropped by that 5-star warrior just now, Wang Teng mused to himself. As the attribute bubble merged, his intermediate fire talent increased by 15 points, making him more sensitive to the fire elemental force. Intermediate fire talent, 156 500ths. It's a pity it's not a high-level fire type talent. I wonder what would happen if it were high level. I'm afraid the cultivation speed would be several times faster. Wang Teng said with some regret, then shook his head and laughed. He was too greedy. He was already improving fast enough by picking up attributes, and he was still not satisfied. Moreover, he believed that he would one day obtain advanced talents, or even more powerful talents. At that time, his cultivation speed would skyrocket, and he might not even need to rely on picking up attributes to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's geniuses. Just thinking about it was exciting. After collecting all the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng's gaze fell on the martial artists planted in the ground. He narrowed his eyes, picked up a brick, and walked over. Thump thump thump. A series of muffled thuds rang out, leaving Li Rongshui dumbfounded. She instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? She asked. I'll plant another variety next to them. That way, they're more likely to survive, Wang Teng said. Quote quote, Li Rongshui. Wang Teng ignored her and happily collected the attribute bubbles that kept falling. Spirit 3. Comprehension 6. Spirit 2. Comprehension, Spiritual Realm, 68.6 100. Spirit Realm, 94.2 100. Wang Teng looked at the changes in the 2 attributes on the attribute panel and stopped, satisfied. At this moment, only the heads of these humanoid wooden stakes in front of him were still sticking out. They had originally had half their bodies exposed on the ground, but Wang Teng had forcefully smashed them back in. And their heads were even more unbearable to look at. They were practically lifelike pig heads. Li Rongshui watched from afar, her lips twitching uncontrollably, countless black lines hanging down her forehead. When Wang Teng looked at her, she subconsciously took another step back. Everything's resolved, time to go back? Wang Teng asked casually, completely disregarding her thoughts. That crested green python is badly injured, now is the best time to kill it, Li Rongshui said, biting her lip. You want me to help you? Wang Teng smiled. Only the purple heartbone cleansing pill can completely cure my father's poison, and the snake crown is one of the main ingredients in it. Li Rongshui said. Why should I help you? Wang Teng said calmly. You need poison-based techniques, surely not just for research purposes? Li Rongshui asked. So what? Wang Teng remained non-committal. If I'm not mistaken, it must be your relative or friend who has a poison-type constitution and therefore needs this poison-type cultivation technique. But you should know that a poison-type constitution is extremely rare, and cultivation is even more difficult. In order to expel the poison from my father, I searched for a lot of information about this path, including descriptions of the resources and pills needed for cultivation by those with a poison-type constitution. I'm sure you'll find them useful, Li Rongshui said slowly. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow slightly. Upon seeing this, Li Rongshui was slightly pleased and quickly pressed on, saying, in addition, the coxcomb jade scale python is also an extremely rare poisonous star beast. Many of the materials on its body are useless to ordinary martial artists, but they are invaluable cultivation treasures for poisonous martial artists. There may even be some poisonous spiritual herbs under the swamp where it lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause rang out. Princess Li, I really have to look at you in a new light, Wang Teng said, his tone ambiguous. Li Rongshui frowned slightly, sensing that Wang Teng's feelings towards her had suddenly turned sour. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just as she was about to say something, she heard him say, I agree to this, but after hunting the rooster-crested jade python, apart from the portion of the snake crest you need, the rest will be mine. Li Rongshui took a deep breath and nodded, okay. So the two walked to the edge of the swamp, and Li Rongshui said, I lured it out with poison before, but now it is on guard and will never fall for it again. Do you have any good ideas? Wait for me here. After saying that, Wang Teng leapt into the swamp, his body enveloped in primal force, and broke through the swamp to dive into it. Li Rongshui reached out to stop him, but it was too late. She stamped her foot and said, "This guy is too reckless." Then, gritting his teeth, he jumped into the swamp. The water beneath the swamp is extremely murky, and this is no ordinary swamp. It is a dangerous place inhabited by highly venomous creatures such as the coxcomb jade scale python, and many other poisonous animals also live there, making it extremely dangerous. Just as Wang Teng leapt into the swamp, he heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he frowned. The sound, transmitted through his primal force, reached Li Rongshui's ears. "What are you doing down here? I'll help you." Li Rongshui transmitted her voice in the same way. "Going back will only make you a hindrance," Wang Teng said. Li Rongshui's original intention was to come down and help, but she was underestimated by Wang Teng. She immediately replied indignantly through telepathy, "Who said that? I am at least a 4-star warrior. Don't underestimate me. Suit yourself. If danger arises later, don't blame me for not helping you." Wang Teng ignored her, pushed off with his foot, and his whole body turned into a blur as he rushed downwards. With his spiritual vision talent, he had already locked onto the location of that ball of primal force light. "HMPH, how dare you underestimate me?" Li Rongshui snorted coldly and followed. Beneath the swamp, undercurrents surge, and occasionally an extremely fierce current bursts forth from an unknown place. These undercurrents conceal great dangers. If an ordinary 1-star or 2-star martial artist were to be caught in them, they would likely be severely injured. This swamp is no place to be trifled with. Fortunately, Wang Teng was agile and his water-based primal force allowed him to sense changes in the surrounding water flow, enabling him to narrowly avoid danger each time. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged at Wang Teng's face. Pisha! A sword flashed, cleaving the dark figure in two, its bluish-green blood seeping into the surrounding swamp. This is a spider the size of a human head. Its 8 legs are as sharp as blades, and its mouthparts are ferocious. If it were to pounce on your face, you would probably die here in no time. Poison Force *6. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubble, swept his primal force across the spider's body, but found it worthless. He didn't even bother to pick it up, simply skipped over it, and continued rushing downwards. Li Rongshui experienced the dangers of the swamp. She found that with her strength, it was extremely difficult for her to move forward, while Wang Teng seemed to be walking on flat ground, completely unaffected. Given this situation, with her usual caution, she should have chosen to turn back long ago, instead of risking her life to continue down. But when he thought of Wang Teng's previous disdain, he couldn't swallow his anger and followed him as if possessed. Fortunately, she wasn't stupid. By staying close behind Wang Teng, she easily avoided all danger. Sizzle. When he descended to a certain depth, Wang Teng suddenly noticed a slight sound coming from the force cloak he was wearing. "It's corrosive," he exclaimed in surprise. As they went deeper, the corrosive effects intensified and their force was consumed rapidly. The force output within their bodies couldn't even keep up with the rate of corrosion. "This won't do, the force will be depleted soon." Wang Teng frowned, then suddenly had an idea. The poison-type force within his body circulated, forming a protective film on his skin, so the corrosion could no longer affect him. He smiled slightly, increased his speed, and quickly approached his target. The crested green python was not far away. Li Rongshui was stumped at this moment. She had only been in this corrosive area for a short while when her primal force was almost exhausted, and she had to retreat from the corrosive layer again. How come that guy isn't affected? Does he have some other tricks up his sleeve? She thought to herself, a bitter smile creeping onto her face. Oh well, it seems I really can only be a burden. Left with no other choice, Li Rongshui returned. A moment later, she broke through the swamp, landed on the ground, and sat cross-legged to recover the primal energy she had just consumed. But a question still lingered in her mind. Who exactly is this person? He's truly unfathomable. Wang Teng was unaware of Li Rongshui's complicated thoughts, but he knew that Li Rongshui had already given up. With one less troublesome opponent, there will be fewer unexpected events in the upcoming battles. He quickly stopped his descent. He was now at the very bottom of the swamp. A terrifying, emerald-scaled giant python was coiled there, its aura weak and its body bearing numerous wounds. But at this moment, it had already discovered the intruder, raised its head, opened its huge mouth, and roared at Wang Teng. The piercing sound waves crashed down in waves. It's all bark and no bite, it's already at its last gasp. Wang Tang's expression remained unchanged. This poison-type star beast was indeed very troublesome, but after all, it didn't have much strength left. Let's finish this quickly. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, countless ice cones formed from the surrounding water appeared, creating a truly awe-inspiring scene. The crested green python sensed a huge life-or-death crisis, let out a series of roars, and then turned and fled. That's right, it ran away with its tail between its legs. Without the slightest hesitation, they fled decisively. Wang Tang shook his head, waved his hand, and the ice spikes broke through the surrounding water and shot out, instantly catching up with the rooster-crested jade-scaled python. With ice spikes piercing through its body. Hiss! The crested python let out a deafening wail, its massive body twisting and struggling wildly, and copious amounts of blood flowed out. A streak of light flashed and rushed into the mouth of the rooster-crested jade-scaled python. The next moment, his body suddenly stiffened and he stopped moving. It's quite a twist of fate that Wang Tang killed such a powerful 5-star beast so easily. The streak of light shot out again and landed in Wang Tang's hand. It was the meteor cone. Done and done. Wang Tang put the corpse of the rooster-crested jade python into his spatial ring, then his gaze fell on the several attribute bubbles that had fallen nearby. Poison Force *25. Poison Force *30. Poison Force *32. Pick it up. Wang Tang was secretly pleased. This time, he gained a total of 86 points of poison-type primal force, a very fruitful harvest. Poison-type star beasts are rare to begin with, and the first one he encountered was a 5-star star beast, so he was really lucky. Moreover, it was by taking advantage of someone else. This star beast was already severely injured, otherwise it wouldn't have been killed so easily. Poison Force, 121 5/100, 2 stars. Wang Tang's poison-type primal force is still at level 2, but once he obtains a poison-type technique, given the cultivation speed of the demon lotus poison body, he should be able to improve it quickly. He made the deal with Li Rongshui not only for Lin Chusha, but also for his own sake. Wang Tang then glanced down. Li Rongshui had said that there might be some special poisonous spiritual herbs in the lair of this crested green-scaled python. Although he hadn't studied it in depth, it didn't matter if he didn't recognize any poisonous spiritual herbs. With his spirit vision talent, he could detect any abnormalities in the force. Just beneath the spot where the rooster-crested jade-scaled python had coiled, there were 3 extremely conspicuous clusters of primal force light. Wang Tang dug it out. This is ginseng? His gaze sharpened and he was surprised. That's not right. Then he shook his head to himself. The thing in front of him looked very much like ginseng, but it was completely black, and its roots looked like small snakes. This is definitely not ordinary ginseng. Forget it, we'll investigate further when we get back. Wang Tang stopped digging into it, glanced around to make sure nothing was missed, and then rushed upwards. Ellipsis. Li Rongshui waited anxiously on the ground. She naturally didn't want anything to happen to Wang Tang, but she didn't quite believe that Wang Tang would be a match for the crested green python. She had fought the coxcomb jade python before and knew its strength well. Even now, injured, it was still formidable. Wang Tang is only a 4-star warrior. No matter how talented he is, can he really stand up to a 5-star beast head-on? Besides, that's the territory of the coxcomb jade scale python. An ordinary martial artist would be in grave danger if they went down there. She waited for a long time, but there was no movement below. She couldn't help but wonder, could that guy have been swallowed whole by the coxcomb jade python? Li Rongshui never imagined that the reason why the crested green python was killed by Wang Tang with almost no resistance, and because it was in the deepest part of the swamp, was that there was no commotion. Just as she was wondering, suddenly, a figure emerged from the swamp and landed steadily beside her. Li Rongshui was slightly startled. After recognizing the person who had arrived, she quickly asked, "How is it?" Boom! Wang Tang glanced at her, said nothing, but simply raised his hand, and the huge body of the rooster-crested green-scaled python crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Li Rongshui stared blankly at the corpse of the crested green-scaled python in front of her. Although the moment she saw Wang Tang, she already guessed that he had succeeded. But when she saw the corpse of the poisonous star beast that had given her so much trouble, the shock she felt was beyond words. "How did you do that?" Li Rongshui asked Wang Tang in surprise. "You don't need to know the process, just the result," Wang Tang said. Li Rongshui was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat exasperated. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the excessively young man in front of him was completely unharmed after killing the coxcomb jade scale python. He was immediately shocked and secretly wondered, could this guy's strength be more than just a 4-star warrior level? Cut off the part of the snake's crown that you need, and the rest is mine, Wang Tang said. Li Rongshui snapped out of her daze and rolled her eyes. I know, you stingy little devil. This isn't being stingy, it's a deal, Wang Tangtian said shamelessly. You're definitely single, Li Rongshui chuckled and said with certainty. Quote ellipsis quote, Wang Tang. Li Rongshui didn't cut off too much of the snake's crown, only less than a third of it, and put it into a jade box, storing it in her spatial ring. This should be enough. If not, I hope I can get some more from you later, Li Rongshui said. As long as you're willing to pay, anything is negotiable, Wang Tang said, nodding as he put away the corpse of the crested green python. Understood, I'll give you a satisfactory price. Li Rongshui felt extremely exhausted and regretted not taking more money. She thought to herself, just how greedy is this guy? When will you give me the poison-based cultivation techniques and related materials? Wang Tang asked. I'll give it to you when we get back. Li Rongshui thought for a moment and asked, do you want to come back with me to get it? Or do you want to choose a location and I'll have someone deliver it to you? I'll go with you to get it. I'm currently staying in Yangcheng as well, Wang Tang said. Oh, where do you live? Li Rongshui was a little surprised. She originally thought that Wang Tang must be a genius from another major city, but she didn't expect him to live in Yangcheng as well. Rune Guild, Wang Tang said. The Rune Guild? How come you live there? Li Rongshui was surprised again. Why ask so many questions? Let's go. Wang Tang took the lead and headed out of the Yangyi Mountains. HMPH, fine, don't tell me then. Do you think I can't find out? Li Rongshui snorted and followed. My name is Li Rongshui. You still haven't told me your name? Wang Tang. It was almost dawn when we returned to Rune Guild. Throughout the entire Rune Guild, apart from Goring, no one knew what he did at night. Even Goring could not have imagined what Wang Tang had gone through that night. Wang Tang returned to his room, closed the door, rubbed his hands together, and looked excited, deciding to carefully count the goods received. He first took out Yao Yu's spatial ring. The spiritual imprint on it had already dissipated, so he easily probed into it with his spiritual sense and scanned all the items inside. There were some clothes and daily necessities inside, but he didn't pay much attention to them and skipped over them. Then his attention fell on a small bag. Take it out and take a look. It was a whole bag of crystal clear originium. It's actually a mid-grade yellow rank origin stone. Wang Tang held a source stone in his hand and felt that the concentration of primal force contained within it was far superior to that of a low-grade yellow rank source stone. Based on the standards he knew, he immediately determined that it was a mid-grade yellow rank origin stone. As far as we know, originium can be divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each tier is further divided into 3 grades: low, medium, and high. The exchange ratio between low-grade and mid-grade originium is 100:1, and the same exchange ratio applies between high-grade and mid-grade originium. Wang Tang roughly counted that there were more than 200 mid-grade yellow rank source stones in the bag, which was equivalent to more than 20,000 low-grade source stones. They really are rich and powerful. Wang Tang chuckled as he weighed the item in his hand and then put it away. Besides that, there was Yao Yu's long sword. Previously, Wang Tang and Li Rongshui had disposed of the body, so the long sword naturally became Wang Tang's spoils of war. Wang Tang held it in his hand and examined it carefully for a moment, then his face lit up with delight. A fine knife. This longsword belongs to a 5-star combat soldier and is worth at least hundreds of millions. Wang Tang is very fond of it. He was looking for a high-level sword-type combat soldier, and this has made up for it. It's a pity that the Blade Force attribute didn't drop, otherwise it would be perfect. Wang Tang shook his head and continued searching for treasures in his spatial ring. Suddenly, 2 scrolls caught his attention. Upon taking them out, he discovered that one of the volumes was actually the origin force cultivation technique he had obtained, Zhengjin Ju. Since he had already obtained the attribute bubble of the Zhengjin technique, this thing was like a chicken rib to him, so he casually threw it back into his spatial ring. A man who can acquire attributes is just that capricious. If outsiders saw this, they would probably be green with envy. Wang Tang looked at the second volume, and several large characters caught his eye. Golden Rainbow Saber Technique. A high-grade Zon-level sword technique. Wang Tang smiled slightly, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. He flipped through 2 pages, then put the book away, deciding to practice it properly when he had time. Wang Tang thoroughly searched the spatial ring, finding some healing and cultivation pills inside, which were quite valuable. It's true what they say, you can't get rich without unexpected windfalls. Wang Tang sighed inwardly, put away the spatial ring, and then took out the corpse of the rooster-crested jade-scaled python. The next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. The giant python's carcass lay sprawled in the room, almost filling the entire space. Wang Tang could only stand on the cold corpse of the rooster-crested jade-scaled python, squat down, and probe his body with his primal force, scanning it inch by inch. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A moment later, Wang Tang took out 3 items from the corpse of the crested green python. Dark green snake gall, a jet black round star core, and a piece of shiny black star bone. Wang Tang wanted to burst into laughter 3 times. I'm so lucky this time. 3 extremely valuable treasures were discovered in succession. Both star cores and star bones are rare and valuable items. Moreover, these are star bones and star cores from extremely rare poison-type star beasts, making them even more exceptional. If it were auctioned, it would surely fetch an astronomical price. However, Wang Tang did not think it was a good idea to sell it. He was lucky to have obtained such a treasure, and it would be a waste to sell it. The best choice was to use it himself. Star bones can be used to forge weapons, and star cores can be used for cultivation. Both are valuable items for poison-type martial artists. As for snake gallbladders, they are also treasures for alchemy and medicine, and are extremely rare medicinal materials for alchemists who want to refine special pills. Wang Tang took out the jade box and put it away. The jade box was engraved with runes, which could effectively lock the original force inside and ensure that the medicinal effect would not dissipate. In addition, he did not forget the snake crown, which Li Rongshui went to great lengths to obtain, indicating that it must have some use. Although it may seem a bit unorthodox, you never know when you might need it. It was also packed in a jade box and stored away. The scales, flesh, and other materials on the coxcomb jade python were also excellent, but compared to the treasures mentioned above, their value was lower. Wang Tang did not dissect them one by one, but directly put them into his spatial ring. He breathed a sigh of relief and then fell asleep contentedly. He slept for 5 or 6 hours straight until Su Lingxuan came to call him for lunch. Hey senior brother, you're so lazy. Sleeping in the middle of the day. Even the teacher is biased, he stopped me from waking you up. At the dinner table, Su Lingxuan pouted, a little jealous. Who told someone to be less talented than me? Wang Tang said casually while shoveling rice into his mouth. Goring knew what he was doing at night, which was why he let him sleep until now. However, he didn't explain anything at the moment. Instead, he laughed and said, Lingxuan, Wang Tang has been learning much faster than you lately. You need to work harder. HMPH, I wasn't serious then. If I were serious, I'd definitely be no worse than him. Su Lingxuan snorted lightly, but deep down she was very uncertain, secretly lamenting, who wants to compete with this monster? After finishing their meal, Wang Tang and Su Lingxuan made up for the classes they missed that morning, and then Golan let them leave, allowing them to go about their own business. Just as Wang Tang was about to leave, a staff member from the Rune Guild came over to tell him that someone was looking for him. Looking for me? A thought struck him. He went to the front hall of the Rune Guild and saw a pretty, unfamiliar girl. You're Wang Tang? The pretty young woman asked, sizing him up. Exactly. Wang Tang nodded. I am the princess's maid. She asked me to bring you some things. The pretty young woman said, handing a spatial ring to Wang Tang. As expected, Wang Tang seemed to have anticipated this, and without the slightest surprise, he nodded and accepted it. Our princess said you're very stingy, and she's very unhappy about it, so you take the things inside. I'm taking this spatial ring back with me, the pretty girl said seriously, seemingly trying to suppress a laugh. Wang Tang was filled with frustration. After taking the contents of the spatial ring, he returned it to the pretty girl and said fiercely, Go back and tell your princess that if I run into her again, I'll make sure she knows what real stinginess is. PFF'd. The pretty girl wasn't scared at all. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Without saying anything, she turned around and left Wang Tang with a graceful back view. Inside the room, Wang Tang sat cross-legged on the bed, with a pile of books and scrolls beside him, and even a rune inheritance stone. It seems Li Rongshui really went to great lengths to detoxify her father, Wang Tang remarked, looking at the items with a touch of emotion. Speaking of which, what kind of poison did that Prince Yang suffer from, that it is so troublesome? Even without witnessing it firsthand, Wang Teng could easily deduce from this information that the poison that young Wang had been afflicted with was definitely extraordinary. He searched through the numerous documents, and soon a yellowed animal skin scroll caught his attention. The moon-devouring poison scripture. It's you. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and then he looked at the characters on the animal skin scroll. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Then he was completely dumbfounded and felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Why is the cover in standard language, but the inside is written in incomprehensible classical Chinese? Wang Teng felt a headache coming on, and Li Rongshui's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. He figured she was probably at home secretly laughing right now. What a petty woman. Li Rongshui must have guessed this outcome long ago, but she still handed it over to him anyway, which was definitely revenge. Wang Teng flipped through the pile of materials again and found that many of them were incomprehensible. After filtering them out one by one, he roughly counted that there were at least 4 or 5 ancient scripts, and he didn't recognize a single one. Wang Teng thought for a moment and realized that he could only go back to Li Rongshui. She would definitely have a translated version. This woman is really cunning. She gave me the original version but hid the translated version. Even if I question her, she can simply deny it. After a moment's thought, Wang Teng understood the crux of the matter. He was so angry that his teeth itched, but he couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. He had to compromise. Translating so much material was no easy task. Translating from scratch would take too much time and was not cost-effective. Therefore, obtaining a translated version from Li Rongshui was the best solution. Wang Teng went out, inquired about the location, and headed straight for the young prince's residence. The Prince Yang's mansion is the most powerful place in the entire Yang city. It is located in the center of the city, covering a vast area with pavilions and towers, nestled against the mountains and by the water. It is truly a mansion among mansions, and one can only imagine how much manpower and resources it took to build it. Wang Teng was stopped by the security guard. I know your princess. Please inform her, Wang Teng said. The gatekeeper looked Wang Teng up and down suspiciously, but nodded and said, You wait here for now, I'll go and inform them. After speaking, one of them entered the deep courtyard through the side door, and a moment later, he and the other person came out. That person was the pretty young woman who had just delivered the documents to Wang Teng. Come with me. The pretty young girl seemed to know he was coming. She covered her mouth and smiled slightly, then led the way into the mansion. Wang Teng followed behind her into the Prince Yang's residence. The buildings inside were antique and very distinctive. After walking for a while, turning and twisting, passing through the eaves and small courtyards, the two finally arrived at a separate courtyard at the back. Wang Teng met Li Rongshui again. We meet again. I thought you didn't want to see me again, but I didn't expect you to come looking for me in less than half a day. Li Rongshui smiled radiantly, her smile like that of a fox. Hey, you should know perfectly well why I came to find you. Wang Teng sneered and sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard without any politeness. There were pastries and tea on the stone table. He poured himself a cup of tea, then picked up a pastry and ate it by himself. Li Rongshui didn't take it seriously and said innocently, What are you saying? I don't understand anything. Keep pretending, Wang Teng said with a disdainful look. Seeing the two speaking in riddles, the pretty girl smiled and stepped aside. For a moment, neither of them spoke, waiting for the other to speak first. Whoever spoke first would be at a disadvantage. Wang Teng remained calm, eating pastries and drinking tea while enjoying the scenery in the courtyard, quite leisurely. Li Rongshui's lips twitched slightly as she watched. This guy really has a thick skin. Forget it, it seems he will never speak unless I do. He can wait, but I can't. Li Rongshui sighed inwardly, then smiled and said, How about we discuss another deal? Not so good, Wang Teng said, pursing his lips. Don't be angry yet, let me finish what I have to say. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. There aren't many people I can trust right now, Li Rongshui explained with a wry smile. That's a bit funny. You can't trust many people, so why would you trust me? Wang Teng scoffed. I truly believe in you. Li Rongshui said firmly. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback and looked up at her with surprise. Although you are greedy and a bit stingy, you will do a good job as long as it is within the scope of the transaction. We have worked together before, so I trust you, Li Rongshui said. Wang Teng rolled his eyes and said noncommittally, "You think highly of me. Here are the translated versions you requested." Li Rongshui waved her hand and several scrolls appeared on the table. She said, "I did indeed scheme against you first, and I apologize for that. Whether you help me or not, you can take these translated versions now. If you are willing to help me, you will gain the friendship of my Yangquang mansion." Wang Teng flipped through the translated books, put them into his spatial ring, and said, "Tell me what kind of help you need." A hint of surprise flashed in Li Rongshui's eyes, and she quickly said, "I want you to help me steal the purple heartgrass from the Yao family." Steal the purple heartgrass? Wang Teng was surprised and looked at her, saying, "Didn't you say you had a way?" "I originally wanted to put pressure on the Yao family to hand over the purple heartgrass, but since the death of his youngest son, the Yao family patriarch has become somewhat unpredictable and stubborn. He's completely unyielding and pretends to be crazy, refusing to admit that he has the purple heartgrass. I can't do anything about it," Li Rongshui said helplessly. "Moreover, this would only alert them, and it would be impossible to force them to hand over the purple heartgrass through other means." "Then the Yao family patriarch's youngest son died?" Wang Teng asked calmly. Li Rongshui was a little surprised that Wang Teng was focusing on this, but she still nodded and said, "Yes, I heard that he was killed by martial artists from Earth during an outing. And he is now frantically looking for someone to take revenge." "Hee hee." Wang Teng chuckled dryly. It seemed like this was talking about himself. Moreover, he not only killed the other person's youngest son, but his eldest son also died indirectly because of him. This enmity was huge. With your abilities, you should have a good chance of infiltrating the Yao family and stealing the purple heartgrass. In addition, I can work with you from the inside. If you are really in danger, you can send a signal, and I will immediately lead people to rush into the Yao family to rescue you. I will make sure nothing bad happens to you," Li Rongshui said. "Great idea." Wang Teng stood up and waved his hand. "Thank you for the pastries, I'm leaving now." Li Rongshui watched him leave without hesitation, her eyes dimming slightly. "Princess," the pretty maid frowned and stepped forward. "Forget it, we can't force it. If it really doesn't work, we'll just have to send someone else," Li Rongshui said helplessly. Wang Teng walked out of the Prince Yang's residence, glanced back, and shook his head. Li Rongshui was being a bit too clever for her own good. If they had made a straightforward deal, Wang Teng might have agreed if the price was right. Since he already had a grudge against the Yao family, why not let them suffer more in silence while he remained in the shadows? However, Li Rongshui thought she had some tricks up her sleeve and wanted to manipulate people's hearts, but little did she know that her cleverness would backfire. If Wang Teng were just an ordinary teenager, he might have been truly grateful and helped her this time. Unfortunately, he was not a naive person and would not be easily manipulated. The Yao family, however, was like a stinky, hard stone from a latrine that had landed in his heart. Although it was only a small piece, it was still very unpleasant. Now that Yao Yu has been killed by Li Rongshui, he is an accomplice. Even if they have destroyed the body and covered up the evidence, the Yao family will definitely find out in time. So, should we exterminate the entire family? Or should we exterminate the entire family? Let's just exterminate the entire family. Wang Teng stroked his chin as he returned to the Rune Guild's back garden, locked himself in his room, and took out a translated copy of the Moon-Devouring Poison Manual to read. He wasn't afraid of Li Rongshui using tricks. If she really did that, it would be a deadly feud. Given Li Rongshui's style of doing things, he doubted she would do that. Besides, he wouldn't be foolish enough to believe without reservation that the moon-eating poison scripture was without any problems. However, Wang Teng had something to rely on. Once he practiced the moon-devouring poison scripture, his attribute panel would appear, and any problems would be immediately apparent. That's where his true confidence comes from. Half an hour later, Wang Teng closed the moon-devouring poison scripture, his eyes flickering slightly, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. It's actually a low-grade Earth rank origin force technique. This time I've really hit the jackpot. Earth rank cultivation technique? This is the first time he has ever seen an Earth rank cultivation technique. He had just read through it once and already understood the cultivation methods within. This was the benefit of improved comprehension and talent. Cultivating by fusing the power of moonlight with poisonous primal force results in a primal force that is not only highly toxic but also possesses an unusual chill, making its attack power even stronger. It does have some unique aspects. Wang Teng pondered to himself, not rushing to cultivate, but instead turning his attention to the other information. Before this, he knew little about poison. Since he wanted to become a qualified poison-type martial artist, he couldn't just be a half-baked one. The information was quite comprehensive, and Wang Teng was lucky. Li Rongshui had collected countless materials on this subject in order to save her father, and now she had given them all to Wang Teng for free. Such an opportunity was truly rare. As Wang Teng was reading, his hand, which was turning the pages of the book, suddenly stopped. This thing. His eyes flashed, and he immediately took out the ginseng-like elixir he had found at the bottom of the swamp from his spatial ring, and carefully compared it with the pictures and descriptions in the book. That's right, it's the black serpent poison ginseng. Wang Teng nodded to himself. This black serpent ginseng is extremely beneficial to venomous star beasts of the python type. It can not only help them improve their cultivation, but also has the miraculous effect of refining their bloodline. Of course, it also has many uses for human poison-type martial artists. Whether it is directly refined or made into poison pills to assist in cultivation, it is a wonderful spiritual item. Wang Teng put it away and continued browsing, reading from the afternoon until the following evening. Except when Su Lingxuan came to call him for dinner, he did not leave the room for a moment. Fortunately, he now has a high level of comprehension and a strong ability to understand. Otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to absorb such a massive stream of knowledge. Even so, after reading these things, he still felt a throbbing headache. I won't dare to push myself like that next time. I felt like my head almost exploded. Wang Teng shook his head with a wry smile, then looked at the attribute panel. His gaze swept over the area, and he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. His gaze lingered on the section for secondary occupations. Poison Master? There's actually such a profession? Wang Teng was slightly surprised. This change was truly unexpected. Poison Master, Beginner, 12/100ths. Looking at the dismal data, Wang Teng gritted his teeth and spent 600 blank attribute points to directly upgrade it to advanced level. Poison Master, Advanced, 12/1000ths. Those knowledges about poison were instantly imprinted in his mind, as if he had been immersed in them for many years, and in a short time he became a master of poison. This feeling is really quite enjoyable, but if poison masters weren't so rare, I wouldn't need to spend blank attributes to improve it. Wang Teng shook his head, still feeling a bit of a pang of regret, as accumulating blank attributes is no easy feat. Now that I have mastered it, it is time to start practicing the poison scripture. It was already late at night when Wang Teng quietly left the house. Poisonous primal force is more concentrated in special terrains, and Wang Teng only knows of one such place. That was the lair of the coxcomb green-scaled python. Wang Teng exerted his full speed and, more than half an hour later, slowly descended from mid-air. Before him lay the swamp. Before arriving here, he had already scouted it using the vision of the Netherflame Crow and found no trace of anyone else who had been there. Since Yao Yu and the others died here, it's best to be cautious. When Wang Teng arrived at the edge of the swamp, he didn't hesitate and jumped straight into it, then dived into the deepest part. With the loss of its sole overlord, many venomous creatures began to stir, killing each other and vying for dominance. Unfortunately, they didn't have the same opportunities as the coxcomb jade scale python. Having lost the black serpent poison ginseng, it would be extremely difficult for them to evolve and transform into high-level star beasts. Therefore, this swamp will likely remain leaderless for a long time. The poisonous creatures killed each other, making the swamp even more toxic and the toxic primal force it contained even more concentrated. Wang Teng sat down at the bottom of the swamp and began to absorb the poisonous primal force around him to cultivate, following the cultivation method of the moon-devouring poison scripture. Visibly, a small vortex formed around Wang Teng, with the water swirling and strands of poisonous primal energy converging towards him. At the same time, the moonlight from the night sky was drawn into the swamp by a force. On the surface, the swamp appeared calm and showed no signs of anything unusual. Over the next few days, Wang Teng cultivated in the swamp every night, and his poison-type primal force improved rapidly. That evening, he finished his cultivation and glanced at his attribute panel with satisfaction. Poison Force, 151/1000ths, 3 stars. His poison-type primal force has successfully advanced to the 3-star warrior level, and if he were to unleash a poison-type attack again, the effect would be even stronger. Before emerging from the swamp, Wang Teng observed the outside situation through the vision of the Netherworld Raven. He was very cautious, and he would observe the area like this every time he left, in order to prevent any ambush. No one had been here in the past few days. Wang Teng was just observing out of habit when he unexpectedly saw a figure sneaking around, seemingly up to no good. It's him, this guy seems to be called Yu Jingfu. Wang Teng's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This person was the same one who had been following Yao Yu at the time. However, when he realized things were going badly, he ran away very quickly, and neither Wang Teng nor Li Rongshui had time to stop him. Unexpectedly, he walked right into their trap. What is this guy doing here at this time? Wang Teng wondered. No one knows that Yu Jingfu is actually a poison-type martial artist, or rather, not yet, he just possesses a talent for poison. Without a doubt, this is a sad story. He possessed a wealth of poison-based primal energy, yet he couldn't find any poison-based techniques, nor did any old men come to his door asking him to become their apprentices. As a result, he wasted half his life and has yet to become a poison-based martial artist. However, his efforts were not in vain. Through hard work and perseverance, he gradually mastered the art of poison and became a poison master. A while ago, he somehow managed to get in touch with Yao Yu and wanted to scheme against Li Rongshui, actually to obtain the poison-based martial arts techniques that Li Rongshui had collected. However, Wang Teng intervened, so he could no longer think about using poison-based techniques. He even hid for many days, not daring to let Li Rongshui and the Yao family discover his whereabouts. He knew that neither Li Rongshui nor the Yao family would let him go. Yu Jingfu was truly unwilling to let him leave Yangcheng like this. He had been hiding for several days before choosing to come to this swamp tonight. He knew that the crested green python had been killed, and the greatest danger in this place had been eliminated. He guessed that there must be a companion spirit in the crested green python's lair, and it was very likely that it was the kind of thing he knew. Hopefully, Li Rongshui and that boy haven't discovered it. Taking a chance, Yu Jingfu reached the edge of the swamp, took out a pill and swallowed it, and then applied a dark green ointment to his body. Then, a semi-transparent airbag was taken out and placed over the head, making it look exactly like a sealed helmet. May the ancestral master protect me. After doing this, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and jumped into the swamp. Although Yu Jingfu was a poison master with special methods to dive into the depths of the swamp, the various difficulties below made him suffer greatly. And he finally managed to reach the bottom of the swamp. The view below was somewhat blurry, and he could only see clearly when he got closer, and then a figure appeared before his eyes. Yu Jingfu was startled and turned pale with fright. He almost felt his soul ascend to heaven on the spot. You. He never imagined that there would be someone living beneath this swamp, and that it would be the devilish boy who had ruined his plans before. He was an extremely cunning man. When he sensed that things were not going well, he immediately turned around and tried to escape. Unfortunately, with his speed, how could he possibly compare to Wang Teng? Why are you running? Wang Teng flashed and appeared not far in front of Yu Jingfu, blocking his way. Are you a human or a ghost? Yu Jingfu had no supernatural powers, but he was wearing a semi-transparent helmet and could breathe and speak, so he asked in a terrified voice. Of course I'm human. Wang Teng looked him over with interest, grinning to reveal a set of gleaming white teeth, and said, So, what brings you here? Seeing his harmless appearance, Yu Jingfu felt a chill in his heart for some reason. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he smiled awkwardly and had no choice but to honestly say, It's nothing, I just wanted to get something for nothing. You want this, don't you? Wang Teng said with a smile, taking out the poisonous ginseng. Yu Jingfu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Well, it was completely hopeless. Seeing the black snake ginseng in Wang Teng's hand, Yu Jingfu knew that he wouldn't get anything this time. Moreover, who knows what fate awaits them if they fall into the hands of this devilish boy. Thinking of the martial artists he had seen being smashed into the ground when he fled, he couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, Yu Jingfu looked miserable and asked through gritted teeth, What do you want in return for letting me go? I'm curious, what skills do you have? Wang Teng asked with great interest. All my skills are in poison, Yu Jingfu answered honestly. You're a poison master, no wonder. Wang Teng suddenly realized, then asked, What level of poison mastery have you reached? Over the years, I have traveled to many places and learned a lot, and I was fortunate enough to reach the level of a high-level poison master. Yu Jingfu spoke of his specialty with a bit of pride. Although he said it was by chance, he actually felt that his achievements today were entirely due to his talent. Although Wang Teng felt that he did have some skills, he wore an indifferent expression and said lightly, although he is a bit old, it is not bad to have become a senior poison master. Yu Jingfu couldn't help but curse the ignorant child in his heart, but since he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow his head and say awkwardly, it's nothing to mention. Nothing to mention. How about this, within 3 days you teach me everything you've ever learned, and I'll let you leave, Wang Teng said. You jest. While the art of poison may not be as profound as alchemy or runes, it is no ordinary path. How could you possibly learn it in 3 days? Let alone 3 days, even 3 years might not be enough. Yu Jingfu rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that this young man was indeed completely ignorant of this subject. Yet he made such a boast. You don't need to worry about that. In 3 days you will teach me everything you have learned. Whether I can learn it or not is my business and has nothing to do with you, Wang Teng said. Is that really true? Yu Jingfu's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then it's not a big deal. Even if he memorized everything he had learned in 3 days, the other party might not learn even a little bit. You're already in my hands, why would I lie to you? Wang Teng said with a meaningful smile. In that case, I might as well give it a try. Yu Jingfu sighed inwardly and nodded. Very good, those who know when to yield are the wise ones, Wang Teng said. As the two left the swamp, Yu Jingfu was utterly astonished. He was a high-level poison master and had tried every possible method to move around in the swamp, but it was still very inconvenient. In contrast, Wang Teng seemed to be walking on flat ground completely unaffected. He couldn't help but realize that the young man in front of him had appeared to save Li Rongshui because of her poison-based martial arts. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he understood. This young man must be a poison-type martial artist. Yu Jingfu was both shocked and envious. He had searched for half his life without finding a poison-based cultivation technique, while this boy was only a few years old and had already obtained one. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Moreover, he knew that the young man in front of him not only possessed poison-type primal force, but was also a genius martial artist of both ice and fire types. How unfair is fate. The other party has 3 types of talent and is exceptionally gifted, while he has wasted half his life and has only managed to obtain the title of a high-level poison master. In front of true martial arts masters, he is nothing more than an ant that can be crushed at will. He has to be extremely cautious in order to survive to this day. Just as his thoughts were churning, he heard the boy in front of him say, "You should have a talent for poison, right?" Although it was a question, it sounded very confident. Feeling he had nothing to hide, Yu Jingfu nodded and said, "Yes. You've had it tough, finding a poison-based cultivation technique at such a young age, only to have it snatched away by me. You must hate me a lot right now." A light laugh came from ahead, and Yu Jingfu felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly said, "I do not possess martial arts cultivation, so I can only resort to tricks to obtain it. My failure to obtain the poison-type technique is due to my lack of strength, and I have no one to blame but myself. Besides, compared to you, I am as different as clouds and mud, and I would never dare to have such thoughts." "Oh, it's not that you don't dare to, but that you don't have the ability," Wang Teng teased. Yu Jingfu. Alright, look how scared you are. Wang Teng waved his hand and said, "The cultivation technique I obtained from Li Rongshui is called the Moon-Devouring Poison Scripture, and it is a low-grade Earth-rank cultivation technique." Earth rank. Yu Jingfu's breathing became rapid, his eyes turned red, and he felt as if he had missed out on billions. "This poison manual isn't something I can't give you." Wang Teng turned to look at him, but didn't laugh at him for his outburst. That was only human nature. "What do I have to give in return?" Yu Jingfu suppressed his shock, swallowed hard, and asked. "That depends on you. If the price you pay satisfies me, I will naturally give you this cultivation technique," Wang Teng said. Yu Jingfu's eyes flashed wildly. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and said, "I need to think about it." Wang Teng nodded and said, "Tell me your address, and I'll come to see you when I have time. Don't wander off unnecessarily. By the way, my name is Wang Teng." "Alright." Yu Jingfu turned and left. Academy? Wang Teng returned to the Rune Guild and ran into Su Lingxuan, who was about to leave. He was surprised to learn that she was going back to the academy. "What's the big deal? Don't you have a similar place on your planet? I think it's called, what was it again?" Su Lingxuan frowned, scratched her head, and couldn't remember for a moment. She knew that Wang Teng came from Earth. The school. Wang Teng was exasperated and couldn't help but remind him. Oh right, schools, don't you have schools too? Su Lingxuan said. I'm wondering why you're going to school at the academy. Wang Teng asked. I'm only learning runes here with the teacher. I'll need to go back to the academy to learn other things, Su Lingxuan said. I'll go with you to take a look, Wang Teng said, a thought forming in his mind. What do you want to do? Su Lingxuan asked warily. What kind of look is that? I just wanted to go with you to take a look, Wang Teng said, exasperated. Ha, I don't believe you for a second. Su Lingxuan rolled her eyes and went out, with Wang Teng quickly following. Yangcheng College. The name of the academy is quite straightforward. Since it is located in Yangcheng, it is called Yangcheng Academy. Regardless of whether they are commoners or nobles, any disciple in a family who reaches the appropriate age can enter Yangcheng Academy to study. The academy teaches a wide variety of knowledge, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, runes, forging, alchemy, martial arts, and more. The academy has a large number of students, many of whom are exceptionally talented. Each academy boasts numerous top geniuses with great reputations. Along the way, Su Lingxuan introduced Wang Teng to the history and current situation of Yangcheng Academy. Yangcheng College. Wang Teng followed Su Lingxuan to this place, where they were greeted by a magnificent and imposing group of buildings. Directly in front of them stood a blue stone tablet with the 4 large dark characters, Yangcheng Academy, engraved on it. The tablet was ancient and weathered, clearly indicating a very long history. The college gates are open, and people can come and go as they please. Every day, a constant stream of people come to admire the college's splendor. Yangcheng Academy is also known as the cradle of geniuses. Countless outstanding talents have emerged from here. All the scions of aristocratic families in Yangcheng are sent here to study, so its influence is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. No one dared to cause trouble at the academy, so the academy did not take any special precautions. Wang Teng saw students from the academy coming and going all around him, ranging in age from 12 or 13 to no more than 25, a vibrant and energetic scene. How many years has your academy been around? Wang Teng and Su Lingxuan asked curiously as they walked through the academy gate and looked at the rather ancient buildings inside. More than 3,000 years, Su Lingxuan said with great pride. More than 3,000 years. Wang Teng was shocked. This history is really long enough to be preserved to this day. It must have gone through a lot in the process. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? This academy has existed since Yangcheng was founded, and other major cities also have their own academies, Su Lingxuan said. It's clear that your empire values talent, no wonder it has stood strong for thousands of years, Wang Teng said. Indeed, our empire places great importance on talent, and has even established several prestigious lists for this purpose. There is a list of outstanding talents for the younger generation, listing geniuses under the age of 30. Above that is the list of warriors, which is ranked by combat strength. All of them are incredibly powerful. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and rune masters also have corresponding lists. For example, we rune masters have the rune ranking, and all rune masters consider it an honor to be on the list. The top 10 are all legendary figures at the master level or above, and the top spot is even the empire's only grandmaster level rune master. Su Lingxuan said, her face showing longing. Wang Teng smiled and asked, does your Yangcheng Academy have any students on the elite list? Of course, our Yangcheng Academy ranks very high in the entire empire, with more than a dozen students making it onto the list of outstanding talents. Su Lingxuan raised her slender neck, looking just like a proud white swan. What was your highest ranking? Wang Teng asked again. 10th on the list of outstanding talents is our academy's senior, Dongfang Yu. A look of admiration appeared on Su Lingxuan's face. Only 10th. Wang Teng thought he would rank higher, but he didn't expect to barely squeeze into the top 10. Just now? Su Lingxuan stared at him in astonishment, as if she had heard something utterly absurd. What arrogance! At that moment, a slightly displeased voice rang out. Wang Teng turned his head and saw several figures standing not far to his left. They had just passed by them and stopped, perhaps having heard Wang Teng's words. The one who had spoken was a young man who looked to be about 20 years old. Junior Su, this person is your friend. The young man walked over with a few people and said to Su Lingxuan. Senior Sha Shan, he's my friend. He's usually a bit outspoken, but he doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take it to heart, Su Lingxuan quickly said. Hey, you don't even respect Senior Dongfang? Your friend is really ignorant. Sha Shan laughed sarcastically. Did I just talk to you? Wang Teng suddenly laughed and asked. So what if we don't have it? Sha Shan frowned. Why did you interrupt? Wang Teng asked Su Lingxuan with a look of disdain. Is this all the manners the students of Yangcheng Academy have? Su Lingxuan thought to herself that something bad was going to happen, and felt an unbearable headache. Sure enough, something bad was bound to happen if she brought this guy along. Her premonition was absolutely right. Sharp-tongued, Sha Shan's face darkened, his anger arising. Is Yangcheng Academy a place where you can act so recklessly? Based on what you just said, I'd like to ask the teachers and dean of your Yangcheng Academy to judge this matter, Wang Teng sneered. You have insulted the best student in our academy. As a member of the academy, I will not tolerate such ignorant people as you spouting nonsense, Sha Shan said, his expression changing slightly. Which sentence of yours did I say that was insulting? Wang Teng was speechless. Was this the legendary simp? He had no idea what kind of thought process this guy had. Stop making excuses. We heard everything you just said. You know perfectly well whether that's true or not, Sha Shan said. That's right, we all heard it. Your words clearly showed disdain. I don't know who gave you the audacity to look down on our senior sister Dongfang. He's probably some country bumpkin who's ignorant and spews nonsense. The world is so big, there are all kinds of people, it's utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing his words, the students behind Sha Shan echoed his sentiments, condemning Wang Teng as if he had committed some heinous crime. Let's go, let's go. Su Lingxuan grabbed Wang Teng and tried to leave. Although she felt that Wang Teng was a bit outspoken, it was unintentional and there was no insult in his words. But these people were making a big deal out of it. They were probably admirers of Senior Dongfang and couldn't stand any criticism of her. The best way to deal with such unreasonable behavior was to get away from them as soon as possible. No rush. Wang Teng gently shook off Su Lingxuan's hand, his expression indifferent, and said coldly, I don't care what your motives are for spouting nonsense in front of me. You'd better get out of my sight right now. They're telling us to get lost? That kid is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll never know his place. The crowd's faces turned grim, and they all began to shout. No matter who you are, you must give us an explanation for what happened today, Sha Shan said with a stern face. Sigh, why do you guys always have to stir up trouble? Wang Teng sighed, then turned to Su Lingxuan and asked, is it okay to beat people up at Yangcheng Academy? It's possible, as long as both parties are willing, there's no problem. Su Lingxuan said in a low voice, how about we just forget about it? Sha Shan is a 3-star warrior, and his strength is not weak. There's no need to fight over a little argument. It would be bad if he got hurt. Wang Teng didn't reply. 3-star warrior level? Is that strong? You want to beat me up? Sha Shan laughed. Everyone, he actually wants to beat me up. What do you think? Should I intervene? I didn't mean to beat you up, Wang Teng said. What, are you going to go back on your word now? Sha Shan asked with a mocking expression. What's your hurry? I haven't finished speaking. I don't just want to beat you up, I want to beat you all up, so come at me all at once. You're not afraid to accept the challenge, are you? Wang Teng looked at him and said calmly. Arrogant. Say yes. I beat him so badly today that even his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Wang Teng's words aroused public anger, and everyone became furious, clamoring to teach Wang Teng a lesson. Since you want to be tortured, then so be it, Sha Shan said coldly, appearing extremely indifferent, completely disregarding Wang Teng. He had absolute confidence. At just 20 years old, he was already a 3-star warrior, making him one of the more outstanding students in the entire Yangcheng Academy. Are you ready? Wang Teng asked. Go, beat him up. The moment Sha Shan finished speaking, Wang Teng took a step forward. He could no longer tolerate it and there was no need to endure it any longer. He would not tolerate these self-righteous students. At this moment, the fire elemental force in his body surged and condensed on his fist, instantly rushing into the crowd. This guy. A strange light flashed in Su Lingxuan's beautiful eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen Wang Teng make a move. Although he had not yet fought with the students, he already gave people a very strong feeling. Sha Shan and the others naturally sensed the powerful aura emanating from Wang Teng, and their expressions changed. They dared not be careless and stepped forward, their primal force surging, to meet Wang Teng. Get lost! Wang Teng threw a punch, and a fierce shockwave slammed into the three of them, sending them flying. Bang bang bang! The three figures scattered and fell to the ground. Wang Teng didn't even glance at them and continued rushing towards Sha Shan. Sha Shan's expression was solemn. Earth elemental force surged from his body, making his figure seem to grow taller instantly. He took a step with terrifying momentum, and the ground seemed to tremble. His two ape arms slammed down towards Wang Teng. Prepare to die. Bang! With a muffled thud, a figure flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, his face deathly pale. It was Sha Shan. Sha Shan was sent flying backwards in midair, his face filled with disbelief. He was confident and arrogant, yet he was so easily defeated by Wang Teng. How is this possible? But that's the truth. The remaining few people, seeing that even Sha Shan had been defeated, immediately stopped their advance and involuntarily retreated. However, Wang Teng had no intention of letting them go. He said that if he was going to take on a group of them by himself, he would take on the whole group by himself, and none of them would be able to escape. Bang bang bang. A heavy bombardment resounded, accompanied by screams of agony. Centered on Wang Teng, the trainees were thrown outwards, their faces bruised and swollen, wailing incessantly. Quiet. The onlookers fell into a deathly silence. The battle between Wang Teng and Sha Shan and the others lasted only a dozen breaths, and Sha Shan and all the other students were defeated, which seemed very unreal. And, it's too violent. Wang Teng appeared harmless, but his actions were unexpectedly violent and ruthless, creating a stark contrast. Su Lingxuan opened her mouth wide and stared with wide eyes, as if she were meeting Wang Teng for the first time. Are you sure you're a rune master? A rune master with such formidable martial arts skills? Brother, have you gone astray? Wang Teng ignored everyone's gaze and suddenly turned around to walk towards Sha Shan. Several people who had helped him up earlier automatically stepped aside, and a hint of fear appeared on their faces. This guy was not someone to mess with. What do you want to do? Sha Shan's expression changed. Seeing Wang Teng walking towards him step by step, he felt panicked and wanted to back away. At that moment, he regretted it. If he had known that this guy was so strong, he shouldn't have said anything. Without saying a word, Wang Teng appeared beside Sha Shan in a flash, grabbing his foot with his hand. Let me go. Sha Shan seemed to see something in Wang Teng's eyes, and was so frightened that he kicked his legs and his voice became very sharp. But Wang Teng's hand was like an iron hoop, tightly gripping his ankle, and then his arm suddenly swung up, like a sandbag, slamming him hard onto the ground. Boom! The people around were horrified, their eyelids twitching. They had never seen such a ruthless person before, and they were filled with fear. I have no problem with you wanting to be a simp, but don't mess with me, Wang Teng said coldly, raising his arm again and slamming it down 3 times before casually tossing it aside. Bang! Sha Shan's body slammed onto the ground like a dead object, making a dull thud. He rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Those around them felt a chill run down their spines. Sha Shan struggled for a few moments before getting up with difficulty. Fear filled his eyes, and he didn't even dare to look at Wang Teng before slinking away. As for those who had been shouting at Wang Teng, they had already disappeared. Sha Shan had been given special attention earlier, so they didn't dare to utter a single word, let alone speak up for him. Wang Teng's gaze swept over them. Earth Elemental Force *25. Fire Force *10. Spirit 3. Water-based Force *12. Pick it up. They were all just ordinary attribute bubbles, and Wang Teng didn't pay them any attention. Let's go. He walked to Su Lingxuan's side, as if he had vented his anger and felt relieved. He said this calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. Su Lingxuan was startled when she heard his voice, but she was usually clever and daring. She thought that she was his junior sister and had not provoked him, so what was there to be afraid of? She patted her chest and said, "Remember to remind me next time you speak. You almost scared me to death." Wang Teng was speechless. Did he need to be reminded when he spoke? How could he be reminded? This was going too far. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. You'll have to protect me from now on, bro. Su Lingxuan chuckled, nudged Wang Teng with her elbow, and said, "You said before that you would introduce me to beautiful women as long as I treated you to a meal. You haven't even fulfilled that promise yet, and you still want me to protect you? Dream on." Wang Teng rolled his eyes. "Look at what you're saying. I brought you here today to introduce you to some beautiful girls. I have a lot of girlfriends in the academy, and they're all stunningly beautiful. You can pick whichever you like." Su Lingxuan betrayed her best friends without even blinking. "Hey, you wouldn't have brought me if I hadn't wanted to come and see," Wang Teng sneered. "Oh, don't worry about the details, the important thing is the result. You're here, and I'll introduce you to some beauties. Isn't that the best outcome?" Come on, don't say anything more, I'll introduce you to them right now. Su Lingshan's eyes darted around. Having witnessed Wang Tang's strength, she couldn't wait to cling to this powerful figure. Her best friend was finally going to come in handy. Speaking of which, the girls at your Yangcheng Academy are all of very high quality, Wang Tang said, glancing around and clicking his tongue in admiration. Of course, many of the students here come from prominent families with excellent bloodlines and top-notch looks. Su Lingxuan suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, Shashan may not be a big deal, but senior sister Dongfang has a lot of fans, especially the boys. They can't stand anyone saying a bad word about senior sister Dongfang. You'd better be careful. Why are these people getting involved in all this nonsense instead of focusing on their cultivation? Wang Tang scoffed. Does Dongfang Yu even know about this? Senior Dongfang knows and has said it many times, but her fans are still like this. She can't do anything about it. She can't just beat them all up, can she? Su Lingxuan frowned, clearly feeling that those people had gone too far. Yangcheng Academy is very large. Once you go deep into the academy, you will find that the buildings inside each have their own characteristics and show different functions. Wang Tang followed Su Lingxuan for half a day until they arrived at a courtyard. This is the accommodation area. I sometimes stay here, partly for the convenience of my studies and partly to make more friends. Some social interaction is inevitable among aristocratic families, Su Lingxuan explained. Wang Tang nodded. This situation was not uncommon on Earth. The so-called disciples of aristocratic families were just second or third generation people. They had to participate in various social interactions and expand their networks from a young age. He had been like that before, but having lived a second life, he had seen through many things and no longer forced things. There weren't many people worth getting to know deeply. Besides, he was on a different path in this life. As long as he was strong enough, he would have everything. Whether it's feigned compliance or genuine sincerity, once one's strength reaches a certain level, one can disregard everything. I see girls all around me, why isn't there a single boy? Wang Tang suddenly noticed something and asked. Oh, because this is the girls' dormitory area, Su Lingxuan said carelessly. This isn't a good idea? Wang Tang's eyes lit up, but he said it in a serious tone. It's okay, you can just wait outside. I'll go and call them out. They should all be here by now, and we can have dinner together later, Su Lingxuan said. Quote, Wang Tang. Damn it, this isn't what I expected. At this moment, Wang Tang stood outside the courtyard of the girls' dormitory area, looking miserable. He really wanted to go in and take a look, but he couldn't lose face as a man. Peeping is such a low thing. Su Lingxuan didn't stay inside for long. She came out shortly after, accompanied by two beautiful young women, chatting and laughing, creating a lively scene. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Tang, a disciple my teacher just accepted. These two are my good friends. The taller one is named Xu Hongyi, the daughter of the city lord of Yangcheng. The slightly shorter one next to her is Tan Shasha, the granddaughter of the vice dean of the academy. Su Lingxuan walked over and introduced the two parties. The two girls appeared somewhat reserved. Although they were surprised that Wang Tang was President Golin's second disciple, their statuses were not ordinary, so they didn't flatter him. Wang Tang couldn't help but glance at Su Lingxuan. This truly proves the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Su Lingxuan is extremely talented, comes from an extraordinary family, and associates with people of high status and position, which is even beyond Wang Tang's expectations. The daughter of a city lord and the granddaughter of an academy dean, their status is probably among the top in Yangcheng. The meeting was quite relaxed, and with Su Lingxuan acting as a mediator, the three of them quickly became acquainted, chatting and laughing, and getting along very well. Xu Hongyi and Tan Shasha both had a good impression of Wang Tang. He was good-looking, had an outstanding temperament, and spoke maturely. Compared to many of his peers, he was already very outstanding. They could also keep up with each other when they chatted without any awkward situations. Just as they were laughing and joking, a group of people came towards them, looking aggressive and excited. Sha Shan and the others who had just been beaten up by Wang Tang were among them. Their gazes toward Wang Tang were filled with coldness. This guy is incredibly arrogant. He beat someone up and still dares to stay in the academy, seemingly unafraid of retaliation. He doesn't take them seriously at all. Wan Feipeng, Ku Baian, what brings them here? Xu Hongyi asked. They seem to have ill intentions. Tan Shasha chuckled, glancing at Su Lingxuan and Wang Tang. She had already realized that this matter was related to them. Su Lingxuan couldn't help but smile wryly, and quickly explained the cause and effect in a low voice. These people have really gone too far. Xu Hongyi frowned and said, do you need the two of us to mediate? After all, Wan Feipeng and Ku Baian are not easy people to deal with. Thank you, I appreciate your kindness, but I won't trouble you two any further. I can handle this. Wang Teng's spiritual gaze swept over the group of people, he smiled slightly, and shook his head. Are you sure? Wan Feipeng and Ku Baian are not comparable to Sha Shan. They are both 4-star warriors and are well known on the talent list. Moreover, Wan Feipeng is Wan Feiyu's older brother. Su Lingxuan couldn't help but whisper. It really is true that enemies are destined to meet. Wang Teng laughed and said, I was just thinking of testing the geniuses on the elite ranking to see what their strength is. And where they rank. Wan Feipeng is ranked 132nd and Ku Baian is ranked 126th. Su Lingxuan said solemnly. They're already ranked outside the top 100. Wang Teng looked at Su Lingxuan's serious face with a strange expression. Hey, don't let your guard down. The elite ranking includes all the young geniuses in the entire empire. Just being on the list is already a great achievement, Su Lingxuan said, stamping her foot. Don't worry. As they spoke, the group surrounded them. Wan Feipeng and Ku Baian ignored Wang Teng and looked at Su Lingxuan and the other two women. My 3 junior sisters, it's been a long time. Why are you making such a big fuss, seniors? Xu Hongyi asked. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk it over, Tan Shasha said with a smile. I heard someone injured someone in our college, so I came to check it out. Wan Feipeng said, looking at Wang Teng. I heard you were with junior sister Su. So I suppose you're the one who injured my younger brother. Wang Teng glanced around but didn't reply. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, I've truly witnessed the talents of Yangcheng Academy today. Wan Feipeng frowned and said, you are just as Sha Shan described, very arrogant and disdainful of others. Such people lack lessons. Ku Baian, with his fair and handsome face, tapped his folding fan and chuckled. In my opinion, people like you two are lacking a good beating, Wang Teng said calmly. Verbal sparring, a sharp exchange. In that case, why don't we have a fight and see who teaches whom a lesson? You seem very confident, so you shouldn't refuse to fight, right? Ku Baian said. Don't provoke me. Wang Teng smiled slightly and said, I'll give you a chance. Like before, come at me all at once, and I'll take on all of you by myself. Xu Hongyi and Tan Shasha were stunned. One person fighting against a group of people? They exchanged a glance, wondering if they had misheard. Arrogant, I am alone. Wan Feipeng's face was gloomy as he glared coldly at Wang Teng. But before he could finish speaking, Ku Baian stopped him, saying, Hey, brother Wan, since they've made this request, let's grant their wish. Hey tilde, Wang Teng sneered, extending his hand and beckoning with his finger, come on. Seeing such a contemptuous gesture, Wan Feipeng and Ku Baian felt greatly insulted. Even Ku Baian, who had always maintained his composure, was angered. Wan Feipeng took direct action, striding forward with a battle blade in his hand, and slashed horizontally at Wang Teng. A crimson blade of light erupted in an instant. The people around were taken aback by the sudden attack and quickly moved aside. Seeing the crimson blade light approaching, the battle sword appeared in Wang Teng's hand, and he casually unleashed a fiery red sword light. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and a fierce shockwave swept backward. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the shockwave, his folding fan unfurling with a whoosh, swirling around so tightly that countless cyan windblades slashed towards Wang Teng. The person who made the move was none other than Ku Baian. Faced with this sudden attack, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. He swayed slightly, easily dodging the windblades without even moving his feet. Some things. Ku Baian's eyes turned serious. Wan Feipeng attacked again, unleashing a fiery blade of light that carried a powerful, sharp, and scorching aura, its power astonishing. Sword stance. Ha ha ha, Brother Wan's strength has increased a lot again, I can't fall behind. Ku Baian laughed, and the blue light on his folding fan shone brightly, condensing into a crescent-shaped blue light blade, which seemed to contain extremely violent energy, and he swung it out. This is the wind. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. These two actually grasped the concept of momentum. No wonder he made the list of outstanding talents. Two incredibly powerful attacks, one from the front and one from the back, rushed towards Wang Teng, putting him in an extremely dangerous situation. Be careful, Su Lingxuan couldn't help but warn. Xu Hongyi and Tan Xia were also worried for Wang Teng. The next moment, an even more powerful aura erupted from Wang Teng. Burn the heavens. The Earth-rank combat skill and the flaming sword stance erupted simultaneously, as if a fire dragon were coiling up and roaring across the heavens and earth. Boom! Wan Feipeng and Ku Baion's attacks were instantly reduced to ashes. The raging flames engulfed the two men, causing them to be struck as if by lightning, coughing up blood and suffering severe injuries. Flames swept around, and the force fluctuations were extremely violent. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all retreated. Powerful. That's incredible. That aura completely overwhelmed Wan Feipeng and Ku Baion, even severely injuring them. Such strength was truly astonishing. The way everyone looked at Wang Teng changed. This guy is no ordinary person. Sha Shan was deathly pale and completely devastated. Everything had started because of him, and Wan Feipeng and the other man might not let him off the hook afterward. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, he quietly slipped out of the crowd. Let's hide for 10 days or half a month first, if we can manage to hide. Su Lingxuan's understanding of Wang Teng was refreshed once again. Two geniuses on the elite ranking had been defeated by him. Her cheap senior brother was too strong. We'd better hold on tight to this incredibly strong leg. Xu Hongyi and Tan Xia couldn't help but exchange a glance, a strange look flashing deep in their eyes. Wang Teng is a disciple of President Golan, which shows that his talent in runes is not weak. Now he has also shown such strong martial arts skills, which are many times stronger than so-called geniuses like Wan Feipeng and Ku Baion. At first, they just thought that Wang Teng was a friend introduced by Su Lingxuan and was also Chairman Golan's apprentice, so it was worth getting to know him. But now it seems that this friend is worth making. Everyone had different expressions, but Wang Teng ignored them, his gaze falling on the attribute bubbles that had fallen to the ground. Fire Force *55. Open black lens bracket flaming blade technique *10 close black lens bracket. Wind Force *62. Open black lens bracket wind speed 12 close black lens bracket. Ellipsis. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. This time, the attribute bubble actually burst out with the power of a blade and the power of wind. Wan Feipeng and Ku Baion had given him a great gift. I should have just given him a beating, but he even gave me such a generous gift. What a nice guy. Yes, what a good person. Wang Teng felt he should repay them properly. He first picked up several attribute bubbles, increasing his fire elemental force by 55 points. Combined with the fire elemental force he had accumulated before, he now had 1257 points. Fire Force, 1257 2000, 4 stars. We're getting closer and closer to the 5-star warrior level. Then comes the Wind Elemental Force, which adds 62 points, bringing the total Wind Elemental Force to 263 points. Wind Force, 263 1,000ths, 3 stars. In addition, he acquired 2 new methods of attack. Flaming Blade Technique, 10 100ths 10%. Wind Speed, 12 100ths 10%. As we all know, not everyone can comprehend momentum. It requires extremely high comprehension and years of arduous training in combat skills to achieve it. Wan Feipeng and Ku Baion can be called geniuses, which shows that they have high comprehension. It is not surprising that the two were able to comprehend momentum, otherwise how could they be on the list of talents? It's a long story, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. Wang Teng turned to look at Wan Feipeng and Ku Baion and walked straight towards them. You two came here so aggressively to stand up for someone else, did you ever think about the consequences? Wang Teng said calmly. Wan Feipeng's face was grim. 2 genius martial artists at the level of 4-star warriors had attacked one person and still lost. He had lost face big time. How can this guy be so strong? In particular, he wanted to avenge his brother, but ended up getting beaten up himself. What a pair of unfortunate brothers. Ku Baion's expression was not much better. He had expected that Wang Teng might be difficult to deal with, so he joined forces with Wan Feipeng to besiege Wang Teng, but they still failed. This result was hard for this genius on the list of outstanding talents to accept. That bastard Sha Shan, he provoked the other party without even figuring out their strength, he didn't even keep his eyes open. Ku Baion forgot that he himself hadn't figured out Wang Teng's strength before coming to cause trouble. Ultimately, it was his arrogance as a genius that made him overlook this point, thinking there was no problem, only to find he had kicked a hornet's nest. That kick really broke his leg. Then I realized I regretted it. Your strength is nothing special. If you're not satisfied, you can get up and fight me again. Wang Teng suddenly put on a smiling face, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. These two humanoid sheep are worth a try. Seeing his gaze, Wan Pengfei and Ku Baian couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. That look is a little creepy. You, Wan Feipeng was furious. Ku Baian quickly stopped Wan Feipeng. Even when they were healthy, the two of them combined couldn't defeat him, and now that they were injured, they were even less likely to win. Moreover, judging from Wang Teng's appearance, he didn't seem to be using his full strength yet. If they attacked again, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Helpless, he could only endure the humiliation and ask, "What do you want?" Not playing? What a pity. Wang Teng shook his head, feeling quite regretful. Ku Baian's facial muscles twitched, feeling that the young man in front of him seemed to be very cunning. Seeing this, Wan Feipeng shut his mouth. Judging from the situation, the other party wanted to beat them up again. If they did, they would lose even more face. So I guess I'll just have to put up with it. Given that your behavior just now made me very unhappy, you need to compensate me for my emotional distress, Wang Teng said. Heart, emotional distress compensation? Wan Feipeng and Ku Baian were somewhat bewildered. What the heck is this compensation for emotional distress? If you're trying to extort money from me, just say so. How much do you want? Wan Feipeng asked directly, believing that anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. 50,000 low-grade yellow rank source stones. Wang Teng said. Wan Feipeng's face darkened, and he roared, "Why don't you just rob me?" Are you sure you want me to do it? Wang Teng asked with a smile. No, we'll pay the 50,000 source stones, Ku Baian quickly said. 50,000 each, Wang Teng said again. Ku Baian's face also darkened. He cursed inwardly and forced a dry laugh. Isn't 50,000 a bit too much? Is that a lot? Otherwise, you can beat me up. Each time you beat me up, you'll lose 10,000. After 5 beatings, you won't owe me anything. Isn't that a good deal? Wang Teng said, stroking his chin. A bargain my ass. Wan Feipeng and Ku Baian cursed inwardly almost simultaneously. This bastard is shameless, he's not even human. Okay, 50,000 it is, but we don't have that many source stones on us right now. Ku Baian gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. If it's not enough, we can raise some on the spot. You brought so many people here, so we can still scrape together 50,000. Wang Teng turned to Wan Feipeng and said, by the way, Wan Feipeng, right? That's exactly what your brother did back then. He was much more pragmatic than you. HMPH. Wan Feipeng's face darkened even more. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. He couldn't look at Wang Teng's face anymore. If he did, he was afraid he would die of anger on the spot. Left with no other choice, the two had to find people to pool their resources on the spot. After searching high and low, they finally managed to scrape together 100,000 source stones. Take it. Ku Baian hadn't thought much of it before, but now, seeing so many source stones, he suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Hey, you two are indeed from aristocratic families, your capital is indeed abundant, you raised 100,000 source stones in no time. Wang Teng took it with a smile, weighed it in his hand. And looked like a miser. Wan Feipeng remained silent with a dark expression throughout, but he couldn't stand it any longer and turned to leave. Ku Baian was also extremely annoyed and didn't want to stay a moment longer. Take care, you two. Feel free to come and bother me again next time, Wang Teng waved from behind. The two of them suddenly stumbled. Xu Hongyi and Tan Shasha were seeing Wang Teng act this way for the first time, and they found it both novel and amusing. This guy was really cunning. Su Lingxuan had already witnessed Wang Teng's cunning, so she wasn't surprised. At this moment, her eyes lit up as she ran over to stare at the 100,000 source stones. The originium stones were only the size of a fingernail, and a large portion of them were of medium quality. The quantity was not large, and they were all contained in one bag. But in Su Lingxuan's eyes, this bag was like a mountain of gold and silver. Wang Teng held the bag in front of her, twirled it around, and then put it into his spatial ring. Seeing the source stone disappear, Su Lingxuan couldn't help but shout, everyone who finds it gets a share. You earned such a large sum of money because you came to the academy with me, so I should get a share too. Get lost, you wish. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He was young, but he had a lot of ideas. Su Lingxuan was a complete money grubber. Shu Hongyi and Tan Shasha shook their heads and laughed as they watched. Then you have to treat me. I want to eat the spiritual food made by the Academy's master chef. Su Lingxuan knew that Wang Teng wouldn't share with her, so she quickly changed her target. You've got a good plan, Wang Teng said, giving her a disdainful look. But I'm in a good mood, so I'll treat you to dinner today. Let's go. Su Lingxuan chuckled, pulled Shu Hongyi and Tan Shasha along, and headed towards the Academy's cafeteria. Slow down, slow down. Shu Hongyi shook her head and called out repeatedly. Wang Teng followed leisurely. Seeing his slow pace, Su Lingxuan couldn't help but urge him, hurry up. What's the rush? The food's right there, it can't fly away anyway, Wang Teng said irritably. Thinking of those spiritual foods, Su Lingxuan's lips seemed to glisten with a hint of moisture. She secretly slurped her saliva, then said urgently, oh dear, I don't care about you guys anymore, I need to go order first. Go ahead, Wang Teng waved his hand. Su Lingxuan left without hesitation, leaving Wang Teng and the other two to walk slowly behind. Lingxuan is always like this, quirky and innocent, Tan Shasha said with a smile. That's true nature, Wang Teng said. You're very strong. It seems you weren't using your full strength just now? Shu Hongyi asked tentatively. They're not enough to make me give it my all, Wang Teng said calmly. A strange look flashed across the two girls' faces, but they nodded and didn't pursue the matter further. They chatted and laughed as they walked towards the academy cafeteria. Ellipsis. Su Lingxuan really ripped off Wang Teng, who cost her 1,000 origin stones for one meal. Afternoon. Su Lingxuan and Shu Hongyi went to class, while Wang Teng wandered around the academy alone. As he walked, a chorus of cheers reached his ears. Wang Teng's attention was drawn to the sound, so he followed it and turned down a small path, where a very wide square appeared in front of him. A stone tablet stands in the center of the square, attracting much attention. Wang Teng gazed into the distance, and the three large characters, drill ground, came into view. Young figures were practicing martial arts on the training ground, and the shouts just now came from their mouths. Some of these students were practicing swordsmanship, some were practicing with knives, some were practicing with staffs. All 18 kinds of weapons were being used. The light of the 5 elements force shone brightly in every corner of the square, making it extremely dazzling. Earth elemental force * 25. Fire force * 18. Spirit 2. Comprehension 8. Water-based force * 30. Wood type force * 24. Spirit 1. Attribute bubbles floated around the square, densely packed and dazzling. Wang Teng was overjoyed. We've come to the right place. He was just wandering around when he unexpectedly stumbled upon the place where the students were practicing martial arts. With so many attribute bubbles all around, this is going to be a huge windfall. Wang Teng was extremely excited. He swept his mental energy across the area, drawing over and collecting the attribute bubbles one by one. He spent a good 10 minutes picking up all those attribute bubbles. In total, I gained 361 points of metal force, 411 points of wood force, 358 points of water force, 502 points of fire force, 435 points of earth force, 121 points of wind force, 36 points of spirit attribute, and 250 points of comprehension attribute. Comprehension, spiritual realm, 93.6 100. Spirit realm, 97.8 100. Gold type force, 1132,000, 4 stars. Wood type force, 1016 2000, 4 stars. Water-based force, 1210 2000, 4 stars. Fire force, 1759 2000, 4 stars. Earth elemental force, 1322 2000, 4 stars. Wind force, 384 1000, 3 stars. Looking at the changes on the attribute panel, Wang Teng was immediately satisfied. The 5 elements force is approaching the 5-star warrior level, especially the fire element force, which is not far off. His comprehension and spiritual attributes are already close to the peak of the spiritual realm. What will the next realm be? And what changes will occur? Even though he hasn't broken through yet, Wang Teng can already feel himself becoming smarter and more insightful. If he goes back to comprehend sword and saber techniques when he has time, he might suddenly see his abilities soar by several levels. Wang Teng turned and left. There was a limit to the number of attribute bubbles that each person could get each day. He had already taken advantage of these people once, so he couldn't get much more out of them. After leaving Yangcheng Academy, Wang Teng found Yu Jingfu's residence and asked him to teach him about poisons. In the following days, in addition to the 3 major guilds, Wang Teng had 2 more places to go, Yangcheng Academy and Yu Jingfu's residence. There are many cultivators at Yangcheng Academy, and countless attribute bubbles drop every day. Wang Teng collects a batch of attributes every day, and his 5 elements force increases significantly, breaking through to the 5-star warrior level. His wind element force, on the other hand, breaks through to the 4-star warrior level. In addition, he still goes to the Eternal Night Mountains every night as usual to practice his mental cultivation and poison-based elemental power. These days he has almost absorbed all the poison-type primal force contained in that swamp, and Wang Teng's poison-type primal force has also been successfully promoted to 4 stars. In addition, all of Yu Jingfu's knowledge was also drained by Wang Teng. He was shocked and had no choice but to be shocked. He thought Wang Teng was just joking, but he didn't expect that he would actually learn it all in just a few days. Whenever Yu Jingfu recalled the discussions Wang Teng had with him, he realized that Wang Teng's insights were no less than his own, and perhaps even more profound, as a high-level poison master. It's unbelievable that such a young high-level drug master is so skilled. Yu Jingfu said he was convinced. It's not human. He no longer had the inclination to compare. Ellipsis. It is worth mentioning that Wang Teng's comprehension and spiritual attributes have both broken through, entering a new level, the King Realm. After the Spirit Realm comes the King Realm. Wang Teng couldn't be sure just how strong Wang Jing was, but he had a feeling that he could probably fight anyone below the level of a general. What are the benefits of reaching the King level in comprehension? Flaming Sword Stance, 986 1/1000, 90%. Flaming Blade Technique, 921 thousandths, 90%. Wind Speed, 953 1/1000, 90% of the maximum. Having grasped 90% of all 3 forces, such a powerful comprehension ability demonstrates the significance of a king-level understanding. As time went by, winter arrived on the Star Martial continent, and Wang Teng's days in Yangcheng were coming to an end. He was about to leave and return to Earth. On that very day, he received a letter from the Prince Yang's residence. The princess's maid delivered an invitation, which surprised Wang Teng. Since he refused Li Rongshui's request last time, she hadn't contacted him again. He thought the two would never have any further contact, but he never expected her to suddenly pull this stunt. What exactly is she trying to do? Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder. HMPH. The little maid was still holding a grudge about what had happened before, and she didn't have a good attitude towards Wang Teng to begin with. Now that she saw him looking hesitant, she snorted coldly. I don't know what the princess insists on asking you to do. After saying that, he turned and left. Hey, this little girl has quite a temper. Wang Teng shook his head, not taking it to heart. He glanced at the invitation in his hand and tossed it aside. Regardless of what Li Rongshui wanted to do, it would be futile if he didn't go. Afterwards, Wang Teng began to cultivate in his room. His strength had improved a lot, but he still needed to work hard, as there was still a long way to go. At noon, Wang Teng and Golan sat down to eat together. Su Lingxuan has been staying at Yangcheng Academy recently and only comes over occasionally, so it's just the 2 of them. Without Su Lingxuan chatting around, it's quite peaceful. There's a banquet at the Prince Yang's mansion tonight, and I've been invited. Other outstanding young men from other prominent families in Yangcheng will also be there with their elders. Wang Teng, you should come with me too, Golan suddenly said. Wang Teng was somewhat taken aback, but quickly composed himself and asked, Teacher, I heard that Prince Yang has been poisoned and has been bedridden for some time. Why is he holding a banquet again? A message came from over there saying that Prince Yang's poison has been completely cured. Presumably, this banquet was intended to inform some people with ulterior motives that Prince Yang has recovered, Golan said meaningfully. It's recovered? Wang Teng was shocked. The purple heartgrass was clearly treasured by the Yao family, so how could Li Rongshui refine the purple heartbone cleansing pill? Did she get the purple heartgrass from the Yao family? Or did you obtain another purple heartgrass from somewhere else? Various thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Suddenly, he found the matter to be quite interesting. What's wrong? You seem quite surprised? Goring asked, looking at Wang Teng. I am somewhat surprised. I heard that the poison that Prince Yang was afflicted with was extremely rare, and the Prince Yang's mansion tried everything to find a solution, but to no avail. How did they suddenly manage to completely remove the poison? Wang Tang smiled and said, half jokingly. Perhaps it was a blessing from heaven. Princess Li of the young prince's mansion traveled far and wide, sparing no expense to find a miraculous medicine to cure the young prince's poison. It was truly a rare and precious thing, Golan said with a smile. Wang Tang smiled slightly and did not express his opinion. Li Rongshui's filial piety was commendable, but he was somewhat displeased with the methods she had used against him before. However, Wang Tang did not refuse again. Since he was going with Goring, there should be no problem. Besides, he also wanted to meet the geniuses of those aristocratic families. He had been in Yangcheng for nearly 2 months, but still hadn't met all the scions of those families. This time, he might have some unexpected gains. Night. The sky had completely darkened, but the entire Yangquang mansion was bathed in light as bright as day. Many people were coming and going through the gates of the Prince Yang's mansion, creating quite a lively scene. In particular, when important figures arrive, the servants at the door will sing loudly as a sign of respect. Wang Tang and Zhe Lin arrived at the young prince's mansion together in a carriage with unicorn horns. The Qilin horse is a type of celestial beast, known for its gentle nature and extremely high speed. It is domesticated and used for transportation. However, not many people can afford to use the unicorn horse. After all, it is a star beast. Even though it is gentle, it is not easy to tame. It requires a lot of manpower and resources, so the price is very high. Goring's few unicorn horses were gifts from others, and they were usually kept in the stable, only being used once or twice when attending important occasions. As soon as the carriage arrived at the door, someone immediately came to greet it. Wang Tang jumped down from the carriage and then helped Goring down. Given his abilities, he wouldn't have needed any help at all, but Goring said that on important occasions, one should pay attention to one's image and appear dignified and respected. In the past, Su Lingxuan would do this kind of thing, but now that Su Lingxuan has come with her father and is not by her side, Wang Tang has to do it for her. Upon seeing Goring, the servant who came to greet him was startled and quickly announced, Guild Master Goring of the Rune Guild has arrived. President Goring, please come in. Then a pretty maidservant stepped forward to lead the way, taking Golan and Wang Tang deep into the courtyard of the young prince's mansion. Wang Tang glanced back and saw that many people needed to show an invitation to enter, but they had just walked in. Face recognition. It's definitely facial recognition. I never expected that Professor Goring's old face would be so useful. Wang Tang's eyes were strange. He couldn't help but glance at Golan's face. He didn't think he had that much influence. In fact, no one even looked at him. They treated him like he was invisible. The entire Prince Yang's mansion was filled with joy and excitement. Many people were busy preparing for the banquet, and guests were arriving in an endless stream, greeting each other with familiar faces. However, they took a different path than Wang Tang, who was now following Golan down a quiet corridor. Wow, this is the VIP lane. The VIP passage was not only quiet but also a shortcut, and Wang Tang and his companion quickly arrived at the banquet venue. Countless lanterns hung high all around, illuminating the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees, creating a dreamlike and exceptionally beautiful scene. The night sky was clear and bright, with a few stars and a bright moon. The night was perfect. The banquet was very grand. At the head of the table sat a tall and imposing middle-aged man, with 2 long rows of seats for guests on either side. Many people were already seated there, chatting and laughing. Several low platforms surrounded the banquet hall, where musicians played instruments and women draped in light veils danced gracefully, their music echoing throughout the hall. The Rune Guild Master has arrived. Suddenly, the servant in charge of calling out the names shouted loudly. Then, 2 figures, one old and one young, walked in. The middle-aged man at the head of the table suddenly brightened up, stood up, and walked over to greet Goring. The guests present also turned to look. Haha, it's been a long time since I've seen Chairman Goring. A hearty laugh came from Yang Wang's mouth. Congratulations on your full recovery, Prince Yang. It's been a long time, and you still look as dashing as ever, Golan said with a smile, cupping his hands in greeting. Haha, come on, take a seat. Yang Wang seemed to be in a good mood. He pulled Golan upstairs and arranged for him to sit in the first seat on his left. It goes without saying that the closer one is to the main seat where the young king sits, the higher their status must be. Goring did not refuse and sat down with a smile, and the others also looked on as if it were only natural. Wang Tang had already taken his seat. Behind the 2 rows of seats on the left and right, there were many small tables and chairs, specifically for the younger generation to sit on. Wang Teng sat at the table and chair behind Golan. He glanced at Prince Yang without leaving a trace, and saw that Prince Yang had regular features, a dignified appearance, and an air of authority. Furthermore, it can be seen that her features bear some resemblance to Li Rongxue. At this moment, several guests bowed to Goring from afar. The young people behind the guests couldn't help but look at Wang Teng, very curious about the identity of this boy who came with Goring. President Goring, who is this young man behind you? Yang Wang asked. He is my newly accepted disciple, named Wang Teng, Golan said. Yang Wang was very easygoing and had no airs at all. He smiled and said, to be accepted as a disciple by President Golan, this young brother Wang Teng must be incredibly talented. Your Highness flatters me. He only has a little talent, nothing to mention, Golan said modestly. During the conversation, more guests arrived one after another. The Alchemy Guild Master has arrived. The head of the Su family has arrived. The Lord of Yangcheng has arrived. The head of the Wan family has arrived. Ellipsis ellipsis. One by one, names of influential figures from Yangcheng emerged, all offering their congratulations to the King of Yang. I, Su, pay my respects to your Highness and congratulate you on successfully expelling the poison and regaining your former glory. The head of the Su family bowed and said, You're too kind, Patriarch Su, please take a seat, Prince Yang said with a smile. Su Lingyun greets your Highness. Su Lingxuan greets your Highness. Behind the head of the Su family were two beautiful young women who bowed deeply to the Prince of Yang. My two nieces are becoming more and more beautiful and outstanding, Prince Yang praised. I, Wan, congratulate Prince Yang on his recovery. The head of the Wan family, not to be outdone, quickly stepped forward and bowed. Master Wan, please take your seat as well, King Yang said with a smile. Wan Feifeng greets your Highness. A young woman who looked to be about 20 years old bowed behind the Wan family head. My niece Wan is here too. She's grown into a beautiful young lady over the years. I wonder which young man she'll end up with. Prince Yang laughed heartily, then asked with a hint of doubt, by the way, why aren't my two nephews here today? Those two lads are always causing trouble outside. They were beaten up a few days ago and are still recovering at home, said the Wan family head. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Su Lingxuan spotted Zhe Lin and Wang Teng at a glance, told the Su family head, and ran to their side. Teacher, senior brother, have a seat, Goring said with a smile. Su Lingxuan winked at Wang Teng, then sat down next to him. Seeing this, Su Lingyun frowned, a hint of jealousy appearing on her pretty face. Wan Feifeng also glanced at Wang Teng subtly. She already knew that Wan Feiyu and Wan Feipeng had been injured by Wang Teng, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. As more and more people arrived, Wang Teng saw Xu Hongyi and Tan Shasha. The two women nodded to him and Su Lingxuan and then sat down in their respective seats. The dean of Yangcheng Academy has arrived. A burly old man with white hair and beard walked over, followed by a young man and a young woman. Dean Yang is here. Prince Yang stood up to greet him. The dean of Yangcheng College enjoyed the same treatment as Goring. Of all the guests, only these two were personally greeted by the Prince of Yang. This surprised Wang Teng greatly. In his opinion, the dean of Yangcheng Academy must have a very high status, even higher than Golan. He never expected that the King of Yang would regard the two of them as equals. This old man congratulates Prince Yang on his recovery, said Dean Yang. Dean Yang is too kind. King Yang personally led him to the first seat on the right opposite Golan. Dongfang Yu greets Prince Yang. Yi Keicheng greets Prince Yang. The two young men and women behind Dean Yang bowed. Both of you are outstanding young talents, you have truly brought honor to our Yangcheng, said the Prince of Yang, patting them on the shoulders with satisfaction. Your Highness is too kind, this is what we should do. The two replied. The crowd looked at the two young men with admiration in their eyes, such outstanding talents were truly rare. So these two young men are Dean Yang's prized students. They certainly have an extraordinary air about them. Dongfang Yu is currently ranked 10th on the list of outstanding talents. I heard that her abilities have improved again, and she may be able to move up 1 or 2 places. Yi Keicheng is not bad either, ranking 21st. To be able to cultivate two such genius students, Dean Yang truly deserves his reputation. Ellipsis ellipsis. The guests around were all impressed by Dean Yang's keen eye for talent and his effective teaching. Looking at Dongfang Yu and Yi Keicheng, who already possessed the bearing of powerful figures, they couldn't help but feel envious. If their own children had achieved such success, it would be a tremendous blessing for their families. What a pity. However, both of these talented young men come from commoner backgrounds, so a marriage alliance would likely be a good way to win them over. The eyes of the family heads present immediately flickered, each harboring their own thoughts, yet they remained calm and composed. The guests had all arrived. King Yang stood up, raised his wine cup, and said, "I invited you all here today to thank you for protecting Yang City while I was seriously injured. This cup of wine is for you all." He then downed the drink in one gulp. "Your Highness is too kind." Everyone immediately stood up, responded, and drank the wine in their cups. "Sit, everyone sit." King Yang gestured for them to sit, and then said, "There is another matter, as you all know. Several months ago, when I was hunting a poisonous star beast, I was accidentally poisoned. Fortunately, my daughter went to great lengths to find an antidote for me. Otherwise, I would probably have lost my life. So today, I must thank my daughter." As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure slowly approached, supported by a maid. "Rongshui, you have made such a great contribution, your father must reward you well," said the Prince of Yang. Li Rongshui bowed to the Prince of Yang and said softly, "Father's well-being is the best reward for your daughter." "Ha ha ha, you truly are my good daughter." Prince Yang laughed and said, "However, a reward is still necessary. In the future, your father will surely choose a fine son-in-law for you. Any of the young talents present, as long as you take a liking to them, I will tie them up for you." The guests were speechless. Li Rongshui blushed slightly, not expecting the Prince of Yang to bring this up at this time. The young man present, however, had a bright look in his eyes. He immediately sat up straight, head held high, hoping to show Li Rongshui the best side of him. If Li Rongshui takes a liking to him, he will become the son-in-law of the Prince of Yang, and his future rise to prominence will be as simple as a word from the Prince of Yang. To put it bluntly, the Prince of Yang is the ruler of the entire Yang city, and he also has imperial blood. His marriage to Li Rongshui is like ascending to heaven in one step. This is why Yao Yu wanted to take the risk before. In fact, there are quite a few people who have similar thoughts. At this moment, a glint flashed in Yi Keicheng's eyes as he sat behind Dean Yang, and it was unclear what he was thinking. The banquet began, with toasts and laughter filling the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Teng didn't know many people, so he sat in his seat, enjoying the food and occasionally sipping some wine, quite content in his leisurely state. Beautiful music drifted to my ears. A musician was playing the zither, and attribute bubbles popped from his fingertips. Kinjutsu 10. Kinjutsu 8. Ellipsis. Even the art of playing the zither has attributes. Wang Teng picked it up with great interest. Musician, 36 100ths beginner. Another occupation has been added to the secondary occupation category. What's the point of this? I don't play the piano. Wang Teng was both amused and exasperated. He picked it up out of curiosity, never expecting it to create another profession. Oh well, I've already picked them up. Several musicians were playing music throughout the banquet. Those who could be invited by the prince's mansion were naturally highly skilled, and there were many attribute bubbles around them. Seeing that he had already acquired an additional profession, Wang Teng simply picked it up again. Musician, 535 1,000ths, advanced. Compared to runes, the art of playing the zither is much easier to improve. In just a short while, he reached the level of a high-level zither player. Ellipsis. Su Lingxuan, sitting next to her, was eating with great enjoyment, perfectly embodying the essence of a foodie. They were oblivious to everything else and just kept eating. Seeing Wang Teng drinking made her a little hungry, and she wanted to pour herself a glass to try. The little paw had just reached for the wine pot when it was slapped right in the face. Smack! With a sharp crack, Su Lingxuan hurriedly withdrew her hand, only to find the back of her hand bright red, causing her to gasp in pain. "Why did you hit me?" Su Lingxuan said angrily. "What are you doing drinking alcohol, you little kid?" Wang Teng said. "If you can drink it, why can't I? You're not that much older than me." Su Lingxuan felt a little guilty, but still said defiantly. "First, I am your senior brother. There is an old saying that the eldest brother is like a father. A senior brother is also a brother. Therefore, I can be your father, so naturally I have to take care of you. Second, being a few years older is still being older. If you don't agree, you have to ask your own father why he didn't have you a few years earlier." Wang Teng said calmly. Su Lingxuan was completely bewildered by his argument that an elder brother is like a father. Her eyes were glazed over and her pretty face was blank. It took her a while to come to her senses before she angrily shouted, "Pa! You scheming Wang Teng, you actually want to be my father." Circled dot operator oh circled dot operator. That silly Ro dear. Ahem, I was just explaining a cause and effect relationship to you. I never intended to be your father, Wang Teng said with a dry cough. Su Lingxuan wanted to argue further. Stop, Wang Teng quickly stopped her, saying, eat quickly, or everyone else will finish eating. Su Lingxuan was immediately jolted awake. She no longer cared about arguing with Wang Teng. While eating heartily, she complained, it's all your fault. You wanted to be my dad for no reason. You're such a bad person. Can we please stop bringing this up? Wang Teng was speechless. He thought to himself that he had only mentioned it once, but Su Lingxuan kept bringing it up again and again, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know. He didn't notice that many people around him were looking this way, their eyes shifting back and forth between him and Su Lingxuan, their expressions quite strange. Many of those present were highly skilled martial arts masters with exceptional hearing. Although the two men's conversation wasn't loud, it still reached their ears. Dean Yang, sitting opposite, chuckled and said, Goring, your two apprentices are quite interesting. Goring was frustrated, but he said aloud, my disciple is innocent and kind-hearted. Hee hee, Dean Yang chuckled. Seeing that the two were quite at odds, Wang Teng wondered if his teacher and Dean Yang had some kind of grudge. Li Rongshui sat beside the Prince of Yang, and when she saw Wang Teng, a dark look flashed across her face. You know this new disciple of President Goring? Yang Wang was no ordinary person. He could tell something from the slightest change in Li Rongshui's face and asked softly. Li Rongshui nodded and, without hiding anything, told him everything that had happened when she hunted the coxcomb greenscale python. Upon hearing this, Prince Yang frowned and said, the Yao family is getting more and more arrogant. His gaze subtly swept over a seat below. The Yao family held a high position in Yangcheng, and naturally, they were present today. So he said this in the same way, using telepathy. I suspect the Yao family has ulterior motives, otherwise they wouldn't act this way, Li Rongshui transmitted her voice. Regardless of whether they have ulterior motives or not, they dare to use such methods, so we cannot let them off easily. I will send people to investigate. If they do have ulterior motives, we can gather evidence, said the Prince of Yang. Li Rongshui nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then told him about how she had tricked Wang Teng and wanted his help. You. Prince Yang shook his head and tapped Li Rongshui's head with his finger. Then he looked at Wang Teng and called out, Brother Wang Teng. Your Highness. Wang Teng was genuinely surprised to hear the voice, wondering why the Prince of Yang would call him. He couldn't help but raise his head. I've heard about what happened between you two from Rongshui. She was wrong and I apologize on her behalf. I'll toast you with this cup of wine. Prince Yang drank the wine in his cup in one gulp quite heartily. These words shocked everyone present. Prince Yang actually apologized to Wang Teng? Although they were completely bewildered and had no idea what was happening. But what is the identity of the Prince of Yang that he would personally apologize to Wang Teng? Moreover, according to what Prince Yang said, the apology was because something happened between the princess and Wang Teng, so it seems they knew each other long ago. You're too kind. It's just a small misunderstanding, Wang Teng replied, standing up. Sit down. Since it was a misunderstanding, it's good to clear things up. Prince Yang laughed heartily and raised his wine cup again, saying, however, I must toast you again. As for why, you and I both know the reason, so I won't say it. After saying that, he downed another glass of wine, demonstrating an impressive capacity for tolerance. The people around felt a pang of unease seeing the two speaking in cryptic language, but since the Prince of Yang was silent, they naturally couldn't ask. Brother Wang, I was wrong before. I hope you won't take it to heart. We can still be friends, Li Rongshui said, rising to offer a toast. Princess, you don't need to take it to heart, Wang Teng said with a wry smile. The fact that Prince Yang and the princess were willing to humble themselves and apologize in front of so many people shows their sincerity. If he continues to hold a grudge, he will appear petty. At this moment, the way those talented young men looked at Wang Teng changed. Something fishy is going on. There's definitely something fishy going on between the princess and Wang Teng. The expressions between the two did not resemble those of an enemy at all. Rather, they seemed to have been through a lot together, somewhat like a pair of sworn enemies. Everyone's jealous. Su Lingxuan nudged Wang Teng. Hey, how did you two meet? Want to know? Wang Teng glanced at her sideways. Su Lingxuan nodded vigorously, bursting with curiosity. I won't tell you. Wang Teng chuckled. Quote. Su Lingxuan. At this moment, at the very back of the guest seating area, two young girls were staring at each other in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could it be him? One of the girls exclaimed in disbelief. The other girl sighed, feeling dejected. Thinking back on her previous misunderstanding of him, she found it somewhat ridiculous. He even knows the princess and is Chairman Goring's apprentice, so why would he be interested in her? These two girls were none other than Meng Chao and Fei Qingxin, whom Wang Teng had met by chance on the airship when he first came to Yangcheng. Do you know that Wang Teng? A young man next to him asked. Brother, we just bumped into each other on the road, Fei Qingxin said. Brother Fei, why, you don't know, we're more than just acquaintances. Meng Chao immediately recounted what happened on the road that day, speaking with conviction and portraying Wang Teng's character as utterly despicable. I never expected him to be this kind of person. The princess and Prince Yang have probably been deceived, Fei Wai said, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Brother, don't listen to Meng Chao's nonsense. That's not how things were back then. Meng Chao has some prejudice against him, Fei Qingxin quickly said. Qingxin, I still believe Meng Chao's words. Think about how many suitors she has protected for you over the years. Only when she is by your side do I feel at ease. Fei Wai said dismissively, you are just too naive and too trusting of others. You should know that people's hearts are hidden. Some people are extremely cunning and will only show their true colors after they have succeeded. By then, it will be too late. Exactly, you're too close to the situation to see clearly. Look how attentive he was to you on the airship, but in the blink of an eye he hooked up with the princess. It's clear he just wanted to play around, Meng Chao said. No, I can't watch the princess and Prince Yang be deceived. Fei Wai tried to get up. Fei Qingxin was somewhat swayed by what the two of them said. Seeing that he was about to get up, she quickly pulled him back and said, Brother, have you forgotten? He is Chairman Goring's disciple. If you speak rashly, you will offend Chairman Goring. Fei Wai suddenly realized what was happening, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but dared not get up again. President Goring might also be deceived. If we can expose him and let President Goring see Wang Teng's true character, he probably won't make things difficult for us, Meng Chao said. You're thinking too simply. A few words aren't enough to expose him. It will only put you in a dilemma. Chairman Golan and Prince Yang might even think you're causing trouble for no reason and blame you, Fei Qingxin thought. Hearing her say this, the two were somewhat unwilling, but they gave up the idea. If they offended President Golan and Prince Yang, they would probably have no place in the family, and they probably wouldn't even be able to stay in Yang City. Fei Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief, finally making them give up on that idea. She didn't know why she had spoken up for Wang Teng, he probably didn't even remember her. Fei Qingxin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just then, a person sitting in the middle of the guest seats suddenly stood up. Your Highness, there is something I hope you can do for me. The man, with a sorrowful face, bowed to Prince Yang and said. The smile on Yang Wang's face gradually faded, and he looked at him and said, Patriarch Yao, what do you need me to decide? Both of my sons have been murdered, and the murderer is right here today, Yao Hongshu said coldly. Everyone was shocked. Everyone in Yangcheng knows that the youngest son of the Yao family patriarch was murdered by a martial artist from Earth. Now he says that the murderer is here. Could it be that someone from Earth has infiltrated the crowd? And he even claimed that both of his sons had been murdered. For a moment, the expressions on people's faces varied. Some felt sorrow for him, while others gloated. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and as he sat down, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. That mad dog. Oh, who is the murderer you're talking about? Yang Wang asked expressionlessly. He already knew that Li Rongshui had killed Yao Yu. Was the Yao family head trying to kill them both by revealing this now? As for the fact that his youngest son was killed by the people of Earth, he had heard about it. Could it be related to that he is saying it now? Li Rongshui's expression hardened slightly. She glanced at Wang Teng subconsciously, and seeing that he remained calm, she regained her composure. Yao Hongshu looked around and finally his gaze fell on Wang Teng. That's him. His hand pointed directly at Wang Teng. In an instant, everyone looked at him. Wang Teng's expression remained calm, he even smiled slightly. He killed two of the Yao family head's sons? Meng Chao, Fei Qingxin and the other two stared wide-eyed. It is said that the youngest son of the Yao family head was killed by a warrior from Earthstar. How could it be him? Fei Qingxin found it hard to believe. You forgot that he also came from Yangcheng, which is the territory of the Earth people, Meng Chao said. This kid is definitely no good. He's dead meat. Patriarch Yao will never let him go, Fei Wei said excitedly. Patriarch Yao, some things cannot be said carelessly. Golin stood up and looked at Yao Hongshu, saying calmly. Patriarch Yao, there must be evidence to identify the murderer, said Prince Yang. Whether it is or not, we'll know once we bring him out to confront me, Yao Hongshu said, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. How does Patriarch Yao intend to confront him? Wang Teng stood up. I checked, you came from Yangcheng, right? Yao Hongshu said. The number of people coming from Yangcheng every day is countless, but that doesn't prove anything, Li Rongshui said. When Yao Hongshu saw Li Rongshui, hatred surged in his heart. He knew what Yao Yu had done, so Yao Yu's death was definitely related to Li Rongshui. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Li Rongshui, so he could only suppress his hatred, take out a scroll, and say, when my youngest son was killed. I had someone draw the appearance of those Earthstar warriors. You will know once you see it. With a whoosh, the scroll was unfurled. The painting depicts the members of the War Tiger Squad, and Wang Teng's image is prominently featured among them. This Wang Teng is actually a Earth-level martial artist. Everyone looked at the portrait of Wang Teng above and compared it carefully, and was immediately astonished. What else do you have to say now? Yao Hongshu asked. My disciple is indeed from Earth, but Earth is not hostile to our star martial continent now, so I took him as my disciple. As for Patriarch Yao, I heard that you did not determine who killed your youngest son, so you killed many people indiscriminately. How can you be sure that my disciple killed him? Golin said slowly. Because I have witnesses. Yao Hongshu suddenly revealed a sickly smile, cupped his hands towards Prince Yang and said, Your Highness, please allow me to bring my men up. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly having a bad feeling for some reason. Granted, King Yang glanced at Golin and Wang Teng, and finally nodded. Before long, a person covered in blood was carried up and placed between two rows of guest seats. The person covered in blood was severely injured, with his hands and feet twisted irregularly, clearly having endured inhuman torture. Many people frowned as they looked at the man's miserable state. When Wang Teng saw this person, he was shocked and his face turned very ugly. Although the man's face was covered in blood, Wang Teng recognized him the moment he saw him. Lin Zan. It's Lin Zan, the captain of the War Tiger Squad. Wang Teng never expected to see Lin Zan here. Well, Wang Teng, you still won't admit it? Yao Hongshu looked at Wang Teng and laughed. You deserve to die. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with cold light as he glared at him. No, it is you who deserves to die. Yao Hongshu's face was icy cold, his killing intent radiating from his body. You deserved to die when you killed my two sons. They deserved to die. If they want to kill me, they should be prepared to be killed themselves, Wang Teng said coldly. He really did kill him. Everyone was shocked. Yao Yu was extremely strong and had always been known as a genius. How could he have been killed by him? Meng Chao asked in shock. Wang Teng killed two of the Yao family head's sons, creating a huge grudge that will definitely not end well today, Fei Wei said with a smile. How could this happen? Fei Qingxin's heart jumped into her throat. This guy looks harmless, yet he killed two of the Yao family head's sons. It seems he's not as simple as he appears. Xu Hongyi and Tan Shasha had a good impression of Wang Teng, but they were somewhat surprised that he would be so ruthless. On the other side, Wan Feifeng smiled slightly. It seems I don't need to take action. As Dean Yang's prized students, Dongfang Yu and Yi Keicheng naturally paid close attention to Wang Teng and were eager to see how he would break the deadlock. Dean Yang also gave Goring's disciple a meaningful look, his smile quite wicked, as if he was extremely happy to see Goring in trouble. Goring, however, remained unmoved. With his status and strength, protecting Wang Teng would be easy for him. He simply did not want his disciple to be someone who indiscriminately killed innocent people. Your Highness, the murderer has confessed. Please, Your Highness, grant me justice and execute this scoundrel to avenge my two sons. Yao Hongshu bowed deeply to Prince Yang. Everyone looked at Prince Yang, wondering how he would handle the matter. As Goring's disciple, Wang Teng certainly couldn't be killed on a whim, but since Yao Hongshu had brought the matter to Prince Yang, he would inevitably have to give an explanation. Yao Yu wasn't killed by him, but by me. At this moment, Li Rongshui suddenly spoke up. Wang Teng turned his head and looked at her in surprise. If there was any resentment towards Li Rongshui's scheming before, those feelings vanished the moment she stepped forward. Perhaps Li Rongshui was simply overwhelmed with concern at the time. The Prince of Yang was poisoned and on the verge of death, which caused her to lose her composure. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and turned to look at Li Rongshui. Princess, do you know what you're saying? Yao Hongshu was also somewhat taken aback, not expecting Li Rongshui to admit it on her own initiative. Yao Yu deserved to die. Li Rongshui publicly revealed Yao Yu's plot against her. Everyone listened as if to a story, with unexpected twists and turns. Princess, even if you are of noble status, you cannot slander my son, Yao Hongshu said hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. Actually, you know perfectly well what's going on, but you just don't want to tear off this fig leaf. But things have come to this point, and I have no choice but to say it. Otherwise, Wang Teng saved me, but he still has to take the blame for me. I can't bear that, Li Rongshui said. Yao Hongshu lowered his head, his hands trembling uncontrollably. All around him was silent, and everyone's eyes were on him. Now that the princess has admitted that Yao Yu was killed by her, what will Yao Hongshu do? Some heads of powerful families who were rivals of the Yao family gloated. Wang Teng ignored Yao Hongshu's feelings and quickly walked towards Lin Zan, taking out medicine to give him. Fortunately, Yao Hongshu spared his life in order to get him to testify. I just wonder what happened to the other members of the War Tiger Squad. Were they also captured by Yao Hongshu? Were they subjected to the same inhuman torture? Or have they already been killed? Suddenly, Yao Hongshu raised his head and gritted his teeth, saying, since my son Yao Yu disrespected the princess, he deserved to die. But my youngest son was killed by Wang Teng. A life for a life, he must die. Your youngest son wants to kill me, so why can't I kill him? Wang Teng turned his head and sneered. That's all just your side of the story, Yao Hongshu said angrily. And isn't that just your side of the story? Wang Teng retorted sarcastically. Please, Your Highness, execute this scoundrel. Yao Hongshu turned and bowed to Prince Yang once more. The matter is not yet settled, so I cannot kill him, Prince Yang said calmly. Your Highness, he is from Earth, not of our kind, and his heart must be different. Yao Hongshu shouted hoarsely. The alliance between Star Martial Continent and Earthstar is a fact. Besides, we are all human beings, so how can you say that we are not of our kind? Said King Yang. Ha ha ha. Yao Hongshu laughed in extreme anger, slowly straightening up with a ferocious expression. Since you are all protecting him, then I will have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. As soon as he said those words, he vanished from the spot. You little beast, die. Yao Hongshu and Wang Teng were less than 20 meters apart. Yao Hongshu was a 6-star warrior level expert. He seemed to cross space and appeared in front of Wang Teng in an instant, his hand forming a claw as he reached for Wang Teng's neck. Wang Teng's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. 6-star combat soldier level. Once you reach the 4-star warrior level or above, each step is a chasm, and the difference between each level is enormous. However, Wang Teng was no ordinary person. His body was filled with immense primal force. Faced with Yao Hongshu's attack, his primal force surged and flowed into his arm, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! The air seemed to explode, as if it couldn't withstand the punch and would shatter. Yao Hongshu's expression changed instantly. He never expected that Wang Teng's punch would be so powerful. Left with no other choice, it could only change its claws into palms and meet Wang Teng's fist. Bang! The palm strike caused the force to explode, creating a shockwave that swept outwards. Both of them involuntarily took several steps back. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of Wang Teng's mouth. This exchange shocked everyone, especially the fact that Wang Teng was able to withstand Yao Hongshu's attack, which everyone found unbelievable. Is this really a young person? He was actually able to contend with a veteran powerhouse like Yao Hongshu, who had been famous for a long time. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Yao Hongshu's face turned extremely gloomy. He was greatly shocked and charged at Wang Teng again. Insolence! Insolence! Just then, two angry shouts rang out almost simultaneously, one from Yang Wang and the other from Golan. Two powerful auras suddenly erupted and slammed into Yao Hongshu. PFF'd. Yao Hongshu was struck as if by a heavy blow. His body froze for a moment, then he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. A powerful 6-star warrior was unable to withstand even a single blow from the combined aura of the two. Ha ha ha. Yao Hongshu's mouth was full of blood, yet he laughed maniacally, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. You all forced me to this. You all forced me to this. His eyes were bloodshot, and a black sphere appeared in his hand at some point. What is this? Yang Wang and Golan stared at the thing in his hand, stunned for a moment, then instantly realized what it was, and their expressions changed drastically. Although they didn't know what it was, they sensed an ominous dark aura emanating from it. The aura was extremely dense and even contained some kind of spatial rule. Go to hell. Yao Hongshu had gone completely mad. He raised the black sphere high and soared into the sky. Stop him. Yang Wang's expression changed, and he also took to the air. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! In just a moment, a loud bang echoed through the night sky. A terrifying shockwave swept down from the sky, and even with Yang Wang's astonishing strength, he was stopped in midair. Something terrible is about to happen. Goring gazed at the dark night sky, his expression extremely solemn, as if he had sensed something. The guests present clearly sensed something was amiss, and their faces all turned extremely grim. Yao Hongshu, how dare he? Absolutely outrageous. This man deserves to die, and the Yao family deserves to be wiped out. Everyone was filled with rage and hated Yao Hongshu to the core. This is... Wang Teng looked up in horror and saw an incredibly terrifying scene. Space was distorting and collapsing, shattering into pieces and disappearing into dust, gradually forming an incredibly deep vortex. One by one, attribute bubbles fell from the sky. Space *10. Space *13. Space *6. Looking around, all you see are spatial attributes, dozens of them, and their values are extremely high, none of them less than 1. It should be noted that when Wang Teng traversed spatial rifts in the past, the spatial attributes he brought out were only a fraction of a point, at most 1 or 2 points. Seeing so many spatial attributes, Wang Teng should have been happy, but for some reason, his heart was pounding wildly. It was as if some great crisis was about to befall us. But what needs to be picked up should still be picked up. Pick it up. Space 336 1/1000ths. The spatial attributes suddenly increased from a few points to over 300 points. Wang Teng felt as if his spatial talent had been awakened, and he was exceptionally sensitive to space. He even felt that he could travel through space over short distances. Terrifying. He looked up and, without even using his spiritual vision, could clearly sense a spatial vortex slowly taking shape. At this moment, the spatial vortex was only 1 meter in size, but it was slowly and steadily expanding. Teacher, that's a spatial passage, Wang Teng exclaimed. Yes. Goring nodded with an extremely solemn expression. Where does this spatial passage lead to? Wang Teng asked. It must be the Dark Land, Goring said. At this moment, the Prince of Yang descended from the sky, his tone extremely serious, and directly ordered, sound the war drums, notify the entire city, prepare for war. Yes. The people below had already realized the seriousness of the situation and should drink. Rongshui, take my token and gather some people to organize all the elderly, women, and children in the city to enter the emergency shelter for refuge. Yang Wang waved his hand. And a token rushed towards Li Rongshui. I understand. Li Rongshui took the token and quickly left. Send messengers to request reinforcements from surrounding major cities. One command after another was issued from the mouth of the King of Yang, and those below obeyed and went about their business. The Crimson Tiger Legion and the Black Sparrow Legion are closest to each other on Earth. I'll send someone there to ask for reinforcements, said Shu Yi, the city lord of Yangcheng. Go and return quickly, or our Yangcheng may be destroyed, said the King of Yang. Yes. Shu Yi soared into the air and departed. Dean Yang, at this critical moment, I need the Academy's support, Yang Wang said, turning to Dean Yang. That's only right. Dean Yang stood up abruptly. He was tall and robust, with snow-white hair and beard fluttering. He turned around and left with Dongfang Yu and Yi Keicheng. President Goring. King Yang looked at Goring again. Rest assured, King Yang, the Rune Guild has hundreds of members at your disposal, Golan said. I'm worried that Yangcheng's protective array won't last long. I hope you will lead the Rune Masters of the Rune Guild to set up several more layers of defense to buy Yangcheng as much time as possible, King Yang said solemnly. I will immediately lead my men to make arrangements. Goring used his mental power to transform into a long rainbow and disappear into the distance. Your Highness, I'll take my leave too. Wang Teng cupped his hands in farewell to Prince Yang and followed Golan away. In a short while, all the guests had left. Well, Yang Wang floated in midair, gazing at the spatial vortex gradually taking shape in the night sky, and couldn't help but sigh. I hope Yangcheng can overcome this difficulty. Thump, thump, thump. In the darkness of night, many people were fast asleep when suddenly the desolate sound of war drums resounded throughout the city. 9 drum beats. Everyone woke up, and after a moment of silence, the entire city of Yangcheng was plunged into panic. The shouts of adults and the cries of babies merged into a cacophony that soared into the night sky. What happened? What happened? Mom, I'm scared. Ellipsis, ellipsis. A large number of soldiers poured into the city to maintain order and organize the evacuation of people. Figures rushed out from the Rune Guild and spread around the entire Yang city, busily setting up defensive formations. At this moment, Wang Tang stood beside Golan and said, Wang Tang, you are not from Yangcheng. It's not too late to leave now. I've never seen such a grand scene before. Let's witness it tonight, Wang Tang chuckled. This is no child's play, Goring said. I bear some responsibility for everything that happened tonight. If I leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well in the future, Wang Tang said with a smile. No, Yao Hongshu has already been bewitched. Even without you, he would have done it sooner or later, Golan said, shaking his head. If things don't work out, I'll definitely be the first to run away. Don't blame me then, teacher, Wang Tang said. Ha ha ha, remember to bring your junior sister along, Goring laughed. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky, followed by a flash of silver light as terrifying lightning struck down from the deep void. What's going on? Everyone in the city looked up at the night sky. Beneath the constantly flashing silver light, the spatial vortex had expanded to a size of several dozen feet. Look, what's that? Suddenly, a shocked shout rang out. Someone seems to have discovered something. Behind that spatial vortex, a red light appeared at some unknown time. Wang Tang also looked up and was suddenly jolted. That was clearly a giant eyeball. The crimson light was the pupil of that eyeball. The enormous pupil peered down at Yangcheng from the unknown land on the other side through the spatial vortex. An ominous and malevolent atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire city. What kind of look was that? Chaos, distortion, rage, indifference, evil, disorder. All of this combined to create a terrifying mental pressure that was impossible to look directly at. The enormous, scarlet eyeballs, separated by a spatial vortex, seemed to traverse 2 worlds, gazing upon this pure land. Don't look, someone shouted, but it was too late. Ordinary people staring into that gaze seemed to be hallucinating, as if they were hearing incomprehensible and inaudible voices. One by one, they suffered mental breakdowns, an indescribable fear welled up in their hearts, and they went mad in an instant, running around aimlessly and howling loudly. These scenes terrified everyone. Those who heard the warning immediately lowered their heads, no longer daring to look into those scarlet eyes. Wang Tang felt his mind was impacted, and a strong, violent spiritual pressure rushed into his sea of consciousness. Then, deep within his consciousness, a profound spirit, coiled like a dragon, surged forth. The spirit of the royal realm. In an instant, it crushed and banished that violent mental pressure. Then the confusion in Wang Tang's eyes vanished in an instant, and he came to his senses. Perhaps because of the great distance, the mental pressure that invaded Wang Tang's sea of consciousness was weakened by the world. Otherwise, even a king-level spirit would have found it difficult to expel this mental pressure. Are you alright? Goring asked worriedly. It's nothing. Wang Tang shook his head, still shaken. Looking at him, who seemed almost unaffected, Goring said, It seems I underestimated you. Teacher, what is that? Wang Tang asked. It must be a demon god. Goring said with a solemn expression. A demon god? Called a god? Wang Tang exclaimed in horror. Could such a powerful being also cross over from another realm? Probably not. This spatial vortex is about to take shape. Given the terror of the demon god, a spatial vortex of this size is not enough to contain its body, but... Gorin paused for a moment. Wang Tang had just breathed a sigh of relief when his heart started pounding again. But perhaps a demon general will descend. Goring said. Demon general? Wang Tang exclaimed, somewhat puzzled. The demon general is equivalent to our war general level beings, but the dark race is extremely difficult to deal with, Goring said. At this moment, Wang Tang felt the terrifying mental pressure disappear. He looked up and suddenly saw several huge attribute bubbles slowly drifting down from the sky. Royal Spirit *53. Royal Spirit *36. Royal Spirit *42. Ellipsis ellipsis. King-level spiritual attributes. Wang Tang was shocked and speechless. Just a wisp of spiritual energy emanating from the eyes of that terrifying being had reached the king level, and in such a large amount at that. Spirit, Royal Realm, 135 1,000ths. Wang Teng took a deep breath, the gains were truly enormous. But now is not the time to think about these things. High in the sky, after the giant eye disappeared, one after another dark shadow emerged from the other side of the vortex. In just a moment, they arrived from across the boundary, densely packed and filled with a rich aura of darkness. Roar! The violent roars rose and fell, and dark shadows plummeted from the sky. Defensive formation, activate! A loud shout rang out. A dazzling light enveloped the entire Yang city, forming a giant eggshell-like barrier. Bang bang bang! The dark figures crashed down from the sky, striking the protective array with a loud thud before entering the array. More and more dark figures fell from the sky, gathering outside the walls of Yangcheng and launching a fierce attack. Wang Teng followed Goring to the top of the city wall, where a large number of troops had gathered and set up force cannons to bombard the dark races swarming in from outside the city. The dark creatures came in all shapes and sizes: vampires with wings on their backs, towering trolls, and low-level dark creatures devoid of consciousness. Boom boom boom. They recklessly crashed into the protective shield, producing huge thuds, and the defensive array was continuously weakened. The force cannon bombarded relentlessly, blasting away countless darkfolk, but the number of darkfolk besieging the city was countless, and the force cannon's attacks were like ripples on a lake. Unable to even create a wave. Suddenly, an extremely tall figure stepped out from behind the spatial vortex. A terrifying aura spread out. Standing on the city wall, Wang Teng and the others all sensed the arrival of this powerful being and looked up. The figure was at least 3 meters tall, carrying a huge black weapon that resembled both a knife and a sword on its back. Its body is covered in bulging muscles, like granite, exuding an extremely hard texture. It has 8 thick arms on its back, which is extremely terrifying, and its head has sharp horns, making its face ferocious and awe-inspiring. The 8-armed demon general. When Yang Wang and Golan saw this figure, they all changed color. 8-armed demon general. Wang Teng muttered the name they blurted out, feeling it was quite apt, and his heart was filled with unease. The being above his head was clearly terrifying. It was the opponent of the big shots, and he dared not approach it. Seeing that the 8-armed demon general could not break through Yangcheng's defenses for a long time, a hint of impatience flashed across his dark face, and he coldly uttered 2 words: useless. Wang Teng couldn't understand a word of it. In his view, the language used by the 8-armed demon general was a completely unfamiliar language that sounded very strange and crude. The 8-armed demon general took a huge weapon from behind and casually slashed downwards. A crescent-shaped black light blade slashed out instantly. Boom! Click tilde click tilde click. Cracks immediately appeared on the defensive array, and finally, with a loud bang, a huge gash appeared. A large number of dark creatures rushed toward the city wall through the crack. I'll go and have a go at it. Yang Wang's face was grim as he took to the air. As he spoke, he charged toward the 8-armed demon general. Count me in. Dean Yang stomped his foot, transforming into an arrow that shot towards the 8-armed demon general high in the sky. Be careful, don't be reckless. Goring shook his head and gave a reminder before transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the sky. The 3 strongest warriors of Yangcheng faced the 8-armed demon general and instantly engaged in battle with it. This was a battle at the level of a general, and the terrifying aftershocks impacted those below, filling them with dread. Kill! The dark creatures climbed up the city wall, shouts of battle erupted, and a fierce battle broke out. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the scene was bloody and chaotic. This is a disaster. Looking at all this, Wang Teng suddenly understood what both worlds were resisting. If the human race is defeated, both Earth and Star Marshall continent will likely become wastelands, turning into hell on Earth. Roar! A dark shadow pounced on Wang Teng from behind. It was a low-level dark creature, ferocious, mindless, and only knowing how to kill. A battle sword appeared in Wang Teng's hand. His expression was cold. He turned around and slashed out, a fiery red sword light directly splitting the dark creature in 2. On the other side, Dongfang Yu, Yi Keicheng, Wan Feifeng and others were also fighting the enemy. At this critical moment, these young powerhouses did not back down and rushed to the front, brave and fearless. Kill! Wang Teng's eyes were filled with determination. Holding his battle sword, he was like a god of war, charging towards the place with the most dark creatures. 1 sword, 1 head. Kill, kill, kill. If darkness descends, then fight your way to light. Yangcheng, the once prosperous and magnificent city, is now in dire straits. The towering city walls could not withstand the dense swarms of dark creatures outside the city. The layers of protective shields rippled under the bombardment of the large number of dark creatures, and even some places had developed tiny cracks. Numerous rune masters were scattered throughout Yangcheng to maintain the operation of the defensive magic array and to constantly fill any cracks that appeared. Both the Lu and Su families are families specializing in runes, and they both dispatched their elite members to protect the operation of the Great Formation. Su Lingxuan, Su Lingyun, and even Lu Xingwei and others were all on the city wall at this moment. They were known as geniuses, and their strength was much stronger than that of ordinary rune masters. They were also a force to be reckoned with. In one place, a huge rift had become unhealable, and a large number of dark creatures rushed into Yang City. That crack was created by the 8-armed demon general's single strike. Boom boom boom. Loud noises kept coming from the sky. The 4 figures transformed into 4 streaks of light, colliding with each other from time to time, flying backward, and then colliding again. Each collision was accompanied by an explosion, and the aftershocks of the battle spread outwards in circular ripples of primal force, creating a terrifying spectacle. Ellipsis ellipsis. Below, numerous warriors from various factions in Yangcheng were engaged in fierce battles with the Dark Race. Yangcheng Academy, various powerful families, military soldiers, and so on. The battle was extremely fierce, with humans falling every moment. The terror of the Dark Race had long been ingrained in people's minds. They were very troublesome and extremely difficult to kill. For human warriors, it was like a nightmare. Fortunately, the human race also knew the weaknesses of the Dark Race. As long as they destroyed the heart and head, they would surely be able to kill them. If we concentrate our forces on attacking, those dark races won't gain any advantage. What's most troublesome is that the Dark Race has another major characteristic: assimilation. Those human warriors who are seriously injured are extremely vulnerable to the corruption of the dark primal force. Once their minds are affected, they will turn into emotionless killing machines. Just like those inferior dark species. As more and more human warriors and dark races died, a large number of attribute bubbles floated on the battlefield. Fire Force *3, Earth Force *4, Dark Force *3, Spirit 2, Water-based Force *5, Dark Force *8, ellipsis ellipsis. While killing the dark creatures, Wang Teng released his mental energy, wandering around and picking up nearby attribute bubbles. Fortunately, his mental strength had reached the King Realm. Otherwise, his mental power would have been exhausted in no time, making it difficult to sustain long-term use. Even the dark beings can drop mental attributes, and it is through the constant replenishment of these mental attributes that they are able to maintain their mental power without running out. At this moment, perhaps sensing Wang Teng's power, 4 or 5 low-level dark creatures rushed towards him. Watch out! A voice suddenly came from the side, warning Wang Teng. It was Dongfang Yu from Yangcheng Academy. Roll! Facing those few dark creatures, Wang Teng glared angrily and swept his sword horizontally. The crimson flame blade directly cleaved the heads of these low-level dark creatures, killing them beyond any doubt. Dongfang Yu was stunned. 4 or 5 dark creatures attacked at the same time. Even if they were only low-level dark creatures, she would have some difficulty. Yet Wang Teng killed them all with a single blow. Just how strong is this guy? She suddenly remembered that Wang Teng had exchanged punches with Yao Hongshu, a 6-star warrior, and was even more shocked. Wang Teng turned to look at Dongfang Yu, who had just spoken up to warn him, and suddenly his gaze sharpened. He rushed out and stabbed a dark creature in the heart with his sword. The dark creature pounced on Dongfang Yu from behind in the instant she was stunned, intending to kill her. Strangely enough, these lower-level dark species, though lacking in intelligence, still retain extremely sharp combat instincts, knowing how to seize every opportunity, making them exceptionally difficult to deal with. Don't stand there. Wang Teng pulled his sword from the chest of a dark creature, walked through the blood-soaked path, and turned to charge into another group of dark creatures. I actually got a lesson. Dongfang Yu came to her senses and smiled bitterly to herself. She ranked 10th on the list of talents, and her strength had reached the peak of the 4-star warrior level. Moreover, she was extremely powerful and had once killed a 5-star warrior level expert. Therefore, she was by no means just a pretty face. After a moment of distraction, she immediately focused her gaze and rejoined the battle. At this moment, Wang Teng had no idea how many attribute bubbles he had collected. He only knew that his strength was growing stronger and stronger, and the primal force within his body was flowing continuously, making him more and more courageous as he fought. As if he were possessed by the god of war and the god of slaughter. Others need pills to replenish their depleted primal energy, but he doesn't need any at all. Wherever he goes, patches of dark creatures fall, leaving the surrounding human warriors dumbfounded. Yet it was also incredibly exhilarating. How can this guy be so strong? Yi Keicheng was the second greatest genius of Yangcheng Academy, second only to Dongfang Yu in strength. At the banquet earlier, he had wanted to compete with Wang Teng, but seeing this scene now, he was so shocked that he was speechless and felt extremely bitter. They're not even in the same league. At that moment, a figure swooped down from the sky, heading straight for Wang Teng. It was a high-level dark vampire with fleshy wings on its back. It was incredibly fast, like a thunderbolt striking down, and it wielded a long spear. A cold, black light flashed at the tip of the spear, aiming for Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng's expression hardened slightly. He slashed out with his sword, unleashing 30% of his 90% sword power, which directly shattered the black light. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the dark vampire quickly took to the air, its wings flashing and leaving afterimages as it appeared around Wang Teng. Looking for another opportunity to strike. A cold smile appeared on its lips, its gaze contemptuous, as if it were pleased to see Wang Teng helpless. Whoosh! Suddenly, its eyes widened. Suddenly, a pair of fiery wings sprouted from Wang Teng's back. With a single flap, he appeared before the dark vampire in an instant, like a streak of crimson light. 5-star combat soldier level. Yi Keicheng blurted out, completely stunned. Of all the talents on the list, only the top 3 reached the 5-star combat soldier level, and all of them were in their 20s. The Wang Teng in front of us is only 17 or 18 years old, yet he has already reached the 5-star warrior level. Hiss. That's terrifying. The dark vampire was also startled, its eyes widening in surprise. However, being a 5-star warrior, it reacted immediately, its eyes flashing crimson with an eerie light as it pierced Wang Teng's eyes. It's a talent skill of the vampires. Mind control. You're courting death. A cold smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. He had already cultivated the mind control skill to a very high level, and now, with the support of his King Realm spiritual power, he faced the dark vampire before him. How is this possible? The vampire was shocked and filled with disbelief when he saw the familiar light in Wang Teng's eyes. The next moment, a look of confusion appeared on its face, and its whole body froze in mid-air. Pshaw! A sword beam pierced out, penetrating its heart. It's unbelievable that a 5-star warrior-level dark vampire would die by Wang Teng's sword. The vampire felt incredibly conflicted at the moment death approached. It awoke from its daze, and its face then showed a variety of expressions, including astonishment, shock, and disbelief. It's hard to imagine that it can display so many expressions in an instant. But none of that matters. What matters is that it was indirectly killed by the mind-bewitching ability, a talent that the vampires were so proud of. Utterly ridiculous. Bang! As this absurd thought flashed through his mind, the dark vampire completely lost its life and crashed to the ground. Spirit 30. Dark Force *65. Intermediate Dark Talent *10. Ellipsis. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubble it dropped, then turned and attacked another dark species without looking at it again. Yi Keicheng witnessed all of this firsthand. His throat went dry and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He was deeply shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Roar! A roar rang out, and he was immediately jolted, dodging away in a sorry state, before turning back to attack the dark creatures that were rushing towards him from all sides. Gonli! Beep! I'm not made of clay either. Yi Keicheng was provoked by Wang Teng, which aroused his ferocity. He fought with the dark creatures with a ferocious expression. With wings on his back, Wang Teng looked down at Yi Keicheng. Seeing that he was quite strong and could handle things on his own, they stopped paying attention to him and turned to survey the battlefield. Having spent these days in another world, his hair had grown extremely long. At this moment, his thick black hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Ellipsis. After settling the elderly, weak, women and children in the city, Li Rongshui led her people back to the city wall and joined the battle. Her strength had reached the level of a 4-star warrior, and ordinary low-level dark creatures could not harm her. Wan Feifeng was not far from Su Lingxuan. The rune master was surrounded by people protecting him, and she was in charge of Su Lingshan's side. This woman is also a 4-star warrior, much stronger than her 2 younger brothers. Wan Feipeng and Wan Feiyu were not far in front of her. The 3 siblings were arranged to be together so that they could take care of each other. Although no one can escape this disaster, every family has its own selfish motives and naturally does not want its younger generation to die in this calamity. This is just a microcosm. Every family wants to preserve their lineage, but circumstances don't allow it. Under these circumstances, who can escape? Many young people fell in pools of blood. Death was everywhere. Wang Teng saw Su Lingxuan and landed from the sky, asking with concern, "Are you alright?" "It's nothing, it's just that I've been quite exhausted," Su Lingxuan said, shaking her head as her face turned pale. "Take a rest first. Forcing yourself to keep going isn't a solution," Wang Teng said, casually killing a nearby dark creature. Su Lingxuan knew Wang Teng's strength very well. Seeing him protecting her, she felt much more at ease, took an elixir, and sat down to recover. Wang Teng surveyed his surroundings. The battle was extremely fierce. If things really don't work out, he will follow Goring's instructions and take Su Lingxuan away. Even though the rune masters tried their best to maintain the magic circle, more and more cracks appeared on the magic circle under the reckless attack of the dark race. And more dark race rushed into the city and slaughtered people. In the sky, the 8-armed demon general fought alone against the Sun King, Golan, and Din Yang. His 8 thick arms were now all wielding weapons, including swords, knives, axes, and spears, with the black weapon that resembled both a sword and a knife being the most eye-catching. It forced back the 3 young kings and laughed loudly, "You won't last much longer." The sound was deafening, echoing throughout the entire battlefield, causing the human warriors to tremble and many to feel despair. Holy crap, this 8-armed demon general can actually speak human language? Wang Teng looked up and exclaimed in surprise. Li Rongxue, Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, Yi Keicheng, the surrounding humans. 8-armed demon general. Everyone stared at Wang Teng, whose face was full of surprise, and almost fainted. "Dude, what kind of occasion is this? Could your focus be any more off? Yangcheng is in dire straits, who cares whether it can speak human language or not?" "No, is this a question that can be answered in human language? The key point is that we're about to collapse." Wang Teng's voice was quite loud, and even Golan and the others above could hear it. Goring's lips twitched, feeling that his disciple's thought process seemed a bit unusual, so he pretended not to know him. "Ha ha ha, Goring, your disciple is quite interesting." Din Yang couldn't help but laugh. "He's just a bit cheeky," the Prince of Yang said speechlessly. However, Wang Teng's outburst did dispel much of the oppression in everyone's hearts. Seeing Wang Teng face the 8-armed demon general without any fear, and even dare to tease him, they suddenly felt that the 8-armed demon general was not so scary after all. With 3 powerful figures, including the young king, in charge of the human race, and reinforcements from nearby areas sure to arrive soon, they still have hope. The 8-armed demon general's face throbbed with veins, and his blood-red eyes looked down at Wang Teng, who was speaking below. He said coldly, "You junior of the human race, you're very good." As he spoke, he suddenly hurled a long spear from his hand. No one expected it to suddenly attack Wang Teng. "Get out of the way." Goring's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed his mental power, trying to stop the spear. Shameless. Din Yang and King Yang were furious. The 8-armed demon general actually tried to kill a human genius right in front of them. Below, Su Lingxuan, Li Rongxue, and the others turned pale, their eyes filled with fear as they watched the spear, with its unparalleled momentum, charge straight toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng was shocked. He hadn't expected the 8-armed demon to attack him, but he reacted instantly. His expression became extremely solemn, and his mental energy surged out to form a barrier against the spear. All the people saw was that the spear suddenly paused, but continued to move forward little by little. It was as if an invisible barrier was blocking it. The terrifying power of a furious attack from a warrior-level expert is unimaginable. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Wang Teng's forehead. His mental energy was greatly depleted as he desperately tried to block the spear. It's a long story, but it actually only took 2 or 3 breaths before Goring's mental power followed, creating a pulling force. Under the combined influence of the 2 spiritual forces, the spear finally came to a stop. With a clang, it finally fell to the ground. Phew! Wang Teng let out a long breath, still feeling lingering fear. He looked up and glanced at the 8-armed demon general, then suddenly grinned. I'll take this spear. As he spoke, he picked up the spear from the ground and took it into his hand. There was one more thing he didn't say. I will repay you in the future. The 8-armed demon general's blood-red eyes flashed. It saw killing intent in Wang Teng's eyes. An ant harbored murderous intent towards a giant that held up the sky. Ha ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. The 8-armed demon general laughed heartily, looking at Wang Teng and saying, I'll remember you. I'll remember you. These words echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone felt a chill for Wang Teng. Being remembered by a warrior-level expert must be keeping him up at night. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Teng, only to see that he had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't care at all. No way, why would a male animal like you remember me? You might as well get a beautiful woman. By the way, do you dark race members have any females? Never mind, even if you do, they'd probably be just as ugly as you, Wang Teng said. Everyone's brains were trembling. I feel spasms in my head. They stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. He had almost died just now, yet he still dared to insult the 8-armed demon general to his face. They not only called it livestock, but also called it ugly. This guy is really flirting with death. But why does it feel so satisfying? I feel inexplicably happy, Tilda. Looking at the 8-armed demon general's dark face, everyone could tell that he was extremely frustrated and even furious. Li Rongxue, Su Lingxuan, and the others really wanted to stop him. He had just done something reckless once, and now he was doing something reckless again. Do you have a death wish? You probably haven't experienced true despair, the 8-armed demon general's icy voice echoed. After we conquer this city, I will tear you to pieces, inch by inch. I'm so scared. Wang Teng shrank back, looking terrified, but a grin appeared on his face. Then we'll talk about it when you actually conquer Yangcheng. That's right, that tone. No matter how you look at it, it's incredibly infuriating. Boom! The 8-armed demon general was on the verge of exploding. He took a step forward, wanting to rush down and crush the human boy who had repeatedly insulted him to death. Your opponent is us. Yang Wang and Dean Yang were filled with rage. The 8-armed demon general had just attacked Wang Teng in front of them, which had already enraged them. Now that it was going to attack again, it was clear that it didn't take them seriously at all. Yang Wang, Yang Jingwu, you two hold it off for now, Golan said coldly. If we're talking about anger, it's definitely stronger than that of Yang Wang and Dean Yang. After all, Wang Teng was his disciple, and Golan couldn't tolerate what the 8-armed demon general had done. Yang Wang and Dean Yang seemed to know what Golan was going to do. They exchanged a glance and nodded heavily. All right, we'll try to buy as much time as possible. The 8-armed demon general couldn't help but look at Goran. But at this moment, Yang Wang and Dean Yang suddenly attacked it, and the three of them broke out into another battle. What is the teacher going to do? Wang Teng looked up in confusion. After moving away from the battlefield of the three 8-armed demon generals, Goran sat down cross-legged in the sky, and an extremely terrifying mental force surged from his mind. The teacher is about to set up a formation. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he realized what was happening. Strands of spiritual energy permeated the sky, seemingly outlining something along a certain trajectory, and runes shone brightly. I wonder what kind of formation the teacher is going to set up. Su Lingxuan asked, seemingly excited and puzzled. Regardless of the formation, what we need most right now is time. Wang Teng's expression was solemn, but he wasn't optimistic. Just now, the combined strength of Yang Wang and the other two was enough to put them to a standstill against the 8-armed demon general. Now that only two remain, it is uncertain whether they can hold on. Moreover, more and more dark races are rushing into Yangcheng, and the human warriors are finding it difficult to hold on. The situation is dire. He frowned and looked into the distance. I wonder when the reinforcements will arrive. Senior brother, you should go help them quickly. The princess and the others are about to be overwhelmed. Su Lingxuan suddenly said anxiously. Wang Teng turned his head and saw that Li Rongxue and the others were indeed showing signs of fatigue. There were many dark creatures around them, and they were struggling to cope. Okay, you stay here and don't run around, he said to Su Lingxuan, then rushed into the battle circle of Li Rongxue and the others. Pisha. He held a sword in his right hand, and a battle blade appeared in his left. With both hands moving in unison, the sword and blade lights intertwined like a large net, enveloping the surrounding dark creatures. In an instant, several dark creatures died. Li Rongxue and the others were shocked. He actually knows swordsmanship. Leave this to me. Wang Tang charged into the Dark Ones and said without turning his head. With a single slash and a single sword, the combined energy of the blade and sword swept across the darkness, rapidly reaping its rewards. Their power was outrageous. The Wan brothers, Fei Peng and Fei Yu, stared in disbelief, their hearts filled with shock. They blurted out, "Is this guy even human?" They were suddenly very glad that they hadn't continued to cause trouble for Wang Tang. Otherwise, who could afford to offend such a prodigy? Wan Feifeng secretly wiped away a cold sweat, feeling a little uneasy. She had originally wanted to seek justice for her two younger brothers, but now, thinking about it, she felt she needed to reconsider. Let's all value harmony. Besides, it was her two silly younger brothers who were in the wrong. Wan Feifeng is a reasonable person, how could she turn black into white? That's right, I haven't disciplined my two silly younger brothers in a long time. They're always causing trouble. If I survive this time, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. The two unfortunate brothers, Wan Feipeng and Wan Feiyu, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, a bad premonition. Looking around, I was completely baffled, wondering where this sudden malice came from. Ellipsis. Wang Tang was engaged in fierce combat, wielding both sword and saber with unparalleled skill, causing chaos and destruction. The surrounding dark creatures were sent flying, some with their hearts pierced, others with their skulls blown off. Whoosh! Suddenly, a slight sound reached his ears. Wang Tang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back near his heart, and a chill ran through him, making his scalp tingle. It's too late. This sneak attack was too sudden. Even with his speed, he probably couldn't dodge at such close range. That's right. In the face of life or death crisis, countless thoughts flashed through his mind as if on fast forward, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Spatial talent. In an instant, the space around Wang Tang suddenly distorted. Pisha, a jet-black dagger pierced through Wang Tang's heart. Die, a ferocious voice rang out at the same time. Li Rongshui, Su Lingxuan, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They stared blankly at the scene, feeling their hearts clench. But the next moment, the figure slowly disappeared. The attacker was completely stunned. Boom! A powerful fiery sword beam suddenly appeared, striking him and sending the attacker flying. Bang! PFF'd. The attacker crashed to the ground, his back a bloody mess, his body engulfed in flames, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. It's you. You're still alive? Wang Tang slowly revealed himself, looking at the attacker with extreme surprise. This person was actually Yao Hongshu, but his appearance had changed a lot. Dark green veins bulged on his face and exposed skin, with black patterns on them. His whole body was filled with dark primal force, making him seem neither human nor inhuman. This is going dark. Turn to darkness. Someone exclaimed in surprise, and everyone stared at Yao Hongshu with expressions of shock. Then, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes without any attempt to hide it. Dark races are despicable and should be killed by everyone, especially since they were humans who voluntarily transformed into them. This is a traitor. Born as a human, yet abandoning his human identity, he transformed himself into a dark race, willingly falling into depravity. Moreover, no one had forgotten that it was Yao Hongshu who had summoned the dark seed, plunging Yangcheng into dire straits. For a moment, everyone glared at him angrily, wishing they could tear him to pieces. Aren't you surprised? A voice rang out from Yao Hongshu. His body shimmered with black light, extinguishing the flames on his body. Puffs of black smoke rose as his wounds healed rapidly. No one's alright? Wang Tang's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. He hadn't held back with that attack, yet Yao Hongshu recovered so quickly. Their recovery ability after turning evil is truly not to be underestimated. I'm curious, how did you dodge that? Yao Hongshu asked as he slowly got up from the ground. Want to know? Wang Tang tilted his head, looked at him, and smiled slightly. I won't tell you. Yao Hongshu, I'll make you stop laughing soon, you little beast. No one can save you today. I'll tear you to pieces to avenge my two sons. His eyes were icy cold and his face was ferocious. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean too? I only killed one of your sons. Wang Tang was furious, as if he had been framed. He admits to doing it, but he absolutely refuses to admit it if he didn't. I am Wang Tang, and I have always been a man of principle. That's all. Yao Hongshu trembled with rage. You think I don't know that you helped that bitch Li Rongshui kill my son Yao Yu? You were involved too. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill that bitch. Wang Tang was a little embarrassed by being exposed to his face. He scratched his head and said sincerely, actually, you might not be able to kill me. I admit you're a genius, and your strength is considerable. It was truly astonishing that you managed to block one of my attacks before. But do you think that's my true strength? If it weren't for those old guys protecting you, do you think you could have survived until now? Yao Hongshu said with a mocking expression, clenching his fist and feeling the surging power within his body. He said in a daze, besides, I'm even stronger now. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly, and had to admit that Yao Hongshu was indeed much stronger after turning to the dark side. He hadn't noticed Yao Hongshu's sneak attack from the shadows just now. If it weren't for his spatial talent, that attack would have been enough to seriously injure him. Yao Hongshu. Just then, several angry roars came from the sky, followed by the sound of air being torn apart. Several figures flew in from a distance. They were none other than the heads of several prominent families in Yangcheng, all shouting angrily at Yao Hongshu. Yao Hongshu, how dare you show your face? You sinner. Hey, ha ha ha. Yao Hongshu lowered his head and let out a strange laugh. Then he suddenly raised his head, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, his eyes flashing red light. Injury? If you don't give me a way to live, I won't let you have an easy time either. You will all be buried with my son. He roared furiously, his whole being descending into madness, like a demon. The crowd looked extremely grim, and seeing him like this, a chill inexplicably rose in their hearts. Your Yao family is also in Yangcheng. You attracted the dark seeds to descend, and Yangcheng was destroyed. Your Yao family will not be spared either, the Wan family head said angrily. As long as I live, the Yao family will exist. Once I die, the Yao family will have no reason to exist anymore, Yao Hongshu sneered. The group looked at each other in silence. Crazy. Yao Hongshu has gone mad. He's beyond saving. Let's join forces and kill it. The powerful figures exchanged glances and then attacked simultaneously, each unleashing their own force techniques to bombard Yao Hongshu. Now that I've transformed into a dark being, you are no match for me. Yao Hongshu was extremely arrogant, shattering everyone's attacks as he stepped through the air. His hands were like sharp claws, flashing with black light, and he unleashed sharp claw blades. Several figures overlapped in the air, their primal forces colliding and creating a huge explosion. Wang Teng unfurled his fiery wings, wielding a sword, and charged into the fray, where the battle was extremely fierce. Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, and the others had already noticed the situation. From a distance, they could see several figures colliding in the air, each strike incredibly powerful and awe-inspiring. Is this what battles at the 6-star warrior level and above are like? Wang Teng was actually able to get involved. Has his strength reached this level? They found it hard to believe that Wang Teng, who was of the same generation as them, was already able to fight against these well-known and powerful figures. This comparison made them suddenly realize how weak they were. Boom! A figure suddenly plummeted from the sky, smashing a large hole in the city wall. Upon closer inspection, everyone recognized the figure as Yao Hongshu, who was in a disheveled state, injured, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But he grinned maliciously, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, and charged forward again. That bastard, he must be a cockroach. Several 6-star warrior level experts exchanged troubled glances, not expecting Yao Hongshu to become so difficult to deal with. He was injured time and time again, but Yao Hongshu recovered time and time again at an astonishing speed. Wang Teng looked up and saw that the magic array on Golan's side was only half set up. While Yang Wang and Din Yang were being forced to retreat under the onslaught of the 8-armed demon general and were locked in a difficult battle. Bang! The 8-armed demon general, wielding a weapon that resembled both a knife and a sword, cleaved Din Yang away. Each of his 8 thick arms held a weapon, making him difficult to defend against. Yang Wang and the 8-armed demon general exchanged blows. Using the recoil, Yang Wang temporarily retreated a distance and, panting heavily, asked Din Yang, "Old Yang, can you still hold on? Don't worry, you won't die." Din Yang stopped in midair, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said nonchalantly, "You two are no match for me." The 8-armed demon general's voice boomed, leaving the two behind, and turned to charge at Goran. It sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the unfinished magic circle. "We can't let him get away with it." Yang Wang and Din Yang flashed forward and stood between Goran and the 8-armed demon general. "The fight isn't over yet, why are you running away? Get out of my way." The eight-armed demon general roared, his voice booming so loudly that it made people dizzy and extremely terrified. HMPH, what are you yelling about? Just because you're loud doesn't mean you're something special. Dean Yang sneered, standing in front of Golan without moving an inch. If you're in my way, then I'll kill you first. The eight-armed demon general glared angrily, his 8 thick arms flailing wildly. Amidst the black light, he unleashed a powerful attack imbued with dense dark primal force, resembling a tyrannical evil god. Yang Wang and Dean Yang exchanged a glance with extremely solemn expressions, and then unleashed their strongest combat techniques to meet the attack head-on. Wang Teng was somewhat worried about the battle between Yang Wang and others and the eight-armed demon general. The situation doesn't seem optimistic. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Yao Hongshu, who was entangled in a battle with several 6-star warrior-level experts, his eyes flashing with cold light. This must be resolved as soon as possible. Wang Teng gripped his sword, recalling all his abilities in his mind, searching for a way to kill Yao Hongshu. It cannot regenerate indefinitely. Once the attack power exceeds a certain threshold, it can be destroyed, rendering it unable to regenerate. Furthermore, it is unknown whether the dark seed can withstand the poison-based primal force of the demon lotus poison body. A meaningful smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. Then, he flashed away and did not rejoin the battle, but instead wandered around. What is Wang Teng doing? Many people below are paying attention to their battle. In particular, Yao Hongshu was hated by countless people, who all wanted to see him killed on the spot, which would be very satisfying. However, Yao Hongshu's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Even when several people joined forces to kill him, they were unable to do anything about it. At this moment, everyone saw that Wang Teng had broken away from the battle and was detached from it, yet no one went up to help him. Was he so terrified of Yao Hongshu that he dared not approach? He's looking for an opening, waiting for his chance to strike. Dongfang Yu said, having discerned something, while fighting the surrounding dark creatures. She had killed many dark creatures and was now showing signs of exhaustion, yet she continued to hunt them down. The others were also fighting and killing the dark creatures, but they would occasionally look up at the sky, where 2 battlegrounds were particularly eye-catching. One is the battle between Yang Wang and others and the 8-armed demon general. It can be said that they are the key to this battle. If any of them were to perish, Yangcheng would likely be doomed as well. After all, a warrior-level expert is enough to influence the outcome of a battle. The other place is Wang Teng's place. Yao Hongshu must die. This was the thought in everyone's mind. If he lived, it would be unfair to all the people of Yangcheng. I hope it will succeed. Li Rongxue prayed silently as she watched Wang Teng's figure. She was always burdened with guilt because she had killed Yao Yu, and it was because of this that Yao Hongshu went mad and wanted to drag the entire Yangcheng city down with him. She felt partly responsible and was uneasy about it. The culprit, Yao Hongshu, is still at large, which Li Rongxue cannot tolerate. The people of Yangcheng demand an explanation. Killing Yao Hongshu would be an explanation. She knew she couldn't do it herself, so she could only place her hopes on Wang Teng. After all, that guy is no ordinary genius. Ellipsis. Wang Teng was searching for Yao Hongshu's weakness, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Ordinary attacks are unlikely to truly kill Yao Hongshu. Only a full force strike, using all available means to bombard his vitals, will suffice. You only get one chance, so you must seize the opportunity. The martial artists who were fighting Yao Hongshu seemed to have figured out Wang Teng's idea and did their best to cooperate. The group did not underestimate Wang Teng because his cultivation level was lower than theirs. Wang Teng's strength earned their recognition. Although this kid is too young, he is really strong and cannot be judged by common sense. Perhaps he can really kill Yao Hongshu in one blow. Yao Hongshu glanced at Wang Teng, a cold smile creeping across his lips. You little beast, use whatever tricks you have up your sleeve. Once I've dealt with these old bastards, your death is nigh. Wang Teng did not answer, his gaze fixed on Yao Hongshu's shifting body, his primal force flowing and condensing into a sharp sword light on his battle sword. At a certain moment, 90% of the sword's power was unleashed. Wang Teng raised his long sword high. Clang! Like the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath, an enormous crimson sword beam shot into the sky, seemingly aiming to pierce the clouds. A raging inferno erupted from Wang Teng's body, instantly engulfing most of the sky. A sweltering heatwave shot straight into the sky. A faint, almost imperceptible sword aura swirled around it. The crowd below was utterly horrified, staring blankly at Wang Teng with their mouths agape. Yao Hongshu felt his heart being gripped by a deadly sword aura, as if once it descended, he would be overwhelmed by the overwhelming sword force. There's no way to avoid it. It's a long story, but it actually only took a moment. Wang Teng thrust out his sword. In an instant, crimson sword light crisscrossed. Above and below, sword energy filled the sky, forming a hurricane. Yao Hongshu was at the eye of the hurricane. At this moment, he was horrified and incredulous, unable to understand how Wang Teng could unleash such a powerful sword strike. Yao Hongshu was greatly shaken. His whole body was enveloped by a dense aura of death. Dark primal force surged out wildly, flashing black light as he desperately resisted. The sword energy solidified, and Yao Hongshu was ultimately unable to withstand it. Sword marks appeared on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. He sensed another power within the sword energy, and the dark primal force within his body was being eroded and receding. What is this? Yao Hongshu's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Poison-type force. And this is just the beginning. A blinding sword beam suddenly appeared out of nowhere, piercing through his heart as he weakened. Yao Hongshu's eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head. He felt his heart had shattered, leaving only fragments. Death is coming. The boundless darkness swallowed his consciousness. Without the protection of the dark primal force, the flesh and blood body could no longer withstand the sword energy and was completely torn to pieces. Yao Hongshu died on the spot. No trace of the body remained. The sword energy finally dissipated slowly, and the surroundings fell into silence. The dark creatures below were also targeted. The sword energy swept across the ground, clearing a space. The human warrior stood there blankly. Glug! The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard, and he was so shocked that he was speechless. Is this even human? Yi Keicheng couldn't help but swear. All eyes turned to Wang Teng, who was still in the stance of drawing his sword. Click! Suddenly, the sword in his hand made a series of cracking sounds. Before everyone's eyes, the sword broke into pieces, and in the end, only the hilt remained in his hand. Even the sword could not withstand the terrifying sword force just now. This sword had been with Wang Teng for a long time, but I never expected it to break here today. Several six-star warriors had already retreated when Wang Teng drew his sword. They were closest to him, so they felt the terror of the sword energy most deeply. Even they couldn't unleash a sword strike of that level. This kid is too monstrous. On the other side of the battlefield, the eight-armed demon general turned his head and looked over, his eyes narrowing slightly, a cold glint flashing in them. This human brat really can't be allowed to live. Wang Teng's killing of Yao Hongshu boosted morale, but the overall team remained at a disadvantage. Goring's magic circle had reached a critical juncture. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was somewhat pale, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. If this magic array succeeds, the tide of battle may be turned. Just then, a beam of black light shot from the side, heading straight for Goring. Goring was working hard to set up the magic array. Centered on him, a massive array slowly took shape, its countless runes shimmering with dazzling light. A faint but dangerous aura emanated from the magic array. Even the eight-armed demon general himself felt uneasy. But a cold smile crept across his lips. Suddenly, a black light shot towards Goring from the side at great speed, like a black lightning bolt. Goring focused all his attention on the magic array, his mental energy enveloping the entire array. He detected the dark light as soon as it entered the range, but it arrived almost instantly. Gorin's expression changed, and he separated a portion of his mental energy to form an attack, trying to destroy the dark light. However, the dark light only paused for a moment before passing through the barrier of mental energy and slamming hard into Gorin's arm. Wu Guang finally revealed its true form, which turned out to be a small, shiny black snake. Goring was bitten on the arm, his face quickly turned black, and his mental energy was backfired, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Goring, Prince Yang and Dean Yang were the first to notice the situation, and their expressions changed. Ha ha ha, the eight-armed demon general burst into laughter, extremely smug. President Goring, Master Goring. Many people below noticed this sudden change and showed their anger. The other party had actually used such despicable means. This eight-armed demon general was truly insidious. At the same time, everyone became worried. If Golan was poisoned, the formation would fail halfway, and the human race would suddenly be at a disadvantage. Teacher, Wang Teng was horrified when he saw this, his heart filled with extreme anger. Wang Teng knew best how Goring had treated him during this time. Goring didn't care at all about Wang Teng's identity as a native of Earth. Not only did he impart all his knowledge to Wang Teng, but he also stepped in to protect him when he encountered trouble. It would be a lie to say that Wang Teng wasn't moved. Upon seeing that he was poisoned and injured, Wang Teng rushed upwards almost without hesitation. At this point, Goring was in the most dangerous situation. If someone suddenly attacks, he will be powerless to resist. But at that moment, two figures suddenly appeared and intercepted Wang Teng. These were two dark creatures of 5-star warrior level, with black primal force wings on their backs and extremely powerful. Get out of my way. Wang Teng's face was filled with murderous intent as he threw a punch at the two dark creatures. He didn't hold back at all with this punch, only wanting to quickly finish off these two dark creatures and go to support Gorin. A hint of contempt appeared on the faces of the two dark creatures. They were high-level dark creatures with exceptional talents and strong bodies. This kid in front of them had extremely strong swordsmanship, but his sword was broken and he could not use his swordsmanship. It was simply wishful thinking to think that he could fight against them with his physical strength. However, the next moment, their expressions changed slightly. Boom! An unexpectedly powerful force struck them directly. Wang Teng once obtained a body training technique called Mighty Bull Technique from his senior at the military academy, Cheng Wu. He had already improved it to perfection through regular practice, making his physical body incredibly strong and his strength boundless. When he unleashed his power with the force, even the air itself would explode. Its power is evident. The two dark creatures were blasted away, spitting blood, their faces filled with disbelief. On the other side, Yang Wang and Din Yang held the 8-armed demon general tightly, preventing him from freeing his hands to deal with Golan. The 8-armed demon general's gaze turned cold as he ordered, "Kill him." Immediately, a figure flew in from a distance, ready to kill Goring. After being poisoned, Goring quickly took an elixir to keep himself conscious, but the elixir was not the right medicine and could only temporarily slow down the poison's effects. He struggled to maintain the formation, pulling the venomous snake down with one hand, only to find it already dead. Just as he was about to throw it away, he suddenly remembered something and put it back into his spatial ring. Seeing the dark creatures attacking, he could only divert his mental energy to condense fire-type primal force and use the techniques of a mind master to attack them. As for the formation, it can only be maintained as it is, and there is no time to improve it. Fireballs condensed and shot towards the attacker, who quickly dodged in mid-air, constantly closing in on Goring. Teacher. Su Lingxuan looked up at the sky, her heart clenching. She had followed Zhe Lin the longest, and their relationship was more like that of a grandmother and granddaughter than a teacher-student relationship. Their bond was even stronger than that of Wang Teng. She turned to look at Wang Teng, her face anxious. "Senior brother, hurry up." Wang Teng charged toward Golan again, but the two dark creatures clung to him like glue. They knew they couldn't beat Wang Teng, so they didn't fight him head-on, but instead kept obstructing and interfering. Wang Teng's face was cold as he drew his battle sword and slashed out. The blade strikes. The two dark creatures quickly dodged, and upon seeing Wang Teng draw his sword, they immediately moved away. But at that moment, the space in front of them rippled, and a stream of light appeared out of thin air, splitting into two beams that passed through the hearts of the two dark creatures. The two dark creatures stared wide-eyed, not knowing what was happening, before their lives were taken in an instant. Wang Teng ignored the attribute bubbles that fell and rushed straight past them. Ellipsis. Goran's situation was extremely critical. He was seriously injured and unable to withstand the enemy's attacks, and could only struggle to hold on. The dark creature, wielding a spear whose tip gleamed with a cold light, attacked Goran like a torrential downpour. A barrier of flames materialized in front of Goran. Boom! Under the enemy's bombardment, the flame barrier collapsed instantly, shattering into pieces. "Old man, die!" The dark creature charged in front of Goran, a sinister smile on its lips, and thrust its spear forward. Prince Yang and Din Yang were extremely anxious, but they were unable to get away. "You can't save him." The 8-armed demon general revealed a smug smile. Before he could finish speaking, a furious shout rang out, instantly freezing the expression on his face. "You're asking for it." A blade of light suddenly appeared, its pale white gleam illuminating half the night sky. The dark creature's expression changed drastically, and it hastily retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The terrifying blade strike locked onto it, clinging to it like a leech, relentlessly slashing down from the sky. Boom! Blade energy filled the sky, and the blade light cleaved down from above the dark creature's head, splitting it in two. Ah! A scream abruptly stopped as the two halves of the dark creature's body fell to the ground, accompanied by a large amount of blood. It's him again! It's him again! The smile on the 8-armed demon general's face froze completely and vanished instantly. His face was extremely gloomy, and he was furious. He gripped his weapon tightly, and the veins on his forehead and 8 arms bulged. I'm so angry. Goring looked at the newcomer and couldn't help but smile. His body was already starting to give way and he was falling downwards. The unfinished formation was about to collapse. Teacher. Wang Teng helped him up, his face showing concern. Quickly, the great formation is about to collapse. Goran said weakly, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. Don't worry, teacher, leave the rest to me. Wang Teng nodded heavily. On the battlefield, everyone was fighting for themselves, the strong against the strong, and the low-level warriors against the low-level dark creatures. 7-star, 8-star, and even 9-star warriors are already high-level martial artists, and their numbers are relatively small. They usually engage in one-on-one battles, and when they are tied up, they find it difficult to break free. Just as Goring was hit, 2 powerful 6-star warriors managed to free up their strength to rush over and support him. Wang Teng handed Goring over to the arriving martial artist, and then sat down cross-legged in the center of the formation. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. What is Wang Teng up to? He is Master Goring's disciple, could it be? As if realizing something, many people stared wide-eyed in shock, and an idea involuntarily surfaced in their minds. He's going to complete the unfinished formation in Master Goring's stead. As soon as the idea popped into their heads, everyone unconsciously swallowed. In the battle just now, Wang Teng had already demonstrated terrifying martial arts skills. At such a young age, he had reached the level of a 5-star warrior, was proficient in both sword and saber, killed countless dark creatures, and finally killed Yao Hongshu. A 6-star warrior who was even more powerful after turning to the dark side. Calling him a prodigy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Judging from his current appearance, he seems to possess a considerable level of rune mastery. Otherwise, how could he have succeeded Master Goring in managing that obviously high-level magic array? Lingxuan, what level has his rune master reached? Li Rongxue asked Su Lingxuan beside her as she was recovering her original power. Su Lingyun and Lu Xingwei maintained the defensive formation not far away, and even Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu and others were not far away. When they heard Li Rongxue's question, they all looked at Su Lingxuan with their eyes full of inquiry. Su Lingxuan had just breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Teng rescue Golan, but was then stunned to see Wang Teng taking over Golan's command of the formation. Hearing Li Rongshue's question, she instinctively replied, he was only a mid-level rune master during the previous test, but hasn't been tested since. However, the teacher said that senior brother has improved rapidly, perhaps. Li Rongxue and the others immediately took a deep breath. Maybe what? Su Lingxuan didn't say much, but everyone guessed it. Perhaps Wang Teng has already reached the advanced rune master level, and may even be close to the master level. As for truly reaching the master level, they hadn't even considered it. That level of existence isn't something just anyone can achieve. Even though Wang Teng is extremely talented, he's still too young. He might reach that level in the future, but definitely not now. Even so, everyone found it unbelievable. Just how monstrous is Wang Teng? Lu Xingwei is extremely talented in the art of runes and is often called a genius. He can't help but feel jealous of the even more outstanding Wang Teng. But now he feels a chill all over his body. What kind of being is he comparing himself to? This guy isn't even human. Moreover, his martial arts skills are so high that he probably can't even beat his father. He must never cause trouble again, or the consequences will be dire. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Lu Xingwei's spine. It was terrifying. At times like these, following your heart is absolutely the right thing to do. Su Lingyun, on the other hand, found her jealousy of Su Lingxuan to be even stronger. Why? They were both born into the Su family, and her father was even the head of the Su family, making her of higher status than Su Lingxuan, yet she was always one step behind Su Lingxuan. She couldn't compare to her in looks or talent. Later, Su Lingxuan was even taken in as a disciple by Golan. Now, such an outstanding genius has appeared, and he has a very good relationship with Su Lingxuan. Yet, she has no way to deal with him. This is truly frustrating and infuriating. The eyes of Dongfang Yu, Yi Keicheng, and other geniuses flickered, their hearts filled with turmoil. Ellipsis. Wang Teng, unaware of the complex thoughts of the crowd, glanced at the 8-armed demon general in the distance, and a smile appeared on his lips. There was a hint of nonchalance in that smile, showing no fear of the 8-armed demon general at the warrior level, and even a touch of provocation, making him seem rather sinister. This brat. The 8-armed demon general's face was ferocious, and he wanted to rush over and use his 8 thick arms to smash Wang Tang flat. As a powerful warrior, he held a high position, and those below him both respected and feared him. No one dared to be so presumptuous. However, King Yang and Dean Yang held it tightly, preventing it from escaping at all. Yang Wang and Dean Yang looked on in surprise, thinking that this kid was really unexpected. They couldn't help but place a glimmer of hope on Wang Tang, and of course, they would not allow what had just happened to happen again. After the 2 6-star warrior level experts escorted Gorin to a safe place, they returned to the area around the formation. Kid, set up your formation with peace of mind. We'll guard the outside and see who dares to come up, one of the powerful figures said. Wang Tang nodded, his expression becoming slightly serious. He had learned about this magic array from Golan, and he had already memorized all the rune structures. However, this formation is extremely advanced, already belonging to the 6-star category. Only master-level rune masters can set up a 6-star formation. Its power is astonishing and enough to kill a warrior-level expert. If Wang Tang were to set up this formation alone, it would be extremely difficult for him given his current skill level. However, Golan has already completed most of it, and he only needs to inscribe the last part of the runes. However, this last part is the most crucial. The formation is arranged from the outside in, and the closer to the center, the more important it is. The central hub is the core of an array. The runes that make up the core are extremely precise. If you are not careful, the entire array may collapse and all the previous work will be completely destroyed. But Goring believed him. Wang Tang certainly couldn't let Goring down. Moreover, the current situation is critical, and he cannot afford to fail. To put it bluntly, once this formation is set up, the scales of victory will tip in favor of the human race. Wang Tang took a deep breath and his gaze sharpened. Boom! A massive surge of spiritual power erupted from Wang Tang's sea of consciousness, like a dragon emerging from the abyss, roaring across the heavens and earth. Royal realm! Everyone was shocked. That spiritual power, so real it felt like a physical force. Spiritual power. Wang Tang is not only a high-level rune master, but he has also awakened an extremely rare spiritual power. What words can describe this talent? Is this monster perhaps the illegitimate child of God and Lady Luck? And it's really strong. That mental power is probably not much different from Goring's. Yang Wang and Dean Yang were greatly shocked, thinking to themselves. This disciple of Goring is likely to surpass his master. The younger generation, including Dongfang Yu, felt extremely bitter. Wang Tang was actually this strong. Was he really a young man, or some kind of old monster? The 8-armed demon general's heart was filled with murderous intent. This child was terrifying and could not be allowed to live, otherwise he would surely become a major threat to the dark world in the future. In the sky, a huge circular magic circle slowly rotated, covering an area. Light flashed above the formation, and a powerful mental force enveloped it. At the center of the runes were carefully inscribed. A figure sat in the center of the formation, his face extremely serious. He was focused on setting up the formation and paid no attention to the fierce battle outside. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and at this moment his eyes were shining with divine light, which was a manifestation of using his spiritual power to the extreme. Bang! At a certain moment, a loud bang came from the defensive formation below, and it shattered into pieces, completely dissipating into a rain of light. The human warriors' expressions changed drastically. The defensive formation collapsed, and the human warriors were the first to be hit. Without any obstacles, a large number of dark races advanced unimpeded, and it was unknown how many people would die. As expected, the dark creatures that had been blocked outside the formation just moments before swarmed in, greatly increasing the pressure on the human race. Many warriors were surrounded by several dark creatures, pounced on, and bitten to death. I'll go down and help. One of the 2 6-star warrior-level experts guarding Wang Tang looked on with sorrow as they watched this scene. The other person hesitated slightly. Wang Tang's side could not afford any mistakes either, as the lesson of Goring was right before their eyes. You two go ahead, I can handle things here, Wang Tang suddenly said. That won't do. We must leave at least one person behind, the 2 martial artists said. Go! Wang Tang glared, which made the two 6-star warriors somewhat intimidated, as if they were facing someone like Goran. No, if anything happens to you, we will be sinners, the two martial artists insisted. I have a way to protect myself, so you don't need to worry. Go quickly. If Yangcheng is destroyed, everything we've done will be in vain. After saying this, Wang Tang ignored them and continued to immerse himself in the formation. Not daring to be distracted in the slightest. I was distracted for a moment and almost something went wrong. The difficulty of this formation exceeded his expectations. Perhaps it was the last sentence that moved the two martial artists, for they exchanged a glance and nodded emphatically. Then be careful. After saying that, he turned around and rushed down. Time is passing, the night is about to end, too many people have died in this battle, but the battle continues, and the younger generation of geniuses have also suffered heavy losses. Yi Keicheng lost an arm, Dongfang Yu was seriously injured, and Li Rongshui, though protected, was also severely wounded. Leaning on her sword, she looked towards the battlefield with a sorrowful expression. Of the 3 siblings in the Wan family, only 2 remain today. Wan Feipeng is dead. He was willing to die to protect his foolish younger brother. Perhaps this is the emotion that humans are born with, an indelible bond of blood. Wan Feiyu was weeping. He wanted to kill all the Dark Ones to avenge his brother, but he was powerless and was taken to a safe place. Wan Feifeng went mad with killing. The 3 siblings had been very close since childhood, but now one of them had died. She was filled with self-blame, regret, and extreme pain, and could only numb herself with killing. Such scenes were everywhere, with people dying every moment. It was an unfair battle. The dark race came too suddenly and in too large numbers. The warriors of Yangcheng were caught off guard and were naturally at a severe disadvantage. Several powerful individuals at the level of 6-star warriors or above have also perished. Such powerful individuals would be considered top figures anywhere, yet several of them have fallen here. This is a tragedy for the human race. Wang Tang glanced down, his heart pounding with shock. For some reason, a deep sense of sadness welled up within him. Humans. Humans. It was as if an ancient voice was shouting from the deepest part of his soul. He felt it was utterly absurd, yet so real, indescribable. He closed his eyes, trying not to look at the horrific scene below. The formation was almost complete, and he absolutely could not afford to be distracted. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 10,000 magic crystals. The 8-armed demon general suddenly shouted coldly. The dark creatures below immediately gleamed with ferocity in their eyes, and several 5-star and 6-star dark creatures rushed forward. Kill! Ha ha ha! Die! The dark creatures unleashed various attacks, enveloping Wang Tang. 10,000 magic crystals would be enough to drive these dark creatures mad. Despicable! Yang Wang and Din Yang glared angrily at the 8-armed demon general. They were injured and exhausted, panting heavily as they fought the 8-armed demon general to the death. Stop them! The 2 men shouted down. The human warriors abandoned their enemies and rushed towards the dark race to intercept their attacks. However, some attacks were still directed at Wang Tang. Yang Wang and Din Yang, among others, were utterly dumbfounded, unable to get away to go and rescue them. Their helplessness was enough to make them despair. Is Wang Tang going to follow in Goring's footsteps? After persisting for so long, is it all going to end in failure? Snort. As the crisis loomed, alarm bells rang in Wang Tang's mind. He snorted coldly, and his earth elemental primal force surged forth without reservation, condensing into barriers in front of him like earthen walls. All the attacks struck the barrier. The barriers crumbled layer by layer, eventually leaving only 3 layers, but all the attacks vanished. Wang Tang was completely unharmed. Earth-based force. Yang Wang and Din Yang breathed a sigh of relief but were extremely shocked. They remembered that Wang Tang had been using fire and metal elemental forces, but now he had used earth elemental forces. 3-element martial artist. This is quite a surprise. The younger generation of martial artists below were almost numb. Just how many more trump cards did this guy have up his sleeve? One after another, they emerged one after another, impacting their senses. The smiles on the faces of the dark creatures froze, as if they had watched 10,000 magic crystals grow wings and fly away. How infuriating. The 8-armed demon general had never felt so powerless against anyone, but now he truly understood it, and it was very clear to him. Even his usually composed and strong mentality was about to explode. Why, is this kid some kind of nemesis sent to me by God? Kill him, kill him. If you can't kill him, I'll skin you alive and turn you into candles." The 8-armed demon general roared in fury. The dark creatures trembled violently, suddenly feeling utterly miserable. They had come to kill Wang Teng for the 10,000 magic crystals, but now the tables had turned, and instead of killing him, they were being turned into candles. "Why didn't you say so sooner? If you had, we wouldn't have come to kill him. It's not worth the risk." Several dark creatures, filled with resentment, could only fiercely attack Wang Teng. If Wang Teng didn't die, they would turn into candles. However, the human powerhouses had already arrived and blocked them, while their ranged attacks were all blocked by Wang Teng's earth-type barrier. They couldn't even see him, let alone kill him. In an instant, several dark creatures were so anxious that they felt the urge to urinate. "The dark ones will die. Let us get past them and kill them. Get out of the way, wah." Just then, a terrifying aura erupted from the formation. The formation is complete. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from the formation. At this moment, the formation was truly complete. "It's done." Prince Yang and Dean Yang were overjoyed. The group of human powerhouses below also showed joy on their faces and cheered loudly. Senior brother succeeded. Su Lingxuan, who was taking care of Zhe Lin, exclaimed with delight upon seeing this. Unfortunately, Goring was in a coma and could not see all of this. He really succeeded, Li Rongxue murmured to herself. Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, and the others looked up, as if they had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Even Wan Feiyu and Lu Xingwei, who had some past conflicts with Wang Teng, had never so strongly hoped that Wang Teng could succeed. Now that they saw the formation finally completed, they were filled with excitement. The barriers formed by Earth elemental force in front of Wang Teng slowly dissipated. In the very center of the formation, Wang Teng sat cross-legged, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead and his face slightly pale, but none of this could conceal the light in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the 8-armed demon general. Their gazes met in midair. Even though the other party was a warrior-level expert, Wang Teng never showed the slightest fear. At this moment, the dark beings who had come to kill Wang Teng for 10,000 magic crystals took advantage of the moment when the human warriors were stunned and rushed towards Wang Teng, wanting to seize the last opportunity to kill him. Wang Teng has just finished setting up the formation, and he is definitely in his weakest state. If we don't kill him now, when will we? After all, the threat of the 8-armed demon generals was like a Damocles sword hanging over their heads. Given the nature of the 8-armed demon generals, they would definitely keep their word. If they didn't kill Wang Teng, they would definitely turn into candles and be lit by people every day when they got back. At this moment, their only option is to kill Wang Teng. In the blink of an eye, the 3 dark creatures rushed into the formation. "Be careful," Yang Wang and the others shouted, furious. They cursed the warriors who intercepted the dark seed for being too careless, allowing the dark seed to get close to Wang Teng even after they had succeeded. Damn it, the expressions of the human warriors changed drastically and they chased after the dark creatures. However, at that moment, Wang Teng smiled slightly. The formation activated and raging flames erupted from it. The 3 dark creatures that had just entered the formation only had time to let out a scream before they were instantly burned to ashes. Yang Wang and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The human experts were startled and quickly stopped outside the formation. Even though they were 6-star warrior level experts, seeing the dark race die so completely without even being able to resist, they dared not touch the formation at all. "Please step back a bit," Wang Teng said calmly. The human experts gave an awkward smile, cupped their hands in apology to Wang Teng for their previous oversight, and then retreated to a distance. The 8-armed demon general witnessed the dark creatures being burned to ashes. His eyelids twitched and he sensed a life-threatening danger from the formation. He couldn't help but retreat rapidly. "You gave me a spear before, and even ordered people to kill me several times. Now I'm returning it all." Wang Teng looked at it, a smile appearing on his face, and said calmly. "You're not qualified to kill me." The 8-armed demon general sneered, his eyes full of contempt, but deep down there was a hint of caution. Wang Teng didn't answer, but raised his hand and pointed at the 8-armed demon general. The formation operated rapidly, and the fire elemental force between heaven and earth converged wildly, like a whale sucking in water. Eventually, it even formed a crimson vortex above Wang Teng's head. The bottom of the vortex was connected to the formation's central hub, and fire elemental force continued to pour into the formation. Immediately, flames erupted from the formation, shooting straight into the sky and coalescing into a gigantic fire dragon that roared towards the heavens. Roar! The scorching temperature filled the sky, and the heat wave swept in all directions. This formation is called the 8 Desolate Fire Dragon Formation. The 8-armed demon general's lips twitched, and he retreated even faster. We cannot defeat them by force. The 8-armed demon general didn't think it was being cowardly, but rather making a strategic retreat. After this attack, it was determined to let that kid know what despair was. What a powerful aura! Prince Yang and Dean Yang exchanged a glance and quickly retreated a distance. If they were caught in the blast, they would probably get burned. Go! Wang Teng uttered a single word, and the giant fire dragon roared in the air before charging toward the 8-armed demon general. The 8-armed demon general felt a scorching aura rushing from behind him. He turned around and his heart skipped a beat. Its face was solemn, its whole body emanating black light, and the weapon in its hand, which resembled both a sword and a knife, drew a huge semicircular black light as it slashed towards the fire dragon. Boom! The enormous black blade of light seemed to be about to slay the dragon, and it slammed into the fire dragon, producing a tremendous roar. The fire dragon was cut in two. The 8-armed demon general was slightly pleased, but the next moment, its eyes narrowed and its face became somewhat bewildered. The two fiery bodies merged into one and rushed over in an instant, engulfing it. A firestorm engulfed the 8-armed demon general, and terrifying flames filled half the sky. Yang Wang and Dean Yang were horrified and had no choice but to retreat again. The difference between a master rune master and a high-level rune master lies here. If a master-level rune master were given enough time, they could set up such a terrifying array that even a warrior-level expert would not dare to face its power directly. Is that 8-armed demon general dead? The crowd below asked in disbelief. Just now, Yang Wang and Dean Yang joined forces to deal with the 8-armed demon general, but they couldn't do anything to him. Now, Wang Teng activated the formation, putting the 8-armed demon general into this predicament. If we can kill the 8-armed demon general, then this crisis should be resolved. But just then, a furious roar came from within the flames, and a gap was blasted open in the sky of fire. Then, a figure shimmering with black light rushed out from inside. It was none other than the 8-armed demon general. Its black light was somewhat dim, and it had many burn marks on its body, making it look rather disheveled. Yang Wang and the others' expressions changed slightly. Such an attack still couldn't kill it. This 8-armed demon general is truly terrifying. Ha ha ha, human brat, you can't do anything to me. The 8-armed demon general laughed loudly, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Wang Teng had made him look so pathetic, now it was time to retaliate. Is that so? Wang Teng asked calmly, tilting his head to look at him. The 8-armed demon's heart skipped a beat as he looked at him, and he immediately had a bad feeling. One fire dragon isn't enough, how about 3? Wang Teng smiled at him, flicked his finger upwards, and flames rose up again, condensing into 3 giant fire dragons in the sky. Their size no smaller than the previous fire dragon. Roar! 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 Flames shook the air, emitting a roar like a dragon's cry. 3 enormous fire dragons coiled above Wang Teng's head, surrounding him like stars around the moon, making him appear as if he were the son of fire. The 8-armed demon general stared at the 3-headed fire dragon in front of him, his facial muscles twitching wildly. Kid, you've gone too far. How dare you treat me like this? Do I, the 8-armed demon general, have no dignity? You forced me to do this, and today I will show you the forbidden techniques of my 8-armed demon clan. The 8-armed demon general's face was ferocious. And he was also determined to fight back. As soon as it finished speaking, a rich purplish-black light emanated from its body, and its scarlet pupils flashed brightly. The next moment, the 8-armed demon general's muscles writhed, his body swelled up, and he became even taller and stronger, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. At the same time, his aura also increased several times over. However, beneath those muscles, blood vessels bulged and throbbed wildly, as if they were about to burst at any moment, with streaks of blood seeping from every pore on its body. At this moment, it looked extremely terrifying. This is a forbidden technique of the 8-armed demon clan that overdraws its life force. It will not use this technique unless it is a matter of life and death. You're only a 5-star warrior-level soldier, yet you forced me to use forbidden techniques. You have every reason to be proud, the 8-armed demon general said in a hoarse voice. No, this is the result of the joint efforts of my teacher, myself, and all human warriors. Your defeat is not unjust, Wang Teng said. Ha, ha ha ha, you think you've got this in the bag? The eight-armed demon general laughed loudly, his laughter filled with disdain. Yes, you will definitely lose today. Wang Teng nodded sincerely. The eight-armed demon general was a little dumbfounded, feeling that he couldn't communicate with this kid at all, which would drive him crazy. You didn't lose to me, but to the entire human race. You dark races will never understand the unity and fearlessness of the human race. Wang Teng looked at the human warriors fighting the dark races below, his lips slightly pursed, and said with a touch of emotion, "You're wrong, the human race will eventually perish." The eight-armed demon general also looked down at the battlefield and sneered. Even if humanity perishes, you will not achieve true victory, Wang Teng said calmly. Ridiculous. Death is the greatest failure. No matter how much you say, you're just making excuses for your own failure, the eight-armed demon general said contemptuously. Wang Teng shook his head and remained silent, seemingly thinking that the other party couldn't understand human language at all. Boy, I hate you. The eight-armed demon general was furious, as if he felt greatly insulted. Without saying another word, he charged straight at Wang Teng. Wang Teng pointed forward, and 3 enormous fire dragons swooped down. Boom! Towering flames filled the sky, seemingly setting the clouds ablaze. Their power was truly terrifying. They're going to die this time, aren't they? Everyone stared at the flames in the sky, utterly shocked. Roar! A roar came from the flames, and the eight-armed demon general rushed out, his body flashing with black light, covered in burn marks and blood, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It is evident that it also suffered considerable damage under Wang Teng's offensive. Everyone was shocked. The eight-armed demon general's power was beyond imagination. Although he was injured, he clearly still had plenty of strength left. Could he really not be killed? I told you, you can't kill me. The eight-armed demon general laughed. Oh, 3 heads won't do, 6 will do. Wang Teng said nonchalantly, flicking his finger, and 6 giant fire dragons materialized, looking down at the eight-armed demon general. I% and at an asterisk and #*. Eight-armed demon general, here you are, eight-armed grandpa, your fire dragon set meal is here. Wang Teng pointed at him, and the fire dragon roared out. Eight-armed demon general, Yang Wang, Din Yang, rumble. Terrifying flames swept out, completely engulfing the eight-armed demon general. Screams of agony emanated from within, their intensity so extreme that it was unclear whether they were from anger or pain. A dense black light burst forth from it, clearly indicating that the eight-armed demon was putting up a fight. Boom! A figure rushed out from among them, looking extremely disheveled and covered in blood, but his eyes still gleamed with ferocity as he charged toward Wang Teng. Go to hell! His weapon slashed down repeatedly, wielding a black light blade that enveloped Wang Teng. Be careful! Yang Wang and Din Yang rushed over immediately. They were surprised that even with the power of 6 dragons, Wang Teng still couldn't kill the eight-armed demon general, and it even had the power to retaliate. Their vitality is truly tenacious. Wang Teng shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 fire dragons suddenly soared into the air, protecting Wang Teng within them. At this moment, he was not the son of fire, but the king of fire. Quote. The eight-armed demon general felt like dying. How can we fight like this? Tell me, how the hell are we supposed to fight like this? Without hesitation, it turned and fled, screaming wildly in its heart, feeling utterly humiliated. Don't go, honey, this is the last time. There won't be any more. If you survive this round, you'll win. Wang Teng shouted, seemingly having a change of heart and realizing he might have gone too far. He shouldn't have killed the other person so easily, but rather left them with a glimmer of hope. This is an eight-armed demon general. A general-level figure like him deserves the respect due to his opponent. Do you think I'm stupid? I don't believe you, you bastard. The eight-armed demon general fled frantically, not even looking back. The human boy behind him was even more evil than it, a complete devil. Yang Wang and Din Yang's mouths twitched. Where did Golan find such a disciple? So unruly, so mischievous, so shameless. Were they all taught by Goring? Beneath Goring's dignified exterior lay a shameless, repressed, and insatiable old man. Lu Xingwei and Wan Feiyu below suddenly shivered. They recognized him by his eyes. He was a ruthless person they didn't want to mess with. They decided that if they survived this battle, they would definitely kowtow to Wang Teng, apologize, and beg for forgiveness. Intense flames swept in from behind the eight-armed demon general, causing it to let out a blood-curdling scream as it was once again engulfed in flames. On this day, it deeply experienced the fear of being dominated by flames. Rumble. The 8-headed fire dragons represent the ultimate power of the 8 desolate fire dragon formation. Their full-force attack is terrifyingly powerful. Yang Wang and Dean Yang originally intended to come to Wang Teng's rescue, but at this moment they hurriedly ran far away. It was too terrifying. Indeed, rune masters should not be easily provoked. Which general-level commander would be willing to try such a deadly move? Just then, a tiger's roar suddenly came from the west, and thick smoke rose from the distant horizon, as if a large army was approaching. That's the Red Tiger Legion. Almost simultaneously, a strange crying sound came from the east, where thick smoke also rose. The Black Sparrow Legion has arrived. After a moment of stunned silence, the people of Yangcheng cheered loudly. Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. Ellipsis ellipsis. On the other side, in the north and south, the ground shook, and reinforcements rushed in quickly, with great momentum and astonishing force. That's Imperial reinforcements. 3 reinforcements arrived simultaneously. At this moment, a faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon, and the morning light began to illuminate the world. Dawn is breaking. As dawn broke, the 3 human reinforcements finally arrived. 2 of them were the Crimson Tiger Legion and the Black Sparrow Legion stationed in another world from Earth, while the other side was the military department belonging to the native empire. At this moment, the 8-armed demon general, who was the leader of the dark race, was also powerless to fight back against the formation controlled by Wang Teng. He was engulfed in the raging flames and his fate was unknown. The scales are tipping in favor of the human race. The human warriors were greatly encouraged and shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill all the Dark Ones and avenge our fallen friends and family. They must not be allowed to leave. Anyone who invades our homeland shall be killed without mercy." Ellipsis ellipsis. A surge of power suddenly erupted from the warriors' exhausted bodies as they raised their weapons and slashed at the nearest dark creatures. They've finally arrived. Yang Wang and Dean Yang exchanged a glance and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Their gaze then fell once again on the raging flames that filled half the sky. Has the 8-armed demon general died? Looking at the 3 billowing plumes of smoke in the distance, Wang Teng felt a slight sense of relief. With reinforcements arriving, the crisis was largely resolved. He turned his gaze away and looked at the burning flames, his brows furrowing involuntarily. With the eyes of spiritual vision, one could see that although the dark primal force within the flames was gradually dimming, it had not completely dissipated. That 8-armed demon general is probably still alive. What incredible vitality! Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh, feeling somewhat helpless. Were all the dark races so difficult to deal with? It was already astonishing that a dark race warrior of the war general level could fight against 3 human warriors. But to still have a breath left after suffering such a devastating blow was truly disheartening. Well, suddenly, a soft sigh was heard. Who? Yang Wang and Dean Yang's expressions changed drastically. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and he looked toward the source of the sound, his pupils suddenly contracting. Beside the flames, the space rippled slightly, and a graceful figure slowly emerged, its body shimmering with black light, standing there effortlessly, completely unafraid of the flames. This is a female dark race. And it actually looks really good. With a voluptuous figure, alluring and seductive charm, slightly pointed ears, and a long tail that sways gently behind her, she exudes a unique kind of allure. Many of the male martial artists present couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing her appearance. Even Yang Wang and Dean Yang were no exception. However, the 2 quickly came to their senses, their expressions changed drastically, and they became extremely vigilant. This dark creature was able to deceive even them, who were at the war general level. It was definitely not simple. The young men below, including Wan Feiyu, Lu Xingwei, and Yi Keicheng, blushed deeply upon seeing the dark creature, all displaying expressions of utter infatuation. Snort. Li Rongxue, Su Lingxuan, and the other girls nearby all let out a soft hum in unison. Even they had to admit that the other party was indeed very charming, but he was a genuine dark race. Humans and the dark races are irreconcilable enemies, even mortal enemies. It would be shameful to be captivated by them. Do you like it? Wan Feifeng grabbed Wan Feiyu's ear and said coldly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister, let go. I didn't mean to look, it's that dark creature, it's poisonous, I can't control myself at all. Wan Feiyu shouted. Ha, men. Wan Feifeng sneered repeatedly. At this moment, enveloped by the chill emanating from the girls, Lu Xingwei and Yi Keicheng shuddered, snapping back to their senses. Their expressions changed slightly as they said, "That dark creature seems to have the ability to bewitch people's minds. Don't make excuses for your lack of resolve. Only you would be bewitched by such a seductive and cheap woman. Look at Wang Teng, how calm he is, completely unaffected. That's what a real man should be like," the three women said in unison. Wan Feiyu and the others looked up at Wang Teng and saw that he was indeed calm and composed. He was not swayed in the slightest by the alluring dark creature in front of him. Such composure was truly astonishing. Could this guy be the reincarnation of Lu Shaohui? The three couldn't help but think wickedly. He. In the sky, the alluring dark creature, seeing so many people captivated by it, couldn't help but let out a series of magnetic and seductive laughs. However, she immediately noticed that Wang Teng in front of her seemed unaffected by her, and said with some surprise, "Young man, am I not beautiful?" "It's alright, I wouldn't say it's ugly," Wang Teng replied honestly. "Then why don't you look at me more?" The alluring dark creature revealed a coquettish look as if she was about to cry, looking at Wang Teng pitifully. "Wang Teng, don't be fooled by her appearance," Yang Wang and Dean Yang quickly reminded him. The two of them had almost fallen for the alluring dark creature's trap, and they were still somewhat shaken. In their view, if even they couldn't resist the temptation, then a young man like Wang Teng, full of vigor and vitality, would be even less able to resist it. However, Wang Teng was not fooled at all and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I have no interest in the Mother Dark Seed." Mother Dark Seed. The alluring dark seed seemed to have heard something unbelievable, staring blankly at Wang Teng, her face full of bewilderment. Yang Wang and Dean Yang stared wide-eyed, and a sense of admiration for Wang Teng arose in their hearts. This kid really dares to say that. Kid, you're really cheeky. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The alluring dark creature's face darkened as she glared fiercely at Wang Teng. You can't touch me, Wang Teng said confidently. With your formation? The alluring dark creature scoffed, that attack just now must have taken a huge toll on you. How long can you maintain it? Our reinforcements are arriving soon. I bet you'll regret it if you don't leave now, Wang Teng said. Just as Wang Teng finished speaking, several powerful auras rushed over from afar and would soon descend upon Yang City. Those auras were all at the level of a battle general. The alluring dark creature gazed into the distance, a hint of solemnity flashing deep in its eyes, and said, "Consider yourself lucky." Suddenly, a long black whip appeared in her hand. She flicked it into the flames, then wrapped it around the body of the eight-armed demon general and pulled him out. The eight-armed demon general looked extremely miserable at this moment. His whole body was charred black and covered in blood, and 3 of his 8 arms were broken off. Their whereabouts unknown. Middies. He glared at Wang Teng with venomous eyes, then turned to the alluring dark creature beside him and said, "Why are you here? You foolish souls, if I hadn't come, you would have perished here today." The alluring dark creature smiled slightly. "To be beaten like this by a mere human brat, you are truly shameful." "Shut up." Zulz was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The alluring dark creature completely ignored the 8-armed demon general's anger and continued to mock, "Zulz, your mission has failed. That lord will be very angry." The 8-armed demon general Zurza's expression changed, but he forced himself to remain calm and snorted coldly, "It's none of your business. If the mission fails, I'll go and accept the punishment myself." "Wow, you're quite enlightened. I hope you won't be crying for your mom when the time comes," Middies said, covering her mouth and giggling. Zulza's forehead veins throbbed, clearly showing his anger, but because he couldn't beat her, he could only suppress his rage and not speak to her. Middies pouted in disbelief, put her hand in front of her eyes, and looked into the distance. Oh dear, they're almost here. Several warrior-level auras approached from afar at incredible speed, their terrifying power sweeping across the land. Zurz then noticed and his expression changed slightly. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" "Ah, I forgot," Middies said with a charming smile. "You." Zulz felt a wave of powerlessness. Seeing his expression, Middy couldn't help but giggle, but the next moment, a voice came and made her stop laughing. "Middies, it's been so long." Middis's smile froze instantly, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. She looked towards the source of the voice and gritted her teeth, uttering 2 words. "It's you." As soon as he finished speaking, those general-level auras appeared in the sky above Yang City. Each aura was incredibly powerful, definitely belonging to the level of a war general, and even among the strongest war generals. One of the figures said calmly to middies, "You escaped with your life last time by sheer luck, yet you still dare to come to the human race. Tantai Zan, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Middies looked at the stunning woman in front of her, whose appearance and temperament far surpassed her own, and said in a gloomy tone, "I will leave you here today." Tantai Zan said calmly. It was as if he were simply stating an extremely ordinary matter, rather than stating that he was about to kill a powerful warrior-level dark species. Middy was provoked by her tone and trembled with anger. "Teacher," Wang Teng called out. Without a doubt, the visitor was his teacher. "Tantai Zan, there is only one Tantai Zan in this world." Tantai Zan turned around and glanced at the formation beneath Wang Teng's seat, a smile immediately appearing on her face. "Good lad." She had clearly seen that this formation could threaten warrior-level beings. Although she had some doubts and questions about how Wang Teng could control such a formation, she was very satisfied. As a teacher, she was naturally pleased that her student was so outstanding. However, the other warrior-level expert was not in a good mood, his face even turned somewhat dark. This man was none other than Xiao Nanfeng, the commander of the Red Tiger Legion. Wang Teng had a falling out with the Red Tiger Legion, and Tantai Zan, in order to avenge Wang Teng, beat up the military commander, Xiao Nanfeng. Every time he thought about it, Xiao Nanfeng was filled with resentment, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. "Why are you everywhere?" Xiao Nanfeng said with a disdainful look, not giving Wang Teng a friendly look. "Xiao Nanfeng, are you itching for a beating again?" Tantai Zan glanced at him sideways and said coldly. Xiao Nanfeng's lips twitched, and he immediately stopped talking, but in his heart he cursed Tantai Zan countless times. "That crazy woman. Gentlemen, while we are very grateful for your rescue, now is not the time for pleasantries. Shouldn't we eliminate these dark creatures first?" At this moment, another warrior-level expert said somewhat speechlessly. "General Shentu." Prince Yang and Dean Yang came over to meet. "Greetings, Prince Yang." Shentu Shang bowed slightly to Prince Yang, then nodded to Dean Yang and said, "I'm sorry I'm late. Are you two alright?" "We're alright, thanks to this young brother Wang Teng. We almost killed that 8-armed demon general, but unfortunately, we were still saved," said Yang Wang and Dean Yang. Shen Tu Shang had already noticed the extraordinary formation beneath Wang Teng. Upon hearing Yang Wang and Dean Yang's admission, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He nodded and said, "We can express our gratitude later. Right now, the most urgent task is to kill these two dark beasts." "Ha ha ha," Midas suddenly burst into laughter. "You think you can kill us? Don't even dream about it. Why don't you try and see?" Tantai Zan snorted and rushed towards Middies and the other two. Xiao Nanfeng and the others also took action, surrounding Middies and Zulls, preparing to trap and kill them there. Middies remained calm as she looked up at the dark vortex above her. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and an enormous arm was forced out of the vortex, reaching down to grab Tantai Zan and the others. The arm, like a giant pillar reaching to the sky, emerged from the other end of the spatial vortex, stretching across the heavens and earth. The arm rubbed against the surrounding spatial barriers, producing a crackling sound like shattering glass. Fragments of space scattered from the sky. Not good. Xiao Nanfeng and Shen Tushang's expressions changed drastically, their hearts pounding, as they sensed a great threat from that arm. "Join forces." Tantai Zan's eyes flashed rapidly as she said in a deep voice. Boom! Several warrior-level experts attacked simultaneously. Tantai Zan used her sword to unleash an extreme sword light, the sword energy crisscrossing and forming a storm that swept outwards. Xiao Nanfeng's weapon was a battle blade, its blade gleaming as if it could cut through everything, carrying an intense burning heat. Shen Tushang wielded his warhammers and struck them together, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble across the heavens and earth. A massive bolt of lightning cleaved out from the warhammers and met the towering arm. Several warrior-level experts unleashed their strongest attacks. Boom! Several powerful attacks landed on that towering giant arm. On the other side, Wang Teng also pushed the formation to its limit, mobilizing his last bit of power to condense 8 fire dragons, which charged towards the towering giant arm. It was enveloped in flames and burned fiercely. Under so many attacks, the colossal arm finally froze slightly, and a scratch appeared on its surface. But it pressed down again, opening its enormous palms to grab at the crowd. Retreat! Xiao Nanfeng and the others' pupils shrank, and they hurriedly scattered. This colossal arm that reaches for the sky is so powerful that even a combined attack from several people couldn't subdue it. However, it was stuck in the spatial rift and its range of movement was limited. It failed to catch Xiao Nanfeng and the others who had managed to escape in time, so it grabbed Zul's and Middy's and instantly returned to the other side of the spatial vortex. That human brat, I'll remember this debt. The next time we meet, it will be your death day, Zul's voice came from the vortex. Then the spatial vortex seemed to lose some support, slowly shrinking and gradually disappearing. End of Arc 2, University, Part 2 of 3.